Chapter 1: The Emergence of Space. Su Ranran, a college student of the 21st century, had dedicated herself to the study of medicine since childhood, driven by an insatiable passion that bordered on obsession. The untimely demise of her parents due to illness fueled her resolve to become a healer, and she ultimately succeeded in her quest. She believed her life would continue in this simple manner until the year she turned 18. On the bustling streets, having just completed a surgical procedure, the corners of Su Ranran's mouth lifted slightly in a smile as she strode toward a nearby cake shop. "Welcome to Yapingxuan Cake Shop. May I assist you with anything today?" The attendant ushered Su Ranran inside. "Oh, hello, I've come to pick up the cake I ordered today." She produced the receipt from her bag and handed it to the shopkeeper. As she exited the cake shop, Su Ranran hurried home. In truth, her colleagues and friends yearned to celebrate her birthday, but each time, she gently declined their offers. In her heart, birthdays held the most cherished memories. When her parents were alive, they would always buy her favorite chocolate cake each year and celebrate her special day together, right up until their last moments. Thus, each year, Su Ranran would spend her birthday alone, feeling as if her parents were by her side. Seated quietly at the table, she gazed at the cake before her thoughts drifting far away. After a considerable time, she finally returned to the present, reminding herself that life must go on. With that thought, she resolved to make a wish, silently whispering, "Mom and Dad, I miss you both so much. I long to see you again. Are you doing well over there? Truly, I wish to see you just once more." A tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she spoke. As Su Ranran slowly opened her eyes, preparing to blow out the candles, she was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in her head and soon lost consciousness. "Ranran, you must take care of yourself, all right? Your mom and dad are doing well here." In a daze, Su Ranran heard her parents' voices. "Mom and Dad, is that you?" she cried, straining to see ahead. There, she caught sight of the very figure she had longed for, and she wished to leap forward and embrace them. Yet, her body felt utterly immobile, leaving her to gaze at her parents with longing. "Ranran, don't be too emotional. Listen to us carefully and remember what we say. Be good, understood?" "Mom and Dad, I understand," Su Ranran replied, her tear-filled eyes fixed on them, terrified that they might vanish at any moment. "Ranran, this is a space. You must learn to utilize it wisely." Before her mother could say more, her father quickly intervened, gazing intently at Su Ranran. "Remember what your mother said, all right?" Before he could finish, both parents began to fade away, their forms dissolving into the ether. Su Ranran awoke, crying, believing it was all just a dream. Yet, she felt joy at having finally seen her parents once more. Suddenly, she recalled her parents' mention of the space, and with a shift in consciousness, she found herself overlooking an endless expanse of land. Su Ranran initially thought it was an illusion, but as she shifted her awareness back to the reality, she suppressed her exhilaration, contemplating how to best utilize the space. She remembered her parents' words, "Ranran, you must make good use of this space." But how could she accomplish this? Tilting her head in contemplation, she mused that if others were to learn of such fantastical events, they would likely deem her insane. Unlike Su Ranran, who was now earnestly reflecting on it, she had no intention of confiding in anyone else. She certainly did not wish to be labeled as delusional. Thus, she began to ponder on her own. Su Ranran firmly believed in her parents' words, for the space was indeed within her grasp, accessible at will. Recalling the novel she had read about spaces, she remembered that possessing such a realm often led to significant changes in one's life, such as time travel or apocalyptic scenarios. With that thought, Su Ranran felt a surge of urgency, wishing to prepare for the impending transformations, not knowing when they might arrive. Yet, despite her eagerness, she recognized the necessity of planning her actions to avoid chaos. Thus, she calmed herself and began to carefully consider the potential uses of the space's storage, cultivation, breeding, and preservation. It allowed for items to be stored and retrieved in their original state, no matter how long they remained within. She pondered whether time within the space would differ from that in the outside world. Many novels suggested that time flowed differently within such realms. Determined, Su Ranran began her experiments. To her disappointment, she discovered that time within the space mirrored that of the outside world. However, She was relieved to find that the space was indeed vast. She attempted to place a sofa within the space, retrieving it without issue, confirming the functionality of its storage capabilities. In the expansive realm, the small sofa could easily be overlooked if not for her consciousness guiding her directly to it. Su Ranran planted her household greenery into the soil of the space, though she saw no immediate results and chose to leave it be for now. After placing some ornamental fish inside, she observed them swimming joyfully, confirming that living beings could be stored as well. After a day of experimentation, Su Ranran had gained a fair understanding of the space. What should she do next? She pondered in dismay, her mother's voice echoing in her ears. Ranran, you must utilize the space wisely. At present, the space could only serve for storage and cultivation. As she contemplated, Su Ranran began to calculate her assets. Her financial situation was quite favorable even without employment. She could live comfortably for the rest of her life. Her relentless efforts were not solely for wealth, but rather to heal and save lives. Gazing at her bank balance of 5 million, Su Ranran considered how best to allocate her funds. Food, shelter, transportation, and personal necessities. As food is the cornerstone of life, it was undoubtedly the most pressing concern. Housing could not be relocated to the space, otherwise it would surely make global headlines. Thus, she resolved to prepare only the essentials for her room. Transportation posed a challenge, as vehicles required fuel, but she acknowledged the need to prepare for travel, as it is always better to be equipped. She planned to explore the market for specifics later. Personal necessities would rank as the second most important category: surgical tools, medications, and personal items. Food, 2 million. Essentials, 2 million. Housing, 500,000. Transportation, 500,000. Chapter 3. The frenzied shopping. Once Su Ranran had formulated her plans, she rose to embark on her shopping expedition. However, before she could even take a step, she lifted her gaze only to find that the world outside had succumbed to a veil of darkness. She had no choice but to abandon her intentions, for the magnitude of her intended purchases necessitated a trip to the wholesale market, which only opened its doors during daylight hours. Thus, she was compelled to suppress her urge to venture out. Yet, how could she possibly find solace in sleep at this moment? After all, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s. Consequently, she retrieved her phone and opened Taobao, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Those in the know would understand. The first step, of course, was to clear her shopping cart. Although she had never been short of funds, our diligent Su was a thrifty and sensible girl who abhorred waste. Her cart was brimming with delectable treats and exquisite dresses. Alongside some everyday necessities in the past, she had refrained from purchasing too much for fear of spoilage, but with newfound space, she was free from such concerns. Without scrutinizing the items in her cart, she proceeded to purchase them, ultimately spending over 50,000 yuan. Following this, her shopping became more purpose-driven. A single city's physical stores could never encompass the myriad of culinary delights from around the globe, a fact that resonated deeply with the food enthusiast that she was. Thus, she indulged in an extensive buying spree, culminating in an expenditure of over 200,000 yuan, acquiring hundreds of snacks that she would likely never finish in her lifetime. Though they were all her favorites and could be stored away without a hint of regret, one could only imagine the expression of the delivery man upon witnessing the sheer volume of her orders. The thought alone was amusing. For an entire night, she remained ensconced in this shopping frenzy, and only after making her payments did she feel a slight dizziness wash over her, prompting her to fall into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young woman's face. Her unadorned beauty, untouched by makeup, was truly enchanting, particularly the subtle curve of her lips that beckoned one to draw closer. At that moment, should anyone have caught sight of her, it would have been quite perilous. Slowly, she opened her drowsy eyes, stretching languidly, exuding a serene elegance that radiated an undeniable charm, as if she were a goddess basking in the sunlight. At the market, Su Ranran engaged in bargaining with the vendors, leveraging over 20 years of experience. "Oh dear, look at this rice, over 1,000 pounds. Surely, you can offer a better price," she exclaimed. "Haha, my dear, 2 yuan per pound is already quite a bargain. And it's not just because you're so adorable. Such prices are rare indeed." Ultimately, she secured a deal for 1,500 pounds of rice at 1.8 yuan per pound. Throughout the market, her spirited negotiations echoed in every corner. Little did Su Ranran know that the vendors perceived her as somewhat naive in the art of bargaining. However, her substantial purchases and diligent comparisons ensured she did not suffer significant losses. For a full fortnight, Su Ranran remained in this state of fervent shopping. Particularly during her quest for medicines, she encountered some challenges. Fortunately, being a healthcare professional and having acquaintances in the pharmaceutical and equipment sectors, she managed to procure items worth 2 million yuan. The online purchases began to arrive in a steady stream, leaving her hands sore from the sheer volume of her acquisitions. Yet, it was all worthwhile. Gazing at her overflowing space, a sense of peace washed over her. Many delivery boxes remained unopened, and the items she had purchased from the market lay in heaps nearby, to avert arousing suspicion. Su Ranran had deliberately rented a warehouse in the outskirts to store her belongings. Notably, she had also sold the house she resided in, parting with it for just over 3 million yuan, well below market value. This money, too, was swiftly squandered. Poor Su Ranran found herself forced to rent a place to live. During this time, her friends expressed disbelief upon learning she had sold her house, which had been a legacy from her parents. "Ranran, what on earth are you doing? Is something the matter? Why would you sell your house?" She could not reveal the truth, instead concocting an excuse about being deceived. The incredulous gaze of her friend weighed heavily on her heart, especially as she reflected on the unexpected turn of events she had anticipated for an entire year, only to find that no such change had occurred. Chapter 4. Arrival in the Beast Realm. This particular evening, Su Ranran could not fathom the source of her inexplicable restlessness. Her mood was decidedly sour. Thus, she, who had never touched alcohol, found herself unwittingly consuming 2 glasses. Before long, her head began to spin, and she thought to retreat to her room for a moment's respite. However, before she could reach her sanctuary, the scenery around her shifted dramatically. With her vision clouded by inebriation, she gazed in confusion at her surroundings, her unsteady frame swaying beneath the pale blue sky. She noticed the moon, unusually large, casting a soft blue glow across the night. "Wow, this moon is so enchanting," she marveled, as the entire world appeared to shimmer under its radiance. To a loss for words, all she could utter was, "It's so beautiful." Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, a pair of crimson eyes watched her intently from the shadows. After admiring the scene for a while, she gradually regained her senses, realizing that everything around her felt utterly foreign. Just as her astonishment began to settle in, a stranger suddenly appeared behind her, lunging at her without a word. Before she could react, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a forceful kiss. In her dazed state, coupled with the effects of her first experience with alcohol, she found herself wondering, is this what drunkenness feels like? It was such a peculiar sensation. No wonder so many people reveled in drinking. Ever since her parents had passed away, she had not allowed herself to open up to anyone, maintaining a distance from others. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, she felt a flicker of warmth and safety emanating from this man's embrace. Under the influence of alcohol, she found herself inexplicably drawn to this feeling of comfort. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, she instinctively reciprocated his advances. Seeing her response, the man became even more fervent. Suddenly, Su Ranran snapped back to reality, questioning the authenticity of her experience. Was this truly a dream? She began to struggle against him. However, the man, now lost to his desires, showed no signs of relenting. In that moment, clarity washed over Su Ranran, and she comprehended the situation at hand. Realizing this was no dream, she bit down hard on the man's shoulder, drawing blood that trickled down to her lips. Yet, in his intoxicated state, he remained oblivious to the injury, and so, the night passed. How cold! Su Ranran awoke, shivering from the chill that enveloped her. Her mind lingered in the 21st century until memories of the previous night came flooding back, igniting a fierce desire for revenge against the man. Gazing at the marks left on her body, she could no longer contain her tears, letting them flow freely. Time slipped away as she wept, slowly regaining her composure. Aware of the biting cold, she retrieved a down jacket from her space and donned it. Unsteadily, she rose to her feet. After the tumult of the previous night, her movements were clumsy. She shuffled over to the roots of a nearby tree, laying out a cloth and sitting down to eat while observing her surroundings. In that moment, it dawned on her that she was in a different world altogether. What she could not accept was that the long-anticipated change had culminated in such a disheartening outcome. Lost in thought, she felt tears welling up once more. Yet, as a woman of the new era of the 21st century, she had been educated to withstand life's adversities rather than succumb to despair. Thus, Su Ranran chose to accept her reality. In truth, Su Ranran was a remarkably resilient individual, particularly since the passing of her parents. Soon, she found her footing, and after satisfying her hunger, she began to take stock of her surroundings. Chapter 5. Finding shelter. The dense canopy of trees obscured the sunlight, creating a gloomy atmosphere reminiscent of a December day, with bone-chilling winds piercing through the air. Even during daylight, the forest remained shrouded in darkness. Su Ranran shivered violently, tugging her jacket tighter around herself. Understanding that she could not linger in this place for long, Su Ranran resolved to leave. Despite her physical limitations, she retrieved her hiking boots and a windbreaker from her space, donned a hat, and armed herself with an electric baton, cautiously making her way forward. She knew that in such a forest, she would likely encounter a plethora of insects, ants, and snakes. Fortunately, it was winter, Su Ranran thought to herself. If I can just make it out of here and reach civilization, everything will be fine. Little did she know the harsh living conditions that awaited her. As she ventured deeper, an unsettling feeling began to creep over her. The temperature dropped further, and after walking for what felt like an eternity, she had yet to encounter any sign of wildlife. A sense of dread enveloped her, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, knowing that failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrent of snow, catching Su Ranran off guard and leaving her in a state of despair. Thank goodness I have my space, she thought, or I might not have survived this ordeal. Battling against the blizzard, she found herself muttering curses under her breath. Surely even the most patient of individuals would reach their limit under such circumstances. Upon arriving in this dreadful locale, she had faced an unrelenting series of misfortunes. Even now, the snow continued to fall heavily, rendering any pits or holes invisible, and one could easily step into them, leading to a rather unpleasant fate. Su Ranran muttered her grievances as she trudged along, each step a monumental effort. As night descended, she realized it was time to find a place to rest. However, her journey had yielded no suitable shelter. Suddenly, she recalled the snow huts she had seen during her previous trip to the northeast. A tour guide had once enlightened her, stating that although the hut was made of snow, it was surprisingly warmer inside than outside. At the time, she had dismissed it, but now, that knowledge felt like a life-saving revelation. With determination, Su Ranran began to construct her own snow hut. Initially, she envisioned a larger structure that could accommodate a bed, but her small stature and limited strength constrained her to creating a modest snow shelter. Inside her humble abode, she thought to place a small table beneath which she spread several thick blankets. Squeezing herself into the tight space, from her storage, she retrieved a hot meal she had saved earlier and began to eat. After a long day, sleep beckoned, yet she feared the snow might bury her hut. After some contemplation, she took out an alarm clock from her storage, set it to ring in an hour, and felt a bit more secure. Once this was done, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into slumber. It was not until noon the following day that Su Ranran awoke, only to find the snow nearly engulfing her hut. With the entrance blocked as she leisurely consumed her food, she pondered how to escape. Realizing that haste would be futile, having come this far, she resolved to make the best of her situation. Gathering her belongings back into storage, she produced a hammer and began to chip away at the snow covering her hut's roof. However, in her naivety, she failed to think to store the falling snow in her space until a few blows later, when the realization struck her. All she could do was sigh at her own adorably foolish behavior. Emerging from her snow shelter, Su Ranran discovered the snow had piled up to her waist. She longed for the ability to fly. Otherwise, she feared she would soon be nothing more than fertilizer for the earth beneath. She humorously chided herself for maintaining such a whimsical mindset in the face of adversity, claiming it was a rarity indeed. Grasping a pair of binoculars, she gazed ahead at the expanse of white, interspersed with glistening tree trunks. A sudden idea sparked within her as she focused on a large tree, noticing numerous hollows within its trunk. If she could locate a sufficiently large hollow, perhaps it would serve as a refuge until the snowfall ceased. With her eyes quicker than her thoughts, she began her search. Fortune smiled upon her. Within 100 meters, she spotted a sizable tree with a hollow capable of accommodating 2 people, situated several meters above the ground. Filled with excitement, she wished to leap for joy, but alas, the snow surrounding her waist hindered such exuberance. From her storage, she retrieved 2 stools, using one as a stepping stool while placing the other ahead of her. With this improvised method, she managed to ascend step by step. After several hours of this labor-intensive process, she finally reached the base of the grand tree. Tears of relief welled in her eyes as she beheld its impressive stature. Requiring several adults to encircle it yet, she dismissed such thoughts, for the surrounding trees were equally formidable. Feeling fatigued, she settled on a stool to replenish her energy. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and she needed to ascend before 5 o'clock to avoid any dangers. Retrieving climbing ropes from her storage, she spent a good half-hour preparing them. Curiously, she noted her stamina was quite remarkable, leading her to ponder whether her body had adapted to this new world. With little time for contemplation, she began her ascent. To her astonishment, the act of climbing felt almost innate, a skill she had never realized she possessed until now. Before long, she reached the hollow above. Peering down from the opening, she felt grateful not to suffer from acrophobia and considered herself quite brave. Chapter 6. Arranging the tree hollow. Su Ranran cleared the clutter from the hollow, sweeping away dust and debris before disinfecting the area. The hollow was small, yet surprisingly secure. Its entrance was narrow, but inside it measured half a meter wide and a meter high, with a rail-like overhang that allowed her to sit comfortably and gaze outside. Determined to tidy the hollow before darkness fell, she dismantled a wooden plank from a nearby table and placed it at the entrance for added security against the snow. With her ample supply of blankets, she lined the interior, smoothing out any uneven spots. She even stuffed the gaps at the entrance, leaving only a tiny opening for fresh air to enter. As night fell, Su Ranran illuminated the hollow with a flashlight. Though she had to curl up to fit, a profound sense of safety and happiness enveloped her. After enduring numerous hardships, such moments of contentment felt most precious. Now, she could finally relax, leaving any thoughts of tomorrow for another day. By 8 in the evening, she had completed all her chores. A small table rested on her lap, laden with delectable treats, durian, sushi, chocolate, and beverages. Her phone was propped up as she indulged in a series she had previously downloaded, relishing the rare opportunity to unwind. Thankfully, her storage contained several phones and a generator powered by solar energy. Otherwise, being stranded in this alternate world with no one to converse with would have been stifling. However, the confined space did present a challenge, as her legs often fell asleep. Tomorrow, she resolved, she would find a way to expand the hollow. Before long, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Perhaps from sheer fatigue or the comfort of having finally found a place to call home. She awoke around noon, puzzled by her newfound propensity for sleep. Back in her previous life, she had always risen early. But reflecting on her days since arriving in this world, she attributed her drowsiness to exhaustion. Today's task was to enlarge the hollow, yet she found herself lacking appropriate tools. She hadn't anticipated the extent of her predicament. Thus, she gathered an axe, a kitchen knife, and whatever else she could find, slowly chipping away at the walls of the hollow. Her goal was to create a space that measured 1.68 meters in height and 1 meter in width, as she herself stood at 1.65 meters tall. After 2 weeks of hard work, Su Ranran finally completed her task, reinforcing the entrance with wooden planks and nails. A flashlight hung in the upper left corner, while layers of blankets cushioned the floor, offering unparalleled softness. What filled her with the most pride was the newly created hole leading to the ground below. It allowed her to dispose of waste without needing to exit the hollow. Its primary purpose, well, let us just say, one could understand without further elaboration. Throughout this period, Su Ranran's morale had fluctuated due to the overwhelming solitude. She busied herself with work during the day to distract from her thoughts. Yet, she remained perplexed by her excessive sleepiness, often waking only around noon and retiring early at night. She attributed it to fatigue from her labor and paid little mind to it. As she surveyed her accomplishments, a sense of joy enveloped her. In the bustling city, many yearned for expansive homes, but Su Ranran preferred the coziness of a smaller dwelling. Ever since her parents had passed, she had developed an aversion to living alone in large spaces. The snugness of her current abode provided her with a comforting sense of security, leaving her quite satisfied with her new home. However, her peace would not last. Chapter 7. The balcony. Half a month later. Despite the unrelenting snowfall outside, Su Ranran diligently kept watch for any changes. Observing the snow pile higher each day, inching ever closer to the hollow, she realized that her refuge was no longer tenable. Remaining there any longer would surely result in her being buried beneath the snow. Overwhelmed with despair, she felt tears welling up, frustrated that her brief respite had come to an end. She longed to express her anger. But descending now was out of the question. She would need to climb higher. Fortunately, the trees in this realm were tall, reaching toward the heavens. Resolutely, Su Ranran decided to abandon her tree hollow and press onward. From her storage, she produced climbing ropes, secured her harness, and began tossing it over the nearest treetop, repeating the process as she ascended gradually. It was worth noting that her physical condition had improved remarkably, and her nails had grown increasingly strong. She mused that without the climbing ropes, she could likely scale the tree with her bare hands. However, she dared not take any risks. The snow had not ceased to fall for days, leading Su Ranran to suspect that no other weather existed here. The higher she climbed, the stronger the wind became. She felt like a tiny ant against the colossal tree. Su Ranran sensed that she might be swept away by the gusts. During her ascent, she encountered a bird's nest perched atop a branch, large enough for her to lie within, vastly exceeding the dimensions of any nest she had known in the 21st century. She pondered the nature of the animals in this world, as the inclement weather had rendered all other life forms dormant. It was only after climbing 2/3 of the tree that she finally paused. Discovering a perfect spot to construct a treehouse, the summit, she stood observing her surroundings. There were 6 substantial branches, 4 of which were closely interconnected. Although minor gaps remained between the branches, standing there felt secure, preventing any risk of falling. The arrangement provided a platform that could comfortably accommodate several individuals while effectively shielding most of the biting cold winds. Su Ranran designated this space as her balcony. The winds on the opposite side were less ferocious, yet only 2 branches were available, and she hesitated to traverse without proper safety measures. This time, she aimed to expand her treehouse, as standing beneath it left little room for movement or stretching. Throughout the past month, she had been relegated to removing wooden planks daily, merely to stretch her limbs and stave off the restlessness that had begun to overwhelm her. Thankfully, the balcony offered a semblance of a recreational area. First, Su Ranran employed an axe to chop away some smaller branches nearby. Although labeled as small, they were still sizable, nearly the width of her waist. She arranged these branches horizontally on the balcony as makeshift flooring, enhancing both its levelness and safety. Subsequently, she continued to cut down additional branches, setting them aside until she had an ample supply. Having completed her work on the nearby branches, she felt apprehensive about venturing to other limbs to gather more. The branches she had cut were stored within her space until she accumulated enough. The size of these branches would have been impossible for the former Su Ranran to manage, but now she had developed considerable strength. She acknowledged that her body had undergone some transformation, perhaps a consequence of the peculiarities of this world. She intended to use these branches as a railing to prevent any unfortunate falls. After tidying up the treetops, she began to carve out a hole in the outermost branch of the interconnected trees and another along the main trunk. Finally, she connected everything with the neatly arranged branches. Before long, Su Ranran had successfully constructed railings on both sides. The balcony was now remarkably secure. While not perfectly rectangular, it possessed a unique charm. As night fell, she found herself without a treehouse to shelter in. So she erected a tent on the balcony. Inside, she savored hot pot while watching dramas, accompanied by the soothing sound of the wind outside, feeling utterly content. Chapter 8. Almost buried the following morning, Su Ranran awoke in disbelief, digging herself out from beneath the snow. Fortunately, the tent was taller than the railing. Otherwise, she would have been completely buried, potentially meeting a grim fate. In a flurry, she packed away the tent and began to clear the snow with a shovel. Frustration mounted. She could not endure being buried by snow every day or shoveling it continuously. After some contemplation, she resolved to remove the lowest branches from the railing. Due to the sloped nature of the balcony, this would create a gentle incline, allowing most of the snow to slide away. As for the remaining bits, she resigned herself to the role of a diligent cleaner. In less than half a month, She had excavated a tree hollow measuring 2 meters in width and length. Notably, she crafted a sliding door, greatly enhancing her convenience. Beneath the treehouse, she fashioned 2 benches, one in front of the other, and repurposed the tabletops from 2 larger rectangular tables to facilitate the sliding mechanism. Though not the easiest to operate, her newfound strength as a strong woman made it manageable. Beneath the treehouse, she laid down a 2-meter-wide bed. Slightly lower than the threshold of the treehouse door, the flashlight continued to dangle in the corner of the ceiling. With these simple additions, Su Ranran had successfully completed her little treehouse. To avoid daily snow shoveling, she positioned a large umbrella on the balcony, allowing the snow to fall aside. Below the umbrella sat a single sofa and a table. She cherished her balcony, often relishing snacks while gazing into the distance, as if yearning to pierce through the clouds to catch a glimpse of her distant homeland. She missed home dearly. Despite her solitary existence in the 21st century, she at least had others to converse with. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The night sky was breathtakingly beautiful, yet each time she beheld such splendor, memories of the night she had crossed over flooded her mind, along with thoughts of that man, causing her to lose her appreciation for the enchanting night. Su Ranran gathered her thoughts, shaking her head and lightly patting her cheeks to dispel such notions. Having been in the beast world for an extended period, she had not bathed due to the absence of hot water in her space. After all, she had no desire to become an ice block. Despite the continuous snowfall and the chill in the air, she felt discomfort throughout her body. Thus, she resolved to boil water for a bath that evening. Su Ranran retrieved an outdoor barbecue grill and placed a pot filled with snow atop it. She refrained from using the water in her space for bathing, as it was mineral water and limited in supply. Although she had purchased a considerable amount, it was prudent to conserve it. She took the branches that had been drying for over half a month and set them aside for later use. With the dried leaves she had gathered over the past few days, she ignited a fire, adding splinters from the branches she had cut. After a lengthy struggle, during which her face became smudged with soot, she finally managed to boil the water after an hour. Having tidied up the bed in the treehouse beforehand, she carried the hot water inside and luxuriated in a bath, nearly succumbing to slumber in the warm embrace of the water. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight filtered through the layers of branches, cascading through the door and casting specks of light upon Su Ranran's face. She blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Had the snow ceased? Overcome with excitement, she sprang up. Initially intending to rush outside, she reconsidered. In such a confined space, running might lead her to tumble down. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she felt a surge of joy. She folded the umbrella, allowing the sunlight to bathe her in warmth as she basked in the moment. Subsequently, she brought out her blankets and spread them across the railing to dry. After a moment's reflection, she picked up her axe and set out to chop branches. Last night, in her efforts to boil water, she had nearly exhausted her wood supply. With the weather favorable, she resolved to gather more for drying. Su Ranran tirelessly chopped branches throughout the day, finally resting the cut wood on other branches to air out by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Returning to the balcony, she boiled more water for another bath. Afterward, she comfortably settled on the sofa, surrounded by a delightful array of local snacks: chicken feet, skewers, potato chips, and pizza. Indulging while admiring the sunset, the beauty overwhelming her senses. It was only when the sun had fully dipped below the horizon that she reluctantly retreated to the treehouse. While scrolling through her phone and reflecting on the solitude of her life, a sudden cacophony erupted outside, startling her into cautiously peeking through the door. Although it was dark, the night sky revealed that hail was falling. In a panic, Su Ranran grabbed her flashlight, beaming it outside to discover basketball-sized hailstones plummeting from above. Fortunately, it was night, and she had already returned to the treehouse. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences. Just as she prepared to close the door, a more resounding crash emanated from the balcony. A humanoid creature with wings landed on the balcony amidst the hail. To be continued, Chapter 9. A person falling from the sky. Su Ranran momentarily set aside her fear, intent on dragging the individual back into the treehouse. The severity of the hailstones made it clear why she could not venture outside. The risk of sustaining a concussion was too great. After considerable effort, she managed to pull the person inside. The figure appeared to be around 2 meters tall, with a robust physique, a prominent nose, and thin lips. A pair of broad red feathers adorned their back, Su Ranran couldn't help but steal a few glances, though it was merely a fleeting distraction. As a healer, her immediate priority was to assess the individual for injuries. Upon closer examination, she noted numerous wounds, as though they had been mauled by some creature. The most severe injuries were located on the back of the head and on the wings. Su Ranran flipped the individual over to treat the wound on the back of the head. Drawing scissors from her space, she carefully snipped away some hair, which had become entangled with the wound. As she tugged on the hair, the stranger's brow furrowed slightly, but Su Ranran remained oblivious, focused solely on her task. The head is a particularly sensitive area, and his injury is located at the back of his skull. He is reluctant to administer anesthesia lightly. After meticulously cleaning his wounds, Su Ranran glanced at his wings, only to find that they were nearly severed in two, having suffered several blows from hail, resulting in multiple fractures. If not properly treated, his wings would undoubtedly be ruined. Su Ranran is not a veterinarian and knows little about how to treat this being, who is neither fully human nor entirely beastly. However, with no other options available, she resolved to rely on her experience and proceed to treat him as if he were a human. After toiling throughout the night, she finally managed to tend to all his injuries by the early hours of dawn. Exhausted, Su Ranran felt a strong desire to collapse into sleep, yet she knew she could not do so just yet. At the very least, she needed to observe him for a day to ensure he did not develop a fever. With heavy eyelids, she sat beside the man, her heart fluttering with a touch of joy. Humans are social creatures. After being alone for so long, how could she not yearn for companionship? Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Could this man harm her? Might he be malevolent? But then again, he was injured. Even if he were a villain, he would be incapable of doing anything to her in his current state. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Outside, the hail battered down ominously, and Su Ranran quickly opened the door to place some water and food outside, barricading the entrance with a large wardrobe. She stashed away some food and essentials within. In the treehouse, she had set up a shelf with a hollow bottom, allowing her to stretch her legs without obstruction. It was also filled to the brim with various food supplies. Su Ranran wished to keep her spatial abilities a secret from the man, fearing he might perceive her as a monster, so she made all these preparations. After a long day, the man showed no signs of fever. Exhausted, Su Ranran finally succumbed to her fatigue and lay down beside him. Drifting off to sleep, on the Divine Beast continent, there exist numerous tribes, large, small, and medium in size. There are over 1,000 large tribes, between 200 to 1,000 medium tribes, and under 200 small tribes. Each tribe possesses its own beliefs and totems. The Wing tribe reveres the pterosaur as their totem, a once mighty beast that ruled the skies in ancient times. As time passed, the Wing tribe fell into decline, dwindling to a mere few dozen members, on the brink of vanishing from history. Fortunately, a descendant with ancestral blood emerged from the tribe, leading the people from a small tribe to grow into a medium-sized tribe of over 300 individuals in recent years. Life for the Beastmen on the Divine Beast continent is arduous. During spring, when all things revive, the Beastmen are well fed, but venturing out to hunt often leads to injuries. The rainy season barely sustains them, while the cold season frequently claims the lives of elderly and young beastmen, as well as females. In this frigid season, all animals seek refuge, leaving the beastmen unable to hunt for sustenance. The cold season has thus become the most dreaded time of year, stretching a daunting 360 sunsets. One can only imagine the hardships faced by the beastmen. In this realm where females are scarce, reproduction becomes paramount. Consequently, females are cherished. Take the Wing tribe, for instance. With over 300 members, there are only 30 females. Observing the favorable weather, the winged leader intended to take his tribe out to seek food. Fortuitously, they stumbled upon 2 wild boars frozen to death. Just as they prepared to return, they were ambushed by a flock of vultures. The winged leader instructed the others to take the boars back while he stayed behind to fend off the vultures. Little did he anticipate that shortly after the tribe's departure, the vultures would summon reinforcements, and no matter how formidable he was, it would be challenging for a single beast to contend with a dozen vultures. In a moment of distraction, he was ambushed by one, which tore at his wing. Ultimately, he summoned the power of the totem to vanquish them, but using such power left him immensely weakened. On his way back, he encountered hail, which violently knocked him down. Chapter 10. Awakening due to his wing injury, the winged leader had no choice but to lie down and rest. Upon awakening, he had yet to take in his surroundings when he caught a whiff of a sweet scent unique to females, one so delightful that he had never encountered before. This female was exceptionally clean. Her hair flowed smoothly, unlike that of other females, and her skin was as flawless as that of a newborn beastman. He wondered what race she belonged to, for her tribe must be quite powerful to nurture her so well. However, even during his visits to large tribes, he had never seen a female like her. Regrettably, this female was pregnant with a beastman's child. Yet, why was there no trace of other males in the vicinity? Where had her male gone? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would take care of her from now on. He found himself quite fond of this female. The whereabouts of the unknown male were of no concern to him. On the divine beast continent, a female could not possibly have only one male. Yet, he was puzzled as to how she managed to survive alone here. In this realm, a single male could not sustain a female, which is why many warriors accompanied each female. Within the tribe, numerous females expressed their affection for him, seeking to mate with him, but he had declined them all. He believed it was for the sake of this very female before him. In the beastman realm, a male has only one partner throughout his life, and those who betray or harm females are cast out from the tribe. The winged leader gazed quietly at the female's enchanting visage. Unable to tear his eyes away, Su Ranran seemed to sense something, furrowing her brow and awakening. Upon opening her eyes, she found the winged leader staring intently at her, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With an awkward smile, she spoke, "Hello, my name is Su Ranran. What is your name?" The winged leader regarded her with a puzzled expression. Su Ranran was bewildered. Woola Woola Pants Su Ranran was even more perplexed. "I can't understand what you're saying," she said in despair. "Wow, Seiko Kwa." Thus, they engaged in a futile exchange, speaking past one another for quite some time. The winged leader surveyed his surroundings, curious about this place, eager to ask Su Ranran, but their language barrier rendered communication impossible. When mealtime arrived, Su Ranran longed to retrieve piping hot dishes from her space, but felt too apprehensive to do so. Fortunately, she had stocked up on many self-heating hot pots. Although the winged leader was not in a condition to eat such things, she had only retrieved these from her space, as anything else would grow cold. And given the current situation outside, she had no other choice. When the winged leader beheld the self-heating hot pot, his eyes widened in fascination. He had never seen such an odd object before. Small and filled with various little items, he was utterly clueless about their purpose. Su Ranran, unable to explain that this was their dinner for the night, poured water into the pot. Before long, it began to boil. The winged leader, eager to touch it, hesitated, knowing that his hands were bound by something she had wrapped around him. Although he was uncertain of its purpose, he trusted her, and since it belonged to her, he dared not move it. Before long, the hot pot was ready to eat. Su Ranran prepared 3 servings, 1 for herself and 2 for the winged leader. She handed him a self-heating hot pot, only to then remember his injured hand, rendering him unable to eat. Su Ranran picked up her chopsticks, prepared to feed him. The winged leader felt a pang of guilt. He was relying on the female for sustenance. Yet he was injured and had no other option. He slightly parted his lips as a piece of fatty beef was delivered to his mouth. The winged leader's eyes widened in astonishment at the flavor of the food. He found it indescribable, having never encountered anything like it before. However, soon he could not help but stick out his tongue and pant. The winged leader was puzzled. He did not wish to behave this way, but he simply could not control himself. Su Ranran, witnessing his reaction, stifled a laugh and hurriedly offered him water. Initially intending to give him cola, she reconsidered, thinking it might be too stimulating. Su Ranran had no intention of causing trouble. She was unaware that the winged leader had never experienced spicy food. What she had offered him was merely mildly spicy. Thus, the winged leader experienced a tumult of emotions regarding this meal. Ultimately consuming a large bottle of water, by the end, he drank every drop of the soup. To cap it all off, Su Ranran playfully offered him a sip of cola, and upon finishing, he could not help but let out a soft sigh. Deeply enamored, he gazed intently, yet felt too bashful to ask Su Ranran for a sip. He believed that this item was undoubtedly precious, and he could not afford to be greedy. Yue perceived Su Ranran as an exceptionally admirable female. He had never encountered a female who would share her food with other beasts or care for the injured. The females of his tribe were never like this. They were proud and reluctant to engage in labor. Often unkind to the beasts, Yui felt fortunate to have met Su Ranran, such a remarkable female. Chapter 11. Pregnancy. As night fell, Su Ranran hesitated to take out her phone to play. Unable to venture outside, she was at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, though it seemed only Su Ranran felt that way. Observing Yui's curious expression as he scanned the surroundings, she noted his utter lack of discomfort, for they were not yet well acquainted, and the space in the treehouse was limited. Su Ranran felt a sense of restlessness enveloping her. After a moment of silence, she could no longer bear it. Having grown weary of solitude, she was eager to learn more about this world, particularly about those wings. Su Ranran contemplated, realizing that this was not a familiar place and that it was impossible for others to learn her language. Thus, she decided to learn the local language from Yui. Pointing to herself, she said, "I am Su Ranran." After repeating her name several times, Yui grasped her meaning. He pointed at her and said, "Su Ranran." "Su," she corrected gently. "Book." He replied, "Su." She reiterated, "Su." He confirmed. "Ranran," she added. "Ranran," he echoed. "Ran," she insisted. "Ran," he repeated. "Ranran," she affirmed. "Ranran," he concluded. In this manner, Yui finally learned Su Ranran's name. Before she could revel in her excitement, a wave of nausea washed over her. Though fortunately, she did not vomit. In truth, Su Ranran had an inkling that she might be pregnant, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Her aunt had not visited in quite some time. How could she be unaware? Looking at her slightly rounded belly, a complex array of emotions surged within her. Despite her denial, she knew she was pregnant. Gently caressing her belly, she felt a flicker of anticipation for the child, though she was uncertain how to nurture it in this unfamiliar world. Lost in thought, Su Ranran's mind wandered. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, and the sound of hail crashing down was quite deafening. Yet, there was no way to change it. She could only adapt. Su Ranran felt exceedingly awkward. How would she manage to sleep tonight? The treehouse was so small, and Yui's wings were quite large, easily brushing against her even while sitting. Let alone while sleeping. Yui, of course, hoped that Su Ranran would sleep beside him, so soft and fragrant. Yet, he noticed her discomfort and, being considerate, shifted closer to the entrance of the tree hole, creating just enough space for one person. However, Su Ranran could not possibly move closer. Despite preparing for motherhood, she remained quite traditional in this regard. Thus, she sat against the shelf where Yui had placed his belongings, stretching her legs and leaning against it, contemplating sleeping in this position for the night. Seeing her discomfort, Yui felt a pang of guilt. He wished to sit up, but his injuries were severe, rendering him immobile, and he could only silently curse his own helplessness. In her dreams, Su Ranran felt a chill and noticed what seemed to be a stove nearby. She gradually inched closer to it, ultimately wrapping her arms around the stove and drifting into a deep, comfortable slumber. In the middle of the night, Yui was awakened by the movement of the female beside him. Watching as she gradually shifted closer, a smile crept upon his lips. Before he could fully relish the moment, Su Ranran suddenly clung tightly to him, making his heart race. The little female's hands were so soft and comforting. He observed this adorable female with delight, though the night turned into a sleepless one for Yui. A blend of pain and joy, until dawn finally arrived. Su Ranran, still holding on to Yui, rubbed her small head against him, finding it a pleasant sensation. However, as realization dawned upon her, her body stiffened as if recalling something, and she hurriedly released her grip, her cheeks flushed and endearing. Yui had long been awake, secretly watching Su Ranran, and upon seeing her rosy face, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yet, he was aware that Su Ranran was easily embarrassed. Unlike the females of his tribe, he restrained his desires, feigning sleep. After a while, he pretended to awaken. Breakfast consisted of bread, which Su Ranran was accustomed to by now. Yet, Yui remained astonished, suspecting Su Ranran might be a divine being, as everything she produced was unfamiliar to him. He even fiddled with the packaging for quite some time. After their meal, Su Ranran continued to request Yui to teach her the local language. Su Ranran learned relatively quickly, primarily due to the need for object recognition in the lessons. With limited items at her disposal, she focused on acquiring simple vocabulary related to daily activities such as eating and sleeping. Chapter 12. Under attack, the hail persisted for a full 3 months, and Yu Yi's wounds had healed. It turned out that when Yu Yi's wings were fully recovered, they could be retracted, and his appearance resembled that of a human. By this time, Su Ranran's belly had also grown significantly. After 3 months of close companionship, their basic communication had become quite seamless. Due to Su Ranran's habit of waking each day with her arms around Yu Yi, she felt powerless to resist. She even suspected that Yu Yi might have carried her over while she was asleep. However, she understood that this was unlikely, given his injuries prevented him from moving. After being caught off guard a few times, Su Ranran grew bolder and began to sleep on the bed at night. For Yu Yi, these 3 months were filled with sleepless nights, grappling with both pain and pleasure. One morning, Su Ranran felt a notable drop in temperature. Why, Yu Yi, don't you think it's getting colder? Yes, it will continue to grow colder until the cold season ends. How frightening. It's already so cold. And it's going to get even colder? Indeed, Su Ranran. You must take care of yourself. As he spoke, Yu Yi moved aside a tattered cabinet, allowing the glaring sunlight to beam down upon Su Ranran. She closed her eyes for a moment, adjusting to the brightness. Once Yu Yi cleared the ice from the balcony, Su Ranran joyfully stepped outside. Bathed in sunlight, she admired the crystalline ice adorning the treetops. Sparkling and translucent, a breathtaking sight that words could scarcely capture. With a smile, she turned to Yu Yi and exclaimed, "Yu Yi, look, it's so beautiful. I've never seen such a magnificent natural spectacle." Yu Yi, captivated by her delight, stood mesmerized. His Ranran was simply stunning, her beauty almost unreal. Under the sunlight, she appeared even more radiant, exuding an aura of maternal warmth. Why, Yu Yi guided Su Ranran to the edge of the balcony. Gesturing for her to look down as she glanced below, she was rendered speechless. The ice beneath the trees towered over 10 meters high, yet this time, rather than excitement, Su Ranran felt a twinge of fear. Thoughts of the Ice Age crossed her mind. Fortunately, Yu Yi reassured her that this was a yearly occurrence. Su Ranran sighed in relief, grateful it was not as dire as she had imagined. Instinctively, she touched her belly, ensuring the baby was safe. However, unbeknownst to Su Ranran, countless dangers lurked beneath the ice. Now 6 months pregnant, her belly was quite pronounced. Initially, Yu Yi had intended to take Ranran back to the tribe, but the current state of the cedar forest was perilous. Many animals that had not stored enough food would emerge to forage, leading to potential conflicts. Had Ranran not been pregnant, he could have swiftly carried her back. But now, he needed to wait for her to give birth to their offspring. Yet, their food supplies were dwindling. If he ventured out to hunt, what would become of Ranran's safety? This concern weighed heavily on Yu Yi's mind. Observing his troubled expression, Su Ranran inquired anxiously, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Not wanting to worry the little female, Yu Yi replied that nothing was amiss. Just as they conversed, a vulture appeared in the sky. Its eyes fixed intently on them. The vulture was a common beast, not a beastman, but its meat was scarce and unpalatable, rendering it unwelcomed by beastmen. Typically, it would not dare to stare at Yu Yi unless driven by hunger. And now, it was desperate. The vulture lunged towards Su Ranran. Having never witnessed such a scene, she nearly collapsed in fright on the balcony. Fortunately, Yu Yi reacted swiftly, steadying Su Ranran with one hand while delivering a kick to the vulture with the other. The bird was sent tumbling away, and Yu Yi unfurled his wings to pursue it. His fiery wings were striking against the icy backdrop as he swiftly subdued and killed the vulture beneath the tree. Sinking his teeth into its neck and drinking its blood. Feathers, however, held no fondness for the scent of blood. Yet, there was little choice in the matter. In the realm of divine beasts, all creatures replenish their salt in this manner. With only Su Ranran remaining oblivious, should she witness this scene, she would likely faint from fright. Gripping the fallen eagle, Feathers hurriedly made his way back towards Su Ranran. After much effort, she managed to calm her tumultuous emotions. But upon seeing the eagle in Feathers' grasp, fear washed over her once more. Noticing her distress, Feathers swiftly placed the eagle upon a branch of another tree before returning to the balcony. Su Ranran approached eagerly. Inspecting Feathers for any injuries, she was puzzled as to why she felt such dread at the thought of Feathers being harmed. When he pursued the eagle, her anxiety rendered her limbs restless. Upon seeing Su Ranran approach, Feathers examined her carefully and, finding no issues, he finally relaxed. He spoke, "Ranran, I am unharmed." There is no need for concern. However, before he could finish, Su Ranran caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood and, overwhelmed, leaned over the balcony to retch, unable to utter a word. Seeing her in such a state, Feathers panicked and rushed to her side. Ranran, what is wrong? Why are you vomiting? His words tumbled out in a flurry of urgency. Su Ranran's retching intensified, leaving Feathers at a loss for what to do. After a spell, she managed to regain some control and uttered, "The smell of blood," before succumbing to another wave of nausea. Understanding her plight, Feathers stepped back, his eyes glistening with tears, yet his gaze remained steadfastly on Su Ranran. Before long, Su Ranran composed herself. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she lifted her gaze to meet Feathers' concerned eyes. Unable to maintain eye contact, she lowered her head. Noticing she was all right, Feathers gently informed her, "I shall go clean up," and without waiting for a response, he soared into the sky. Feathers flew to a nearby patch of thin ice. Crashing through and plunging into the frigid waters, without a second thought, he disregarded the chill of the icy bath. Although the beast possessed a robust constitution, such reckless treatment was unwarranted. As night fell, Feathers felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. Su Ranran, noticing his flushed complexion, sensed he might be running a fever and swiftly placed her hand upon his forehead. "My goodness, you are burning up." Feathers was perplexed as to why Su Ranran pressed her palm against him, yet the coolness of her touch brought him solace, albeit with a tinge of reluctance to move. He had been raised to understand that females were delicate beings, and it was ingrained in him that no beast should ever force a female into action. Su Ranran fetched some water to help reduce his fever through physical means, then discreetly retrieved a pill from her space to feed to Feathers. Unfamiliar with the taste, he felt a wave of nausea rise within him but swallowed it down, knowing it was given by Ranran. Soon after consuming the medicine, Feathers succumbed to sleep. After changing his water several times, Su Ranran noticed his fever had broken. Initially, she feared that the 21st century medicine would be ineffective on beastmen, yet it surprisingly worked wonders, likely due to his robust immunity and the fact that he had never encountered such substances before. Nevertheless, she remained awake until the midnight hour before finally drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, Su Ranran discovered the space beside her was empty, confirming that Feathers was indeed safe. She chose not to rise immediately, instead indulging in a brief nap. Lately, she found herself cherishing sleep, having engaged in little physical activity, resulting in a pleasantly plump visage. Feathers invariably pinched her chubby cheeks. Initially, she protested, but eventually, she surrendered to the enjoyment. This only emboldened Feathers further. When he noticed she remained asleep, he chose not to disturb her, instead gazing silently into the distance. Su Ranran was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of noise. Curiously, she rose to investigate, discovering two fierce creatures vying for the fallen eagle's carcass atop a branch. These creatures, resembling monkeys but not quite, were dubbed simian-like by Su Ranran for simplicity's sake. Their movements bore no resemblance to that of true monkeys. The larger one was about her size, while the smaller resembled a child. They relentlessly attacked and tore at one another, a sight that was somewhat unsettling. However, after her previous encounters, Su Ranran's courage had notably increased. She no longer felt fear, but rather a thrill as she observed the spectacle. Ultimately, it was the smaller of the two that emerged victorious. Thus, several months passed. During this time, they encountered various threats, all of which Feathers deftly thwarted. Watching her belly grow rounder, Su Ranran realized that her time to give birth was drawing near. For the past few days, Feathers had remained close to her side, never straying far. On this particular day, Su Ranran felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, akin to the rupture of amniotic fluid. She endured the agony for a full day and night, culminating in the birth of a baby boy just as she lost consciousness. Having barely glimpsed him, Su Ranran awoke to the sound of her child's cries. Upon seeing the swaddled infant, tears of joy streamed down her face. The intense scent of blood during childbirth had attracted formidable beasts, and Feathers had gone out to confront them. He had yet to return. Anxious for his safety, Su Ranran worried about the harsh, foodless terrain outside. Her baby, finally quieting his cries, joined her in weeping at the sight of her sorrow. Thus, mother and child wept together, oblivious to the world around them. Time passed, and eventually, their cries subsided. Su Ranran fed her child, pondering their future. She had become acutely aware of the dangers in this world, but dared not wander, fearing that Feathers might not find her upon his return. Furthermore, with her newborn, she needed to observe the traditional confinement period, unwilling to risk leaving behind any lingering health issues. Their dwelling was elevated, and as long as there was no scent of blood, few ferocious beasts took notice of her. Su Ranran reinforced the wooden door with a metal one, an object she had forgotten she possessed. For now, they were safe. A month passed, during which the baby only cried at birth, remaining silent thereafter. Su Ranran initially worried that something was amiss, but soon reconciled her concerns with the understanding of the beast's formidable nature. Throughout that month, Feathers did not return. Su Ranran dared not dwell on his absence, fearing the emotions it would evoke. One evening, a large bird flew onto the balcony, startling her awake from a nearby vent. Terrified, she quickly covered her mouth and that of her son, her heart aching for Feathers. Thankfully, the massive bird only paused momentarily before departing. Su Ranran waited an hour before daring to breathe freely again. During her time with Feathers, she had come to appreciate the keen senses of these creatures. However, she soon noticed that since giving birth, her own hearing, vision, and overall senses had sharpened significantly. Particularly, her nails had grown remarkably strong, almost unmanageable. Remarkably, she observed that her son's nails were even more extraordinary. While caring for him, she noted that his nails did not grow, yet while he slept, he often played with them. One day, she was taken aback to see his nails had grown long and sharp. Aware that this was advantageous for survival in this world, she accepted it with grace, even wishing her own nails could possess such strength. Chapter 14. Underwater combat. Su Ranran seldom played with her baby on the balcony, not out of disinterest, but because of the increased presence of ferocious beasts. She discovered that these creatures were particularly frightened by loud roars. Thus, she located a recording of a tiger's roar from a television series and used a speaker to frighten off the nearby predators, allowing her and her child to live in relative peace. Yet, Su Ranran remained cautious, often staying within the treehouse to avoid any unexpected dangers. One day, while playing with her baby on the balcony, a droplet of water fell upon her head. Before she could react, the rain began to pour heavily, prompting her to hurry back to the treehouse with her child. After tidying up, she stepped outside to investigate, only to be astonished by the sight before her. Every tree, towering dozens to hundreds of meters high, was dripping with water. The scene inspired a poetic thought. The waterfall cascades 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way is descending from the heavens. Beside her, the small bundle stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. While he too found it beautiful, his primary desire was simply to play in the water. Regrettably, Mother forbade ice, and it melted completely over the course of 3 days. On the 4th day, under the radiant sunshine, there was no ice left. Su Ranran emerged, cradling her son, and upon glancing down, she discovered the forest had transformed into a tumultuous expanse of water, with surging tides mingling with mud and fallen leaves assaulting the trees. Fortunately, the trees were immense, and thus, they remained largely unaffected. Su Ranran mused that these trees had stood for countless years and had long since acclimated to such weather. Perhaps only those trees capable of withstanding these peculiar conditions could thrive in this land, each one towering majestically. Little did Su Ranran know, however, the dangers that lurked beneath the swirling waters. That night, she was roused by rustling sounds, prompting her to investigate the ventilation hole. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. The balcony was teeming with a swarm of wriggling insects. Overcome with disgust, Su Ranran huddled in a corner, trembling while holding her son. Thankfully, her ventilation hole was secured with a layer of stainless steel mesh, effectively keeping the insects at bay. Yet, fear of insects is ingrained in a woman's nature, especially when faced with such writhing creatures. Su Ranran unconsciously clutched her son tighter, teetering on the brink of panic. She remained motionless, her eyes darting about, scrutinizing the treehouse for any signs of the intruders. Paralyzed with fear, her body rigid, her little one squirmed uncomfortably in her embrace. Distressed by her tight grip, sensing her son's discomfort, she gradually relaxed, hastily gathering items from the treehouse into her space. After meticulously checking for any issues, she sprinkled insect repellent near the tree hole. Producing a spray can, she dispensed the repellent through the ventilation hole. Su Ranran refrained from using insecticides, wishing to avoid the mess of having to clean up afterwards. She merely sought to drive them away. In an instant, the creatures outside fled in a frenzied retreat, likely startled by the unfamiliar substance. Once she observed that the insects had dispersed sufficiently, she shakily removed the ventilation cover and sprayed again, tossing out several packets of repellent before hurriedly resealing the opening. It took her several moments to regain her composure, and when she finally peered outside, she was relieved to find the balcony devoid of insects. Taking out a mirror, she inspected her surroundings, checking every angle, and was comforted to see that the treehouse balcony was indeed free of the pests. Cautiously, she stepped out onto the balcony, conducting a thorough inspection. However, she soon realized that, apart from the balcony, numerous insects still clung to the branches above. Returning inside, she pondered what to use to shield against the onslaught from above, and then sat up, retrieving a sunshade that she had coated in insect repellent and adorned with many packets of repellent. With determination, she set up the shade near the treehouse, applying glue to ensure there were no gaps left unsealed. She then disinfected every inch of the balcony, inside and out, before finally settling her son and carefully observing the situation outside. To her dismay, she noted that the trees were still swarming with insects, though they remained a considerable distance from the balcony. It was evident that the insect repellent was effective. As she peered down, she observed numerous aquatic creatures emerging from the waters, all unfamiliar to her, and larger than any she had seen in the 21st century. Among them, she spotted a beast resembling a shark and another akin to a crocodile engaged in a fierce struggle. The other creatures in the water kept their distance, wary of becoming collateral damage. Suddenly, the shark lashed its tail against the crocodile, sending it flying several meters away. However, in a last-ditch effort, the crocodile twisted around and bit a chunk from the shark's tail. In an instant, the water turned crimson, the smell of blood attracting even more ferocious beasts, which became increasingly savage in response to the scent. Including the crocodile, the river's inhabitants converged, intent on a feast. Within mere seconds, the shark was devoured entirely. Such scenes unfolded relentlessly beneath the surface. Su Ranran was once again struck by the brutality of this world, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. The strong preying upon the weak, vividly illustrated before her. Thus, Su Ranran remained captivated for an entire afternoon, only returning to the shelter when her son grew hungry. She recognized the necessity for change. Having arrived in this place, she must adapt to its rules and cultivate resilience. Chapter 15. Little Treasure time flew swiftly, as did the waters of the river, rising and falling in a constant ebb. Her son had reached the age of 6 months, and his presence filled Su Ranran with a sense of appreciation for the fleeting moments, rather than sorrow. Having witnessed the horrors of violence, her perspective shifted significantly, and she cherished her life all the more. She envisioned a day when the earth would return to tranquility, and she would seek out Yu, who had spoken of his tribe. A place filled with his kin and everything that defined him. If he were still alive, Su Ranran believed he would be there, and she trusted that, if he had not sought her out, there must be a compelling reason behind it. She, too, needed to coexist with others, to find warmth and companionship. Little Treasure was growing at an extraordinary rate, and by the age of 5 months, he could already stand. Su Ranran often regaled him with stories from the 21st century, and he would listen intently, tilting his little head, not quite understanding but responding with delightful babbling. Su Ranran found his adorableness irresistible and would often shower him with kisses, much to his chagrin, as he would regard her with an expression of disdain. Yet, she remained undeterred, sharing laughter with him. Before long, Su Ranran beheld the tender buds sprouting on the branches, her heart swelling with joy. For she recognized it as a sign of renewal, the arrival of spring. Little Treasure wobbled over to her, clutching a lollipop, and exclaimed, "Mother, I want to eat candy. Mother, please help me open it." His speech was still somewhat clumsy, but he was capable of unwrapping it himself, his dexterous little fingers agile enough to do so. Whenever Su Ranran was asleep, he would stealthily climb trees, and she, lost in slumber like a log, remained oblivious. However, Little Treasure was clever, always cautious not to alert her. He feared that if Mother discovered his adventures, she would deny him, for she loved him dearly and worried about his safety, yet he relished playing among the branches. Moreover, he had made a little friend while climbing trees. Since his birth, he had only known his mother, who was wonderful, yet he yearned to play with kittens as well. He felt a touch of greediness for wanting both. When it came to candy, he often sought his mother's permission. He recalled a time when he had snuck a piece and devoured it, only for her to hide the sweets for an entire week, even denying him the one she had previously saved. Little Treasure didn't desire that. He enjoyed stashing his candies away, relishing the sight of his collection, which brought him immense joy, even if he didn't indulge. The little cat also had a fondness for sweets, and he would share his treats, earning its companionship in return. Consequently, he dreaded the thought of Su Ranran taking away his precious stash, which he had gathered over time. Unwilling to consume them just yet, as he wanted to save some for the cat. Cleverly, he took the opportunity to playfully charm his mother, hoping she would grant him a little more candy. Su Ranran, possessing a strong sense of principle and aware of Little Treasure's penchant for collecting, would occasionally indulge him with an extra sweet when her mood was light, though she remained steadfast in her resolve. Routinely monitoring his candy consumption, as long as she knew he was responsible, she allowed him some leeway, unwilling to spoil him. Thus, Little Treasure learned the art of charm and appeal without any formal instruction. After all, who could resist such an adorable and intelligent child? Su Ranran planned to set off southward once Little Treasure could walk steadily, as Yui had previously informed her that traveling south from their current location would lead her to his tribe. While she felt a twinge of concern for her son, who was still so young, her desire to find him was overwhelming. Su Ranran firmly believed that with the aid of her space, she could succeed, and moreover, her son needed guidance on how to survive in this world. He couldn't remain by her side indefinitely. Little Treasure lacked the means to navigate life independently, and he needed to learn the skills required to integrate into this realm. And so, when Little Treasure turned 6 months old and began to walk steadily, Su Ranran felt it was time to embark on their journey. Chapter 16. Journey to the Wing Tribe. The forest loomed with towering trees, their newly sprouted leaves unable to shield them from the sun's rays, which cascaded down upon Su Ranran and Little Treasure. The ground was carpeted with flowers and grasses, while thorns grew haphazardly. Lacking any discernible order, with determination, Su Ranran forged ahead, wielding a knife to clear the path, cutting through the foliage to carve a route for them. Little Treasure, tethered to her side, trailed behind as she led the way. Before long, he became fatigued and plopped down onto the ground, looking up at Su Ranran with an endearing expression. Mother, are you tired? If you are, you can sit down just like Little Treasure and take a rest. Okay, please? Su Ranran looked at him helplessly, acknowledging the difficulty of his situation. Such a small child, placed in the 21st century, was likely still in kindergarten. Fortunately, Xiao Bao possessed a remarkably robust constitution, comparable to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl of this era. Thus, Su Ranran felt reassured in bringing him along. As she sat down beside him, she casually retrieved some food to replenish their energy. While nourishing Xiao Bao, she also contemplated their route, deep in thought. She failed to notice a shadow darting past 10 meters away. However, Xiao Bao was keenly aware, his gaze locking onto a bush like a wild beast, his hands instantly shifting into a battle-ready stance. Yet, before long, he relaxed, beaming with delight as a small kitten bounded towards him. Noticing the commotion, Su Ranran instinctively positioned herself to shield Xiao Bao with her body. Fortunately, the kitten halted just in time. And as Su Ranran was about to brandish a knife against it, Xiao Bao urgently intervened, exclaiming, "Mother, please don't. This is just a kitten. I often play with it. It's very friendly and won't harm me." He stood protectively in front of the kitten, which he had named. The kitten was utterly adorable, with a coat as white as snow, a head resembling that of a fluffy ragdoll cat, a round, pudgy body, short legs, and 9 tails, each adorned with a tuft of purple fur. Its fur was impeccably clean and smooth, evoking an irresistible urge to pet it. Xiao Bao cradled the kitten and presented it to Su Ranran. Surprised, she realized that despite always being by Xiao Bao's side, she had never noticed when he had ventured out. Unable to contain her curiosity, she began to inquire. Xiao Bao sensed the gravity of the situation but could only confess honestly. Su Ranran was exasperated, angry at Xiao Bao for not communicating with her and frustrated with herself for not noticing. Overwhelmed with concern and fear for Xiao Bao's safety, she scolded him. "How could you do this to me?" Since giving birth to Xiao Bao, he had become her entire world. How could she not worry? With a firm pat on Xiao Bao's backside, she expressed her disappointment. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state, and he understood the magnitude of his misstep. Tears welled up in his eyes as he dared not meet her gaze. Acknowledging her own misbehavior, Su Ranran collected herself and gently spoke to Xiao Bao. My dear, you must communicate your intentions with me. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? I realize now that I did not communicate properly with you before, which made you hesitant to confide in me. But you must know, it is not your fault. You were merely trying to protect me from worry. As she spoke, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Ranran understood that this world was not the one she once knew. She could not indulge Xiao Bao. He needed to develop resilience and grow, just as she did. Thus, their small team was joined by a little creature, the three of them advancing together. The kitten was particularly fond of Su Ranran, often nuzzling against her. However, it soon became apparent that the kitten was quite the glutton, drawn to Su Ranran by the prospect of delicious treats. Xiao Bao found this amusing but couldn't let himself feel jealous of a mere cat. Previously, he believed the kitten favored him. Upon reflection, he realized it was likely only attracted to the lollipop in his hand. The kitten, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. It soon discovered that while the lollipop was delightful, the various delicacies this woman offered were even more delectable, with an array of flavors available each day. This slightly dark morsel is incredibly fragrant. It has a hint of spice and a delightful tingle. Oh, how blissful! With the kitten's presence, Xiao Bao became noticeably livelier. Su Ranran had not realized this before, and now felt a pang of guilt for not providing a more enriching environment for Xiao Bao, which had led him to grow up too fast. Thus, she welcomed the kitten's companionship for her son. As they continued on their journey, they stumbled upon an orchard, reminiscent of grapes from her previous world, only significantly larger. The ground bore numerous signs of birds having feasted, so Su Ranran felt assured they could indulge. Though her space contained some fruit, it was limited, and she usually rationed it carefully. Encountering this bounty, she was determined not to let it go to waste. She instructed Xiao Bao and the kitten to help gather oranges while she retrieved a sturdy iron tool from her space, intending to uproot some for storage. The orchard echoed with laughter, a scene of maternal affection and filial piety. Just then, a disturbance caught their attention as a leopard emerged gracefully from the underbrush. Its gaze fixated intently on Su Ranran. Instinctively alert, she called out to Xiao Bao, "Climb the tree, quickly!" Before she could finish her sentence, they swiftly ascended. The grapevines provided ample cover, and this particular orchard consisted mainly of a few grape trees. Xiao Bao, Su Ranran, and the kitten huddled together. Below, the leopard remained calm, as if playfully toying with them. In the next moment, the leopard leaped onto the tree with astonishing agility. Su Ranran was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 17. Xiao Bao vs. Leopard. Unbeknownst to Su Ranran, Xiao Bao had entered a combat stance behind her. She understood that retreat was not an option. She must not show fear. Her eyes locked fiercely onto the leopard as they faced off for 10 long minutes. Internally, Su Ranran was frantic, yet she dared not reveal her anxiety. She was so tense that her legs felt frozen. Remaining conscious was a feat in itself. Suddenly, the leopard let out a roar that nearly caused her to lose her grip and tumble from the tree. With renewed ferocity, the leopard lunged at her. In a flash, Su Ranran drew a knife from her space. The swift and unexpected action caught the leopard off guard, rendering it unable to evade the blade as it struck its eye, eliciting a horrifying screech that echoed through the forest. What the leopard had not anticipated was the small figure seizing the moment to attack in its vulnerable state. Seeing his mother spring into action, Xiao Bao sprang into action himself, leaping onto the leopard's back and delivering a punch to its head, followed by a kick, before deftly returning to Su Ranran's side, using the branches of the grapevine to swing away. The kitten trailing closely behind, Su Ranran's heart raced. She had not expected Xiao Bao to be so bold. By the time she processed what had happened, they were already airborne. The leopard, its head ringing with pain and fury, pursued them with reckless abandon. Realizing escape was futile, they prepared to confront their foe directly. The two quickly devised a strategy. Su Ranran utilized her space to launch projectiles, while Xiao Bao seized the opportunity to strike the leopard. However, her space did not contain an abundance of knives, leaving her with only a few. She resorted to using grapes as a distraction, launching hundreds of them. The leopard, believing the grapes to be formidable, evaded them but soon discovered they posed no real threat, though its instincts compelled it to dodge. Following the grape barrage, Su Ranran launched a knife, causing the leopard to retaliate with even more fury. Fixating solely on her, Xiao Bao, having observed the leopard's unwavering focus on Su Ranran, seized his chance. Gripping a chillingly sharp knife, he descended upon the beast. As the leopard attempted to evade him, Xiao Bao swiftly pivoted. His feet finding purchase on a branch, the leopard collided with the branch, but its bulk proved less agile than Xiao Bao's. In a decisive move, Xiao Bao plunged the knife into the leopard's abdomen. Following through with the momentum, cleaving it from neck to belly. In its final moments, the leopard, though doomed, retaliated by delivering a powerful kick to Xiao Bao's stomach, sending him crashing against the branch, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell. Panic-stricken, Su Ranran leaped into the air, catching her son just in time. Before she could even check, a more ferocious roar echoed from afar. Su Ranran turned her head, her hair almost ready to be tied up. It turned out that this leopard, which was as large as the ones from her previous world, was merely a small one. The leopard behind it was a staggering 4 to 5 times larger than the little one. No longer hesitating, Su Ranran clutched the small treasure and dashed away without looking back. However, how could the frail Su Ranran possibly outrun a leopard? As she saw the pursuing beast closing in, she inadvertently tumbled down a slope, rolling towards the precipice. Instinctively, Su Ranran held the small treasure tightly, losing consciousness in the process. The little cat, witnessing their fall, followed suit down the cliff but descended cautiously. Hopping down the edge bit by bit, upon reaching the edge, the leopard, upon seeing them fall, let out a reluctant roar that reverberated through the forest, startling the birds in the trees and sending the creatures on the ground fleeing in terror. Fearing they might be caught in the commotion, Chapter 18. Mother and child hanging from the treetops beneath the cliff lay in unfathomable depth. A grand tree, sprouting from a cave, extended its limbs toward the precipice. A long branch swayed gracefully in the wind, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Yet this aesthetic was marred by the sight of the mother and child hanging precariously from its tips. It was indeed Su Ranran and the small treasure. Both unconscious and unaware that a moment's lapse in attention could lead to their further descent. The little cat had now joined them, climbing to Su Ranran's side and the small treasures. Incessantly licking Su Ranran's small face, then moving on to the small treasure, nearly frantic with worry, but neither Su Ranran nor the small treasure showed any signs of awakening. Fearing they might continue to fall, the little cat utilized the nearby vines to secure them to the branch. This task proved arduous for the little cat. With its mouth grasping the vine, it carefully wounded around Su Ranran and the small treasure until only their heads remained exposed. Yet, lacking hands, the little cat could only look helplessly at its paws, biting the vine as it wrapped it around the tree branches, then laboriously made its way back to the tree hollow. Gazing expectantly, its heart fervently praying for Su Ranran and the small treasure to awaken. Suddenly, the sky darkened, the cold wind howled through the air, and the branches creaked ominously, swaying violently as if they could not bear the weight of the two. At that moment, Su Ranran furrowed her brows but did not awaken. The little cat, gripping the vine tightly, dared not slacken its hold. Soon, the rain began to pour, droplets striking Su Ranran's face, finally rousing her from her stupor. Upon surveying her surroundings, Su Ranran felt an urge to curse the heavens. She pondered the purpose of her being thrust into this world, lamenting that while others thrived in their new lives, she had never encountered such suffering. It seemed the heavens had too much idle time, seeking to torment her for no reason. Su Ranran merely contemplated these thoughts internally. The swaying branches resembled a swing, yet she dared not risk climbing back into the cave. Glancing at her son, she could not help but act. Retrieving her last knife from her space, she severed several vines and tightly bound her son to herself with a few ropes. Attempting to swing the other end toward the cave, however, the fierce wind thwarted her efforts, and after several tries, she had to concede defeat, instead opting to secure the vines to herself, as the little cat continued to bite down on them. Having accomplished this, Su Ranran clung tightly to the branch, inching her way toward the cave with the slow, deliberate speed of a tortoise. As she attempted to climb back, the wind persisted, coupled with the rain, causing Su Ranran to slip and be thrown off balance. Fortunately, she was secured by the vines around her waist. The little cat, nearly overwhelmed by the weight, too, was dragged to the edge of the cliff. Yet it refused to give up, biting down with such tenacity that blood welled at the corners of its mouth. Su Ranran was tossed about like a rag doll by the wind, her heart racing in desperation as her son remained unconscious. Realizing the dire situation, she gritted her teeth, aware that her strength was insufficient to climb higher. Aiming for a branch below, she leveraged the wind to reach it, releasing the vine just as she grasped the branch. Instantly, her feet swung perilously close to the edge of the cliff, a jolt of pain escaping her lips. Ignoring the pain, her sole focus was to bring her son to safety within the cave. Bit by bit, she maneuvered her way back into the cave. The little cat hurried ahead, quietly waiting, its eyes fixed anxiously on the small treasure. Su Ranran, disregarding everything else, hurriedly placed the small treasure down and extracted a multitude of diagnostic instruments from her space. After a thorough examination, she discovered that the small treasure was unharmed. She then fetched a bed, treated the external wounds, changed the small treasure's clothes, and nestled him onto the bed for an drip. Although the small treasure showed no significant injuries, he remained unresponsive, leaving Su Ranran perplexed and apprehensive. Once she had tended to the small treasure, she noticed the little cat silently guarding nearby. Embracing it gently, she caressed its fur, only then realizing the injury at the corner of its mouth, causing her heart to ache. She retrieved her medical kit and treated the little cat's wound, relieved that it was not severe. Subsequently, she produced a mountain of delectable treats from her space. Indeed, a veritable feast, enough to fill a bed. The little cat lay amidst the bounty of snacks, bubbling with joy. Su Ranran felt immense gratitude toward the little cat. It had quite literally saved their lives. From now on, she vowed to treat the little cat as family. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a throbbing pain from her own leg. After tending to her wound with haste and applying some insect-repellent powder nearby, she instructed the little cat to keep watch and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 19. The small treasure in a coma. Su Ranran awoke after approximately 3 hours, unwilling to linger in sleep, for she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Exhaustion had overtaken her, and upon awakening, she noticed that darkness had settled outside. She hastily retrieved her flashlight, suspending it on a nearby branch to illuminate the area. Beneath the night sky, the cliff emitted a faint, ethereal glow, rendering the scene both unique and mysterious. Gazing at her peacefully slumbering son, noting no signs of distress, Su Ranran felt a mixture of urgency and helplessness. Resigned to remain by his side, after a light meal with the little cat, she cradled it to sleep. The little cat, remarkably perceptive, seemed to understand her words, obediently following her every command. Once the little cat was asleep, Su Ranran found herself peering into the dark depths of the cave, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. A quick glance was all she could muster before retreating towards the entrance, where the rain continued to pour relentlessly, a constant patter against her skin that filled the world with a sense of sorrow. Thoughts of her parents flooded her mind, recalling the affection they had bestowed upon her. It dawned on her that since arriving in this world, she had seldom thought of them. A wave of sadness washed over her. She longed for the familiarity of the 21st century, where her friends, family, and colleagues resided, a world filled with everything she knew. Here, she felt utterly alone. No, she reassured herself, she had the small treasure, the little cat, and the wings of resilience. With that thought, a smile broke through her melancholy. Indeed, she was not alone. Here, she had those who were even closer and more loving than in the 21st century. Rising to her feet, she washed herself with cold water, finally feeling rejuvenated. As the night wore on, the little cat stirred, nudging Su Ranran and tugging at her clothes, guiding her back to bed. Understanding its intent, she obliged, for many tasks awaited her on the morrow. The chirping of birds echoed from the trees. As beams of sunlight filtered into the cave, the morning rays gentle and invigorating. Although the small treasure remained in slumber, Su Ranran felt no despair. As long as he was unharmed, that was all that mattered. As the little cat sought its place beside the small treasure, Su Ranran surveyed the cave. Near the entrance, the space measured a good 10 meters wide, with a height of merely 2 or 3 meters. Venturing further in, the cave narrowed into darkness, leaving her apprehensive to delve deeper. After walking for a distance, she found nothing of note, only a constricting passage. Reluctant to linger, she retreated to the entrance, deciding to wait for the little cat to awaken before exploring further. After all, this mysterious and unfamiliar place held little sense of security. The little cat soon roused, meowing at Su Ranran. Gently, Su Ranran patted its small head and softly instructed, "Little cat, you stay here to guard the small treasure while I check ahead." "Understood." The little kitten nodded obediently and let out a plaintive meow, as if urging Su Ranran to pay heed to her safety and return home early. Amused, Su Ranran gazed at the kitten and remarked, "You little rascal." The kitten, refusing to back down, protested with a couple of sharp cries. As if in defiance, Su Ranran gradually ventured deeper into the cave, and apart from discovering some small animal droppings along the way, she found nothing else, which brought her a sense of reassurance, indicating the absence of any large ferocious beasts and ensuring her safety. Nevertheless, Su Ranran continued to press onward until she reached a point where she had to bend down to pass through, yet still found little of interest. Taking out her flashlight, she shone it into the depths, but it remained an abyss, the cave entrance narrowing further, leaving her uncertain if passage was possible or where it might lead. At that moment, Su Ranran chose not to dwell on such thoughts. As long as she could ascertain that the area was temporarily safe, that was sufficient. She resolved to wait until Xiao Bao woke up before contemplating her next steps. However, upon her return, she retrieved the stones she had collected along the way from her space and sealed the cave entrance securely, thereby ensuring her safety. Thus, they lingered in this cave for an entire month. One day, Su Ranran noticed that Xiao Bao's forehead appeared somewhat flushed, and upon touching it, she sensed something unusual. Concerned that Xiao Bao might be developing something malignant, she hurriedly produced a detector, which confirmed the growth of an unknown entity within him, one that was not familiar to Su Ranran. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered that this was the world of beastmen. Perhaps Xiao Bao was on the verge of developing something akin to wings, just as creatures sprout feathers. Observing that Xiao Bao's complexion was growing increasingly rosy and radiant, and not displaying signs of distress, Su Ranran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Before any growth could manifest, Xiao Bao awoke the following day. Upon awakening, he was enveloped tightly in Su Ranran's embrace, with the kitten joining in shortly thereafter. The three of them shared a warm hug for several minutes before parting, playfully touching each other's heads and faces, erupting into joyous laughter. Chapter 20. Medicinal Herbs. Early in the morning, Su Ranran guided them deeper into the cave. She led the way, with Xiao Bao in the middle and the kitten trailing behind. They slowed their pace only upon reaching a pile of stones, at which point Su Ranran stowed the stones in her space and bent forward, ultimately crawling through. They crawled for over 20 meters, and had it not been for Su Ranran's spatial ability, they surely would have found it impossible to proceed. Many scattered stones were collected by Su Ranran and stored away. Given her petite stature, had an adult man been in her place, he certainly would not have managed to navigate through. As light appeared ahead, Su Ranran cautiously advanced, immediately feeling invigorated and at ease. Before her lay a multitude of herbs, flourishing in clusters, emanating a rich medicinal fragrance. Su Ranran was determined not to overlook such treasures. She scampered over and knelt down to begin her gathering. "Mother, is this herb delicious? Can I help you?" Before Su Ranran could respond, Xiao Bao mimicked her actions and began to collect herbs. Su Ranran felt a pang of exasperation. Why did all the little ones around her seem to be gluttons, one after another, making it difficult to manage? "You mustn't eat this carelessly. It's a medicinal herb, meant for healing and saving lives. See, you must collect it this way without breaking the roots. Mother still needs to plant them. Is that so? Mother, look, is this one I collected good? Oh dear, I accidentally broke a tiny bit. Surely Mother won't notice. Right?" Woo-woo. Su Ranran understood all too well. Children can be quite mischievous, making it hard for them to focus on such tasks. Mother, look at this one. It even blooms. How beautiful. Wow, there are so many over there. I want to gather those. What are you doing over there, little kitten? Wow, you naughty cat, are you stealing food? Mother said you can't eat that. Hurry, spit it out. The two engaged in a delightful scuffle, filled with laughter. Su Ranran spent the entire afternoon gathering herbs, finally completing her task. However, she noticed that the soil seemed to exude a milky fragrance, evoking a desire to taste it. She surmised that the abundance of herbs might be connected to this unique soil. In a fit of zeal, she decided to dig some of the soil and store it in her space as well. After carefully surveying her surroundings and finding nothing else of interest, she realized it was quite late and, Having exhausted herself throughout the day, planned to rest in the cave for the night. She sealed the entrance, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Previously, while residing on the cliff's edge, she had always refrained from making loud noises for fear of attracting trouble. Now, nestled deep within the mountains, she suspected that even the loudest shout would go unnoticed by anyone or any ferocious beast nearby. Thus, she resolved to celebrate this evening, considering the abundance of medicinal herbs she had gathered. Su Ranran expressed her ideas aloud, and as for the celebration, it would undoubtedly involve a hearty feast. Tables, barbecue grills, pots, beverages, fruits, shrimp, tender beef, and crabs. All sorts of delicacies emerged from her space. Wow, wow, wow. What is this, mother? Kitten, look, it's moving sideways. Why does it have so many legs and yet moves so slowly? This is called crab. It's something from Mother S world. And what about this creature with so many legs? Ah, it's clinging to my hand. Oh dear, it feels just like sticky toffee. I can't shake it off. Su Ranran chuckled. That is called octopus. And this? Tender beef. This? Beef meatballs. Su Ranran patiently introduced each item to Xiao Bao, who was filled with wonder, as if he had discovered a new world, bombarding her with questions like an inquisitive child. Meanwhile, the kitten busily munched on nuts and grapes, occasionally chirping in response to Xiao Bao, fully occupied. Previously, Su Ranran had simply pulled ready-made dishes from her space for them to eat, so they had no understanding of these items. This marked Su Ranran's first genuine experience of enjoying hot pot since arriving in this world. Fond of spicy food, just like Xiao Bao, Su Ranran prepared a particularly bold and flavorful dish, using the hot pot base she had purchased in Chongqing. The spiciness of which Xiao Bao had never experienced before. The family settled down together, toasting and feasting, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The kitten felt a tinge of regret. Had it known hot pot would be so delicious, it wouldn't have overindulged earlier. While relishing the hot pot, it extended its tongue, and upon noticing this, Su Ranran quickly poured it a glass of beverage. Xiao Bao too, unable to stop despite the spiciness, kept exclaiming. After finishing their meal, Su Ranran regaled them with tales about the origins of these delicacies. When she spoke of the ocean, Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled with longing as he declared to his mother that he would take her to see the sea one day and gather an abundance of seafood to stockpile for feasting. As they chatted, he gradually dozed off. Chapter 21. Spirit Spring. Early the next morning, as Su Ranran and her companions prepared to depart, the little kitten stubbornly lingered in a corner, seemingly engrossed in consuming something. Upon approaching, Su Ranran discovered the kitten drinking a liquid reminiscent of milk. A flash of inspiration struck Su Ranran. Could the unusual soil be related to this liquid? Su Ranran extracted a testing vial and, upon examination, discovered that this liquid offered immense benefits to humans, brimming with numerous beneficial components, devoid of any side effects, and capable of promoting plant growth and enhancing soil quality. She resolved to name it Lingquan. With a hammer in hand, she struck the adjacent stone wall, eager to ascertain the origin of this Lingquan and whether she could uncover its spring. After hammering away at a thickness akin to a fist, light began to filter through from the opposite side. Astonished, Su Ranran hurriedly peered into the cave, with Xiao Bao mimicking her actions. She instructed Xiao Bao to step aside, raised her hammer, and struck until she created a passage large enough for them to enter. The ground was strewn with treasures, and as Su Ranran closed her eyes to savor the moment, a deep inhalation revealed the fragrant scent of herbs and flowers wafting toward her. Elated, she dashed forward, startling the little bees among the blossoms, which buzzed away in fright. Nearby, a small cat had already dashed off in pursuit of a rabbit. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao busied himself by racing toward the Lingquan beside a fruit tree, where an array of fish, both large and small, frolicked like playful children. Delighted, Xiao Bao removed his little feet and began to catch fish. Su Ranran felt reassured by the absence of danger in this place, allowing them to frolic freely, for no large animals could intrude. Only these vibrant plants and smaller creatures. The Lingquan encircled the entire natural cave, varying in width, while a gentle stream flowed throughout, reminiscent of a fairy serenading a melodic tune. Greedily, Su Ranran yearned to relocate everything here into her space, including those small animals. This was their home. She merely intended to provide them with a different sanctuary. However, she realized it was a monumental task, as not everything could be stored in her space at once. The maximum size she could accommodate was akin to that of a small car. Anything larger was beyond her capacity. Unhurried, Su Ranran planned to reside here for a while. Enchanted by its beauty, free from human and beastly disturbances, akin to the idyllic peach blossom spring depicted by Tao Yuanming. Thus, Su Ranran and her companions settled in. She taught Xiao Bao to read and write, nurturing his intellect as a form of enlightenment. Within her space, she discovered several martial arts manuals. Xiao Bao, being an active child, eagerly anticipated their daily training sessions. She also insisted that he read books until he had exhausted all the volumes in her space. Each day, Xiao Bao drank from the Lingquan, and 6 months later, he sprouted a pair of horns upon his forehead. These horns possessed remarkable hardness, suitable for use in defense. When not in use, they could retract. Yet when needed, they would extend outward, emitting a crackling sound akin to escaping electricity, gathering energy. At present, Xiao Bao could unleash an attack once a day. A year later, Su Ranran planned to depart, having witnessed Xiao Bao's swift growth. Utilizing the medicinal herbs from the natural cave, she crafted numerous pills and poisons. The little cat, having consumed ample Lingquan, had become remarkably intelligent, comprehending their conversations as if it were a person. Miraculously, it had even grown a pair of snowy white wings. Beyond training, reading, and writing, Xiao Bao's greatest delight was riding the little cat as they soared through the air. His most abundant possessions were the pills and poisons. Su Ranran had taught him self-defense skills and provided him with various life-saving items. Su Ranran transferred everything from the natural cave into her space, but as she attempted to move the Lingquan, she fainted before anyone could react. Mother, what is wrong? Mother, wake up, mother, mother. Chapter 22. The Wing tribe Su Ranran remained unconscious for an entire day and night. Awakening to a throbbing headache, after a considerable time, she regained her senses, perplexed as to why she had suddenly fainted. Noticing that Xiao Bao and the others had not eaten for a day and night, Su Ranran intended to retrieve food. However, a sudden shift brought her to an unfamiliar place. Surveying this strange realm, she realized it was none other than her own space. Steadying her mind, she concentrated and swiftly exited the space, only to re-enter and exit repeatedly. Xiao Bao, witnessing his mother's magical antics, rushed to embrace her, while the little cat followed suit and clung to Su Ranran's leg. To their surprise, they were transported directly into her space. The trio played for quite a while before finally emerging. Now equipped with means of protection, Su Ranran felt emboldened. Yet, she still yearned to find him. Apart from seeking him, she was uncertain whom else to pursue. She had not forgotten the man who had always shielded her. Thus, their journey continued southward. After a sporadic journey lasting half a month, Su Ranran finally arrived at the tribe's entrance. Alwu. The tribe's perimeter was under the watchful gaze of beastmen. Upon seeing Su Ranran, a female leading a beastling outside the tribe, they were taken aback. Su Ranran observed that each of them donned merely a hide, their skin dark and robust, towering over 1.80 meters. After a brief appraisal, she averted her gaze and addressed a nearby male beastman. Greetings, I am Su Ranran, and I am here to seek you. Oh, hello little female. I am Lai Chi. What brings you to our chieftain? He is currently out hunting. Little female, you are truly beautiful. Is this your little one? My heavens, he resembles you so closely. Both are so lovely. Lai Chi chattered incessantly. Su Ranran's expression darkened. She had not anticipated encountering a loquacious beastman in this world. Uncertain of how to respond, she watched as Xiao Bao beamed with delight at the praise directed at his mother. Yes, yes, Xiao Bao is just as handsome as mother, and yes, I think so too. Uncle Lai Chi, Su Ranran, unable to endure further, quickly interjected before the two could continue their chatter until dusk. When will he return? Do you know? Realizing his verbosity, Lai Chi sheepishly scratched his head. They won't return until nightfall. Why don't you wait at the chieftain's residence? Would that be acceptable? Lai Chi promptly guided Su Ranran and her companions into the tribe. Most male beastmen were out hunting, leaving behind only the elderly. The weak and females, as Su Ranran and her group entered the tribe, they drew immediate attention, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Wow, this female is so fair. How can her skin be as smooth as a young beastmaness? Is that her little one? So adorable. And what is that fluffy white creature? I want to touch it. Touch it. Look at your hands. They are filthy. The cacophony of discussions crescendoed, each voice clamoring louder than the last. Su Ranran paid them no heed as she pressed forward. At that moment, a tall, wild-looking female approached and unceremoniously blocked Su Ranran's path. Are you here to find you, E? Indeed. May I inquire what your intentions are? Su Ranran replied politely. What do you seek him for? Speak, Nina demanded, her tone quite brusque. Su Ranran merely cast a sidelong glance at her, disinterested in her rudeness. She typically avoided such impolite individuals. If you do not speak, I shall not let you pass. The female obstinately obstructed Su Ranran. Su Ranran found Nina detestable from the first glance. She could not fathom why the tribe regarded her as beautiful in her mind. Nina believed herself to be the most stunning female in the tribe. Step aside. Su Ranran's voice was frosty. Lai Chi, sensing the tension, hurriedly intervened, separating them and guiding Su Ranran past Nina. Nina, cease your unruly behavior. This is a guest of UES. Do not cause trouble. Nina, incensed by Lai Chi's words, was about to protest, but Su Ranran and her companions treated her as if she were invisible. Continuing on their way, fuming, Nina stomped her foot in frustration, shooting a fierce glare at Su Ranran before departing. Lai Chi led Su Ranran toward the chieftain's residence. Chapter 22. Su Ranran wept. The beastmen resided within caves that were stark and empty, devoid of any furnishings. The females were wrapped in animal hides, with little covering their lower bodies, leaving them vulnerable to exposure with every movement. In other respects, Su Ranran had yet to uncover. Truthfully, she felt quite disheartened. Her intention in seeking UE was to forge a long-term life with the tribe's beastmen. She had not anticipated the harsh living conditions. Nonetheless, Su Ranran still wished to stay in this perilous world. Unity was paramount for safety. Although she possessed her space, human interaction remained essential, especially since Xiao Bao was at a formative stage and required guidance on survival in this realm. Moreover, Xiao Bao needed companions. His tendency to engage in conversation with beasts stemmed from a lack of social interaction, and he cherished these rare opportunities to converse. Ula! Roar, roar, roar. A chorus of beastly roars echoed from outside. The hunting party has returned. Su Ranran, filled with excitement, dashed out and, before reaching the doorway, collided forcefully with something. Ouch, my nose! It hurts! Before she could comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, the grip so strong it felt as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Ranran, my dear Ranran, he called tenderly, I missed you so much. Shyly, Su Ranran nuzzled against his chest, her heart brimming with joy at having found him once more. Yue continued to speak fervently, eager to share all the unspoken words. All the longing and worry he had harbored during their time apart, wishing to pour it all out to Su Ranran. She sniffled and wiped her tears. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to cry freely. The once composed Su Ranran transformed into a picture of vulnerability, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls, her sobs growing louder and more desperate. Yue, at a loss, could only watch helplessly as Su Ranran succumbed to her emotions. Little Bao, sensing her distress, pushed Yue aside and wrapped his arms around Su Ranran. Mother, what's wrong? Please don't cry. He pleaded. If you cry, then I will cry too. Ignoring everything else, Su Ranran wept openly, her heartache surfacing after so long. Since her parents had departed, no one had shown her such concern, and though she wished to hold back her tears, she found it impossible, especially with Yue and Little Bao attempting to comfort her. Eventually, exhausted from her emotional release, Su Ranran fell into a deep slumber, having cried away years of pent-up feelings. She slept for an entire day and night, only to be awakened by her hunger. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Little Bao and Yue waiting anxiously at her bedside. As soon as she stirred, Little Bao rushed forward, while Yue, though intent on approaching, hesitated under Little Bao's disapproving glare. Frustrated, Little Bao thought how annoying this man was, for not only did he make Mother cry, but he now sought to invade their space. Though he had once been fond of this uncle who treated Mother well, he now resolved to dislike him for having upset her. Feeling a bit shy, Su Ranran smiled at Yue and asked, Are you hungry? Would you like some fruit? Yue produced a creamy white fruit. Aware that Su Ranran's space held many delectable treats, thus offering her something unique. The fruit emitted a rich aroma and had a crisp texture reminiscent of cucumber with a flavor akin to ice cream. If it were chilled, it would surely taste even better. I love it. Thank you. Yue, she exclaimed, as long as you enjoy it. I will always save some for you, he replied with a goofy smile. Noticing that Mother was ignoring him, Little Bao climbed onto the bed and clung to her. Mother, Mother, I want some fruit too. It smells so good. Chapter 23. Yui is wounded. Yui glanced with concern at Su Ranran in the treehouse and decided to lure the ferocious beasts away. He fought fiercely while maneuvering the battlefield, sustaining injuries to draw the creatures away, ultimately slaying a fierce tiger wolf. Carrying the still bleeding beast, he successfully diverted all the predators. However, the overwhelming scent of blood attracted even more ferocious creatures, igniting a chaotic brawl as more beasts joined the fray. Though Yui was not inclined to linger in battle, he was already wounded and reeked of blood, drawing the attention of several beasts and birds. As the fight transitioned to the skies, Yui, severely injured and exhausted from being overwhelmed, found himself no match for the airborne adversaries. They exchanged blows, but ultimately, Yui suffered multiple deep gashes from their claws. With a final surge of effort, he soared towards the tribe, wary of approaching Su Ranran due to the blood scent, which would surely attract even more savage beasts. The tribe was home to many warriors, and ordinary predators dared not attack it. However, before Yui could reach the tribe, he collapsed onto the icy ground, calling out for his kin before losing consciousness. Upon his return to the tribe, Yui lay incapacitated for an entire winter season. It was not until Nina administered a mystical remedy passed down from her mother, a skilled veterinarian, that he finally regained consciousness. Although Nina was spoiled, her lineage granted her a revered status among the tribe, making her the most sought-after female, indulged by all. Once awake, Yui disregarded all advice and hurried to the treehouse in search of Su Ranran. However, upon arrival, he found it overrun by birds and beasts, with no sign of her. He could only feel that Su Ranran had vanished because of his absence, a notion he refused to accept. He believed in her extraordinary nature and her remarkable abilities, convinced that she was still alive. She had once expressed a desire to explore the tribe and live among them, and now Yui speculated that she might have gone in search of him. Thus, he retraced his steps back to the tribe, scouring every inch for her. On the brink of despair, he never ceased his search, believing that if Su Ranran were alive, she would undoubtedly seek him out. Days turned into weeks, and aside from hunting and sleeping, Yui dedicated his time to finding Su Ranran. Just as hope began to wane, he overheard others in the tribe speaking of a female named Su Ranran waiting for him at his home. Without waiting to hear more, he rushed back. Upon seeing the delicate figure of the enchanting female within his dwelling, it felt as if the entire world had been illuminated, dispelling all shadows of gloom that had previously clouded his heart. All he wished for was to embrace her tightly and never let go. Later, when Su Ranran inquired about his absence, this simpleton merely replied with a hint of indignation, "I went looking for you. But I couldn't find you anywhere," his expression one of innocent grievance, as if written in bold letters. "You abandoned me. Come comfort me." Su Ranran gazed at him, her forehead creased with exasperation. Inwardly thinking, who is this childish man? Someone drag him away. Chapter 24. Exploring the tribe as Su Ranran and Little Bao emerged from the cave, several females approached them. "Hello. I am Su Ranran, and this is my son." "Little Bao," she greeted hastily. "Oh, we recognize you. You are the female who cried upon seeing the leader yesterday. So adorable." Su Ranran felt a rush of embarrassment. "Sisters, could we please not mention that embarrassing moment?" she pleaded, covering her face. "We understand. May we call you Ranran?" one of them asked. "Are you the leader's female?" they inquired with eager curiosity. Unsure of her status, Su Ranran hesitated, feeling she had not fully accepted him yet. "Well, not quite, but you live in the leader's home, right?" "Surely that counts," exclaimed one. "The leader must be too clueless to know how to please a female," said a female named Shio. "Exactly. Ranran is even more beautiful than Nina. Though perhaps a tad shorter," Autumn chimed in, "and she looks so soft and cuddly. Hugging her must be delightful." They continued speculating. Desperate to shift the topic, Su Ranran attempted to interject, but before she could, Yui emerged. The moment the tribe leader appeared, an immediate hush fell over the group, and they hurriedly excused themselves. Yui merely shot them a cold glance, saying nothing as they dispersed. Confused, Su Ranran said nothing either. "Come, let me show you the tribe," she announced, taking hold of Su Ranran's hand. "All right," Su Ranran responded, not declining the offer, feeling a desire to connect with Yue internally rejoiced and cautioned. As long as you remain within the tribe, you will be safe. If any beasts from outside attack, take Little Bao to the square, understood? He reached to ruffle Little Bao's hair, but the boy deftly evaded his touch, leaving Yue to awkwardly stroke a nearby kitten instead. Attempting to mask his embarrassment, the kitten, oblivious to their concerns, curiously explored its surroundings, while Little Bao silently thought, this villain must be trying to steal my mother. Humph. I won't acknowledge him. All right, I understand. You really don't need to worry about me. I am quite capable. Little Bao assured him confidently as she spoke. She raised a small fist and waved it in front of Yue. Observing Su Ranran's proud expression, Yue felt an itch in his heart, almost unable to resist the urge to seize her right then and there. However, Su Ranran had previously mentioned that they should first engage in a romantic relationship before contemplating marriage, and only after tying the knot could they truly be together. She insisted that it was merely a temporary arrangement, a trial of sorts. If they were compatible, then they could marry. Yue, dismissing her convoluted reasoning, was simply elated that Ranran accepted him, even if it meant delaying their union. It seemed she relished it this way, so he decided to indulge her. After all, Ranran was undeniably his. Little Bao and his mother had departed not long ago, and he was already eager to play. The tribe was quite expansive, with warriors guarding the periphery, allowing Su Ranran to feel reassured as she permitted him to roam freely. They arrived at the square, where everyone was distributing roasted meat. Su Ranran, curious about the local cuisine, approached Yue to obtain a portion. However, disappointment washed over her as she discovered it was simply a piece of overcooked meat, charred on the outside yet undercooked within, devoid of any flavor, merely dry and roasted. Taking a bite, she found it impossible to chew, feeling quite embarrassed. After another attempt, she still struggled to bite through it and looked at Yue with an innocent expression. Yue, feeling awkward himself, having tasted the delicacies from Su Ranran's homeland and knowing there was no comparison to be made, felt a wave of despair. Yet, upon seeing her helplessly innocent face, he found her irresistibly adorable and could no longer hold back. He leaned in and planted a kiss on her lips. Su Ranran's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Ignoring her flustered state, Yue embraced her, taking the roasted meat from her hands to eat. With no other choice, Su Ranran retrieved some food from her space and began to eat as well. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of sinister eyes were fixated on her from behind, seething with malice. Wishing to pierce her through. Chapter 25. Roasted meat. Su Ranran felt a twinge of sympathy for the beasts of this realm, pondering what they subsisted on day after day. Little Bao and the kitten returned with expressions of utter dejection. Upon seeing everyone lining up for food, they assumed it must be something delightful and joined the queue. However, upon holding the dry roasted meat in their hands, Little Bao mistakenly believed it to be akin to jerky. After a disappointing bite, he took another, only to be disheartened once more. Had it not been for Su Ranran's earnest teachings and the sight of a group of beasts eyeing them hungrily, he would have found it unbearable to eat. Seeing Little Bao take a bite, the kitten, clutching a smaller piece, wore a similarly constipated expression as it finished its portion. After their meager meal, they hurried back to find their mother, thinking of her as a treasure to be cherished, longing for the delicacies she provided. The sight of their mother's treats made their mouths water, and in a burst of excitement, the kitten took off, leaving Little Bao behind. Ah, stinky cat, wicked cat, how dare you leave me behind? Wait for me, Little Bao shouted in exasperation as he chased after it. Early on, Yue had ventured out to hunt, while the females of the tribe ascended the mountains to gather fruits. Initially, Yue had reservations about letting Su Ranran join, as he worried for her well-being and wished to spare her the toil. Nevertheless, Su Ranran insisted on not being treated as special. She wanted to integrate into this world. Although the flora and fauna here differed from her original world, through her observations over the past few days, she realized they were not so dissimilar, the most significant change being their size. Thus, she sought to gather more food, having inquired about their typical diet after witnessing their meager offerings the previous night. What do you usually eat? She asked Yue. Just roasted meat, he replied. Just roasted meat? She echoed incredulously. Is that all? What about fruits? There are some fruits, but they are mainly consumed by the females. Is that it? Indeed. Just that. Su Ranran was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she looked at Yue. He nodded earnestly. All right then, she conceded, feeling a pang of sympathy for them. How pitiful, Little Bao remarked, while the kitten nodded in agreement, all three wearing expressions of pity as they regarded Yue wide-eyed. Yue felt awkward. He certainly did not wish for such circumstances. He devoured the items from Su Ranran's space with fervor, explaining, currently, it is the season of harvest, the time when food is most abundant. The beastmen can eat their fill, and having fruits is the happiest time for them. However, during the cold season, hunting becomes nearly impossible, leading to food shortages and the bitter cold. Many young and elderly beastmen perish from starvation during each cold season. Some elder beastmen refuse to consume food from the tribe during such times and ultimately starve to death. In some tribes, the desperation leads them to cannibalism. Furthermore, when the ice sets in, starving wild beasts attack the tribes. And many smaller tribes cannot withstand the onslaught, becoming prey themselves. In the direst situations, tribes may even resort to attacking others for food, and some beasts, in their struggle for survival, resort to consuming the corpses of their own kind. Yue's voice grew quieter as he spoke, eventually falling into a heavy silence, the weight of his words hanging in the air, and thus the entire divine beast continent endured such hardships. Su Ranran remained silent, as did Little Bao, both lost in their thoughts, contemplating the gravity of their situation. From that moment onward, Su Ranran, Little Bao, and the kitten no longer held disdain for roasted meat. Cherishing the items from Su Ranran's space all the more, Su Ranran embraced Little Bao and the kitten, her heart resolutely determined to leverage her modern knowledge to unearth more food sources, ensuring a better life for the tribe. Little Bao, recalling the books in his mother's space and the knowledge they contained, vowed to utilize that wisdom to aid everyone in the future. Chapter 26. Gathering Fruits. Conflict. The next day, at the break of dawn, the sun peeked over the horizon, revealing a small portion of its head. Su Ranran was roused from her slumber, her eyes still bleary with sleep. Good morning, Ranran, came the cheerful voice. Still half asleep, Su Ranran responded groggily, good morning. She attempted to turn over and continue her sleep. Ranran, didn't you say you would join us to gather fruits on the mountain? If you don't get up soon, we'll be leaving without you. Finally, Su Ranran opened her eyes and shook her head, instantly alert. All right, just wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Without further ado, she hurriedly washed up and soon met up with Chio at the square. Where is Nina? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The matron in charge of the gathering team said with displeasure. She's always the slowest, making us wait so long. Other females in the group also voiced their complaints. After a few minutes, Nina finally made her appearance, her hair styled into a small braid adorned with several tiny red flowers, with traces of floral makeup visible on her lips. In no wonder, she was deemed the tribe's most beautiful woman. A glance at the other females with their disheveled hair made it clear why she held that title. However, Su Ranran merely glanced at her before turning away, uninterested. The matron shot a disapproving look but chose not to comment further, instead addressing the group. Let us set off. With the cold season approaching, numerous fruits would ripen, and these females would gather them daily to better endure the harsh winter. Regardless of age or gender, everyone remained in a state of readiness, not for battle, but to collect sustenance. Young beastmen would venture out to hunt, while the elderly and those with disabilities processed the game within the tribe. The females would tirelessly forage for fruits on the nearby hills, pausing for not a moment. From this day forth, they would begin to stockpile food for the impending cold season. As the sun rose high in the sky, Su Ranran felt as though she might succumb to the heat if they continued on. Yet seeing no signs of them stopping, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Ranran, keep going. We're only a few minutes away, Chio encouraged, having been sent by Yue to look after her, sticking by Su Ranran's side the entire way. Although Su Ranran had been in this foreign world for some time, her physical stamina paled in comparison to that of the natives. Aside from her prowess in climbing trees, she found herself lacking in other areas. I'm fine, she replied, though Chio supported her as they reached their destination, at which point Su Ranran plopped down onto the grass. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Chio, aren't you tired? Not at all. We come out here often, so we've grown accustomed to it. Ranran, you must be from a large tribe, right? Only the females from larger tribes have it easy when gathering fruits. Su Ranran chose not to answer that question, instead suggesting, let us start picking fruits. Where should we begin? She deliberately redirected the conversation. Before Chiyo could respond, a voice interjected, "Humph. Pathetic. Can't even handle this little distance. No wonder you are not US mate. He must find you lacking, so small and diminutive. You'd probably perish before long." Nina sneered. Su Ranran felt a laugh bubbling within her, finding the situation absurd. Truly, a hideous person, so fond of causing trouble. She retorted, not even glancing at Nina as she strode toward a nearby fruit tree. You're the ugly one, a scrawny, small, and hideous freak," Nina shouted, attempting to stride forward and grab Su Ranran, but was promptly blocked by Chiyo. Chiyo also harbored disdain for this female, who perpetually flaunted her status as the tribe's most beautiful, acting spoiled and willful. Without hesitation, she echoed Su Ranran's words, albeit with a slight modification. "Indeed, ugly beast, most prone to causing trouble with that." She stuck out her tongue playfully, making a silly face as she provocatively stared at Nina, as if daring her to retaliate. "Ugly creature." The onlookers nearby burst into laughter. Nina, infuriated, raised her hand as if to strike Chiyo, but before she could bring it down, she was stopped by the matron in charge of the harvesting team. "It is time for gathering. If you do not cherish this moment and collect as much fruit as possible, do you wish to starve during the cold season?" she admonished. The group dispersed reluctantly, each seeking food. Nina shot a fierce glare at Su Ranran and Chiyo before turning away. Chiyo, that wretched person, would never have dared to treat her this way in the past. It must have been that ugly creature who encouraged her behavior. She vowed not to let them have it easy. Chapter 27. The basket. During each gathering, 2 brave warriors accompanied them, one to ensure their safety, and the other could fly. The orc warrior soared to the treetops, shaking the branches furiously until the ripe fruits fell, then proceeded to the second and third trees, shaking them until all the fruits in the area had been dislodged. Meanwhile, the females collected the good fruits that could be preserved longer. They did not carry much food, as even the fruits that had just fallen, though slightly damaged, were still edible. The fruit trees were not as tall as others, and with the leaves falling, the ground was covered with a thick carpet of foliage. There were still plenty of good fruits. They piled the harvested fruits and filled them into beast-skin bags, allowing the tribal warriors to take turns carrying them back while the females continued to gather until all the fruits were collected. The warriors did not stop. 2 orcs took turns transporting the goods. Su Ranran, witnessing the many fruits below about to endure a second onslaught, quietly shifted her gaze. Noticing an abundance of vines nearby, she was suddenly reminded of a trip to Yunnan, where an elderly man was weaving and selling handmade crafts at a stall. The array of exquisite woven art captivated her, and she had even paid a fee to learn for a morning, crafting a rather unremarkable blue basket. She pondered whether she could try weaving with these vines. Pulling Chiyo along, she rushed over to tug at the vines. Chiyo, unsure of Su Ranran's intentions, allowed herself to be led. "Chiyo, could you help me pull down these vines?" "Sure. You take the top, and I'll handle the bottom. On 3, we pull together. 1, 2, 3. With a rustling sound, a long vine was dislodged, and they managed to pull down 4 or 5 in total. The commotion attracted the attention of others who had been resting and chatting, and they came over to see what was happening. "Ranran, what are you up to?" asked a 30-year-old female. "Oh, I plan to weave a basket to hold the fruits," she replied. "What a pointless endeavor, wasting time. With that energy, you could gather more fruit instead," Nina scoffed. Su Ranran did not deign to respond, completely ignoring her. Nina, incensed by Su Ranran's indifference, huffed and returned to rest. The others lost interest, except for a frail young female who watched curiously from the sidelines. Su Ranran paid them no mind, focusing on her task. Quality items can only be appreciated once completed. If others find them admirable, there is no need for further words, she thought. While her nails lacked the enchantment of her son's, they proved quite useful. She simply used them to cut through the vines. "Chiyo, please arrange them neatly for me." "All right, is it like this?" "Yes, exactly. So clever. Now, could you lift that vine for me?" Yes, that one." Since Su Ranran aimed to create a larger basket, she required assistance from Chiyo. "Chiyo, please cross those 2 branches at the bottom of the basket." "Okay, is it like this?" "Yes, that's right. Support it for me." Before long, Su Ranran had completed the base of the basket. "Chiyo, doesn't this part seem too soft?" "It does. It sinks in easily." "Then go find a few sturdy branches." After spending over an hour, they finally fashioned a basket. At this moment, the matron approached, calling for Su Ranran and the others to set off for their next destination. However, upon seeing the basket, she gazed at Su Ranran in surprise. Ranran, did you really make this? Yes, it was just me and Chio here making it. Ranran, you are truly clever to create something like this. Su Ranran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. May I pick it up to have a look? Of course. Having led the team for so long, the matron recognized the basket's ingenuity. If every female possessed such a basket, how much fruit could they carry back each day? This way, they could have more to eat during the cold season. However, as Su Ranran observed the matron handling it, she felt it might not be very convenient. Given the basket's size, it would surely be cumbersome to carry. Quickly, she conveyed her thoughts to the matron, who did not see the inconvenience but inquired, Ranran, do you have any ideas for improvement? Su Ranran then took some vines and wove a braid, threading it through the basket and tying a knot inside. She demonstrated how to carry the basket on her back. The matron excitedly grasped Su Ranran's small hand. Ranran, could you share this with the tribe? She asked cautiously. Of course. Su Ranran was not stingy. The moment she decided to stay, she resolved to do her utmost to improve life for the tribe. Let this be the beginning. 2 hours later, everyone had a peculiar basket strapped to their backs. After all, many were crafting for the first time, and as long as it worked, it was sufficient. Yet, one small and frail female had unexpectedly crafted a basket even more neatly than hers. With their basket secured, they set off for the next destination. Chapter 28. The powder fruit. In this area, the fruit trees hung quite high, approximately 10 meters. Ranran, look, that's the powder fruit, Chio pointed out. However, this powder fruit can only be eaten when cooked, which is somewhat troublesome, but it can be preserved for a long time. We eat this throughout the cold season, she added proudly, glancing at Su Ranran. Let us hurry. The tribal warriors will knock them down, and we should avoid getting hit by them. After about half an hour, once the white powder had settled, Chio pulled Su Ranran over. Ranran, look, its shell is so hard that we females can't even open it. Su Ranran observed the powder fruit, which resembled a coconut, and was surprised to find it filled with grain-like contents, likely high in starch, suitable for grinding into flour. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve as a meal. As she gazed at the baskets overflowing with powder fruit, and then at her own, which was barely half full and difficult to carry, she felt deeply embarrassed. Ranran, could you add a few more here? I can manage it, Chio encouraged. Come on, she exclaimed, adding several more until they could fit no more. After spending over an hour weaving their baskets, the hunting team returned, unable to find their females, and thus came to search for them. The orcs hurriedly took their females' baskets, and when Yui saw Su Ranran carrying such a heavy load, he felt a pang of concern. Ignoring Su Ranran's protests, he swept her up and carried her down the mountain. Wow, the chieftain is magnificent. Ha. Some tribal members even whistled. Su Ranran, covering her face in embarrassment while in Yuyi's arms, felt too shy to face anyone. Little Bao, seeing his mother being carried back, rushed over, fearing something was amiss. Mother, what happened? I'm fine. Su Ranran quickly jumped down from Yuyi's embrace. Little Bao inspected her thoroughly from head to toe, and only after confirming she was unhurt did he relax and begin recounting the day's events. Mother, today, Uncle Yechi saw me practicing martial arts, and he said he would teach me. Did you agree? Not yet. I still want to challenge Uncle Yechi. Little Bao raised his small fist, brimming with confidence. You're quite the little warrior. Su Ranran chuckled, tapping his forehead. Just be careful. If you get knocked down, just come back to your mother and cry. Little Bao won't cry. Even if I get knocked down, I'll just keep practicing, and I'll find Uncle Yechi to spar again tomorrow. If that doesn't work, then the day after, because I will defeat him one day. Haha, you're so adorable, my little violent one. Oh, I'm not violent at all. Yui watched Little Bao snuggle into Su Ranran's arms. Feeling a mix of envy and longing now, he could only hold her hand and steal kisses, while Little Bao could dive in for a cozy embrace. He found himself regretting agreeing to court Su Ranran. Wouldn't it have been better to just become mates? Every time they returned from a hunt, Little Bao clung to his mother, leaving him with no opportunity. No, I must have a talk with Liechi tomorrow. Yes, I should arrange for him to handle the tribe's safety every day. It was decided not to arrange for him to go hunting. Thus, without haste, Su Ranran allowed Little Bao to pester his mother while she stepped outside to prepare some food. The supplies within Su Ranran's space were limited, and his appetite was quite large, relying primarily on roasted meat for sustenance, supplemented by occasional snacks. Although Su Ranran wished to invite him to share a meal, it was certainly abnormal to take food from the tribe, as she did not want to draw attention to herself. She had already called out to Yui numerous times, but he was unwilling, leaving Su Ranran with no choice. Contemplating the need to gather more food to improve the tribe's provisions, Su Ranran, having tired herself throughout the day, soon succumbed to sleep. Before drifting off, she pondered how to enhance the living conditions of the tribe. Clothes, food, shelter, and transportation. It was best to prioritize finding more food and address other matters after the cold season. Everything else could be dealt with when spring arrived next year. As her thoughts swirled in a haze, she fell into a drowsy slumber. In her dreams, she encountered her parents, who seemed to be calling out to her. Come, come, Ranran. We are here. If you come, you will see us. Chapter 29. Discovering sweet potatoes early in the morning. Su Ranran rose and prepared an elaborate breakfast for the entire family, placing it in a corner. Before Chio could enter, she stepped outside. Su Ranran was not being stingy by withholding food from Chio. Rather, the origins of those provisions were difficult to explain. However, every time she ascended the mountain, she had previously arranged to bring water, which she had infused with a significant amount of spiritual spring water. Chio discovered that the water she brought was particularly refreshing and did not refuse it. Ranran, you have arrived. The elder greeted Su Ranran warmly. Indeed, good morning, elder, she replied cheerfully. Splendid, truly a remarkable female. Hee, elder, is everyone gathered? Ready, just wait a couple of minutes more before we set off. Today's destination remains the fruit grove. Previously, gathering the fruit took an entire month, but ever since Su Ranran devised baskets for everyone, over 30 females can make the round trip twice in a single day. Within just a few days, they can collect what used to take a month. The remaining time can then be spent searching for other fruits. This year's cold season should not result in beasts starving, right? The elder thought with satisfaction. Ranran, what are you looking at? Just checking to see if there are other edible items. There's nothing here. We pass by this spot every day. If there were anything, we would have picked it clean by now. In that case, I shall simply enjoy the scenery. What is so interesting? We see the same view every day. As they chatted, Su Ranran, while walking and glancing around, tripped over a vine-like object and fell headfirst to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Ranran, are you all right? Haha, that is hilarious. Truly a useless female. You can't even walk without tripping. How foolish. Such an untimely comment could only have come from Nina. Not only did Su Ranran and Chio find it unpleasant to hear, but the females nearby also felt Nina had gone too far and began to speak up for Su Ranran. Oh dear Nina, that's quite excessive. Ranran has never wronged you. Exactly. It feels like you're always targeting Ranran. Chio, feeling bold, added, Nina, as a mere young female, your words are so venomous, and no wonder Yui ignores you. Not only are you ugly, but your heart is also wicked. Truly, the ugly often provoke trouble. Nina could hardly withstand such disparagement. Once, everyone had adored her, but now she felt mistreated. It was all Su Ranran's fault for seducing Yui. She was nothing but a monster. Nina, unable to restrain herself, spat out, You wretched woman. It's all your fault for enticing Yui, and you, with such a poisonous tongue, be careful that no beast wants you. You so ugly and vile, I'll tear your face apart. Before she could finish her words, she lunged forward. However, Chio stood protectively in front of Ranran. Yet, before any confrontation could escalate, the elder ordered the warriors accompanying them to separate the two. Nina, what is the matter with you? You are always late, and now you wish to cause trouble. You are punished and cannot have dinner tonight. Though maintain a semblance of fairness, the elder also turned to impose a similar punishment on Su Ranran and Chio. Softening her tone considerably, Nina, reduced to tears from frustration, dared not continue her outburst. Though females were rare and precious, their mischief had to remain within the bounds of rules. Otherwise, the tribe would descend into chaos. Yes, elder, we understand, both Chio and Ranran replied obediently. Ranran chose not to intervene, as she was not a native of this story, and with others defending her, she preferred to bury her head in the sand. She would remember those who spoke up for her. However, if things escalated too far, Su Ranran was not one to be trifled with. Just as she intended to leave, she suddenly noticed what had caused her to trip. Overjoyed, she crouched down and picked up a sweet potato sprout, smiling foolishly. One might think she had lost her mind. Ranran, what is this? What a treasure! As she spoke, she disregarded her appearance and began to dig into the earth with her hands. Ha ha! Chiyo looked at her with a bewildered expression, as if questioning her sanity. At that moment, Su Ranran held a clump of soil, her face beaming as she showed it to Chiyo. Noticing Chiyo's expression, Su Ranran quietly used a branch to scrape off the dirt, cleaning the surface with her clothing, revealing the sweet potato within. Curious, Chiyo inquired, Ranran, what is this? The onlookers had not yet departed and gazed at Su Ranran with puzzled expressions. This? Su Ranran split open the sweet potato, revealing its white flesh, and took a bite, speaking as she chewed. Look, this is edible. It's called sweet potato. Like the fruit, it can serve as a staple food. In our previous tribe, we often consumed this. Seeing Su Ranran eat without any ill effects, everyone eagerly began to dig for sweet potatoes. Some females tasted a piece and exclaimed, this is truly delicious. It is sweet and crunchy. Can it really fill our stomachs like the fruit? Absolutely. Their primary component is starch. Wow, then I want to eat sweet potatoes every day. The fruit is so hard to eat. Discovering a new food made the elder exceedingly happy. She smiled as she accepted the sweet potato handed to her by Su Ranran and took a bite, exclaiming, this is truly delightful. Ranran, you are magnificent. The elder initially intended to return to dig more sweet potatoes, for while they were delicious, the fruit was still of utmost importance, as it could be stored to aid the beasts through winter. However, what Su Ranran said next thrilled the elder and the other tribe members. Yes, these sweet potatoes can be boiled, fried, or stewed, and if stored properly, they won't spoil for half a year, plus they yield quite well. Su Ranran rattled off a plethora of information. The tribe members only heard the words can be stored in plenty. Really, Ranran? Can we truly store them for half a year? Then can we keep them for winter? Indeed, sweet potatoes can be preserved for quite a long time. Everyone paused mid-bite, reluctant to take another mouthful, knowing that each bite they withheld could mean the difference between life and death during the cold season. Su Ranran was taken aback by their reactions but soon understood. The lengthy cold season would bring a scarcity of food, making it essential to collect as much as possible now. The elder, suppressing her excitement, observed that there were indeed many sweet potato sprouts in the vicinity, a vast expanse, though obscured by tall weeds. The elder said to Ranran, you take 15 females to dig for sweet potatoes here. I will take the others to gather fruit. When the hunting team returns, we can have them come and carry the sweet potatoes. Upon finishing her words, the elder looked up at the sky with reddened eyes. Soon, Su Ranran and the others began to dig for sweet potatoes. 5 days later, they had amassed an entire cave filled with fruit, another cave brimming with game, 2 caves of firewood, and 1 cave of sweet potatoes. The beastmen, witnessing such an abundance of food, knelt before the square in excitement, offering gratitude for the divine beast's blessings. Previously, they had only 1 cave of fruit and 1 of game. Now, with the vast increase in provisions, it signified that even if the cold season was harsh, no beast female would perish from starvation. Chapter 30. The old man in the cave, Little Bao, and the kitten, being too young to venture outside the tribe, spent their days practicing martial arts or wandering aimlessly around the tribe. Since Little Bao lacked wings yet loved to soar, he once again mounted the kitten and took to the skies. The tribe was situated with its back against the mountains, while the front faced the plains. Little Bao, spotting a cave at mid-mountain, felt a surge of curiosity and wanted to explore. Hey, curious uncle, are you guarding the tribe here? Indeed, little one. How did you come here alone? I wanted to come and take a look. May I enter? Little Bao pointed toward the cave. Of course, you may. Then I shall go now. Goodbye, curious uncle. I will come find you again this afternoon. Waving goodbye as he stepped inside, this was the most significant place within the tribe. During the day, most of the tribe's warriors set out for hunting, striving to bring back more game. Thus, only a few remained to guard the tribe. Typically, before embarking on their hunts, they would escort the females and younglings to this very spot. Su Ranran had previously discussed this matter with Xiao Bao. The little cat could fly, so there was no need for Yu to accompany it. The little cat could manage on its own. Moreover, Xiao Bao possessed self-defense skills, practicing martial arts in the morning and seeking knowledge in the afternoon. This arrangement was orchestrated by the miserly Yu. who aimed to prevent Xiao Bao from constantly intruding upon his and Ranran's intimate moments by finding him a mentor. Warriors were also stationed below the tribe for protection, so Su Ranran harbored little concern for Xiao Bao's safety. It was merely more efficient and secure to gather those orcs who lacked self-protection. Thus, everyone would bring their charges here, and in the evening, the orcs would return to collect them. The center of the cave was a flat plaza, clearly maintained by the orcs. Numerous young orcs were playing within, while many caves lined the sides and the back. Particularly within the innermost cave, tribe warriors stood guard. Xiao Bao speculated that this must be where food was stored. He had no intention of exploring the storage area and instead wandered toward the adjacent cave. After traversing several empty caves, he encountered nothing but emptiness. "Big brother, what are you looking for?" A little female orc approached him. "Oh, I'm not looking for anything in particular, just browsing," he replied. "Big brother, these caves are all empty. Only the one near the entrance has many grandpas inside." "I asked that so?" "Thank you, little sister. I'll go have a look." "Would you like to join me?" "I'm not going. The grandpas there are very fierce. Then I shall go alone." "Goodbye, little sister," he said, blowing her a kiss. Xiao Bao's eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at these individuals, those who had once been injured in service to the tribe, sacrificing their youth to protect it. He never expected their twilight years to be so desolate. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bao, some tribes would cast out these orcs to conserve food. However, within the tribe managed by Yue, such a fate was not allowed to occur, making the situation for the Wing clan relatively better. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes to conceal his emotions, Xiao Bao entered the cave, where no one lifted their heads or acknowledged him. Their gazes were void of life, steeped in silence. In a corner, several disabled orcs sat or lay about. Xiao Bao feigned cheerfulness as he greeted them. "Hello, this is my first time meeting you all. My name is Xiao Bao. What is your name, Grandpa? And you, Grandpa?" He went around introducing himself, and although they were all quite indifferent, they nonetheless responded to him. Xiao Bao continuously sought topics of conversation, and gradually, some elder orcs began to engage with him. As the afternoon passed, Xiao Bao stayed there, accompanying them until he reluctantly departed to seek lessons from Uncle Yechi. Although the orcs in the cave appeared no different, today the sunlight seemed particularly bright, and the weather more pleasant. Aside from those who brought food daily, it had been quite a while since any orc remembered them. Chapter 31. A man who strives for strength today. Xiao Bao rose exceptionally early, having requested some spiritual spring water from his mother. Su Ranran paid it no mind, as they had been treating the spiritual spring water as ordinary drinking water. Ha, ha ha, ha, ha ha ha. Beneath the roots of a tree, an 8-year-old boy was practicing boxing. Despite his small stature, his punches were fierce, and his speed remarkable. A moment's distraction could lead one to overlook his long fingernails, which left deep gashes in the tree, attesting to his prowess. If Su Ranran had seen this, she would surely exclaim, "Isn't that the 9-in white bone claw? It's nothing extraordinary. My treasure is capable of much more." Having risen early, Xiao Bao trained for 5 hours, completing his daily task. Ever since emerging from the cave that held the spiritual spring water, his routine involved 5 hours of exercise each day. After hastily consuming a bite to eat, he mixed some spiritual spring water and made his way to the cave. "Good morning, Uncle Yechi." Without waiting for a response, he dashed into the cave. The orcs presumed Xiao Bao would not return today, thinking his lengthy stay yesterday was merely due to curiosity. Yet, here he was, with the sun already high in the sky, having not yet made an appearance. The elder orcs were somewhat hopeful, occasionally glancing toward the cave entrance. Xiao Bao entered the cave, greeting each elder orc in turn. One young disabled orc, despite his condition, noticed Xiao Bao sweating profusely and picked up a piece of animal skin to wipe his brow. Xiao Bao did not show disdain. Instead, he smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you, Uncle Talon." Talon smiled back but remained silent. He was only in his 20s, having suffered injuries to his wings and legs during a hunt, rendering him unable to fly or walk. He had contemplated death, but ultimately, the tribe leader convinced him that living held hope, and after a beating, he chose to persevere. "Uncle Talon, the sun is so bright. Let me get you some water." Xiao Bao produced a leaf and poured a little for him. Talon, fond of Xiao Bao, could not refuse. "Thank you, I really appreciate it." Uncertain if it was merely psychological, Talon felt warm all over after drinking the water Xiao Bao provided. Thus, Xiao Bao ensured each elder orc was given water. He relished listening to their stories. In the past, he enjoyed reading with his mother. But now he found greater joy in hearing the elders recount their tales. This offered him a more authentic connection. Day by day, Xiao Bao grew closer to them, and he gleaned much combat experience from their conversations. In the afternoon, he would apply the knowledge gained against Liechi, reinforcing his skills in the morning. Eventually, Xiao Bao began arriving early at the cave to practice boxing, directly receiving guidance from the experienced orcs. Both the elder orcs and Liechi were secretly astonished. He was undeniably a natural at martial arts. The orcs seemed to rediscover their purpose in life, each one revitalized as they focused their gaze on Xiao Bao's training. Xiao Bao felt the immense pressure, unwilling to slack off. Moreover, Xiao Bao was a man who aspired to strength, often ridiculed for resembling a little female. Determined, he resolutely extended his training hours, adding 2 additional hours each day. The elder orcs, witnessing his dedication, felt a pang of sympathy and dared not conceal their knowledge, imparting their best skills to him while demanding even more rigorously. Xiao Bao nearly wept, lamenting, "What happened to the promised sympathy for me? What about the love? Where is my time?" He longed to sing, "Where has all the time gone? I haven't had a chance to truly play." Xiao Bao cried inwardly, secretly marveling, "Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have started." Yet, he merely voiced these thoughts in jest. Deep down, he was more determined than anyone. After all, a man who strives for strength is not merely boasting. However, Xiao Bao quietly devised a plan. He could not selfishly hoard the invaluable combat experience possessed by the elder orcs. Consequently, from that day forth, the orcs in the cave began descending to the tribe's base. The young orcs, teary-eyed, cursed Xiao Bao. Yet in a future moment, each would express gratitude towards him. Thus, Xiao Bao continued to make progress, and with his assistance, the tribe's overall strength gradually improved. Chapter 32. Nina's Conspiracy After Discovering the Sweet Potatoes. The gathering team only managed to collect some fruits, failing to uncover any substantial food. Su Ranran merely found some scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and chili peppers, ingredients of little importance to the orcs, who prioritized immediate sustenance. As the weather grew colder, the food harvested from hunting would not spoil and was stored in the caves, while the orcs consumed the perishable fruits first. They were weary from hunger. At least there were fruits to eat. And during the cold season, being able to have even 1 fruit a day felt like a blessing. One day, by the edge of a canyon, Ranran, "Look, what is that?" Joe pointed toward a patch of white, fluffy plants ahead. Su Ranran lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she recognized it. "Isn't that cotton?" "Ah, is that cotton?" Joe exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she added, "You're going to become a great contributor to the tribe." "Really? Is that true?" Joe bubbled with childlike enthusiasm. Ranran, "Can this be eaten like sweet potatoes?" Joe's exuberant voice drew the attention of other females, who gathered around. Momo, who was further away, quickly called a nearby warrior to guide her over. Su Ranran chuckled as she replied, "Not quite. This isn't for eating." Joe's face fell in disappointment, and the other female shared her sentiment, eagerly awaiting Su Ranran's next words. "This is called cotton," she said, lifting a tuft of cotton in her hand to demonstrate. "It can be used to make clothes, blankets, hats, gloves, and other items to keep warm." Momo seemed to understand, commenting, "Ranran, isn't that similar to animal skins?" "It is quite similar to animal hide, yet it is even warmer." As she spoke, she lifted the animal skin coat she was wearing outside and wrapped the cotton inside for everyone to see. "Like this," she explained, "stitch 2 layers of animal hide together and then stuff cotton inside, and it will be much warmer. Additionally, if we sew 2 large pieces of animal hide together and fill them with plenty of cotton, we can use it to cover ourselves while we sleep at night." At this moment, many of the females thought that the cotton mentioned by Su Ranran was not much different from animal hide. During the cold season, they also covered themselves with many layers of animal hide. Yet they still felt cold. Momo was also somewhat skeptical, but she chose to believe Su Ranran this time. Since Ranran said so, they decided to take 2 days to harvest the cotton, and when the snow fell and there were no fruits left, they would give it a try. The females recalled the sweet potatoes that Su Ranran had discovered earlier and nodded in agreement, heading off to gather cotton, as long as there was a harvest. Everyone would be happy. Only Nina sulked, lazily complaining that Su Ranran was meddling and stirring up trouble. Recently, she had become entangled with Linda from the tribe, not out of affection but rather to use him to take revenge on Su Ranran. Linda was not foolish. He understood Nina's intentions, yet he was willing to be with her, captivated by her charm. Seeing how the tribe members were so obedient to Su Ranran, she could no longer endure it and decided to confront Linda. Before long, they had gathered basket after basket of cotton, making several trips back and forth over the course of 3 days until they had collected all of it, filling 2 entire caves. The orcs gazed at the fluffy, white piles of cotton, overwhelmed by the urge to leap into it and feel its softness. With only a month left before the cold season arrived, they recalled how they had previously gathered food, only to find the cold season already upon them. Now, with a month left, they believed that if they could gather a little more food during this time, no orc would starve in the coming cold season. With this thought, they turned their grateful gazes towards Su Ranran. "Oh no, I regret it. Please let me go, Linda. I truly regret it," Nina wailed, her face contorted in despair. After an indeterminate amount of time, she used animal hide to cover the marks left behind. Glaring fiercely at Linda, whom she deemed a pervert, Linda, undeterred, continued his advances, prompting Nina to threaten him. "If you still wish to pursue this, then you better act now." Linda was not afraid of her. After all, the tribe forbade bullying females, however, considering the tasks Nina had assigned him. A sly grin crept across his face, and no matter what happened, Nina would not dare to speak out, and if she remained silent, no one would know, would they? Nevertheless, in pursuit of a happier future, Linda took his time and prepared to leave. Once he was gone, Nina could no longer suppress her tears, crying bitterly, "I must see that wretched girl perish." She harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Ranran, unaware that her nightmare was just beginning. As night fell, a shadow flitted past the cave. Chapter 33. Su Ranran is framed as dawn broke. The orcs of the Wing clan were still immersed in sweet slumber. Yet a sudden voice shattered this rare tranquility. "Chief, something terrible has happened. You must come and see." "What is it? Hurry and tell me." "There's been an incident with our stored food. Some wild boars have been poisoned by a vile orc." Yui's expression darkened. Who dared to cause trouble on his territory? Without waiting for the messenger to finish, he unfurled his crimson wings and soared into the air. After a brief moment, Su Ranran emerged, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that there was a problem with the food, she asked Xiaomao to accompany her as she flew over. By the time Yui arrived, many tribe members had already gathered inside the cave. "What happened?" he asked the warrior on guard. Before the warrior could respond, Yui stepped forward to investigate. Before him lay several wild boars, their flesh covered in an unknown poison, grotesquely decayed and inedible. Moreover, 2 boars were mysteriously missing, likely taken by whoever had poisoned them. Fury ignited within Yui as he surveyed the scene, his expression stern and his gaze sharp, scrutinizing every corner of the cave. Just as he was about to uncover something, a warrior presented a piece of fabric, claiming it was found there. Yui examined it and recognized it as a fragment of Su Ranran's clothing, torn when she had climbed the mountain days prior. The other orcs exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with suspicion directed at Yui, who remained silent, offering no explanation. At that moment, Su Ranran approached, noticing the intense stares directed at her, their expressions a mix of loathing and fear. Confused, she asked, "Yui, what is the matter?" "Nothing," Yui replied, stepping protectively in front of her to shield her from the crowd's gaze. However, Su Ranran caught sight of the fabric and instantly understood, considering who among them would bear a grudge against her. It couldn't possibly be anyone other than Nina. Yui surely knew that Su Ranran would never stoop to such a level, as she had always provided him with delightful food and useful items. As her thoughts began to drift, she quickly refocused. Glancing at the boars, she crouched down to examine them. Before she could touch anything, Yui pulled her back, cautioning, "Ranran, what are you doing? This is very dangerous. Do not touch it." Su Ranran rolled her eyes at his overprotectiveness, feeling somewhat amused. "Trust me, Yui," she insisted earnestly. Yui pondered for a moment before releasing her, kneeling beside her to observe carefully. Su Ranran winked at him, and he immediately understood her intent. "Everyone, please step outside and wait," she instructed. Once the orcs had exited, she retrieved a testing device and discovered that this substance was tannic acid, which, when mixed with iron ions and water, would turn black. Being acidic, it was corrosive and could be used in leather tanning. However, she could not fathom who had spread this poison on the wild boars, or where they had obtained it. Su Ranran conveyed her findings to Yui. "Is there any way to prove this?" he asked. "Yes, look," she said, pouring some ions into a bowl of water and adding a piece of the decaying meat with tweezers. The water instantly turned black. Yui's eyes widened with realization. Whoever had poisoned the boars would undoubtedly have some residue on their hands, and if everyone tested the meat, the culprit would surely be revealed. "Ranran, you're brilliant," he exclaimed, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on her cheek. Before Su Ranran could react, he shouted, "Tada! Gather all the orcs in the tribe immediately at the square." With that, he took her hand and headed out. Chapter 34. Expulsion from the tribe. Even under the blazing sun, a biting wind swept through, causing the orcs to shiver. Strangely, no one complained. Instead, all wore expressions of anger. Having learned of the situation, a figure was seen darting back and forth, spreading rumors that Su Ranran was the one who had poisoned the food, labeling her a malicious female. Who else could it be but Nina? As the rumors spread from one to another, soon everyone was aware, glaring at Su Ranran with disdain. Though a few remained skeptical, they were merely a minority, for wisdom often prevails in such matters. Once everyone had gathered, Yui stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Our tribe harbors a traitor amongst us. This individual may be standing right beside you." He paused for effect before continuing, "Now, I offer you a chance. If you step forward and accept your punishment, we will overlook your past misdeeds. If you remain obstinate and we uncover your identity, you will be expelled from the tribe, never to return." A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, and Yui raised his hand to silence them, continuing, "I'm giving you 3 minutes to deliberate." "Who is it? Why haven't they come forward?" Voices chimed in. "Yes, to be cast out from the tribe is to become a wandering beast." "How terrifying," a nearby female remarked fearfully. "Anyone who poisons our food deserves to be punished." Others echoed in agreement. "Isn't it Su Ranran? I find that hard to believe. She seems so nice." Voices of disbelief mingled with the accusations. In a corner, Linda felt a surge of unease, regretting his involvement but too afraid to step forward. If he remained silent, he might not be discovered, but if he revealed himself, he would no longer be welcome among them. Nina looked at him with disdain, remarking, "Why worry? No one will trace it back to you." Linda caught her gaze, irritation boiling within him as he silently vowed to deal with her later. The time is up. The orcs lined up, each stepping forward one by one, extending their hands into the basin. Whoever had poisoned it would cause the water to turn black. Su Ranran, of course, was aware that some harbored suspicions against her, yet without hesitation, she was the first to reach in. The next was Yui, followed by Xiaobao, and so it continued, with over 100 trials yielding no results. The next, 200 attempts. Could it truly be so? At this point, doubts began to arise. The next, 300 attempts, until finally, only Nina and Linda remained. The next was Nina, and as she approached, the crowd expressed surprise. The once charming and vivacious Nina now appeared weary, and beneath her animal hide, there were faint traces of intimacy. The nearby females began to murmur. Who would have thought she preferred such a type? No wonder she chose someone as unattractive as Linda. The orcs, however, remained silent, their gazes fixated, likely contemplating how they might seek her out tonight, thinking, if she likes that sort, I could too. Nina, overhearing their comments, felt a surge of anger, silently vowing to remember their words. Just wait and see. Su Ranran assumed it was Nina, but to her surprise, it was not. The next was Linda, who trembled as he approached, hesitating to plunge his hand into the water. At that moment, Yui suddenly appeared. Linda flinched at this reaction, and the onlookers understood the implication. Reluctantly, he dipped his hand in, pulling it out almost immediately. See, it's not black, he exclaimed, laughing. However, their amusement was short-lived as they soon discovered the water had turned pitch black. The crowd surged forward, striking him with fists and feet, not knowing how long the assault lasted until Yui finally intervened. Meanwhile, Nina had vanished, leaving Linda, dazed, to be cast out of the tribe. In the aftermath, some orcs speculated that Nina had incited this chaos, as she was the only one who had clashed with Su Ranran, having spread the rumor that Su Ranran was the poisoner. Consequently, Nina's standing within the tribe plummeted. Given the already scarce number of females in the tribe, Yui naturally sought to protect their interests. As for those who wished to frame Ranran, their plans were foiled. Initially, those unable to find mates dared only to covertly pursue Nina, but as they witnessed Yui's indifference to the matter, they grew bolder. It was easy to imagine how tragically Nina, once the most beautiful female in the tribe, would fall. Observing Nina's fate, the other females became increasingly cautious around Su Ranran, recognizing her true worth as she provided them with numerous valuable resources, thus deeming her a female worthy of their closeness. Chapter 35. Injured Su Ranran was in the midst of excavating ginger with a stone shovel when Yui suddenly descended from the sky. Before she could react, he scooped her up and flew back to the tribe. "Who are you? Let go of me," she exclaimed, preparing to strike only to realize it was Yui, causing her tension to dissipate. "What's wrong? Ranran, you know medicine, right? Who is injured?" Su Ranran inquired anxiously. "It's E. He's gravely wounded." E was Yui's childhood companion. Having grown up together, played, trained, and hunted side by side, he was one of Yui's most trusted allies, supporting him when some orcs opposed his leadership. Many of the tasks Yui found difficult to undertake were handled by E, so he could not allow anything to happen to him. Having grown up without family, E was all he had. His abdomen was torn open by a tiger's claws, and his intestines are hanging out. Su Ranran was taken aback. Could he survive such a grave injury? What is his condition now? Not good. He has already lost consciousness. Does he still breathe? Su Ranran asked weakly. There's no way to know, Yui replied, his tone heavy with despair. Su Ranran understood his distress and refrained from probing further. Considering the supplies she would need, she said to Yui, I require an empty, secluded cave. All right, Ranran, he will be fine, right? Yes, he will be fine. The tribe was already in disarray, and upon Yui's return, the crowd hastily parted to make way. A female in her 40s was nearly fainting from grief. Yui ignored them and carried E into a cave. One is allowed inside. After placing E inside, Yui stood guard at the cave's entrance. His expression impassive. The tribe waited outside, and Yi's mother attempted to cry out but was silenced by Yui's harsh command, Be quiet. All fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Yi's mother sat on the ground, covering her mouth and weeping silently. Inside the cave, Su Ranran brought E and Xiaobao into her space, a sterile operating room. Clad in white, she wielded a scalpel, meticulously performing the surgery. After stitching his intestines and returning them to his abdomen, Xiaobao stood by the bed, tirelessly wiping away blood. His hands were becoming weak from the horror of the situation. How could Mother allow him to endure such a task? Although he possessed some medical knowledge and had conducted experiments on small mice, this was an orc. He could only think, Mother is truly formidable. Layer by layer, Su Ranran finally completed the stitches. The surgery was a success. Once again, Su Ranran was astounded by the resilience of orc physiology. Exiting the space, she quickly disinfected the cave, setting up a sterile bed in the center and placing E upon it. She approached Yui and gently stated, I need to observe him for the night. He is temporarily stable, but remains in a precarious state and requires monitoring to see if he develops a fever tonight. Upon hearing that he was stable, Yui felt a wave of relief and embraced Su Ranran tightly. Thank you, Ranran. Truly, thank you. The tribesfolk outside were taken aback, proclaiming Su Ranran a goddess. Only a divine being could rescue someone on the brink of death. At that moment, Su Ranran held an exalted status in many hearts. However, there were dissenters who doubted her abilities, questioning why they were not permitted to enter if he was indeed all right. Among them was a particularly haggard female in the corner. Who else but Nina? How impressive! She scoffed, if she can save him, why won't she let us see? Yui shot her a cold glance. Nina immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with Yui. He ignored her. If he's truly better, allow us to see for ourselves. Why deny us entry? Yi's mother chimed in, Yui, I genuinely wish to see. No one may enter, not now. Nina continued to stir the pot, claiming, Su Ranran is a witch. So many misfortunes have arisen since she joined the tribe. Surely, she is the cause. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became that Su Ranran was the source of her misfortune. The tribesfolk began to ponder, realizing that many issues had indeed surfaced since Su Ranran's arrival, which led some to cast wary glances her way. Yi's mother, growing increasingly panicked, fell to her knees, pleading, Please, let me see him. I beg you. Yui quickly helped her up. After all, she was the mother of his good brother. Her concern was understandable. At that moment, Su Ranran spoke up. Firstly, he is only temporarily out of danger, not completely safe. Secondly, had I not intervened, he would have perished by now. Lastly, he requires rest and a tranquil environment. With so many of you here making noise, what purpose does it serve? Your presence could introduce bacteria that may cost his life. Therefore, I shall not permit any of you to enter. Nina, you claim I am a witch. Before my arrival, the tribe was free of such troubles. Consider why these events have transpired. Is it not due to your attempts to seduce Yui and conspire with Linda to frame me? Failing to succeed, you have only revealed your own vile nature, leading to the current predicament. These troubles are your doing, not mine. Do you understand? After finishing her words, Su Ranran ignored the crowd and returned to the cave. Trusting that Yui would handle the situation, the orcs stood in shock, realizing for the first time how formidable Su Ranran truly was. With just a few words, she articulated the situation with clarity. Yi's mother comprehended as well, falling silent as she awaited outside. Nina, in disbelief, could not fathom how Su Ranran, once so agreeable, had suddenly become so formidable, accusing her of being vile. No, she wasn't. I wasn't, Nina screamed in frustration. Only then did the orcs grasp the implications of Su Ranran's words, realizing that Nina had conspired with Linda to frame Ranran. Orcs who waste food are not forgiven by the beast god. It was no wonder Nina's situation had become so dire. Observing the expressions of the orcs turned upon her, Nina descended into madness, yet was swiftly ejected by Yui's command. At last, tranquility returned. Chapter 36. Goddess Nina wept as she fled the tribe. No longer wishing to remain. Why has it come to this? She lamented. Oh, who is that? Ah, it turns out that she is the most beautiful woman in the tribe. Why are you not staying in the tribe, but instead wandering around? Nina looked up and saw Linda, responding bluntly, Get lost? It's none of your business. Ha! None of my business? You wretched girl. It is precisely because of you that I was expelled from the tribe. Linda fiercely pinched Nina's mouth, forcing her to gaze into her eyes, while her other hand gently caressed Nina's delicate face, looking at her with pity. She leaned in for a soft kiss, and Nina struggled. But what was the use? Back in the tribe, Linda held back, but now... Ultimately, Nina managed to return by leaning against the stone wall. Later, Linda secretly sought Nina multiple times. Nina had long been on guard, always accompanied by orc protectors, and Linda's attempts were thwarted. However, one fateful night, Nina took the initiative to find Linda, promising that as long as Linda treated her like that, she would be willing to accompany him. Nina did not wish for Su Ranran to perish. Rather, she desired for Su Ranran to live in humiliation. She even agreed to send food to him daily, and as winter approached, Linda, feeling anxious, readily consented. As expected, he fell ill with a high fever. Su Ranran could do nothing to help him cool down, and with a resolute heart, she placed him in the spiritual spring, dazed from the fever. He slightly opened his eyes, vaguely perceiving that he was in a divine abode, cradled by a goddess-like female figure. It was comfortable and soft, causing him to unconsciously murmur a soft he longed to see the goddess's face. But in his muddled state, he could only discern a silhouette before succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Ranran assumed he was uncomfortable due to the fever and did not think much of it. Though she did not wish to hold him within the space, she could not control the consciousness of living beings, and the only way to move them was to take action herself. After a brief soak in the spiritual spring, Yi's fever subsided, and once he was well, Su Ranran brought him out of the space. This commotion lasted through the night. Su Ranran called for Yi to enter. He had escaped danger, and with careful attention, he would be fine. After speaking, Su Ranran yawned and turned to leave. Noticing that his mother had entered, escorted Su Ranran back before checking on Yi, finally allowing the tension in his heart to ease. Today, no females disturbed her, and Su Ranran slept soundly for a day and a night before awakening. Ranran, you're awake. Are you going up the mountain today? If you're too tired, you can rest another day? Someone suggested. No, I can't sleep anymore. Su Ranran hurriedly refused. Wait for me, I'll go up the mountain with you. As Su Ranran stepped out, the females outside approached her. Ranran, you're truly amazing. You must be sent by the beast god. Yes, I heard he woke up yesterday. I went to see him, and he looked perfectly fine. They all chimed in, praising Su Ranran. Feeling bashful from their compliments, Su Ranran replied, "It's nothing like you say. It's just a coincidence." Yet, the exaggeration was undeniable. How could he be just fine now? Although orcs are robust, recovery from serious injuries takes at least 100 days. He had been on the brink of death, yet soon? Su Ranran was proven wrong. Not only did he not need 200 days, but he wouldn't even need 100. Su Ranran underestimated the resilience of the orcs and the miraculous nature of the spiritual spring. In just over a month, he had fully recovered. How could that be? Our Ranran is simply remarkable. All right, that's enough. The elder urged everyone to disperse. With a command, they set off. The females moved out in unison. Chapter 37. Su Ranran's enthusiasm. Over the course of several days, they collected food, and the most joyous discovery was a small patch of sweet potatoes found on the back mountain of the tribe, which delighted the clan immensely. In less than a day, they had dug them up and brought them back. Su Ranran also discovered several other types of food, but they were not suitable for long-term storage, so their utility was limited. One day, upon returning, Su Ranran noticed that Yu and Xiaobao had not yet returned. Spotting fruit on the table, she casually picked one up and began to eat. However, before she could finish, she felt something was amiss and fainted before she could enter the space. Two figures slipped in from outside, carried her away, and took her out of the tribe. Su Ranran felt unwell, and in her dazed state, she heard Nina and Linda's voices. "Hurry up, move faster. If you don't, Yui will be back soon." Nina gritted her teeth. "You take her away. I'll hold off Yui." Yet, discomfort clouded her judgment, and she realized she had fallen into a trap. She lifted a stone of comparable weight and slipped into the space. Upon entering, Su Ranran jumped directly into the spiritual spring. A sudden jolt awakened her. "Nina, Linda, just you wait." She gritted her teeth. Before long, her body felt strange again, and she could hardly focus on anything else. Damn it! The peculiar sensation was unmistakable. Su Ranran felt unbearable discomfort, and her body involuntarily flickered in and out of the outside world. The chill outside brought back a modicum of clarity, and she glanced at her attire before returning to the space. When Yui saw her, she appeared quite disheveled, flickering between the space and the outside, which frightened Yui. Without time to think, he rushed over to embrace Su Ranran. Feeling the embrace, Su Ranran regained a bit of her composure and immediately flickered into the space. But upon recognizing it was Yui, she ceased to resist. Yui looked around, astonished by this unfamiliar place, and suddenly understood where Su Ranran's previous mystery stemmed from. After finally clinging to a major antidote, someone he cherished, the last vestiges of her resolve faded away. Displeased with Yui's bewilderment, Su Ranran took the initiative. Seeing her like this, Yui couldn't help but respond favorably. Thus, the two lingered in the space for several hours, thoroughly satisfied before emerging. Su Ranran covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Was that truly her, so forward? How could she face anyone? Yet knowing Xiaobao was still searching for her, worried for her safety, she could only feign calmness as she emerged. Yui was utterly enamored by her feigned composure mixed with shyness, and no joy could mask his delight. He finally belonged to Ranran completely. Her body bore his mark, and she would never leave him again. The more he thought about it, the wider his smile grew, reminiscing about Su Ranran's passionate demeanor, which he adored. His gaze fixated on her. Unable to withstand it, Su Ranran flushed at the memory and urged him to take her home quickly. Yui laughed heartily. Ignoring him, she acted like an ostrich. "Mother, where have you been?" Xiaobao rushed over to embrace her. Approaching 10 years old, although he usually clung to Su Ranran, he now refrained from seeking hugs. However, today, her sudden disappearance had frightened him terribly. Unable to hold back any longer, he wrapped his arms around Su Ranran. "Mother, where did you go?" Xiaobao asked, looking pitiful. "I just stepped out for a moment." "See, I'm back," Su Ranran replied, not wanting Xiaobao to worry, providing only a vague explanation. Xiaobao was no longer a child. He was old enough to understand his mother was deceiving him, yet he kept quiet, deciding to investigate the fruit she had hidden. "All right, we've been out for so long. Everyone must be worried sick. Shall we go back together?" "Yes, let us go." Hand in hand, they returned to the tribe. Chapter 39. The quilts are ready. The snow fell heavily. swirling and dancing, blanketing the entire divine beast continent in pure, unblemished white, creating an indescribably beautiful sight. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while inside the cave, the fire crackled, and everyone held cotton, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. How could they not be delighted? With food piled high in each cave, they would wake up laughing at night. As the chief, Yui had a separate cave, and whenever Su Ranran was free, she would hide inside, enjoying his company in the space. However, with much to do, she needed to expedite the making of clothing and quilts. Xiaobao loved to run outside, catching unwilling kittens to seek stories from the elder orcs. Yet, at night, the cold became unbearable, and to conserve firewood, the cave remained filled with warmth. The orcs huddled together, seeking warmth, utterly perplexed as to why Su Ranran, Yui, and Xiaobao did not join them by the fire. Didn't they feel cold? To maintain secrecy, Su Ranran showcased a few finished quilts and garments. While no one could touch them, simply looking at them was warm and inviting, thick and plush. Observing such quilts, one could instantly understand why Ranran and the others stayed inside the cave. They looked irresistibly cozy, making it hard to leave the bed. Indeed, they now all had their own beds. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was utterly astonished. Xiaobao remarked that it was he and the elderly gentleman who had crafted these items together. And upon realizing this, they were genuinely moved. However, upon seeing the quilts and garments presented by Su Ranran, it became unbearable. After all, it was not as if Ranran had insisted on not sewing at night for fear of going blind. Nor had she been particularly forceful about it. Thus, no one wished to sleep. Each person clutched a quilt, ingeniously fashioned to be soft and plush, far superior to any winter they had previously endured. It was a mystery how Ranran had transformed the once dry and unyielding animal hides into something so exquisite. Later, it was revealed that these were also products of Xiaobao leading the elder beastmen. The incredulity remained. They seldom paid attention to these elders, largely due to their own busyness and the absence of such traditions. Yet today, as they received the fruits of the elders' labor, how could their hearts not be stirred? The thought of aging themselves weighed heavily on their minds. The elder beastmen, witnessing their creations so warmly embraced, found greater joy in the appreciation of others than in their own comfort. They had been destined from birth to protect the tribe, to hunt and realize their self-worth in youth, and to contribute to the tribe's welfare in old age. It had been an eternity since they had felt such joy. If Su Ranran were aware of their sentiments, she would surely express, "Is this not the essence of satisfaction and accomplishment?" Such selfless devotion was indeed rare. Each of them guarded their prized hides as if fearing others might covet them. Soon, voices began to resound. "Ah, Ranran, come quickly, my quilt is finished. I stuffed in so much cotton. Oh, it's so warm. It's incredibly comfortable. Ha, mine is ready too. It's truly delightful and warm. I want to hold it every day." And me. Su Ranran could hardly respond to so many voices, so she merely smiled and said, "I'm glad you all like it. Of course we like it." Within the cave, rows of wooden beds were neatly arranged, and the beastmen who had completed their quilts eagerly laid them out. They could hardly contain themselves as they dove onto the soft animal skin quilts, rubbing their faces against the plush fabric. So soft, so comfortable. What bliss, however. It soon dawned on them that they seemed to be missing a quilt. With just one, they could only cover themselves or use it as a cushion. After pondering for a moment, they dashed to the cave where the hides were stored to select more. Those who sewed slowly wished they could sprout additional hands, their anxiety palpable. The more they rushed, the more errors they made. Thankfully, everyone was working at a similar pace, so those who were quick remained quick, while those who were slow continued at their own speed. Eventually, every beastman lay upon their respective beds, enveloped in warm quilts. The once bustling bonfire had transformed into a mere source of light. Particularly at the cave entrance, the patrolling warriors appeared strikingly handsome in their cloaks, and all of this was thanks to one female, Ranran. Each individual in their hearts vowed that should anyone dare to bully Ranran in the future, they would be the first to retaliate. As for Nina, she had long since vanished. From that moment on, Su Ranran ascended to an even loftier status in the hearts of her kin, perhaps even surpassing Yui, though Yui did not seem to mind, as he held Ranran in high regard. Chapter 38. The search for cool yam. Su Ranran recalled seeing a familiar seedling while on the grass yesterday. though she momentarily forgot its name. Later, amidst various events, it slipped her mind. However, she still could not ascertain what it was, and today she decided not to follow the group, if it were indeed what she imagined. The joy would be immeasurable. After bidding her grandmother farewell, she ventured to that spot to investigate. Upon arriving at the previous location, Su Ranran noticed the trampled grass and felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. She crouched down to search for the seedling she had seen yesterday. In the distance, a quarrel could be faintly heard. "Fool, you can't even keep track of one female, and you think to become my mate?" Biffed. Linda, aware that he had mishandled the situation, suppressed his frustration and said gently, "What is the rush? The best part is still to come." Su Ranran listened intently, gradually crawling closer, catching snippets of conversation about stray beasts and attacks. Wishing to hear more clearly, however, the noise soon faded away. Su Ranran quickly slipped into her space. Linda felt a strange sensation of being watched and chose not to continue speaking. Looking around and seeing nothing amiss, they decided to leave for safety's sake. Within her space, Su Ranran savored her food meticulously, having not indulged so thoughtfully in quite some time. After about an hour, she emerged. She had hidden away not merely to sneak a bite, but to avoid being discovered by Linda and the others. Returning to her original spot, she continued her search for that seedling. Frustrated at her inability to find it, she took out her iron pickaxe. No more searching. "I shall dig." With that determination, Su Ranran began to excavate. To her surprise, after only a few strokes, she unearthed an object. She hurried over to inspect it and, as expected, it was a cool yam. Although cool yam was not suitable for consumption during the harsh winter due to its high moisture content, its storability was immensely significant. Su Ranran had no knowledge of how many cool yams lay in this place, so she observed carefully. Initially, she found nothing. The seedlings had long since vanished with the advent of winter. However, after a moment, she could vaguely discern traces of some seedlings. The more she looked, the more excitement bubbled within her. She sensed that this patch of land was abundant with cool yams. To confirm her suspicion, she attempted to dig in a nearby spot, and indeed, she uncovered more cool yams. She continued to dig in several distant locations, finding more each time, each one larger than the last, even exceeding the size of her own head. Su Ranran could hardly contain her exhilaration and hurried back to the tribe, mounting her little cat and heading toward the harvesting team. As winter approached, there was little food on the mountain, yet everyone had come out, hoping to find even a little. "Hey, Chio. Hey, Grandma." Su Ranran greeted familiar faces from afar, landing in front of her grandmother and presenting a cut piece of cool yam. "Try this. So crunchy and delicious, sweet but a bit cool. Ranran, where did you find this? Is there more? I want to take some back for my mates." "Oh, there's plenty. I assure you, it's more than enough." Su Ranran chimed in with a grin, leaning toward her grandmother's ear. "It's a vast expanse, and this food can be stored, much like sweet potatoes, though it's not as filling." Afterward, she turned to Chio, eager to have a taste herself. Her grandmother was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Then Ranran, let us go there right now." "All right, let us set off at once." Her grandmother gathered all the females, and they made their way to the cool yam patch. Anxious about the unpredictable arrival of winter, they needed to gather before it set in. Otherwise, once winter arrived, all their food would be buried. With this thought, her grandmother quickened her pace. Upon reaching the cool yam field, Su Ranran pointed out the general area, and excitement erupted among the group. "Wow, so many. Does this mean we won't go hungry during winter? Quick, dig, dig. Haha, look how big this one is. Pfft, what's yours compared to mine? I've got several on this one seedling." The joyful clamor resonated throughout the area. The females were undeterred by the hard work, filling their baskets to carry back, returning to collect more, as the patch was not far from the tribe. By the end of the day, each female had carried several loads. When the warriors returned that evening and saw the baskets brimming with food, they understood that winter was imminent and joined in the hauling. Ultimately, the females dug while the males transported. As the digging slowed, the males joined in the excavation as well, continuing until the path was obscured. Su Ranran found it peculiar and inquired of Yui, only to learn that they were afraid of not finding the food once winter arrived. Su Ranran was speechless. Did they think it could sprout legs and run away? However, Yui's subsequent words rendered her speechless. In previous winters, once the snow fell, the landscape transformed into a vast white expanse devoid of fearsome beasts, and consequently, nothing remained. Su Ranran was left without words. Yui embraced her, saying, "Let them be." Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves and not feeling tired. However, the weather took a turn for the worse, and snow began to fall in the dead of night. Winter had arrived. The beasts soon realized that the food had not vanished but had been buried beneath the snow. "Look, the cool yams are still here." With laughter, they redoubled their efforts in digging for cool yams. They toiled until the afternoon of the following day before finally finishing. Together, they returned to the tribe, leaving a few brave warriors to guard it while the rest of the beastmen sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 40. Preparing for battle. The winter was long and bitterly cold. Yet the tribe's members experienced an unprecedented sense of happiness. In previous years, by the time the ice began to thaw, food was scarce, leaving them to await starvation, perhaps even risking their lives to hunt in the icy waters. It was during these times that the greatest number of beastmen perished, particularly the elderly, as very few managed to endure. But now, every orc sat around the fire, relishing the delectable braised sweet potato and meat, cool yam, and pancakes. Previously unappetizing, the powdered delicacies had been transformed into delightful pancakes by Ranran, and now they adored them, enjoying pancakes with braised meat daily. Oh, how delicious! Goodness! I feel as though I could swallow my own tongue. Why hadn't we thought of eating this way before? It seems such a waste. I feel as though we were consuming food even wild boars would shun. Despite the chill in the air, I still greatly enjoy the cool yam, so refreshingly cold. No, I can still eat a bit more. Yui looked at the scene before him, filled with gratitude for Ranran. All of this was brought forth by her. Observing his kin satiated, Yui approached the fire. Upon noticing his arrival, the orcs fell silent, understanding that matters were about to be arranged. "Are we ready to melt the ice? Everyone has seen it, right?" "Yes," they responded in unison. "Then, I shall outline our forthcoming battle. We have over 300 orcs, including females, elder orcs, and younglings, all of whom will be moved to the innermost cave to care for the injured. Ensuring they receive food regularly, this winter, we do not lack provisions, so there is no need for reckless foraging. Self-preservation is of utmost importance. Do you understand?" Of course, everyone agrees. Who would willingly undertake a perilous endeavor unless absolutely starving? Ranran mentioned that their good days have only just begun, and things will continue to improve. Discussions of houses, provisions, and farming occupy their days, filled with anticipation, unaware of how precious life has become. The 300 orcs were divided into 15 small teams, with team leaders remaining as before. "Now, stand behind your team leaders in an orderly fashion." In no time, everyone was standing neatly. "Excellent." Observing the 15 well-formed rows, Yui straightened his posture and continued. "Team 123 is the strongest combination among you. Positioned centrally and ready to assist at any moment, though we must leave space on either side for unforeseen circumstances. If we cannot handle a situation, rouse everyone. If you cannot manage, the tribe's survival is at stake. The remaining teams should prepare for battle according to the schedule. Each team will engage in only one battle per day, lasting approximately 2 hours, with the time fixed daily, determined by lottery among team leaders. Although the cave entrance can accommodate only 10 orcs, each team consists of 20 warriors. If you cannot endure for 2 hours, we will choose a new team leader. Thus, team leaders must constantly monitor the condition of every member. If issues arise, substitutions must be made promptly to minimize casualties. Those who excel will be rewarded, while those who recklessly charge ahead and do not wish to perish should withdraw. This is the arrangement. Any objections? None. We will follow the chief's directives. Then, let us proceed with the lottery. Soon, the schedules for each team were established. The team leaders escorted their orcs to their designated positions. The upcoming days would be arduous, and they hoped everyone could endure. Orcs not yet engaged in battle rested in front of the cave of the females. Before long, everyone returned to their respective places. Though the battle had yet to commence, preparations were necessary. Who knew when an attack might suddenly occur? Chapter 41. The multi-legged creature thud, thud, thud. It sounded as though something had plunged into the water. The noise echoed continually from the cave entrance, an unceasing herald of the tribe's defense preparations. Xiaobao felt disgruntled that he had not been assigned to the battle. He longed for action rather than hiding in the cave. Thus, he sought out Su Ranran. who permitted him to observe the fight from the sidelines without intervening. Although Xiao Bao was dissatisfied, he reluctantly agreed. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he discovered 10 orcs standing before him, wielding wooden sticks and striking something. It was too late for him to see clearly. Behind them stood another 10 orcs, similarly armed, occasionally tossing something back into the river. The team leader approached Xiao Bao, concern etched on his face. Xiao Bao? It's dangerous here. You should return. He appeared prepared for any eventuality. Before Xiao Bao could respond, an orc cried out in pain. Ah, damn it. This wretched thing hurts like hell. The others nearby shuddered at the sound. Qi Shi retreated, attempting to shake off the multi-legged beast clinging to him. Once back, the valiant warriors behind him quickly filled the gap, continuing the battle against the creature. Qi Shi, now seated, watched as another orc rushed forward and seized one of the creature's claws, enabling Qi Shi to finally reach down and pry open the claw that had ensnared his leg. Despite his efforts, he could not succeed. Yet, he clung tightly, hoping to alleviate some of the pain. It was excruciating. He was incredibly unfortunate. Another orc, seeing both claws captured, swiftly twisted, separating the creature's body from its claws. However, even then, the multi-legged beast remained lively and sprightly. After prying the claw off his foot, Qi Shi disregarded his pain and retaliated by smashing a stone down upon the creature, causing a yellow liquid to splatter everywhere. Meanwhile, he lamented over his bleeding foot, feeling utterly unlucky. Once the orcs dispersed, Xiao Bao finally caught a glimpse of the multi-legged creature. His mouth nearly watered. This was no multi-legged beast but rather a crab. Look at how fat it is and all that yellow. Oh dear, what a waste. He gazed mournfully at the puddle of yellow liquid on the ground. The nearby team leader, witnessing Xiao Bao's expression, initially thought he was mistaken, wondering why Xiao Bao looked so peculiar, as if he were staring at braised meat. Wow, surely this must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. Cautiously, he poked Xiao Bao, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Bao ignored him, his gaze fixed longingly on the crab. He replied dismissively, I'm fine. Suddenly, Xiao Bao recalled something and excitedly turned to the team leader. Captain, there won't be crabs everywhere outside, will there? What do you mean by crabs? Is that what those multi-legged creatures are? Yes, those multi-legged beasts. Xiao Bao didn't care what they were. He only knew they were delicious. It had been so long since he had eaten any, and the crabs in his mother's space were long gone. Oh, is that so? Xiao Bao was so thrilled he could nearly jump in place. He and his mother, along with the little cat, adored seafood, but they had so little of it that it was gone before they could enjoy it. His mother had mentioned that they could be found by the sea, which Xiao Bao had longed to visit but never had the chance. Now that he had encountered them, how could he let this opportunity slip by? Calming his excitement, he eagerly asked, Captain, could you catch one for me? Since Su Ranran had instructed that he should not touch them, Xiao Bao could only plead with the captain. The captain, puzzled, inquired, Xiao Bao, what do you want that for? Surely, it cannot be as you imagine, to eat, of course. Xiao Bao replied nonchalantly. The captain nearly fainted. Was this flavor perhaps a tad too rich? He was reluctant to comply. Seeing the captain's expression, Xiao Bao understood his thoughts. With a mysterious smile, he whispered to the captain, This is for my mother. Upon hearing that Su Ranran wanted it, the captain unhesitatingly commanded a nearby orc to catch one, though it was one with its claws removed. Xiao Bao felt a twinge of regret but did not dwell on it. He primarily wanted to bring it back for his mother. Once she knew, would she ever let him go hungry? Grabbing the crab, Xiao Bao quickly said, Thank you, Captain. I must return now. With that, he dashed away. The captain could only smile wryly at his hasty retreat. Chapter 42. Crab catching mother. Mother, come out quickly. Xiao Bao returned to the cave, urgently calling Su Ranran from her space. Hearing her son's voice, Su Ranran appeared in a flash, accompanied by Yu Yi. Though Yu Yi was displeased, he dared not show it. Xiao Bao was Ranran's treasure. Even if he had interrupted her, it was inconsequential. One could only hope this mischievous child had something genuinely joyous to share, given his silly, beaming smile. Xiao Bao held out the crab, exclaiming, Mother, look, what is this? He proudly presented the enormous crab, larger than a basketball, before Su Ranran, whose eyes sparkled with delight. How long has it been since I last savored crab? Hastily, she inquired, Xiao Bao, where did you find this crab? How many are there? Take me to it. Yui, noticing Ranran's excitement, perked up his ears to listen. This? Xiaobao pointed towards the cave entrance, explaining, it crawled up from the river. They said it was a multi-legged beast. Yui, upon hearing this, finally grasped the familiarity of the creature. No wonder it looked so recognizable, as it was indeed a multi-legged beast. Ranran, is there any use for this multi-legged creature? Outside, there is an abundance. As long as water is present, they will crawl up. Now, the orcs must drive away these multi-legged creatures every day. Of course, they have been eaten. Truly foolish, Su Ranran and Xiaobao chimed in together. While the little kittens meowed in response, seemingly mocking Yui's ignorance. Yui, unperturbed, scratched his head and led Su Ranran and the others to the cave entrance. He certainly believed in Ranran. If she said they could eat it, then they could. The group arrived at the cave entrance and gazed down the sheer cliff, where countless crabs were scuttling up. Not only crabs, but also shrimp and turtles, although these latter creatures remained further down the rocky wall and had not yet ascended. Anyone with a fear of clusters would likely faint at the sight. Su Ranran and Xiaobao were determined not to let these opportunities slip away, especially given their impressive size and succulent appearance. Thus, Su Ranran exclaimed, Yui, all of these are edible and quite delicious too. She playfully winked at Yui. Seeing the mischievous Su Ranran, Yui found it impossible to refuse. After all, he could help improve the tribe's meals. So why not? He promptly ordered. Tada, you stay here and keep an eye on things. Gather as many crabs as you can. Ranran said she would let everyone have a taste tonight. As soon as Yui's words fell, the crowd of beasts erupted into cheers. Yes, and those down there with whiskers, and also, that one with 4 legs that retracts its head. Su Ranran pointed out the creatures to the other orcs, who were certainly paying attention. The cave entrance was already crowded with orcs, all eager to assist in the capture. Only Yi, standing aside, watched Su Ranran secretly, thinking she was truly adorable. When he woke, it was Amu who told him that Su Ranran had saved him. Otherwise, he would surely have perished. Yi recalled the time he was unconscious, vaguely sensing he had ventured to a mystical realm, dreaming of a goddess. He felt that she was indeed that goddess. Afterward, he wished to offer her something. Yet she lacked for nothing, spending her days with Yui and refusing to accept his gifts. He found himself wanting to be closer to Ranran, a feeling that brought him comfort and an inexplicable sensation akin to being embraced by a goddess in a dream. Yi silently pondered, Yui, let us venture outside. Yui, recognizing Su Ranran's desire to collect crabs, readily agreed. All right, let us go. With that, he embraced Su Ranran and soared into the air. Observing them, Yi felt an inexplicable discomfort. He shook his head, attempting to dismiss the tumultuous emotions. Since Ranran enjoyed these pursuits, he would assist her in catching more crabs. With that resolve, he flew out as well. When Tada saw Yi leaving, he hurriedly called out, Yi, where are you going? Just taking a look around. Before Tada could say more, Yi had already flown off. Tada, realizing he could not stop him, addressed the other orcs. Let us create a path for the crabs to enter, so we can catch more. Presently, the young ones and the females felt it best to retreat into the cave and not emerge too quickly. After speaking, the beasts dispersed to form a pathway, allowing more crabs to crawl in. With so many orcs present, the crabs were hardly sufficient to capture, and naturally, no one was bitten. The captured crabs had their claws twisted off and set aside, while their bodies were tossed into an empty cave. They stationed a beast at the cave entrance to monitor, tossing any that emerged back in, thus avoiding further harm from the crabs. Some orcs also flew along the rocky wall to catch shrimp and turtles. However, Tada, prioritizing safety, permitted only a few to descend. Beneath the water, there were indeed larger creatures. As long as they did not disturb them, all would be well, and they maintained a safe distance from the water's edge. Ensuring their safety. Chapter 43. Ranran, you are so beautiful. Yui carried Su Ranran upward, as when it rained, only ferocious beasts inhabited the water. Land animals sought refuge. No orcs would venture out unless drawn by Ranran's presence. However, considering how many Ranran might be, Yui flew ever higher without encountering any other ferocious beasts. They soared towards a cave filled with densely packed crabs and shrimp, as if it were their den. Clusters gathered together. Upon landing, Su Ranran immediately began collecting the crabs into the spatial spring. She was unperturbed by their movements within the space. Typically, animals that entered the spring would not wander far, often preferring to immerse themselves there daily. Thus, anything alive in her space would invariably head towards the spring, including the little kittens. Even Xiaobao relished soaking there, primarily because it was brimming with fruit trees, and Xiaobao was one who understood enjoyment. However, she wondered whether placing so many crabs inside would lead to territorial disputes with Xiaobao. After collecting for just over 10 minutes, she and Yui proceeded to the next cave, gathering shrimp, crabs, and other non-threatening small animals from the surrounding dozen or so caves and rocky walls. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had caught the attention of a certain orc. Lying in a nearby thicket, was astonished as he observed everything unfold. He was on a rocky wall, attempting to catch crabs himself when he noticed orcs approaching, discovering Su Ranran mysteriously making crabs and shrimp disappear. As he watched them gather from the rocky wall, he slipped from the cave and concealed himself in the thicket, curiously observing Su Ranran. He suddenly recalled his dream of being in a strange place. Could it be that Ranran was collecting these items for that realm? Strangely enough, had indeed guessed correctly. If that were the case, then the one holding him must surely be Ranran, his goddess. As he contemplated, he was taken aback when a blush crept onto his face. To ascertain the truth, he decided against revealing himself and continued to observe. Yui, holding her, emerged from the cave and began collecting from the adjacent rocky wall. Yi's position allowed him a clear view, confirming that Ranran was indeed gathering crabs in clusters, a truly wondrous sight. He now affirmed that this was no dream. In this world, there was only one person as extraordinary as Ranran. Yui, that should suffice. Let us ascend and see what lies above. All right, to Yi's surprise, the place they were headed was his very hiding spot, as he often operated from the shadows for Yui's less savory endeavors. His ability to remain concealed was unmatched in the tribe. Even Yui could not rival him in this regard, meaning he remained oblivious to Yi's presence. Yui, this place is stunning. There is no location in our realm as beautiful as this. Ranran, what is it like where you are? Please tell me that, of course. Su Ranran, unreserved, shared everything about her space. She laid out a map from her spatial realm on the grass, leaning against a rock to shield herself from the wind. The reason Su Ranran preferred the outdoors was due to the unchanging temperature within her space, devoid of sunlight or nightfall, and certainly without wind. Thus, she favored the gentle breeze and a sip of wine outside. Su Ranran retrieved an array of food and drink from her space. With Xiaobao nearby, she refrained from indulging in wine. Today, it was just Yui, and a little wine to set the mood was perfectly delightful. Leaning against Yui, Su Ranran began to speak slowly. Where we come from is called Earth. We are known as humans, resembling myself, without wings or horns. Males are referred to as men, and females as women. Yui and Yi listened intently. Although we cannot fly, we have a group of individuals known as scientists. They invent miraculous contraptions that can carry people into the sky or deep into the ocean. On land, there exists a mode of transportation called a car, which comes in various forms. One type can even take people to the sky, and beyond Earth, there are countless stars, though we have only explored a few. We call that vast expanse the universe. We have schools, and my mother is called Mama, while my father is referred to as Baba. And what of your parents, Ranran? As she spoke of her parents, her eyes welled with tears, and soon she was crying openly. Yui's heart ached for her. It dawned on him just how much suffering she had endured. Yi, too, felt a pang of sorrow but could not intervene. Nevertheless, Su Ranran continued to express her emotions, transforming into a different person entirely. Once Yui observed that Su Ranran had composed herself, he earnestly declared, Ranran, I finally understand how wonderful your world is. From now on, I will cherish you and love you dearly. Indeed, I am aware, and I trust in you. The day has long since darkened. I simply lost track of time during our lengthy conversation. In this beastly realm, the moon is deemed most beautiful by Su Ranran, while in the eyes of you, Su Ranran herself is the epitome of beauty, especially beneath such enchanting night skies. With tears glistening in her eyes, her pitiful countenance is truly captivating, compelling you to steal a kiss, as lovers. How could Su Ranran possibly refuse, especially after having released the pent-up emotions that had long burdened her? Thus, like dry tinder meeting a roaring flame, it is unfortunate for who lies hidden in the grass, nearly bursting with anticipation. In this beastly world, a female can have many partners, So it is not until the latter part of the night that Yu departs, cradling the blushing Su Ranran in his arms. Only then does he dare to make a move. After a considerable time, he finally heads towards the tribe. And why the delay? Those who understand, understand. Chapter 44. Craving to tears as the pot heats up with oil. The moment ginger, garlic, star anise, chili, and hot pot base are added, the neighboring little beastmen can hardly contain their desire, nearly brought to tears by the enticing aroma that wafts through every corner of the cave. The other pots simmering with various ingredients go unnoticed as everyone gathers around the frying pan. All the crushed crab claws are tossed in, intensifying the delectable scent. The little beastmen gaze longingly into the pot, with Xiao Bao and the little cat even more eager. Not only the little beastmen but even the larger ones watch with hungry eyes, wishing they could dive right in for a feast. Su Ranran stands to the side, directing Tada, instructing him to add this and that, handing him a packet of salt to ask for the other unfamiliar ingredients. They serve merely as excuses for the plants Su Ranran had collected that had been looked down upon. A pot brimming with crab claws is distributed, but each beast receives only one claw, albeit one larger than a beastman's hand. Su Ranran intends to share this pot of seasonings for everyone to savor. Although she has plenty in her space, there is no way to supply so many. Before long, each individual is allotted a steamed crab, stir-fried crab claws, stir-fried shrimp, and steamed shrimp, all infused with spring water. Even the portion for the little beastmen is the same. Their delight is palpable. Upon receiving their share, they hastily retreat to a corner, fearful that other beasts might snatch it away. Yet, in truth, no one pays them any mind, each engrossed in their own meal. All the beasts initially indulge in the stir-fried crab claws, having caught a whiff of that extraordinary aroma with the first bite. They are awestruck. What is this flavor? Why does it make me crave more? They exclaim. Why do I want to cry and my nose is running? How strange, but it is truly delicious. What a delightful fragrance. They sip water while eating, only to find it increasingly spicy. Many beasts finish their meal in a rather messy fashion, yet inexplicably, they still yearn for more, and after the warmth of the meal, they tidy themselves up before emerging, having no idea how to consume the crab body. Seeing their flushed faces, Su Ranran cannot help but chuckle, finding them utterly adorable. Yue, hidden in the corner, witnesses this scene and feels his cheeks flush. Last night, her laughter was even more enchanting. Fortunately, he is in the shadows, for had others noticed, they would surely wonder why he was blushing in the cold. After teaching everyone how to eat crabs, Su Ranran returns to the cave. The beastmen, having tasted crab and shrimp meat, become utterly enamored with this fresh flavor. In the days that follow, shrimp and crabs nearly face extinction. Strangely, however, the beastmen notice that this year's crabs and shrimp seem fewer than before. Could it be that they have consumed too much? Yet that cannot be. Previously, they would kill tens of thousands over a winter. Reflecting on the past wastefulness of shrimp and crabs fills them with regret. Little do they know, it is not that this year's supply has diminished, but rather, they have all found their way into Su Ranran's space. Of course, this is knowledge none other than Su Ranran possesses. At this moment, she is quite irate in her space, observing the shrimp and crabs filling the area with spring water. Truly, wherever there is spring water, there are shrimp and crabs. This severely dampens Su Ranran's spirits. Although she does not comprehend why the spring water in her space appears inexhaustible, it should not be squandered. Su Ranran considers gathering everyone to assist in relocating the crabs. However, she will designate a specific area with spring water for them. Within her space, Su Ranran can only relocate them little by little, allowing others to catch the scattered ones. She toils throughout the night to gather them aside, and at long last, her cherished spring water returns. Yet, what leaves Su Ranran speechless is the sight of the crabs stacked upon one another in the spring water, with not a single crab visible in the vast area outside. Su Ranran begins to doubt her own compassion. Nevertheless, she dismisses it and promptly goes to sleep. Chapter 45. The battle with the giant python. Unbeknownst to her, time has passed significantly. The rainwater on the river surface gradually dries up. Beneath the stone cave, a massive python, measuring over 10 meters in length and as robust as an ox, attempts to ascend the stone wall. The beastmen stationed at the cave entrance, upon witnessing this, realize they are no match for it and urgently rouse their companions. The leader commands, "Everyone down! lead the giant python away. It must not enter the cave with that. He leaps down himself. Other tribal warriors rush in, seeing the chaotic scene, and jump down as well, amidst the turmoil. Xiao Bao, seizing the chance, stealthily rides down on the little cat. The wings of the beastmen are quite large, and no one notices Xiao Bao's descent. Just as Yui intends to leave, Su Ranran grabs him and hands him an axe, finally allowing him to proceed, her heart brimming with concern for his safety. She can only transport individuals into her space within a 3-meter radius. The giant python shows no fear of the wooden spikes. Seemingly drawn by something that compels it toward the cave entrance, Yui leaves Tada and Yi to guard the cave while he takes to the skies, observing that the others cannot deter the giant python. Yui feels anxious. However, he orders, even if you cannot inflict harm, continue to harass it. Create opportunities for me. With that, he raises the axe in his hand. The sharp blade glimmers in the sunlight, resembling a divine weapon. The sight of his weapon ignites fervor within the hearts of the onlookers. What beast man does not cherish a weapon? The python, already irked by the swarm of insects, becomes increasingly agitated, lashing out wildly. It disregards them entirely, accelerating its approach. Seeing such a prime opportunity, Yui cannot let it slip away. He commands, "If you see me strike successfully, you must flee immediately." With that, he lifts the axe and swings it down towards the python's head, twisting his wrist to extract the blade along with flesh and blood. The python, in agony, goes into a frenzy, thrashing its massive body. The sound of impact reverberates as two unfortunate beastmen, unable to retreat in time, are struck by its tail and perish on the spot, their blood and entrails splattered everywhere. At that moment, a deep gash runs from the python's head to the center of its eye. Had its head not been so large, it would have been cleaved in two, leaving one eye utterly ruined. After the strike, all beastmen retreat to the sky, watching the rampaging python, its colossal form thrashing about, causing several holes to be smashed into the stone walls. The sight instills fear, yet none harbor thoughts of retreat. This is their home, and they vow to protect it at all costs. The python rages for a long time, realizing it cannot harm the pesky insects, and gradually calms down, attempting to advance once more. Yui and the others, unwilling to relent, had hoped to drive the python away, only to find it unmoving. They resolve that it must be slain. Yui steels himself, issuing further commands to continue the harassment. However, having already sustained injury, the python is no easy target. Each time a beastman attacks, it retaliates with its tail. As the distance to the cave narrows, a few beastmen, in their haste, sustain severe injuries and are carried back to the cave. Seeing the precarious situation, Su Ranran can no longer remain idle and urges Yi to take her closer. He refuses, yet Su Ranran, threatening her life, leaves him no choice but to comply. Although he is not the strongest, his speed and ability to conceal himself are unmatched. He possesses the capability to protect Su Ranran, thinking that as long as they do not approach the python, they will be fine. Upon seeing Su Ranran being held by Yui's heart nearly leaps from his chest. "Ranran, this is dangerous. Hurry back." Yet Su Ranran will not heed his words. She believes that should Yui find himself in peril, she could utilize her space to safeguard him, thus ensuring a measure of security. "Yui, I am fine. Do not worry, I can safeguard my own well-being." However, I find myself unable to resist the allure of Su Ranran. Reflecting on the existence of a space, I chose to remain silent, merely advising to keep a distance while I continued to observe the unfolding events. Noticing my mother's approach, Xiao Bao suddenly devised a plan. He was aware that should he find himself in danger, his mother would undoubtedly draw him into the space, and at most, it would only reveal its existence. Contemplating his next move, he readied himself to act at the opportune moment. As the beastmen realized they could not harass the giant python, they gradually ceased their efforts. Originally, I had intended to exhaust the python's stamina, but it seemed I had not depleted it sufficiently, and my kin were in peril. Thus, I resolved to devise an alternative strategy. With the absence of the beastmen's interference, the giant python began to calm. Just as I found myself at a loss, a small figure lunged towards the python. After tossing Xiao Bao aside, the little cat swiftly retreated from the python's striking range, keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Bao. This was Xiao Bao's clever ruse. He pounced directly onto the python's head, targeting a spot he had read about in books, where the python's mouth could not reach him. His claws sank deep into the python's flesh, coated with poison, though he had taken an antidote beforehand to prevent his own poisoning. Utilizing his agility and the grip of his claws, Xiaobao maneuvered around the python's body with the ease of climbing a tree. Seeing Xiaobao's audacity made Su Ranran's heart race. She never anticipated her child would be so daring. However, witnessing Xiaobao's nimbleness as he avoided numerous attacks eased her worries slightly. She urgently beckoned Yi to move forward. But he hesitated. Only after she brandished a knife did he reluctantly comply. Meanwhile, the python's attention was fixed on Xiaobao, unaware of their presence. The python opened its massive jaws, ready to strike, yet Xiaobao narrowly evaded the attack. Realizing the poison was ineffective, he cried out, "Mother, the poison!" Su Ranran immediately understood and poured poison onto the dagger. Still feeling uneasy, she handed Yi a large vial of poison, instructing him to wait for the right moment to throw it into the python's mouth. As Xiaobao saw his mother preparing, he chose to remain undeterred by the python. Su Ranran comprehended his intentions, her heart racing. With her dagger in hand, she was ready. Just as the python's jaws were about to close in, Xiaobao still did not evade. The nearby beastmen, unable to bear the sight, turned their gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the horn on Xiaobao's head. With a single strike, the python was momentarily incapacitated. Its mouth agape, he swiftly hurled the poison inside, while Su Ranran seized the moment, channeling the force of the space to shatter the vial, thrusting the dagger deep into the python. The ruptured poison fizzed within the python's body. From a distance, I swung my axe, severing the python's tail in a split second. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Xiaobao and Yi could retreat, the python regained its senses. In a fit of pain, it collided violently with the stone wall, sending its severed tail hurtling towards Yi. However, everyone was focused on Xiaobao's plight and did not notice the impending danger. Feeling the threat, Yi saw the python's tail whip towards Su Ranran's face. With no time to think, he instinctively shielded her with his bodies. Su Ranran only noticed Xiaobao nearly crashing into the wall and was oblivious to everything else, solely wishing to draw him into the space. Yet before she could act, a forceful weight enveloped her as he embraced her and they were propelled away, his wings breaking upon impact. Fortunately, as Su Ranran was flung out, she saw Xiaobao released just in time, landing safely into the little cat's arms. "Mother!" Xiaobao cried, seeing Su Ranran suddenly lost in the air, urging the little cat to pursue her. Witnessing this, I followed suit, while the other beastmen remained unable to retreat, for the python still lived. However, before they could act, the python succumbed to its deep poisoning and fell lifeless. Chapter 46. The Tale of Yi and Su Ranran seeing Xiaobao unharmed. Su Ranran, affected by the force, lost consciousness. Yet, even in his unconscious state, he did not let go. Holding her tightly, Xiaobao and I pursued until we reached the cliff's edge, yet we could not locate Su Ranran and paused to survey the surroundings. Given that Xiaobao and Su Ranran were bonded as mother and son, they could sense each other's well-being, which brought clarity to their minds. Xiaobao felt reassured, though he remained concerned about Yi's condition. Peering over the cliff, which appeared bottomless, we searched for a long time but found nothing. I pondered that searching with just the two of us would yield little success and called for Xiaobao to return. But he adamantly refused. Ultimately, I decided to go back and fetch help. In the meantime, Su Ranran regained consciousness during her descent and hurriedly enveloped Yi into the space. They plunged directly into the spirit spring. As they entered, they experienced the same sensation as in the external world, still in free fall. To prevent Yi from suffering further harm, Su Ranran positioned herself beneath him. With a loud thud, they landed in the spirit spring. He remained unconscious, yet his grip on Su Ranran was unyielding. She struggled to kick her legs, barely managing to rise to the surface of the spring. Attempting to pry Yi's hands away proved futile, as she exerted all her strength without success. Resigned to her fate, she gradually maneuvered out of the water, collapsing onto the grassy ground. Not daring to rest, she noticed Yi's back and wings were covered in wounds. Fortunately, once beastmen sprouted wings, their fur would shed, allowing for easy access to medicine, and after soaking in the spirit spring, she could apply the ointment directly. However, as she couldn't see Yi's back and couldn't reach him, she resorted to the spatial function to retrieve the medicine. With no other options, Su Ranran hastily improvised. Though Yi bore internal injuries, which left her distressed about how to administer the medicine. With her hands trapped and he protectively holding her, it was as if not even an ant could reach her. Only her feet could move slightly. Finally, she set aside any thoughts of gender and, with the mentality of a healer, swallowed the medicine. Yet, this was no easy task. Su Ranran was petite, while he stood nearly 2 meters tall. Fortunately, to shield Su Ranran, he had lowered his head, enabling her to stretch on her tiptoes to reach him. With a mouthful of spirit spring water, Su Ranran leaned toward E, contemplating her next move. Ultimately, she kissed him, but the unconscious E was oblivious to her intentions. Desperate, she pried open his mouth, and after much effort, managed to pour the spirit spring inside. In his stupor, E seemed to sense something, instinctively sucking in the sweet water. Su Ranran felt flustered, wishing to withdraw, yet E was unwilling to let go in his dazed state. He craved the refreshing spirit spring water and would not relinquish it. Moreover, the sensation of something soft and comforting only heightened his desire. When he could no longer draw in the liquid, he finally released her. Su Ranran was furious, wishing to bite him, yet she refrained, fearing he might refuse to drink next time, which would be even worse. Straining to maintain her balance, Su Ranran could no longer hold herself upright and collapsed onto a makeshift bed. Indeed, she fell down, as her feet could barely move. Lying there, she finally assessed her situation. The cold season had passed, leaving her clad only in a beast-skin skirt and top, which scarcely covered her vital areas. Adhering to the customs of the land, now, the beast skin was thoroughly soaked, with he still draped atop her. Glancing outside the space, she noted the sun was shining brightly, and both she and the bed had emerged into the sunlight. For the first time, she lamented the space's lack of preservation capabilities. At that moment, he lay across Su Ranran, his face turned away. As she scanned her surroundings, she felt a tickling sensation on her neck from Yi's movements, which was quite uncomfortable. Once she confirmed there was no immediate danger, she finally paused. However, she dared not sleep, even though she felt utterly exhausted. She remained awake throughout the entire afternoon, allowing herself to dry completely. Su Ranran promptly entered the space with both herself and the bed, saying nothing, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 47. E awakes. It had been 3 days, and E had yet to awaken. Su Ranran was on the brink of despair. Had she not observed a gradual improvement in his condition each day, she would have been in tears. On this day, Su Ranran tended to E, administering the spiritual spring water. After countless attempts, she had grown quite adept at prying his mouth open with ease. If any other beastmen happened to witness the two of them tightly entwined, embracing and kissing, they would undoubtedly assume they were a devoted couple. E, in a daze, sensed that familiar scent return, tightening his grip around her. Earnestly drawing closer, he yearned to bite down and consume her. But each time he attempted to do so, he found himself unable, which left him hesitant. Gradually, he opened his eyes to discover Su Ranran before him, his entire body stiffening, save for his mouth which instinctively continued to suckle. Su Ranran was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated waking at this moment. Their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity before Su Ranran finally regained her composure. Her face flushed crimson, and she struggled to free herself from his embrace. But after such a prolonged period of stillness, her legs had grown numb. Embarrassed, she stammered, "You were injured, and I was administering medicine. So please don't think too much of it." Too shy to raise her gaze to meet Yi's, especially as she sensed something, the now married woman understood all too well, and she immediately became fearful of making any sudden movements. At that moment, he also realized what had transpired. He shifted his numb hand slowly, extricating it from her grasp, a process that took several minutes. During this time, neither spoke. The awkwardness enveloped Su Ranran like a shroud. Meanwhile, he secretly reveled in the moment, particularly charmed by the sight of her flushed cheeks, which he found utterly adorable, reminding him of her delicate demeanor from that night. However, upon sensing Su Ranran's reluctance, he felt a pang of disappointment and could only gradually loosen his hold on her. As for why it took so long to part, one could only wonder if there was an element of intentionality involved. Su Ranran felt as though an eternity had passed before finally breaking free. Slowly, she began to shift her body, aware that Yi's injuries had yet to heal. After a few minutes, the two finally separated. Su Ranran hurriedly stated, "I shall fetch some supplies and return shortly to tend to your wounds." Before she finished speaking, she vanished from Yi's sight without looking back. Watching her retreat, a smile crept onto Yi's lips, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, upon feeling the peculiar sensations in his body, he could only chuckle bitterly, wondering when such days would come to an end. He nestled into the blankets, filled with Su Ranran's scent. Reluctant to rise. Well, he couldn't rise either. His injuries were severe, and he bore internal wounds, uncertain of when he would recover. However, being able to spend each day with Su Ranran was indeed a blessing. He cherished it. Lost in thought, he soon drifted back into a deep slumber, his energy waning after just awakening. Su Ranran composed herself, initially intending to delay her return to tend to Yi's wounds. Upon stealthily observing him asleep, she decided to seize the opportunity to attend to him once more. She approached quietly, her heart heavy with guilt as she gazed upon Yi's injuries, momentarily forgetting the earlier embarrassment. He was gravely wounded, particularly at his wings, where the bones had shattered and a significant portion of the feathers had been lost. Drooping limply against the bed, he awoke as Su Ranran neared, yet he kept his eyes closed, yearning to see her, but fearing she might slip away if he did. His little female was truly quite shy. Feeling Su Ranran's soft hand gently caressing his wing, he thought to himself that she must surely adore his wings. If Su Ranran were to learn of his current thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff, exclaiming, "What are you touching? I'm merely applying medicine, do you understand?" Even if he comprehended, he would feign ignorance, knowing that Su Ranran simply adored his wings. While secretly delighting in the moment, he felt no pain from his wounds. Rather, he was enveloped in a warm sense of joy. Soon, Su Ranran had treated his injuries, leaving some food and spiritual spring water by the bedside before retreating to another area. As he sipped the spiritual spring water, his eyes instantly sparkled with recognition of that familiar taste. He recalled how Su Ranran had fed him while he was unconscious, and the thought filled him with happiness. Yet, his mood soured soon after. He wished he could faint again. For now, he could only drink alone. As he drank, he couldn't help but think of Su Ranran, having stolen a few glances at her earlier. Noticing her lips appeared slightly swollen and rosy, he felt a surge of joy, realizing it was a result of his own actions. Thus, he found himself lost in a whirlpool of emotions. Chapter 48. Nina's Revenge. Thus, Su Ranran visited each day to change his bandages and bring him food. He inquired about the space, and Su Ranran answered him truthfully. However, each time she finished changing his dressings, she would leave, leaving he feeling quite frustrated at her absence. After a month had passed, he was finally able to walk. Once he regained his mobility, he delighted in trailing behind Su Ranran, saying little, and she felt it inappropriate to dismiss him. Before long, several months slipped by, and Yi's wings had healed. One sunny day, Su Ranran and Yi were examining their surroundings, witnessing the lush trees that shielded the sky, towering endlessly along the stone walls. "Ranran, allow me to carry you and soar into the air." At this moment, Su Ranran felt no desire to hesitate. They had been missing for so long, and with no one coming to search for them, something must have gone awry. He effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and took flight, soaring for a considerable duration before reaching the edge of a cliff, without pausing to rest. They rushed towards the tribe, their hearts heavy with concern, fearing something might have happened there. As they neared the tribe, he halted, and the two concealed themselves in the shadows. Within the tribe, Yuyi's expression was dark and foreboding. Ever since Su Ranran and Xiao Bao had vanished, he had not smiled, and his methods had grown increasingly ruthless and unyielding. Yet, it was precisely under such a leader that they had managed to endure until now. The previous night, they had repelled a wave of feral beasts. Ever since he had set out to find Ranran, a horde of feral beasts had suddenly appeared, surrounding them and launching sporadic attacks. They had already lost dozens of beastmen, a devastating blow for a medium-sized tribe. Moreover, their food supplies were dwindling. Had they not caught a significant haul of crabs during the cold season, they would have starved long ago. The most unbearable aspect for Yi was that he had been unable to venture out in search of Su Ranran, which left him teetering on the brink of collapse. Half of the feral beasts that had perished were slain by Yi himself. However, he was grateful that he could still sense Ranran's presence, which allowed him to remain calm within the tribe. Su Ranran and he observed for an entire day before finally identifying the location where the food was stored. Su Ranran proposed, "Capture the ringleader first. Otherwise, we shall cut off their retreat." He was initially puzzled, but Su Ranran merely gave him a knowing glance. Eager to learn, he asked, "Take me to the place where they store their food, and we shall steal all their supplies. Can they continue to survive after that?" "Indeed," Su Ranran affirmed. Ranran is truly clever. That evening, the two of them stealthily entered the warehouse and loaded all the food into their space, where they both also retreated to wait. However, Su Ranran was overly optimistic. Although the food was gone, they had released some of their people to hunt, which was sufficient for their daily needs. With no other options, they had to devise a different plan. "Ranran, you wait here for me. I will catch up with them and bring a few back to inquire about what transpired." "All right, I will wait for you here." Before long, he had knocked out several orcs and brought them back to the space for questioning. Originally, the wandering beasts were those driven out by the tribes. They were the wicked orcs. After he gave them a thorough beating, they obediently confessed that they were orcs expelled from various tribes, gathered together by a leader named Shangta. The tribe bore the leader's name, and he was a cruel and powerful orc. During the cold season, Linda had brought a female into their midst. At that time, they had no understanding of how a female would be treated in such a place. In Shangta's tribe, strength dictated everything. One could do as they pleased, but there was one rule: obey the chief. It was a tribe that completely revered power. If anyone disobeyed, they would be executed by dismemberment in front of the entire tribe, leading to utter chaos. Especially with so few females, Nina could no longer bear the daily humiliation and harbored thoughts of revenge. Eventually, one day, she climbed into Shangta's bed, incessantly inciting the chief to attack the winged tribe, claiming that there was a goddess among them that must be seized. Thus, the events unfolded. After the two orcs had confessed, he had no intention of sparing them. He took them out of the space and disposed of them by throwing them off a cliff. Su Ranran was infuriated. She never imagined Nina could be so vile. Had she known earlier, she would have killed her outright. Keeping her alive was merely inviting disaster. Back then, she had vaguely heard about the wandering beasts. She never realized it was like this. Although she had advised caution to Yui at that time, she hadn't taken further action. Su Ranran pondered that she must find a way to create some weapons in the future. Shangta did not lack females, but Nina was adept at manipulation. Therefore, despite there being more than just her as a female, she was quite favored. Nina often praised Su Ranran in front of Shangta, describing her as beautiful like a goddess, intelligent, and capable of extraordinary feats, claiming that whoever possessed the goddess would dominate the beast world. Eventually, Shangta became intrigued, believing that conquering this tribe would be easy. However, after a prolonged period of failure, he reconsidered. Though he initially did not wish to continue the assault due to heavy losses, Nina insisted, "It is all because of Su Ranran. Her strength allows such a weak tribe to persist for so long." Nina understood that Shangta longed to conquer such a female. In the end, Shangta did not retreat. Instead, his anger grew with each battle, fueling his desire for conquest. The conflict had escalated to its current state. Recently, he aimed to seize victory decisively, not wanting to prolong matters any further. Yet yesterday, inexplicably, all the food had vanished. Enraged, he vented his fury on Nina, a man with a penchant for cruelty. Thus, Nina bore the marks of his wrath. She had endured much to provoke Shangta into action, hoping to let Su Ranran experience such treatment. However, with no good news arriving yesterday, she endured another outburst from him, leading to a frenzied destruction of the cave's contents. Chapter 49. Ranran is no longer alone. After discussing their plans, Su Ranran and he decided to use poison. Initially, Su Ranran had no intention of killing so many orcs, but after hearing of their atrocities, she could no longer hold back. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where compassion had no place. That night, he added the poison to their food, resulting in the deaths of 300 to 400 orcs the following day. The others had not yet had the chance to eat. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate. However, Nina and Shangta survived, as their food was kept separate. Shangta was furious but recognized that the remaining orcs could not breach the winged tribe's defenses. So he ordered a retreat that same day. Nevertheless, he blamed all misfortune on Nina, declaring that it was her incessant urging to attack the winged tribe that led to the loss of so many orcs. He no longer wished to see her and ordered that no one be allowed to protect Nina, ultimately expelling her from the cave to fend for herself. "No, please don't," she cried, her tears evoking pity from the orcs. Nina found herself back in the dire days of her arrival at Shangta's tribe, yet it was far worse now. No one would protect her. After all, she was once the chief's female, the orcs thought wickedly. Thus, Nina lived in a hellish existence each day. Yet, she did not wish to die. Rather, she wanted to witness Su Ranran endure such a life. Fueled by intense hatred, Nina became increasingly twisted. While the Wing tribe was still puzzled by Shangta's sudden retreat, her Ranran returned. Seeing Su Ranran and Yi's embrace, Yui could no longer contain himself and rushed over to Yi in midair. He reluctantly placed Su Ranran into Yui's arms. Yui held Su Ranran tightly and cast a deep glance at Yi. He did not shy away. That glance held a meaning only they could comprehend. Ranran no longer belongs solely to me, he thought, tightening his embrace. Ranran, Ranran, Ranran. Yui repeatedly called Su Ranran's name, as if releasing all the longing of those days. He quietly observed from the side, not leaving. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two finally separated. The tribe remained in disarray. They could not afford to linger too long. Urgent matters awaited. Su Ranran yearned for her son, wishing to hold that little one. Thinking of this, she inquired, "Yui, where is Xiaobao? Is he all right?" Yui understood that Su Ranran would find out eventually and had no choice but to speak the truth. Although Su Ranran was worried about Xiaobao, she knew he was not in danger and had means of self-protection, so she refrained from saying more. She merely hoped Xiaobao would return soon. She instructed others to tidy up the tribe. And by evening, they finished their meal. Yui and Su Ranran embraced each other, sharing their experiences over the past days. When Su Ranran recounted her time with Yi, she paused for a moment but ultimately spoke up. Yui remained silent for a long while before asking, "Ranran, do you like Yi? Do you wish for him to be your second mate?" Su Ranran hurriedly denied it, exclaiming, "No, no. How could that be?" Yui did not believe her. He could sense a subtle connection between Ranran and Yi, though Ranran herself was unaware. Yui was open to accepting Yi, yet he did not want to share Ranran with anyone else, which was why he remained indifferent. However, considering the dangers of the Divine Beast continent, Yui suddenly felt that having Yi around was advantageous, another beastman to ensure Ranran's safety. Otherwise, if not for Yi, he might have lost Ranran long ago. Thus, he could not afford to be selfish. When Yui posed that question, Su Ranran realized her heart was racing. She inwardly speculated, could it be? I am not that kind of person. Surely, I am overthinking it. How could I like Yi? Yui is enough for me. I cannot be so greedy. They conversed for an extended period, eventually rolling into each other's embrace. It was not until noon the following day that they finally awakened. Although other orcs were eager to see Su Ranran, they understood that she and Yui had not seen each other for so long and must have much to discuss and do. So none dared to intrude. Only Yi lingered, gazing at the cave entrance in silence. Chapter 50. Xiaobao is missing. Soon, the tribe returned to normalcy. Su Ranran produced many weapon prototypes for Yui to select suitable ones for the warriors. For ranged attacks, they chose bows and arrows, while for close combat, they opted for wolf tooth clubs. The materials for the bows and arrows were simple, beast tendons for the string and sharp branches for the bow. The wolf tooth clubs were carved from stone. As soon as these items were made available, the orcs went wild, clutching them day and night, even sleeping with them. After the previous battle, they practiced diligently. And to motivate them, Su Ranran proposed monthly competitions. The first place would receive a week's worth of exotic food from her. The tribe members had come to understand Su Ranran's uniqueness and were aware she possessed secrets. Yet Su Ranran chose not to reveal them. They did not inquire further. They were grateful for the good life brought by Su Ranran, who had become a goddess in their hearts. Everyone recognized that the goddess was different from them, so they did not find it strange when Su Ranran produced anything. Observing that food was particularly abundant this season, Su Ranran decided to teach everyone how to make cured meat, which could be preserved for years. This way, they would not fear the cold season, and having a stockpile of food would protect them from natural disasters. However, before making cured meat, they needed to find salt. Su Ranran described the features of the sea and salt lakes. But everyone claimed they had never seen them. They then asked, "Have you ever noticed animals frequently licking stones?" Everyone shook their heads. Su Ranran thought for a moment, took out a bag of salt. and had an orc pour a little out. Now, can you try this? Have you ever encountered this flavor before? Su Ranran was quite disappointed and could only tell them to inform her if they discovered anything in the future. As it was of great importance, she refrained from mentioning that this item could preserve food, particularly the most vital meat. Not wanting to let them down, as everyone dispersed, Su Ranran remained apprehensive about Xiao Bao. After confirming that the tribe was safe, she intended to seek out Xiao Bao. However, Yui was unable to leave and was reluctant to let Su Ranran go alone, so he sought out Yi. That evening, Yui arranged to meet Yi outside the tribe. Yi, don't you have anything to say to me? Yi fell silent. I know about your affair with Ranran. She has confided in me. Yi was somewhat taken aback, initially believing that Ranran had accepted him, but after some reflection, he felt disheartened. Since returning to the tribe, Ranran had not cast a glance his way. With a tone of dejection, he remarked, I did not intend to. You like Ranran, don't you? Yes, he replied resolutely. Why Yui remained silent? I wish to protect her. He continued, I understand that I cannot safeguard Ranran alone. Upon hearing this, Yui felt a wave of helplessness. Then let us protect Ranran together. I sought you out tonight to discuss this matter. Ranran has mentioned that in her tribe, a beast man only seeks one female. Thus, Ranran believes it should be that way. He was aware of this. Having overheard Ranran's words that evening, Ranran is truly a remarkable female. Ranran wanted to find Xiao Bao, but I could not leave the tribe. I want you to protect Ranran. He was somewhat surprised but happily agreed. That night, Yui reminded Su Ranran that if she liked Yi, she should consider accepting him. Su Ranran found this utterly bewildering, thinking it nonsensical. She wanted to inquire further but was silenced by Yui before she could voice her questions. He had no desire to mention that scoundrel Yi, who he had once considered a brother, which infuriated him. Lost in thought, he spent a splendid night with Su Ranran, marked by an unprecedented assertiveness, continuing until dawn. When they awoke to the rising sun, Su Ranran felt no inclination to engage with him. However, knowing they were soon to embark on a search for Xiao Bao, she said nothing and simply ate. Su Ranran bid farewell to Yui and set off with Yi in search of Xiao Bao. He held Su Ranran, who was yawning incessantly, unable to comprehend why she appeared so fatigued. Internally, he cursed Yui for not being more considerate of Ranran. Why don't you take a nap? He suggested. When we arrive, I will wake you. Initially, Su Ranran declined, but ultimately succumbed to her drowsiness. Nodding off in Yi's embrace, he gazed at her with a heart softened beyond measure, unable to resist tasting her lips. Ah, this is the flavor, he mused, but he quickly pulled away, not wanting to disturb her slumber. Upon reaching the edge of a cliff, he did not rouse Su Ranran but instead sat on the grass, holding her while quietly admiring her. He adored her lips and, lost in thought, found himself kissing her again. Su Ranran, still in a daze, mistakenly believed it was Yui and responded in her dreams. He was overjoyed and deepened the kiss in their passion. The two cast aside all restraint, embracing tightly. Su Ranran gradually sensed that this was no dream. It felt too real. As her mind returned to reality, she suddenly remembered that she was with Idanomai. This is Yui. It's E. Su Ranran dared not open her eyes, choosing instead to pretend she was still dreaming. Noticing Su Ranran had ceased to move, he realized she was still asleep and felt a bittersweet smile creep upon his face as he acknowledged his role as a stand-in for Yui. He adjusted her clothing gently and moved aside, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Su Ranran felt Yi's gaze had shifted away from her. She slightly opened her eyes and beheld his silhouette against the night. She found herself entranced, sensing Yi's awareness of her gaze. Though he did not turn around, she mused, Ranran knows he belongs to her, right? Thus, she must harbor some feelings for him. She simply struggles to accept it due to her former tribe's influence. With this thought, she smiled joyfully. He lay down beside Su Ranran, wrapping his arms around her, feigning sleep. Upon seeing Yi recline, Su Ranran hurriedly pretended to be asleep, her body stiffening momentarily, yet she did not withdraw her hands from his embrace. He felt elated, knowing Su Ranran was merely pretending to sleep, and since she had not rejected him, she must have feelings for him. They both remained awake for a time, but slowly succumbed to slumber. The night air was gentle, and Su Ranran snuggled closer to Yi, who was awakened by her movements. Sensing her chill, he pulled her closer. Su Ranran slept soundly, while he found himself unable to rest. The morning sun, though gentle, was blinding as Su Ranran gradually stirred, She found herself entwined with E, feeling his heartbeat and breath. She attempted to extricate herself slowly. Unbeknownst to her, her movements only made it more difficult for E, who pulled her back into his embrace, secretly inhaling her scent, which was utterly delightful. Su Ranran felt overwhelmed, wishing for a moment of reprieve. However, he dared not repeat his earlier actions, having realized that his remarkable self-control was crumbling in Ranran's presence. Despite his musings, Su Ranran finally managed to break free, sitting aside to gather her thoughts. After about 15 minutes, he finally rose. Upon seeing him, Su Ranran's face flushed crimson, while he feigned ignorance. Eventually, Su Ranran produced breakfast, and after they finished, they resolved to descend in search of Xiao Bao. They discussed their plan, deciding to search gradually, hoping to uncover a hidden passage. Su Ranran and he scoured the area for 4 or 5 days but found nothing, which caused her to feel increasingly anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ranran suggested, why don't you mimic a kitten's speed and go down? I will imitate Xiao Bao. He agreed that it was a good idea. He unleashed his speed, darting downwards, narrowly avoiding the rocky walls, prompting Su Ranran to stifle her cries. Xiao Bao, who loved such exhilarating speeds, often played with kittens. He nearly collided with a protruding rock and hastily braked. But it was too late. Su Ranran initially considered entering her space, but then thought that Xiao Bao might be experiencing something similar, so she chose to see how it would unfold. With a swift motion, he embraced Su Ranran and they plunged into a passageway together. Chapter 52. The mysterious gateway. They tumbled downward for what felt like hundreds of meters, but fortunately, the passage widened toward the bottom. He spread his wings, and Su Ranran quickly retrieved a flashlight from her space. He then descended slowly. The passage was eerily silent, and Su Ranran dared not speak, fearing they might disturb something. Upon landing, Su Ranran felt considerably more secure. They cautiously ventured forward, encountering a corner ahead. As they rounded the corner, a glimmer of light emanated from the cave entrance. They hurriedly approached, and before them lay a tranquil lake, with Xiao Bao seated at its edge. Xiao Bao! Su Ranran exclaimed as she sprinted toward him. Xiao Bao, initially thinking he was hallucinating, had been separated from the kitten since falling into this strange place and had searched fruitlessly for it. Enduring days of eating only grass, upon turning, he recognized his mother and dashed toward her, the two embracing tightly, finally reunited. Xiao Bao, with eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "Mother, I am so hungry. Look," he displayed the grass in his hands. "I can only eat this every day." He was on the verge of tears. Su Ranran felt a mix of affection and amusement at his plight. "You little rascal," she exclaimed as she retrieved a bounty of food from her space for him. Xiao Bao devoured it ravenously. While Xiao Bao feasted, Su Ranran and Yi took the opportunity to survey their surroundings. They discovered only the lake and some grass, but nothing else of note. Su Ranran, puzzled, inquired, "Xiao Bao, where is the kitten? Wasn't it with you?" Xiao Bao, equally bewildered, replied, "I don't know. We fell together, and as soon as I came to, I fainted. When I regained consciousness, the little cat was nowhere to be found. I stumbled through the darkness until I arrived here." Su Ranran pondered for a moment, then called upon 2 companions to head back towards the passage they had just traversed. Take the flashlight and see if there are any openings above. Flying up several meters, he indeed discovered a stone cave, its entrance protruding slightly. The little cat must have tumbled inside. However, the opening was too small, and it seemed only Xiao Bao could fit through. He communicated the situation to Su Ranran and Xiao Bao. The little cat certainly needed to be rescued, but it was imperative that Xiao Bao not venture alone. After a moment's thought, Su Ranran summoned Yi into her space. Retrieving a large bag from within, she stood inside the bag, allowing Xiao Bao to carry it in. Once inside, they could simply release themselves later. The space resembled a minuscule dimension, invisible to the naked eye, prompting Su Ranran to resort to this rather rudimentary solution. Before long, Xiao Bao climbed down into the cave, laboring for 3 full hours before arriving in a relatively open area. At last, he called out for his mother and the others to emerge. Once outside, Su Ranran returned Xiao Bao to the space and flew down with Yi. After soaring approximately 100 meters, they finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Su Ranran released Xiao Bao, and together they ventured forward, only to find themselves in a secluded little world. The pale blue surface of the lake radiated a cerulean glow, and upon looking up, they beheld a vast expanse of ice crystals emitting a silvery light. The interplay of these elements rendered the scene breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an atmosphere rich in romance. Approaching the lake's edge, Su Ranran felt a curious urge to understand why the water bore such a hue. In the lake floated numerous tiny, transparent fish resembling tadpoles, their tails glowing with a blue luminescence. Thus, the lake's azure color was attributed to these little creatures. Unable to resist, Su Ranran dipped her fingers into the water, only to be surrounded by a swarm of tadpoles nibbling at her hand. A tingling sensation coursed through her, pleasantly invigorating. After indulging in the experience, she withdrew her hand, only to marvel at its newfound smoothness. In disbelief, she quickly shone her flashlight upon it, confirming the astonishing transformation. Wow, these are no ordinary tadpoles. They are treasures. With Su Ranran's nature of a mountain bandit entering a village, she could not let such adorable beings slip away. Consequently, she relocated them into her spiritual spring, a designated area meant for her swimming and bathing. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao was busy searching for the little cat, yet soon found himself captivated by a small blade of grass by the lakeside. Its vibrant green hue shimmered with flashes of lightning, reminiscent of the horns atop Xiao Bao's head. As he reached out, the grass miraculously uprooted itself and scampered away, leaving Xiao Bao momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? After a brief pause, Xiao Bao chased after it, engaging in a playful game of tag. He had been following Su Ranran, and upon witnessing her crouching by the water, he too crouched down. However, when he submerged his hand, no tadpoles approached him. Bored, he began to stir the water, only to notice an unknown object beneath the surface, pulsating with a blue glow. Unconsciously, he reached out to investigate. But upon contact, his hand was abruptly cut. Crimson blood slowly drifted towards the object, only to be absorbed. Felt a twinge of fear, and was about to call for Ranran to leave when the mysterious item flew towards his forehead, piercing it before he could evade. Strangely, he felt no pain at all. This place was undeniably peculiar, and apprehensive of what bizarre entities might emerge, hastily pulled Su Ranran to her feet. Having already gathered the tadpoles, Su Ranran allowed to assist her. Unable to catch up with the grass, Xiao Bao decided to reveal his horns, hoping for a clever trick. However, the moment he did, the grass, as if recognizing a long-lost kin, ceased its flight and approached him, planting its roots atop Xiao Bao's head. Xiao Bao, flabbergasted, thought it unreasonable to have a glowing green blade of grass perched upon him. He tugged at it forcefully, but the grass remained steadfast, swaying as if mocking his futile efforts. Frustrated, Xiao Bao ultimately let it be, and the group continued onward. Not long after, they encountered a grand door, eliciting astonishment from all, particularly Su Ranran. Was this not a modern construct? How could it possibly exist in this realm? Suddenly, a disembodied voice resonated. Welcome to my world, my friends. Are you certain you wish to open this door? Su Ranran inquired. What difference does it make to open or not open? The voice replied. If you choose to open this door and pass my test, I shall grant you your deepest desires or reveal what you yearn to know. It is merely a matter of time. Should you decide against opening it, please return the way you came, and you will never find this place again. However, your safety will be assured. Good luck, my friends. In an instant, the single door transformed into three, each positioned before them. Su Ranran thought of her parents, hesitated, and then pushed the door open, followed closely by and Xiao Bao. Chapter 53. Su Ranran's despair. Su Ranran gazed upon her surroundings, which felt so vividly real, reminiscent of her childhood. Yet, her parents were engaged in a hushed discussion. Su Ning, Su Ranran's father, asked, Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this? Yes, to save Hauer, we must sacrifice Ranran. There is no alternative, Su Ning reassured Su's mother. Do not worry. When Ranran matures, we shall treat her better. Confusion washed over Su Ranran. What sacrifice were they contemplating? Who was Hauer? The scene shifted once more. Doctor, please save Hauer. I beg you. Did you not state that if we replace this girl's heart with Hauer's, he will survive? Then do it. I'm afraid they are not compatible. The success rate is too low. I cannot take that risk. It matters not. We have made our decision. Even if the probability stands at a mere 1, we are willing to proceed. Are you certain? The doctor gestured toward the girl. This girl may lose her life. Indeed, we are certain. With that, they signed the consent form. The doctor could only sigh and step inside. At that moment, Su Ranran clutched her heart, feeling an unbearable pain as if it were real. Her face was streaked with tears. The surgery failed. Howard died, yet Su Ranran clung to life, albeit in poor health. Her parents' affection towards her fluctuated. At times, they seemed indifferent, while at others, they appeared to love her deeply, a contradiction that left her bewildered. Ultimately, when she turned 5, both parents departed from her life. Su Ranran collapsed in sorrow, unable to fathom the reality of their absence. Yet, the pain felt achingly real, as if her heart were breaking anew. In that moment, her parents reappeared, embracing her and repeatedly uttering apologies. Su Ranran forcefully pushed them away, staring at them in disbelief. The scene transformed once more. Now, her parents were frantically clutching Xiao Bao, having encountered a sorcerer who claimed that sacrificing her son would resurrect Howard. They believed in this absurdity, and Su Ranran lunged forward, desperate to reclaim Xiao Bao. Yet, she missed entirely, helplessly witnessing Xiao Bao's head severed from his body. Overwhelmed, Su Ranran fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself on a hospital bed. Her parents kneeling before her, imploring her to bear another child. The shaman insists one child is insufficient. We need another. Su Ranran gazed at these strangers, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. How could they be her parents? In her memories, they had always been kind and gentle. How could they have transformed into such individuals? Yet, the image of Xiao Bao's decapitation haunted her, refusing to fade. Unable to endure her parents' pleas and the reality of Xiao Bao's absence, she yearned to end their lives but found herself incapable of such violence. Ultimately, Su Ranran came to understand herself. Suddenly, she found herself in an open field, regaining clarity and realizing that none of it was real. It had all been a dream, a test. With a bittersweet smile, she began to weep. She was utterly terrified that this reality might indeed be true. At that moment, the voice echoed once again, "I apologize. You have not succeeded in the trial. It is truly regrettable." Su Ranran remained silent, resolute in her refusal to trust the voice any longer. Though those experiences were not genuine, they had unearthed her most profound emotions. What of it? Was it enjoyable to toy with people's hearts? The voice continued, disregarding her silence. "Though you did not succeed, you have not failed either. I must admit, I find you rather endearing, my dear girl." Su Ranran continued to ignore him, and the voice, sensing its displeasure, acknowledged that it had never been treated this way before. He is the sovereign of the divine beast continent. By mere chance, he brought this young girl here. And finding no means to return her, he thought to visit her and bestow upon her some opportunities. To his astonishment, she displayed a lack of discernment, opting for trivial tadpoles over the plethora of valuable items available. This infuriated him to no end. Nevertheless, he decided not to consider this encounter a failure. Instead, he would share the information she sought. As for what would transpire thereafter, that was up to them. "Your parents are not dead?" the voice declared, leaving Su Ranran in disbelief. "Is that true?" she asked, yearning to believe, yet feeling skeptical about the reliability of this old man. The divine beast, unfazed by her doubts, simply tossed her aside with a nonchalant remark of "believe it or not." In an instant, Su Ranran found herself above a precipice. Dumbfounded, she began to entertain the notion that this might indeed be true. A smile broke across her face. The mere knowledge that her parents were alive brought her immense joy. However, she mistakenly presumed that her parents were living in the modern world, unaware that they, too, had arrived in this realm. Contemplating her situation, she decided to wait for the others to emerge, reasoning that if she had managed to survive during the trials, they should be fine as well. Surely, that old man had merely been trying to frighten them. Upon reflection, she found herself oddly charmed by his eccentricity. Chapter 54. The little one's treasures. Little Bao gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Where beastmen were consuming one another, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, yet he found himself passing right through one of them. Panic-stricken, he noticed potato seedlings sprouting on the grass and wondered why they chose to eat flesh instead of potatoes. Potatoes were something he had seen in his mother's books, accompanied by pictures, thus he recognized them instantly. Before long, a remarkable turn of events occurred. The potatoes were discovered, and more people began to feast upon them. The beastmen, relying on potatoes, gradually diminished their cannibalistic tendencies. Little Bao surmised that perhaps their insatiable hunger had driven them to such extremes. If only they had ample food, how much better it would be. He then thought of sweet potatoes, and almost immediately, someone stumbled upon them. Subsequently, the instances of beast men consuming their kin dwindled. Little Bao found this phenomenon astonishing, as if whatever he wished for materialized before him. Witnessing the dire circumstances of the beast men, he resolved to employ the knowledge he had gleaned from his mother to enhance their livelihoods. In no time, he conjured numerous culinary ideas, which were gradually discovered, leading to a marked improvement in the beast men's food supply. As the cold season approached, Little Bao contemplated cotton and the methods by which his mother fashioned beast hides. Unfortunately, that winter saw many beast men perish from the cold. Little Bao realized that his thoughts had come too late. He should have anticipated their needs prior to the onset of winter. Later, he recalled various herbs he was familiar with. After the cold season passed, a plague broke out, but Little Bao observed the beastmen utilizing the herbs he had suggested to concoct medicine, saving countless lives. Gradually, the living conditions of the beastmen improved, yet discontent brewed, igniting a desire for more. Little Bao aspired to establish a peaceful world, so he seated himself thoughtfully, pondering how to strengthen a tribe and gradually attract others to join. Eventually, the tribe grew increasingly formidable until it unified the entire beast realm. Little Bao devised numerous rules and concepts, meticulously refining them until harmony was achieved. Awakening to the sight of a gradually improving beast realm, he felt a surge of joy as if he had just awakened from a dream. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a voice echoed, "Little one, you are truly remarkable, possessing vast knowledge without succumbing to arrogance. But have you considered whether you could accomplish so much if you remained within that realm? Wouldn't it exhaust you?" Little Bao replied, "If it means sacrificing my own comfort to ensure the well-being of so many beast men, I would gladly endure the fatigue." The divine beast chuckled heartily, feeling as though he had discovered a worthy successor. "What is your wish? Feel free to share. If I speak it, will you help me realize it?" "Of course," he affirmed. Before he could finish, Little Bao eagerly declared, "I wish for my mother to be safe and sound, for the little cat to return home safely, for an endless supply of delicious food, for the tribe to thrive in the future." And Little Bao continued, listing dozens of desires, seemingly without end. The divine beast, sensing the growing list, interjected, hold on. Little Bao, puzzled, responded, "Did you not ask me to share my wishes? You promised to help me fulfill them, yet now you wish to retract." The divine beast was momentarily speechless but managed to assert, "I meant one wish at a time, not a multitude." "Humph," Little Bao scoffed. The divine beast sighed, realizing that Little Bao's wishes were within his power to grant. Without dwelling further on the matter, he decided to bestow upon him a treasure capable of housing 10 beings, a gift that, once confirmed, could not be rescinded. Little Bao merely rolled his eyes at the divine beast. Frustrated, the divine beast flicked Little Bao on the forehead, unwilling to engage in further conversation, and summarily cast him out. When Su Ranran saw Little Bao being expelled, she laughed heartily, unconcerned for his well-being. Little Bao's face flushed with embarrassment at his mother's reaction. Feeling the need to compose himself, he straightened his clothes and returned to her side, sharing tales of his encounter with the great trickster. Su Ranran regarded him quizzically before cautiously inquiring, "So, Little Bao, did you make a wish?" "Of course. I just played along with him, and I made several wishes." Su Ranran's expression soured. "What did that old man say?" "He ignored me, saying I had made too many wishes and told me to choose one. I paid him no mind. But then he said if you wouldn't make a wish, he would grant you one regardless. Indeed, he touched my forehead," Little Bao said, touching the spot, only to discover a small, intriguing shape protruding slightly. "Mother, can you take a look? Something feels odd here." Su Ranran leaned in closer, recognizing it as a small grid, quite charming in its design. "I asked this from that old man? Did he say anything?" "Yes, he mentioned it and I recounted his words." Su Ranran's eyes widened with excitement as she leaned closer to Little Bao. "Little Bao, what that old man said is indeed true. I have a reward too," she added, a playful smile on her lips, but she kept the details to herself. Little Bao, confident in his mother's words, felt as though he had missed a monumental opportunity. "If only I had spoken more earnestly with that old man," he lamented, glancing toward the precipice as if considering a return. Su Ranran quickly cautioned. But the old man said that each person is allowed only one wish. Since he granted yours, you should be content. Come back. It's too dangerous there. We await the arrival of the little cat and your Uncle Li, conversing as we pull Xiaobao back. I had presumed there was something entertaining inside, which is why I ventured in. I didn't believe him at all. Otherwise, I would have taken it more seriously, Xiaobao said with a face full of regret. Thus, it is said that everyone possesses their own opportunities and rewards. One should not be overly demanding, for the present is already quite good, and so, the mother and child chatted away as they awaited others. The grass was laden with an array of food. Reminiscent of a picnic, Chapter 55. The spirit gazed curiously at the throne ahead and, driven by intrigue, took a seat upon it. The moment he settled in, the scene abruptly shifted, in a magnificent palace. He sat upon the throne, receiving the reverent adulation of myriad beasts. All the beastmen prostrated themselves below, submitting to his command. He felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, yet it was undeniably vivid before his eyes. As days passed slowly, he began to feel that it was indeed meant to be this way. He was completely immersed in the experience. At night, a female figure lay beside him as usual. Each night brought a different companion, increasingly graceful, and this time, bolder, even daring to climb atop him. Each occasion, he found himself reluctant to be there, yet inexplicably, he returned night after night. Initially, he approached the encounters with compassion. But later, he ceased to be courteous and ended their lives, for only then could he find rest. Unbeknownst to him, this time he found himself unable to move, his body rigid, eyes filled with disdain. He thought of Ranran, recalling the blissful days spent in her realm. He bit his tongue in a moment of resolve, awakening instantly. With a single strike, he ended the female's life. He had warned her beforehand. On the following day, he continued to receive the worship of the myriad beasts, yet he suddenly felt devoid of the previous fervor. An unexpected sense of tedium washed over him as he reminisced about Su Ranran. Recalling her every smile and frown, prompting an involuntary smile of his own, he realized what he truly desired. He longed for Su Ranran, wished to remain by her side, to awaken each day to her presence. Thus he resolved to seek her out. The scene shifted once more. He found himself in another world, where the inhabitants enjoyed a harmonious, monogamous existence. Eventually, he learned that this was the original world of Ranran. A pang of discomfort struck him as he considered that Ranran was now with Yu-E. Would she still accept him? A sense of disquiet enveloped him, for while he yearned to possess Ranran entirely, he recognized the impossibility of such a desire. For now, he could only hope that she would accept him. This world differed from the Beastmen realm. Surely, Ranran would be influenced by its ideals, perhaps altering her views on monogamy. The dangers of the Beastmen world made it clear that Yu-E alone could not safeguard Ranran's well-being. With renewed determination to protect her, he finally encountered Ranran, witnessing her worry for Yu-E, which stirred a sense of jealousy within him, yet it was something he could bear. Thus, year after year, he silently guarded Su Ranran's side. Ultimately, in a twist of fate, he sacrificed himself to protect her from an enemy's attack. In the moments before death, a voice seemed to inquire, "Do you regret it?" He pondered briefly and replied, "No, for it is Ranran who gives my life meaning." Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, illuminating as he felt the warm rays of sunlight. He gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was still alive. Surprised, he took a moment to recollect that it was his concern for Ranran that had driven him to push open that door and step inside. It turned out he had not perished. It had all been a test. He remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, this experience having granted him clarity about his innermost desires. "What do you wish for?" The divine beast inquired. He contemplated earnestly before responding. "I wish for Ranran to be free from the constraints of monogamy, for I know that even with both of us, in this world, we cannot fully protect her." "Are you certain?" the divine beast pressed. "Indeed," he affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Very well, I grant your wish." With that, the divine beast sent he forth. He stood upon the grass, still processing the events, when Su Ranran called out, Why are you dazed? Come over here. Look, help yourself to some food. We are waiting for the little cat." "So, how did it go? Did you succeed in your challenge?" Su Ranran inquired with a curious expression. He merely nodded slightly, as if lost in thought. Unable to meet her gaze, Su Ranran had intended to ask about his experiences, yet refrained, recognizing his reluctance to share. After all, everyone has their own privacy. However, they waited for a full half-month, refraining from entering the space for fear of missing the little cat's emergence. During this time, Xiao Bao remained in the space, studying the peculiar grass, while he examined his newly acquired weapon, which resembled a playing card, its material unclear yet transparent, easily overlooked if not closely observed. He cherished it dearly, toying with it daily. Throughout these 2 weeks, the bond between Su Ranran and he gradually deepened. Though it remained unspoken, Su Ranran suddenly felt that the presence of 2 beast men was not so daunting after all. She resolved to consult Yue. If he consented, she would accept Yi. Although Yue had previously indicated approval, she felt it prudent to confirm once more. Every day, Su Ranran indulged in the spiritual spring baths within the space. Previously, her skin had thrived with the spring's essence, and now, bolstered by the diligent efforts of the little tadpoles, she marveled at her own beauty. Her skin was as delicate as a petal, akin to the smoothness of water, and not an ounce of exaggeration could be found in her description. Watching her was filled with an overwhelming desire to embrace her. Each day, he gazed at Su Ranran with a love-struck smile, making her feel bashful. Seeing such an adorable Su Ranran found herself increasingly impatient. Yet, thinking of Yue, she felt it essential for him to be joyful and willingly agree to her wishes. Only then would her daily indulgences be justified. With that thought, she returned to her soothing baths. On this day, the trio feasted upon the grass when, suddenly, a female figure resembling a sprite appeared. Her skin was nearly translucent, exuding a subtle lavender hue, with cascading violet hair gently curling down to her waist. Her eyelashes were delicately arched, subtly tinted in a gradient of purple. She donned a gown of pristine white feathers, divided into upper and lower sections, barely covering her ample bosom. The fitted skirt clung to her form, trailing with feathers that extended to her ankles. Her dainty feet were adorned with slender vines that wound up to her knees, a vision of ethereal beauty that left Xiao Bao entranced. His eyes wide in wonder. However, the moment the little sprite spoke, she instantly returned from the realm of spirits to the mortal world, exclaiming meow, as she playfully nipped at Xiao Bao's pinky. Which wise old man taught her this? Her wish had been to transform into the most beautiful creature of the divine beast continent, destined to remain with Xiao Bao forever. The old man had granted her wish, and she had fainted until awakening that very morning. Upon seeing her reflection, she felt immense satisfaction and delight. The old man had instructed her that by biting Xiao Bao, she could remain by his side eternally. Thus, she had acted immediately upon her emergence. After forming a bond with Xiao Bao, the little cat discovered the 9-square grid upon his forehead and swiftly entered it. She found the space immensely comfortable, even more so than Xiao Bao's mother's realm, and thus chose to remain within, unwilling to leave. Upon hearing the mention of cat, Xiao Bao awakened, questioning his mother with a mix of skepticism and certainty. Could that have been the little cat? Before Su Ranran could respond, a sweet, soft voice echoed in his mind. "It's me. I'm so tired now. I'm going to sleep. When I awaken, I'll tell you all about it." Realizing it was indeed the little cat brought Xiao Bao a wave of joy. He seemed to genuinely adore this enchanting creature. After the little cat nipped him, he felt an exhilarating urge to fly. Testing this newfound sensation, he found himself soaring into the air, which thrilled him immensely as he flitted about until fatigue finally brought him back down. After sharing his experience with Su Ranran, they all found it peculiar, perhaps linked to the little cat's wish. They could only speculate, but it seemed like a fortunate turn of events, did it not? With that thought, they collectively expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the divine beast. Chapter 56. The contest between Yi and Yue. Upon returning to the tribe, Su Ranran hurried towards Yue. While he felt a pang of bitterness, uncertain when Ranran would ever accept him, that evening, Yue tenderly caressed Su Ranran's skin, utterly reluctant to let her go. The following day, Yue, thoroughly satisfied, sought out Yi. Having enjoyed a night filled with Ranran's thoughtful attentions, Su Ranran found it curious that she felt no fatigue after such a night. Pondering the cause, she considered whether it might be due to the little tadpole's influence. Indeed, it seemed plausible. She was quite enamored with those little creatures, as they alleviated her weariness. Yue sought out Yi, intending to convey to her that Ranran was willing to accept him. Although Ranran had not summoned him, she had taken such actions to consider his feelings, realizing that she should not be so selfish. She ought to be mindful of Ranran's emotions as well, right? It was not fair to put Ranran in a difficult position. When Yui informed he was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to find Ranran, but Yui restrained him, advising him not to rush. Ranran was a timid little female, and one must not be too hasty. He pondered this and agreed, managing to temper his enthusiasm and gradually calm himself. Thus, the days passed by. On one particular day, Yui returned with splendid news. They had discovered a salt mine. The thought of the cured meat that Ranran had mentioned previously sent him into a frenzy. Meat was the essence of the beastmen. The mine was filled with crystalline salt, but it was situated far from the tribe and required traversing through other tribes. It would be impossible for many beastmen to go together. After some contemplation, Yui decided to let take Ranran along. He would not be detected by the other tribes, and with Ranran's spatial abilities, it served a dual purpose while also providing an opportunity for the two of them. Over the past few days, Yui had observed the subtle interactions between Ranran and Perhaps it was due to her concerns about herself that Ranran had not been with all along. Reflecting on Ranran's well-being, Yui resolved to let them go together. He would finally be able to embrace the one he cherished, filling his heart with uncontainable joy. They set off early with Ranran to the salt mine, managing to gather several thousand pounds of salt before they called it a day. By this time, it was already quite late, and they would have to wait until the next day to return. Much to ES delight. Once they entered the spatial realm, before they could engage in any activities, Su Ranran and he heard sounds from outside. They curiously eavesdropped. It turned out to be Nina again. The last time, the Shangta tribe had suffered significant losses, and Nina had endured considerable humiliation, subsequently allying herself with another tribe, the Kongta tribe, the sworn enemies of Shangta. Observing Shangta's devastation, Kongta launched a surprise attack. With predictable consequences, only Shangta managed to escape with a handful of beastmen, as they adhered to the rule of not killing females, allowing Nina to be saved. Nina, being quite attractive and audacious, had learned much from her experiences. She had successfully entangled herself with the leader of Kongta tribe. Unlike the nomadic beasts, Kongta treated Nina quite well, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable life, provided she did not stir trouble. Presently, Nina and Scorpio were plotting to eliminate the leader. Sang Shan, as no matter how Nina pleaded, Sang Shan was unwilling to comply with her wishes. Amidst the sinister plot and nauseating sounds emanating from outside, Su Ranran and he felt extremely awkward. They had no choice but to listen. The two hurriedly bid farewell and retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Oh, how embarrassing! This Nina truly lacked shame. Her experiences were even more scandalous than those in the books, Su Ranran mused. It wasn't until late into the night that the noise finally subsided. Exhausted, Su Ranran fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken around noon the next day. Neither spoke much as they returned to the tribe. Upon arriving, it was already quite late as Su Ranran went to Yui and shared the process of making cured meat and her encounter with Nina. In the days that followed, everyone became busier, fearing that Nina might truly succeed. Su Ranran decided to construct a wall around the tribe for safety. 2/3 of the beastmen went hunting, while the rest worked on the wall. Knowing the danger that loomed, it was essential to have someone present in the tribe. Equipped with bows and wolf-toothed clubs, the beastmen returned with bountiful harvests, carrying piles of food each day. Meanwhile, Su Ranran led all the females, young beastlings, elderly beastmen, and those with disabilities in preparing the game. The construction of the wall was entrusted to Xiaobao, who was even more knowledgeable about the matter than Su Ranran. She merely offered a few suggestions. To dry the cured meat, Su Ranran instructed them to cut tree branches, sharpen the ends, and insert them into the soil. They placed a plant resembling bamboo on top. Thus, rows of salted cured meat were hung to dry, filling the beastmen with a profound sense of security at the sight of such abundance. The wall project was prioritized. It was made from exceptionally hard wood, sharpened at the bottom, and encircled the tribe with a trench filled with a mixture of mud and sand. Subsequently, the sharpened wood was inserted, one after another, tightly interlocking. Finally, a sticky resin, unique to a specific tree, was applied. By cutting the bark slightly, a significant amount would flow out. The beastmen spent a painstaking 2 weeks collecting this resin. The wood coated with the resin became waterproof and exceedingly adhesive. 2 months passed, and as the villagers gazed at the towering wall, their excitement was beyond words, especially the females, who wept tears of joy. Understood the fear and helplessness they felt when the beastmen ventured out to hunt. With such a high outer wall, ferocious beasts could not breach it, and from then on, they only needed to guard against flying creatures, which rarely flew that low. Moreover, with the square filled with dried meat, they would have enough to sustain them throughout the cold season, no longer fearing hunger. That night, the tribe held a bonfire celebration, an idea proposed by Su Ranran. She believed that in such a joyous occasion, everyone should share in the merriment, play, and dance together. That evening, Su Ranran indulged in some drinks and, in a state of blissful confusion, followed away. Truly, alcohol emboldens the heart. A ray of sunlight cascaded upon their faces as he looked at Su Ranran with a beaming smile. Slowly opening her eyes, Su Ranran was met with his gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a word as she lowered her head. With a possessive gesture, lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes, causing her face to turn even redder. He would not allow her to evade. It had not been like this the previous night. He leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. Su Ranran felt even more embarrassed, wishing to burrow under the covers, yet she found herself unable to move, having forgotten about the option of returning to the spatial realm. Feigning ignorance, she stubbornly replied, "What happened last night? I don't know what you're talking about." He responded directly, "Then let me enlighten you with that." He leaned in closer, until evening that Su Ranran finally had the chance to sleep. Upon waking again, she hurriedly got up and ran away. Realizing that he was a cunning individual, "I cannot afford to provoke him." He chuckled as he got up to pack his belongings, moving to stay with Yui. Su Ranran basked in the sun at Yui's place. Enjoying her leisure, she called for to bring his things over, startling him. "What are you doing? Moving in? Why are you moving in?" Su Ranran exclaimed in shock. Recognizing her confusion regarding the rules here, explained, "Female partners always live together. Didn't he, you know?" "Oh my, how was I supposed to know? This is so awkward." Su Ranran stood frozen in place. Seeing her adorable reaction, he stepped forward and planted a kiss on her forehead. Just then, Yui emerged from the cave, witnessing their interaction and belongings. He understood everything, having realized the dynamics the previous night, but had not anticipated that Ranran would only return today. He silently mused that he would also need to wait for Ranran for a couple more days. Otherwise, he would appear utterly useless. From that day forward, Su Ranran resided alone for a night each day. However, it seemed as if they were secretly competing. If not for the little tadpole, Su Ranran might not have needed to rise at all. Eventually, she grew weary of this and chose to hide in the spatial realm, leading Yui and to finally relent. Thus, Su Ranran began to live a blissful and fulfilling life. But how long could such a life last? Suddenly, a massive stone plummeted from the sky. Chapter 57. Escape. Fortunately, the beastmen on aerial patrol had given an early warning. Otherwise, they would have been unaware of how many beastmen might have perished. The beastmen quickly transported the females, younglings, elderly, and injured to a cave halfway up the mountain. Thankfully, the wall provided protection. Otherwise, the onslaught would have resulted in catastrophic losses. The assailants were the Kongta tribe, numbering over 400 beastmen. The beastmen of Kongta could also fly, albeit with smaller wings, allowing for swifter movements. Without weapons, the winged tribe would have faced certain defeat. However, at present, they could retaliate fiercely, taking down one for each that approached. Witnessing their homeland under attack and being shattered, the beastmen swiftly readied their bows. Their gazes sharp and focused, yet none released their arrows, seemingly waiting for something. "Fire!" Yui commanded. Whoosh! A volley of arrows was unleashed, and within 3 seconds, the beastmen were prepared to fire again. Release! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A barrage of arrows flew, and swathes of beastmen fell. The Kongta tribe was thrown into chaos, retreating in panic. Having never encountered such a formidable display, those who were not struck fled in haste, stopping only when they reached a safe distance. Seeing the fallen warriors, the newly appointed leader of Kongta had little regard for their losses. He had witnessed his men being struck down by unknown weapons, and doubt began to fester within him. They had no grievance with the winged tribe. Their unprovoked attack was unjustifiable. Winning would be acceptable, allowing them to spin their narrative, But losing would bring disgrace, and would any tribe wish to ally with them thereafter? As he pondered, his anger intensified. At that moment, an arrow was shot towards him, and he instinctively grabbed Nina to shield her. He could have evaded the attack, yet he chose not to. Nina's face was a mask of disbelief as she reluctantly closed her eyes. In this battle, the Wing clan suffered no casualties, with only a few orcs sustaining injuries. However, over 200 of their adversaries perished, and the number of wounded remained unknown. Tragically, Nina also joined the fray. But misfortune struck as she was abandoned at a critical moment, falling victim to a hail of arrows, her eyes forever closed in death. The slain orcs were cast out of the tribe, and before long, numerous ferocious beasts arrived to devour their remains. Su Ranran was aware of Nina's demise, but remained silent. The troublesome presence was gone, and who could predict what further chaos might ensue? In the days that followed, the orcs frantically hoarded food, haunted by their fear of hunger. With no means to preserve their provisions, how could they afford to be idle? They only paused when they could no longer bear the burden of their own desperation. Thus, life returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, it wasn't long before Xiaobao brought forth an ominous message. The little cat proclaimed that a calamity would soon befall them, a volcanic eruption. Now an elf? She was sensitive to the aura of the mountains and forests. The volcano was expected to erupt in approximately half a month. Everyone believed Xiaobao's words, and thus they had to prepare to vacate the area. But where would they go? A heavy silence fell upon them. Previously, Su Ranran had suggested leaving in search of a new abode, as this place was indeed unsuitable for the orcs. Yet, Yui cautioned that the journey would be fraught with peril, riddled with countless disasters and ferocious beasts. Moreover, it was uncertain whether they could find a place better than this one. Although the divine beast continent was vast, suitable habitats for the orcs were exceedingly scarce. With ferocious beasts lurking in abundance, faced with this predicament, they had no choice but to depart. Yui disseminated the news, urging all clan members to prepare, reminding them to take only food and leave behind all other belongings. He also dispatched several orcs to relay the message to nearby tribes, indifferent to whether they believed it or not, for it could not be altered. Fortunately, they had stockpiled ample provisions during this time. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss. With heavy hearts, they gazed upon the village they had only recently built, believing they were finally on the verge of a better life. Yet, before long, they would have to leave. Ranran had even mentioned plans to construct houses the following year. They had seen the designs and were genuinely enamored with them. The females wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes as the orcs lifted their mates, while others cradled their young. The elder orcs were reluctant to depart, uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. They did not wish to become a burden, even in death, having enjoyed such a long stretch of good fortune. They felt ready to embrace it. Reluctantly, they looked at Xiaobao, the child they had watched grow. "You go ahead, do not worry about us." But how could Yui abandon them? He issued a firm ultimatum. If they did not leave, then none of them would. The elder orcs often instructed the young ones, and at this moment, they too shed tears, pleading to leave together. Xiaobao joined in the persuasion. Seeing that everyone awaited their decision, unwilling to depart for fear of wasting time, they finally acquiesced. Thus, one by one, they embraced each other and set off, families in tow. Chapter 58. A different experience. The wind howled, dissipating much of the sorrow of leaving home. The divine beast continent was so vast. Surely there must be a place for them to reside. As evening fell, the beasts rested in the trees, each finding their own perch. They had hoped to travel further, but a powerful presence ahead deterred them from crossing through the air. Tomorrow, they would have to traverse the land instead. On dozens of trees, nearby sat the Wing clan orcs. Here, they could finally sleep soundly, for the oppressive aura kept ferocious beasts at bay. Naturally, they did not venture too close, for it was a ruler of the skies, an unknown beast of incredible strength. A group of orcs ventured further afield to hunt and grill meat. It was not until around 8 in the evening that Su Ranran and the others received their roasted meat. Observing the slightly undercooked fare, Su Ranran could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for these honest orcs. She retrieved a bounty of raw crabs from her space and distributed them among the group, also producing numerous bamboo bottles filled with spring water mixed with additional water. Each individual received at least one raw crab. Nighttime was indeed a period of heightened emotions. Yet, at this moment, the robust orcs, holding their raw crabs, found little to be sorrowful about. They believed that as long as they followed Ranran, they would never go hungry. Not only would they avoid hunger, but they would also savor a different kind of delicacy. In the past, they had been content as long as their bellies were full. Now, gazing at the raw crabs in their hands, their mouths watered in anticipation. Looking at the treehouse where Su Ranran resided, their eyes sparkled with longing for a better life, no longer clouded by confusion. What a miraculous flavor this was! The orcs licked their tongues as they stared at the crabs before them. They took a sip of water, finding it extraordinarily delicious, then bit into the crab, followed by another sip of water. Some orcs even gulped down their water in one go, gazing at the raw crabs in their hands with a comical mix of desire and hesitation. The raw crabs from Su Ranran's space had been marinating for an extensive period, becoming incredibly flavorful. However, in the space, they would not spoil. Su Ranran had prepared a substantial amount. Eventually, unable to resist, they devoured the crabs in their hands, during which they eyed the water held by others, making numerous unfair bargains just to have a sip. Meanwhile, Su Ranran, along with Yui, occupied a treehouse together. The treehouse had not been renovated and was uneven. Su Ranran took the time to clean and disinfect, laying down thick blankets, and hung animal skins at the entrance before settling in for rest. She disliked being watched while she slept. Given the chance, she preferred a more comfortable setting. Xiaobao came over to fetch dinner and then went to another tree hollow with the little cat. The little cat enjoyed being with Xiaobao and would always emerge from her grid to accompany him when there were no outsiders around. At first, Xiaobao was unaccustomed to this, but being a connoisseur of beauty, he soon relished the company. Noticing that Su Ranran had hung the animal skins, the little cat, who also disliked being seen, requested a piece of animal skin from Xiaobao to hang as well. Although Yui had initially stated that only food was necessary for their journey, the orcs still brought along their own animal skins, unable to part with them. Even if they wore them, they wanted to take them along. Everything left behind in the cave was stored in Su Ranran's space. Thus, they had not discarded anything of value. For safety, they huddled closely together, forming a circle with Su Ranran, the clan leader, the elder, the females, the young orcs, and the injured orcs all nestled in the center. Each individual was flanked by a strong orc for protection, ensuring their utmost safety. The perimeter was manned by the warriors of the tribe, with a small squad remaining awake to keep watch. Due to the limited space in the treehouse, after Su Ranran, and the others had eaten, Yui exited the cave. As the clan leader, he could not remain in the cave at such a time. Whenever matters arose within the tribe, he was always the one who bore the greatest burden. Inside the cramped treehouse, nestled in the soft blankets, Su Ranran and had not entered the space. The pale blue moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting a glow upon Su Ranran's fair form, which was unclothed at that moment. Due to her frequent baths in the spring water, her skin bore no blemishes. He gazed at Ranran, his eyes smoldering with desire, as if he might devour her whole. Gently caressing her body, he dared not apply too much pressure, for her skin was exquisitely tender, and he risked leaving red marks with a careless touch. Slowly, Su Ranran let out a soft hum, and Yui, who was not far away, heard it and cursed Yi's shamelessness under his breath. Su Ranran, too, was shy, reluctant to speak loudly given how close they all were. Yet, it was precisely this that endeared her to Yi, who wished to convey all his affection to her. The night still lay ahead, and he was in no rush, unable to endure any longer. Su Ranran pulled Yi into the space and called him out directly. Within the confines of the space, every corner seemed steeped in a languorous ambience. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the space. Su Ranran's eyes were flushed with shyness as she lightly scolded him. However, could hardly bear it and restrained himself, knowing they would have to rise early the next day. He could not bear to see Ranran so exhausted. Yui, listening to Su Ranran's gentle reprimands from outside, could no longer contain himself. He entered the treehouse and tossed Yi out, simply stating, "Get out and patrol." He then embraced his beautiful wife, and they both stepped into a realm of love. Su Ranran had never witnessed such a scene before. She had always avoided their closeness, fearing it might lead to discomfort. Yet, she had overthought it. After all, this was the world of the orcs. They were merely taking care of her. Yui would not let this opportunity slip away. He had endured an entire night. His previously unseen dominance emerged as he claimed Su Ranran. Su Ranran awoke and directly entered the space, lingering for what felt like a long, long time. With great satisfaction, Yui emerged from the treehouse, casting a provocative glance at E, who, indifferent, returned to the sanctuary of the treehouse, embracing Su Ranran as they both succumbed to slumber. Chapter 59. The man-eating flower. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm. And the same holds true for the early beastmen. Having finished their meal at dawn, everyone ventured onto the land, embarking on foot. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered a thicket of thorns towering over 10 meters high. Fortunately, a passage near the base allowed a few to squeeze through. Yet, they soon retreated, for the ground was a quagmire, a treacherous swamp where any beastman who dared tread would become ensnared and unable to escape. Yui contemplated soaring above to test the waters, but such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Angering the one above could spell disaster for the entire troop. His suggestion was met with unanimous dissent. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate for quite some time, until Xiao Bao proposed to carve a path through the thorns. This, however, was a cumbersome task. Nevertheless, they still had time, and safety was paramount. With a series of sharp sounds, crack, 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 they toiled throughout the morning, finally creating a passage wide enough for two. To accommodate the weaker females, they laid down animal hides atop the thorns. A group of beastmen took over an hour to traverse the newly created path. As they reached the center, they glimpsed fearsome creatures lurking beneath the swamp, massive and terrifying. As they walked, the thorns swayed ominously, while below, monstrous jaws gaped hungrily. The thrill of the experience was beyond anything the modern world could offer. No haunted house or roller coaster could compare. A few of the younger beastmen cried, unwilling to proceed. However, seeing their kin move forward, they trembled and followed suit, fearing the dwindling numbers of their tribe. Initially, the beastmen intended to retrieve the animal hides. But Su Ranran stopped them, sensing impending disaster and wishing to leave a route of escape for those behind. They had scarcely moved when a cacophony of roars erupted from behind. Suddenly, a few lurking eagles were struck down, plummeting into the thicket, their blood spilling forth. Instantly, the creatures from the swamp began to seize the opportunity, their numbers in the hundreds, sending shivers down the spines of the beastmen even 100 meters away. Desperate to flee, they barely had time to react when a beastman in the lead met a gruesome fate, blood splattering onto others nearby. In their haste, they stumbled back, realizing that these were not mere flowers, but rather carnivorous monstrosities. Stimulated by the blood, a vast expanse of crimson flowers opened wide, revealing serrated teeth and glistening remnants of flesh, while a foul stench assaulted their senses, inducing a wave of nausea among the beastmen. The younger ones burst into tears, and chaos ensued. After several agonizing minutes, calm was restored, and the beastmen pondered their next move. Circumventing the area was not an option. The distance was too great. Before they could devise a plan, the volcano would consume them. As dusk fell, they realized they had no choice but to spend the night where they were. That night, their spirits dwindled, for the land held many dangers. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that a rustling sound reached their ears. Su Ranran, disregarding all else, switched on her flashlight, revealing a swarming mass of ants, each the size of a ping-pong ball, evoking sheer terror. Goosebumps prickled her skin, and the thought of those with a phobia of clusters fainting was not far-fetched. Without hesitation, Xiao Mao darted into a protective formation, equally repulsed by the sight. Although she could fly and was safe from bites, the sight was unbearable. Fortunately, Su Ranran had previously sprinkled insect repellent on the ground, causing the ants to veer away, which provided her some comfort. As the group became encircled, the deities among them finally realized that this was not merely a diversion. The ants were intent on ensnaring them all. The ants were repelled by the insecticide. Otherwise, they would have relished a feast. Su Ranran, sensing the urgency, distributed all the insect repellent she had to the outermost beastmen, urging them to apply it. The beastmen hurriedly complied. But there was only enough left for those on the periphery. Indeed, the ants recoiled from the repugnant scent, scattering away from them and heading towards the man-eating flowers. Wait, the man-eating flowers? Ants? Su Ranran's eyes widened with realization as she illuminated the direction of the flowers. The once ferocious blooms had wilted, drooping pitifully after being ravaged by the ants, showing no signs of life. The sight prompted an urgent response from the beastmen, who rushed to follow the ants. One beastman carried a non-flying female and a young cub as if demons were on their heels, not daring to look back. They ran for over an hour before finally reaching the other side. As they gathered, the sun began to rise, and the man-eating flowers slowly began to lift their heads. Yet they did not open their gaping maws. They swayed gently in the breeze, appearing remarkably beautiful. However, those who had witnessed their true nature could hardly appreciate their allure. Each beastman averted their gaze, taking to the skies. They had finally escaped the perilous terrain, bathed in the hues of dawn. Shimmering brilliantly, Chapter 60. The eruption of the volcano. The beastmen soared above the clouds, racing forward at breakneck speed. Even under the scorching sun, they dared not pause, as the females were tenderly shielded within their embrace. Yet, despite their best efforts, the biting wind and glaring sun proved discomforting. Su Ranran, under Yi's protective wing, refrained from entering the spatial realm, wary of arousing suspicion among the others. Although they recognized her enigmatic nature, they merely attributed her occasional displays of power to her mysterious origins or her stored provisions, having experienced her capabilities firsthand. Dressed in a long sun-shielding garment, Su Ranran was well protected from the sun's rays. The beastmen had grown accustomed to her peculiar attire, and it sparked no comments. Initially, she had considered wearing sunglasses but deemed it too ostentatious, opting instead to nestle within Yi's embrace. Yue continually flew ahead. Alongside the tribe's warriors, occasionally drifting back, he was on the lookout for a successor, having long lost interest in the role of tribe leader. Each time he spotted Ranran nestled with Yi, a pang of jealousy surged within him. Yet, finding a suitable heir was no simple task. He yearned for Yi to take the position, but he remained oblivious, lost in his own world with Ranran, which only fueled Yi's frustration. As days passed without seeing Ranran, he merely sighed. Each night, when he finally saw her, she was always asleep, and he could not bring himself to disturb her. Soon, night fell once more. However, they had yet to find a resting place, as they had not encountered any significant trees. The dangers of the land were well known to them, and they were loath to descend into the seemingly tranquil night, aware that it could harbor deadly threats. Moreover, with Ranran's warning about the depletion of their insect repellent, they became increasingly cautious. Despite the circumstances, they had to find shelter. The night sky was not entirely safe. Before long, they discovered a waterfall, behind which lay a cavern spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 beastmen. This discovery was made by a beastman who had ventured down to fetch water. They soon arrived at the waterfall, yet hesitated to descend, uncertain of what dangers lay beneath. The waterfall cascaded powerfully, and plunging into its depths would surely be perilous. Yue instructed a few beastmen to place a large stone into a crevice above the cave, effectively reducing the flow of water to a manageable level. The brave warriors ventured inside, finding no immediate threats, and one by one, they entered the cave. The females quickly organized themselves. Given the lateness of the hour and the impossibility of hunting, they resorted to cooking preserved meat in a stone pot. After their meal, they settled down to rest. Throughout the night, the echoing roars of beasts reverberated, accompanied by powerful auras sweeping past. The formidable creatures possessed a heightened sensitivity to the shifts in their environment and sensed impending calamity. Fleeing for their lives, the beastmen, wide awake and alert, remained vigilant, keeping watch over the entrance. Luckily, their hiding place was well concealed, and since the beasts were in flight, they faced no immediate danger. Yue decided to allow the others to rest while keeping two teams on guard, prepared for any eventuality. Thus, amidst the ongoing roars of beasts, they fell into a deep slumber. The beastmen awoke early, yet chaos still reigned outside, with powerful creatures still roaming. After deliberation, they resolved to wait until the strongest beasts had passed before making their move. And so, they waited a full day. Only as night fell did tranquility return, but for safety's sake, they agreed to embark only during daylight. That night was eerily silent, likely due to the fright experienced by both beastmen and creatures alike. During the day, as a reward for their arduous journey, Su Ranran unveiled an array of delicacies, including spicy crabs, spicy shrimp, and spring water. From the space, a large pot of rice was cooked and brought out. Allowing the orcs to indulge in a hearty meal. In recent days, Su Ranran had been spending time with everyone, often nestled closely beside Yi and Yue at night. Finally, Yue could enjoy a good night's sleep. Before dawn, the group rose and set off, flying southward. However, the weather was not particularly favorable that day, with dark clouds looming overhead. By midday, heavy rain began to pour. Yet, the rain did not hinder their progress as they pressed on. Days passed in this manner, and gradually, the beasts in the forest grew restless, with more and more animals joining the frantic exodus. Eventually, all the ferocious beasts began to flee. One fateful night, a thunderous roar erupted from 1,000 meters away. As flames burst forth, illuminating the night as if it were day, a colossal mushroom cloud lingered in the sky, and the forest was instantly engulfed in flames. Su Ranran sensed impending danger and hurriedly urged everyone to flee. Beneath the night sky, groups of creatures frantically continued their escape. Chapter 61. Finding a habitat, the group flew wildly, but due to the burden of their families, their pace was slower. One ferocious beast after another flew past them, each ignoring the other as they all focused on their own escape. They encountered orcs along the way, who mocked them for carrying so many burdens, yet no one paid them any mind. Different paths meant no collaboration. As the sun rose, they did not stop. Seeing the dust cloud several hundred meters away, Su Ranran quickly distributed masks to the orcs, urging them to wear them. Not long after donning the masks, the dust enveloped them, and everyone exerted all their strength to continue flying. The volcano erupted earlier than anticipated, leading to a misjudgment on their part. Observing the unmasked flying creatures collapse one by one, they pushed themselves to fly even harder, surpassing a number of birds and orcs, including those who had just mocked them. Before long, those very orcs fell to the ground. Breathing became increasingly difficult. The orcs summoned an unprecedented burst of strength and finally broke free. The beasts that inhaled the fresh air dared not stop, flying for a full 2 days and nights. Upon seeing that the dust had not spread further, they finally found a few large trees and halted. Everyone looked at each other, covered in dirt, and couldn't help but laugh. Embracing their kin, whose faces were now unrecognizable, they felt a surge of excitement. They had finally escaped. As they were the last group to flee, the forest was devoid of other creatures. Others had long since departed, retreating as far as possible. They did not bother to clean themselves, leaving a captain to patrol. And without concern for their filthy appearances, they fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted, Su Ranran, too, disregarded her dirt-streaked body and fell asleep while holding This slumber lasted a full day and night. When the orcs awoke, they spent an entire morning cleaning themselves. After eating, they felt rejuvenated and began discussing their next steps. They realized they needed to first find a safe place to settle. However, for the moment, it was safer to remain where they were, as all the ferocious beasts would surely have fled as far as they could. Each day, they sent orcs out to search for a new dwelling, yet good news remained elusive. The exit that the orcs had fled from was overwhelmed with ferocious beasts, already occupying the best locations. Moreover, hunting was impossible in the vicinity. They were relying solely on dried meat, or they would surely starve. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to continue moving forward. The group set off again. But this time, it was not a flight for survival, but a quest for a new home. Half a month passed without success, and anxiety grew among them. With the cold season approaching in 3 months, they realized their food supplies would not last through the winter in the days that followed. They searched for shelter while also stockpiling food. The increasing amount of provisions slowed their progress, yet the food provided a sense of security. Thus, 3 months slipped by. During this time, they encountered numerous dangers, losing over a dozen brave warriors, which left them in despair. As they flew, snow began to fall. The cold season had arrived. The snowfall intensified, and the orcs became increasingly despondent. Compelled to land in a canyon, regardless of whether they found a suitable habitat, they needed a place to endure the cold season. They halted in the center of the canyon, planning to search for a place to spend the winter. The canyon was overrun with vines and devoid of trees, clearly unsuitable for orc habitation. However, being situated halfway up the mountain alleviated concerns about melting snow. The canyon was relatively flat, and there was a large cave nearby. Although its entrance was wide and exposed to the cold winds, seeing the poor conditions, the orcs felt disheartened. Yet, considering those who hadn't escaped, they felt grateful nonetheless. Little Cat, holding Little Bao's hand, expressed her dislike for crowded places. She noticed a spot above the cave, thick with vines, which seemed to conceal another cave with a smaller entrance, just right for Little Bao and herself. Little Bao, fond of exploring with Little Cat, followed her there. The entrance was well hidden among the various stones. After navigating a bend, it was nearly impossible to discern from the outside. Coupled with the dense vines, even if orcs walked above, it would be undetectable from below. If not for Little Cat's keen perception, even Little Bao would have overlooked it. As they walked, pushing aside the vines, the entrance was modest, approximately 3 meters wide and long, quite square in shape. Little Bao turned on a flashlight, a recent gift from his mother. Together with Little Cat, they ventured several meters deeper, and just when they thought they had reached an end, they turned another corner and saw light ahead. Filled with joy, Little Bao pulled Little Cat along. Upon reaching the end, he was overjoyed and gave Little Cat a big kiss. Little Cat was momentarily stunned, and so was Little Bao. Both stood there in surprise until Little Cat retreated into her 9-palace grid. Her heart racing. Unsure of what was happening, she wondered if she was unwell. Noticing Little Cat had entered her 9-palace grid, Little Bao felt a bit guilty and dared not approach her. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurried outside. Upon hearing Little Bao's description, Su Ranran was equally exhilarated. Perhaps this time, they could find a truly suitable habitat. She was reluctant to share the news with the others, fearing it might lead to disappointment, so she quickly urged Yui and Yi to follow Little Bao as they hurried along. Indeed, they had stumbled upon a habitat perfectly tailored for the orcs. It was simply magnificent. This space could comfortably accommodate thousands of orcs. Chapter 62. Building a home. The first sight that greeted them was a massive durian tree, so large that it would take several orcs to encircle it. Sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the entire space. However, the foliage was only visible near the roots, as the interior consisted solely of the trunk, with the leaves high above on the mountaintop. If one did not pay close attention, they would assume there was only the trunk, unaware of what lay atop the mountain. Inside the cave, there were no large ferocious beasts, likely due to the small entrance. Closest to the stone wall, a small stream flowed, fed by a source unknown, perhaps an underground river. The water was clear, containing fish, shrimp, and crabs. They had yet to discover anything else. The walls were dotted with various caves, unevenly shaped, which added to the unique charm. The caves were round, sparsely populated with some trees of unknown type, and the terrain was relatively flat with plenty of weeds. However, some areas formed puddles, likely from rainwater trickling down the tree trunks. Perhaps due to the presence of the durian tree, even small animals were scarce, let alone insects. These creatures probably detested the odor. Fortunately, Su Ranran adored durians. She had consumed all she had stored in her space and thought she would never taste one again, only to be pleasantly surprised by this discovery. Su Ranran believed this place was simply perfect. Su Ranran perceives the little cat to be a master treasure hunter, capable of discovering splendid locations wherever it ventures, truly a stroke of fortune. She hurriedly ventured out to share the joyful news with her kin. Having endured myriad hardships, her people had long relinquished their hopes, yet unexpectedly, a delightful surprise had graced them. They rejoiced with unrestrained exuberance. Even the orcs were no exception. The cave, nestled within the heart of the mountains, echoed with their jubilations, yet remained unheard by the outside world. This truly was a serendipitous delight. Before long, everyone chose their respective caves. Though those lacking combat prowess settled in the innermost chambers, the strength of the orcs increased closer to the cave entrance. Su Ranran, however, found little pleasure in dwelling within the cave. Her vision was to construct a treehouse nestled among the branches of the durian tree. Yet, time was of the essence, and the fierce snowstorm outside and biting winds rendered such endeavors impractical. Inside the cave, verdant greenery blossomed, with only sporadic snowflakes cascading down from the interstices of the branches, lending a unique charm to the scene. Nightfall approached swiftly, and a swarm of butterflies emerged, their translucent bodies radiating soft luminescence, illuminating the entire cave. Unlike the harsh brightness of the sun, this ethereal glow appeared especially romantic against the pale blue backdrop of the night. The cave transformed into a fantastical realm reminiscent of a fairy tale, leaving everyone spellbound, silently awestruck, lest they disturb the enchanting display. Surprisingly, these butterflies circled around Su Ranran, unwilling to depart, rendering her an almost sacred figure in the eyes of her people. Yet, Su Ranran herself remained oblivious to such notions. Reflecting on the matter, she surmised it might be due to her frequent immersion in the spiritual spring. Thus, she retrieved some spring water from her space. And indeed, The butterflies flocked towards it. However, this was knowledge unknown to others. The night passed quickly, and upon awakening, the butterflies had vanished, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Early the next morning, the tribe rose with the intent to clear the weeds within the cave. To their delight, an orc discovered an abundance of sweet potato vines within. Consequently, for the ensuing week, they diligently harvested sweet potatoes, ensuring ample sustenance for the cold season. Finally, they could set their minds at ease. That evening, every member of the tribe wore a smile, basking in sheer joy. At last, they had a home, no longer wandering souls, and the dread of starvation during the cold season had dissipated. It took a full month to thoroughly cleanse the tribe's dwelling. And Su Ranran discovered that casting debris into the stream allowed everything to flow away. Thus, all the weeds they had cleared were carried off by the current. Su Ranran longed to explore where the waters led, but merely entertained the thought, knowing she dared not venture forth until the cold season had passed. She instructed her people to deepen all the water holes, connecting them, and to divert the stream from its source. The last water hole was excavated to the greatest depth, connecting to the outflow of the stream, where she placed a net to prevent fish and shrimp from escaping while allowing a continuous influx of aquatic life. Surrounding the pit with small stones, she constructed a barrier half a meter high to ensure that anyone in the tribe wishing to partake could easily catch fish. Su Ranran then encircled the tree, directing her people to dig a deep water channel, filling it with stones and coating it several times with the viscous substance she had previously collected in her space, ensuring it would not leak. She filled it entirely with spring water and envisioned planting a ring of flowers around it, but that would have to wait until the cold season had passed. That night, Su Ranran observed that countless butterflies flocked to the spring water, flitting about in the thousands. The following day, she paved a small path around the tree and excavated another channel for the spring water, ultimately creating 6 channels, each separated by a small path that gradually widened. For the last 2 channels, Su Ranran planned to later craft some leisure benches. The spring water possessed the virtue of remaining unspoiled and exuding a delightful fragrance. As night fell, the surface of the spring water was adorned with beautiful butterflies dancing about. And Su Ranran had reserved spaces for flowers beside the channels, though they had yet to be planted. During the night, numerous female orcs gathered to frolic in this enchanting locale. Observing the multitude of orcs drawn to the area, Su Ranran raised the edges of the channels to half a person's height, ensuring no one would fall in, all the while contributing more spring water. Ultimately, the orcs had no intention of constructing houses. They preferred the caves, as their formidable physiques rendered them impervious to ailments such as rheumatism. However, to facilitate the comings and goings of the females, they stacked numerous stones at the cave entrance, binding them with the viscous substance to create a staircase-like structure. As Su Ranran watched the orc homes take shape, she gazed at the tree branches, wishing for the cold season to swiftly conclude. For she harbored no desire to reside in a cave. At the entrances of each cave, Su Ranran instructed them to establish a courtyard. She resolved that henceforth, hunting and gathering would follow the previous distribution method, with each family claiming ownership of what they cultivated. Thus, amidst the bustle, the snowfall ceased, and hailstones began to pelt the valley, creating a cacophony of sound. Though the cave experienced no large hail, small fragments still fell. But they posed little threat to the tribe, landing predominantly in the water pools, startling the fish into a frenzied escape, though they could not break free. Before long, the outside ice solidified, yet due to the valley's sheltered nature, the stream's waters remained unfrozen, flowing gently as the thawing period approached. The soothing sound of dripping water resonated throughout the cave, a melody most pleasant. The stream swelled, ushering in a multitude of sizable fish. Yet due to the modest size of the inlet, there was little concern for dangerous species infiltrating. Moreover, the inlet lay directly at the cave's entrance, vigilantly guarded by orcs, ensuring any potential threats would be swiftly detected. With the abundance of fish, the last water pool was enlarged several times over. Su Ranran had previously gifted much ginger to her people, encouraging them to cook it alongside the fish. Gradually, the tribe developed a fondness for fish. Regardless of how much they consumed, they could never deplete the supply. During the thawing period, despite the perils and tumult outside, the cave remained a haven of tranquility. Soon enough, the cold season finally relented, yielding to the arrival of spring, the season of renewal. On the durian tree, tender buds emerged, adorably vibrant, and Su Ranran, having anticipated the construction of her treehouse throughout the cold season, was finally able to commence her work. Watching her kin assemble branches onto the tree, Su Ranran brimmed with excitement. The branches were interconnected by the viscous substance, and she skillfully crafted a spacious platform according to their alignment, ensuring it was waterproof. The treehouse was erected along the main trunk, without harming the tree's integrity, standing at a height of 4 meters and a width of around 10 meters. To the left, near the water outlet, she devised a drainage system, comprising a room and a restroom. To the right lay the living area, where Su Ranran adorned the interior with modern amenities. Save for the tree's structure, the entirety of the interior bore a modern touch. The orcs possessed a strong sense of territoriality and would not intrude upon another's home lightly. Thus Su Ranran felt no trepidation regarding her belongings being discovered. Even if they were, what of it? Nevertheless, she secured the entrance with a fingerprint-locked door, for her space housed numerous solar-powered chargers and even an engine. To her astonishment, Su Ranran managed to create a transparent roof using the viscous substance, extending it outward to prevent other orcs from spotting it. The treehouse nearly reached the cave's ceiling, rendering it invisible from the surrounding valley, and the orcs could not approach, to ensure illumination during the night. She fashioned a small basin atop the roof, filled with spring water, inviting butterflies to visit in the evenings. The treehouse was elevated high above the ground, by several dozen meters. Currently, access was reliant on the wings of her companions, which posed a slight dilemma for Su Ranran. Though she could ascend, it felt rather inconvenient. However, with her space, she could manage regardless. Additionally, the eligible females in the tribe were always accompanied by their partners, ensuring Su Ranran was never alone, while Yu, her partner, had wandered off to attend to matters unknown. Despite this, Su Ranran continued to descend daily, as the tribe's framework was established, yet numerous intricate details required gradual refinement. The little cat adored Su Ranran's treehouse. Being an elf herself, she harbored a dislike for caves and preferred residing in trees. Thus, Xiao Bao sought a branch at the cave's entrance, intending to construct a bird's nest there. Indeed, a bird's nest. In comparison to the treehouse, the little cat favored the nest even more. Xiao Bao, though slightly exasperated, complied with the little cat's wishes and built an enormous nest, cleverly positioned in a corner near the cave. The nest nearly reached the ceiling, and beside it, Xiao Bao crafted a circular window with the viscous substance, reminiscent of modern floor-to-ceiling glass. Su Ranran gazed upon this creation, envious of its charm, acknowledging the little cat's ingenuity. Su Ranran generously gifted several pieces of curtains to Xiao Bao and his companions, and the little cat was utterly enchanted. With these additions, their cozy nook transformed into their very own bedroom. Xiao Bao, in his cave, had fashioned a living room style, and with a grand flourish, Su Ranran presented them with an entire set of furniture. Xiao Bao, with remarkable flair, crafted a large floor-to-ceiling glass window using slime, and he requested some spiritual spring water from Su Ranran to surround the cave and the bird's nest. The orcs of the tribe, witnessing the splendid home they had created, eagerly ventured out to make slime trees. To their surprise, they succeeded, and one by one, they approached Su Ranran for the spiritual spring water. Unselfishly, she filled a basin for them to take as they pleased. The tribe members, inspired by the sofas, began crafting their own from wood, adorning them with animal hides, creating a commendable imitation. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Su Ranran transformed the treehouse into a floor-to-ceiling window style. The butterflies, drawn by the spiritual spring water, proliferated rapidly. By nightfall, the entrances of every cave were adorned with butterflies, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Before long, Su Ranran discovered she was pregnant. This pregnancy progressed smoothly, and to her delight, she was expecting twins, one named Yu and the other E. The rarity of such a fortune seemed almost miraculous. After enduring the challenging phase of morning sickness, the remainder of the pregnancy unfolded with ease. Soon, 2 baby boys were born, and Su Ranran believed their family would henceforth enjoy a peaceful and blissful existence together. However, everything changed when the twins reached the age of 3. Mother, we want to go out and play. The twins, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nuo, were cherished from a young age. Xiao Cheng, the son of Yu, inherited his father's striking red wings, while Xiao Nuo, the son of boasted a pair of pure white wings. The 2 boys, who had never faced hardship, were irresistibly adorable, their soft and tender forms eliciting affection from all. One day, the family set out for a day of fun. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nuo played soccer ahead, while Su Ranran and the others enjoyed a picnic beneath a tree. The little cat and Xiao Bao had wandered off to play elsewhere. Su Ranran felt no concern for her eldest son, confident in their ability to protect themselves. Moreover, Xiao Bao had matured, capable of standing on his own in this world. As the ball was kicked far. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nuo dashed after it. However, in that moment, two tiger leopards sprang forth, snatching the boys and making a hasty retreat. Witnessing this, Su Ranran's heart raced, and she urgently called for Yu and E to give chase. They contemplated the situation. Su Ranran had her protective space and was safe, and since they were near the tribe, it would not be long before help arrived. They set off in pursuit of the tiger leopards. Although tiger leopards could not fly, they were remarkably swift, and for a time, Yu and E struggled to keep pace. The tiger leopards, eager to devour their delectable prize, were thwarted when two orcs appeared in pursuit. Reluctantly, they had to carry their catch away, but no matter how fast they ran, the two orcs were right on their tails, infuriating the predators. Unable to overpower the orcs and unwilling to risk their lives for such a tempting meal, the leopards contemplated their next move. Suddenly, one of the leopards felt an odd sensation around its neck, sticky and strange. Before it could comprehend, it collapsed. Having reached a certain distance, unleashed a display of skill, a technique acquired from the divine beast, rendering the leopard incapacitated. The other leopard, witnessing its companion's sudden demise, abandoned its meal and fled for safety. However, he would not let it escape so easily, swiftly executing another maneuver to claim victory. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nuo were understandably frightened into silence. Fortunately, as the cold season approached, the two little ones were bundled in thick animal hides, preventing the leopards from injuring their heads, merely gripping the hides instead. After a while, the boys burst into tears, their cries echoing through the air, startling the birds in the trees. The twins wept for what felt like an eternity, while Yu and E cradled their respective children as they made their way back. Quickly followed by tribe members. Seeing the boys in such distress, the orcs rushed to comfort them. Embarrassed by the gathering of orcs, the twins gradually quieted their sobs, noticing the absence of Su Ranran amidst the tribe's members. Yu and E exchanged worried glances, hastily setting down their children. Quickly, we must bring them back to the tribe. Before they could finish their thought, they took to the sky, calling out for Su Ranran. Yet her figure remained elusive. It was inconceivable that Su Ranran would hide away while her children were in peril. Something must have gone awry. With a sense of urgency, they began their search. The other tribe members recognized the gravity of the situation and sprang into action, escorting the twins back to the safety of the tribe while summoning many more to aid in the search for Su Ranran. Yu and E scoured the area surrounding where Su Ranran had last been seen, but to no avail. Thankfully, they sensed that she was not in mortal danger. Otherwise, they would surely have been overwhelmed with anxiety. Even so, their worry had not subsided. The frantic energy radiating from them startled the onlookers. N01 mentioned the incident to Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nuo, as they were still too young to understand. Upon learning of Su Ranran's disappearance, Xiao Bao returned, equally frantic to assist in the search. As Su Ranran witnessed Yu and E in pursuit, she too began to run, though her speed could never match theirs. Nevertheless, she refused to give up, racing forward. The rocky terrain of the mountains was treacherous, and her anxious heart led to a misstep, sending her tumbling down. She rolled uncontrollably, unable to access her protective space in time, her head striking the jagged stones and rendering her unconscious. She continued to tumble until she collided with a large boulder, eventually rolling into the river, completely unresponsive. Host has suffered an unknown attack and is in mortal danger. Initiating protective mode. TO safeguard the host's life. Significant energy will be expended. The space shall remain temporarily inaccessible. I will enter a state of dormancy once more. Beep, beep, beep. The space system shut down. Lin Yixing, abandoned by his tribe at a young age due to his heterochromia, was taken in by a group of stray beasts. Unlike those cast out for wrongdoing, these creatures were discarded for possessing peculiar traits that diverged from their kin. Others labeled them as punished by divine beasts, assuming they were inherently wicked. Consequently, no orc welcomed them, driving them away wherever they went, leaving them homeless and adrift. The hardships of their nomadic existence only strengthened their resolve. Following the passing of the elder chief who had cared for him, Lin Yixing ascended to leadership in his quest to find a miraculous remedy for the elder chief. He fell victim to an alluring poison, only to have it lifted by a young female he encountered. However, he was unable to bring her along, as time was of the essence to save the elder chief. Upon his return, the girl was nowhere to be found, leaving him despondent, believing she had abandoned him due to his unusual eyes. After searching fruitlessly for 2 days, Lin Yixing resolved to leave in search of a place to settle before the cold season arrived. The elder chief did indeed survive an additional 2 years thanks to the miraculous remedy. Throughout that time, Lin Yixing tirelessly sought further remedies for his tribe but found none. Following the elder chief's passing, he took the mantle of leadership, driven by a singular desire to find a stable home for his tribe. Yet, they were continually chased away in recent days. They had camped by the riverbank. Having completed his tasks, Lin Yixing was bathing when he suddenly noticed a young female drifting towards him. As he swam closer, he recognized her. It was the very girl he had been searching for. Uncertain of her condition, he hurriedly lifted her and laid her on the shore. Unsure of how to proceed, he shook her gently, hoping to rouse her. Su Ranran, in a daze, felt as if her head were being shaken from its very core. She attempted to open her eyes, but fatigue weighed her down. Reluctantly, she succumbed to the persistent shaking and slowly opened her eyes. Bewildered by her surroundings, where was she? Hadn't she been sleeping at home? As she gazed at the figure before her, she was struck by an overwhelming sense of wonder. What beautiful eyes! Oh, within those eyes resided the vastness of the stars and the sea. They were simply exquisite, and she yearned to possess such beauty. Those decorative contact lenses paled in comparison. Su Ranran stared, entranced, at Lin Yixing's violet eyes. In that moment, Lin Yixing instinctively averted his gaze, only to realize that this young female did not seem frightened by his eyes. Rather, she appeared to be captivated by them. Could it be that she found his eyes appealing? Surely not. All the orc females, upon gazing into his eyes, would be seized by fear, apprehensive of the misfortune it might bring upon them. Thus they averted their gazes, including the few who harbored affection for him within the tribe. Lin Yixing found it somewhat hard to believe. However, the little female was the first to look him in the eyes in such a manner. For the first time, Lin Yixing felt that the little female could indeed be so endearing. Yet, after a brief moment, Su Ranran succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly exhausted. Observing the little female faint once more, Lin Yixing felt a twinge of anxiety. But upon realizing she had merely fallen asleep, he felt a sense of relief as he carried her back to his tent. Indeed, it was a tent. As they journeyed daily, they gradually devised this convenient and portable dwelling. He gently replaced her drenched beast skin, feeling no embarrassment, for she was undeniably his little female, one he had long since seen in such a state. Moreover, he was her first orc, although she now bore the scent of other orcs. What did it matter? As long as he was by her side, that was sufficient. With that thought, he proceeded to dry her hair and then succumbed to slumber while cradling Su Ranran. Chapter 65. Lin Yixing's sunlight streamed through the tent, illuminating Su Ranran's pristine form. Lin Yixing was taken aback by her appearance. He had never realized that a female's skin could be so smooth, so tender, and so fair, more exquisite than a freshly born cub. On the previous 2 occasions he had encountered her, it had been night, and thus he had failed to notice Su Ranran's transformation, mistakenly believing she had always appeared thus. Lin Yixing, with his coarse hands, touched Su Ranran's delicate hands, squeezing them one by one, finding himself increasingly enamored. Her small lips were as enticing as cherries, a vibrant red, and he could not resist but to indulge in their sweetness. Su Ranran was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, she felt something nip at her, prompting her to hastily open her eyes, bewildered and dazed. What had transpired? It felt as if someone had bitten her lips. Once she regained her senses, Su Ranran pushed Lin Yixing away with a startled cry, leaping from the bed. Good heavens! What had happened? How had she ended up in a man's bed? Surely this must be a dream. She pinched her own cheek, yet it felt all too real. What was going on? Someone save her. Although he was indeed handsome, with such captivating eyes, how could she, a naive maiden, have found herself in such a predicament? As she attempted to flee, she realized her attire was disheveled, lacking even her undergarments. Glancing outside the tent at the throng of onlookers, she felt a wave of trepidation. Lin Yisheng, upon witnessing her distressed state, chuckled softly, instructing those outside to disperse, casting her a sidelong glance, yet remaining silent, as if to say, "Please, continue your performance." Su Ranran was at a loss for what to do, on the verge of tears. What was happening? In such a state, how could she possibly venture outside? In her previous flurry, her garments had fallen away, and now she crouched down, clutching her chest, her frantic movements causing the beast's skin to slip further. Thus, Su Ranran found herself in a rather comical predicament before an unfamiliar man, akin to the tale of the emperor's new clothes. At that moment, Lin Yisheng had no intention of holding back. He pulled Su Ranran into his embrace and kissed her passionately, his hands exploring her body with an insatiable curiosity. Su Ranran's mouth was silenced, rendering her incapable of speech, her body ensnared and immobile. She struggled fiercely, yet the more she fought, the more it excited Lin Yisheng as he lifted the beast's skin. Su Ranran, feeling dizzy from the fervent kisses, found herself gasping for breath, her mind struggling to comprehend what was unfolding. When she finally grasped the situation, her eyes widened in disbelief. What had just transpired? Was it as she suspected? Only when Lin Yisheng made his next move did Su Ranran fully comprehend the reality of her situation. Yet, she was still a naive maiden. Why had she not felt any pain? Even if she had never witnessed such an event, she had certainly heard tales. Seeing her bewildered expression, Lin Yisheng was unsatisfied and quickened his pace, prompting Su Ranran to react with a series of cries. Outside the tent, the orcs could hear the female screams and could only marvel at their leader's prowess. Noticing her intense reaction, Lin Yisheng paused, looking at Su Ranran with confusion. "What is the matter?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. Frustrated, Su Ranran retorted coldly, "Let me go." Lin Yisheng silenced her once more, disregarding her cries as he continued his endeavors. Gradually, Su Ranran ceased her protests, weariness overcoming her as she silently shed tears. Once Lin Yisheng had concluded, he noticed Su Ranran's unusual demeanor and found it perplexing. She had reacted similarly before, yet why was she crying this time? He contemplated embracing her, but Su Ranran resisted, unable to escape. What could she do? Surely, she could not perish. In her desperation, she resolved to feign compliance, hoping to procure some clothing and discreetly depart. "Could you perhaps provide me with a set of clothes?" she asked softly. Lin Yisheng understood her request and retrieved the beast's skin he had previously used. "Here," he said, handing it to her. Su Ranran added, "I need 2 more, smaller ones," gesturing with her hands. "Those? I found them troublesome and tossed them into the river." He replied casually. "Troublesome?" Su Ranran was taken aback. Nevertheless, she hastily donned the beast's skin, feeling quite uncomfortable without any attire. Every little bit counted. After a moment's reflection, Su Ranran continued, "Could you provide me with a few more of these?" Indicating the garment she wore. "Of course. I shall have them delivered immediately," Lin Yisheng assured her. As Su Ranran surveyed the beast's skin in her hands, she finally felt a glimmer of hope. She requested some needle and thread. Managing to sew her garment together, she put it on right away, adding 2 strings to the front to secure it in place, ensuring it wouldn't fall. However, Lin Yisheng, observing the way her bosom swelled, became even more intrigued and pulled her close, playfully squeezing. "This garment is quite lovely," Su Ranran thought, on the verge of tears, yet she held back her emotions. Soon, someone outside called for Lin Yisheng, and he reluctantly stepped out, aware of his responsibilities as the tribe's leader. Once Lin Yisheng had departed, Su Ranran seized the opportunity to sneak out as well. Despite the patrols among the orcs, she found a chance to slip away. Upon emerging, she was struck dumb by the towering trees before her. Had she somehow traversed into another world? Good heavens! Regardless, she could not remain in that man's presence. He was far too peculiar. She pressed onward. But not long after, a cacophony of roars erupted nearby. Su Ranran was nearly paralyzed with fear. What was this enormous creature before her? A dog larger than an elephant. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee, only to be ensnared by creeping vines, tumbling to the ground. Just as despair began to engulf her, Lin Yisheng appeared. Returning to the tent, he realized his little female was missing and, panic-stricken, followed her scent. Relieved to find she had not strayed far, Lin Yisheng was uncertain why she had fled, but upon witnessing her in danger, He disregarded all else and intervened. Su Ranran watched in awe as Lin Yixing confronted the massive dog. Marveling at his prowess, he leapt onto the creature, unsheathing claws that were half a meter long and razor-sharp. Swiftly dispatching the beast, Su Ranran thought she would be terrified, yet inexplicably, she felt a calmness, as if she had experienced such scenarios before. Nevertheless, a sense of dread lingered. Lin Yixing did not question her motivations for fleeing. Instead, he scooped her up and returned to the tribe. Upon their arrival, the females of the tribe finally glimpsed Su Ranran, their reactions a blend of jealousy, admiration, and awe. The males, without exception, stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Yixing uttered nothing, merely casting a glance their way, and they immediately fell silent. Knowing full well they dared not covet the leader's female. Such brutality. Su Ranran remained silent, clearly startled by Lin Yixing, who had just saved her, a fact she had to concede. Lin Yixing carried Su Ranran back to the tent, filled a basin with water, and began to wash her gently. It is perilous outside. Do not wander about. If you desire anything, simply tell me, he instructed. Su Ranran responded with a faint acknowledgement, her emotions in turmoil, then turned away, choosing to disregard Lin Yixing's presence. Noticing her inclination to sleep, Lin Yixing stepped outside, aware they had matters to discuss. As soon as Su Ranran saw him leave, she sat up abruptly, her heart racing with fear. Oh, how terrifying. This place is horrendous. I want to go home. Yet, she realized that was an impossibility and could only wish for it. Su Ranran felt she must not provoke that fierce man. He was so ruthless that she feared he might kill her, which would be utterly disastrous. No, since I am already here, what can I do? I can only console myself with this thought. Chapter 66. Hot Springs. Warmth. By the time Lin Yixing returned, Su Ranran had fallen asleep. After running for so long and being frightened, she was utterly exhausted. Lin Yixing did not disturb her, but instead held her in his arms and also drifted off to sleep, for they had to depart the next day. When Su Ranran finally awoke, Lin Yixing had not roused her. He carried her, wrapped in fur, onto the horse and began to move forward slowly. Surprisingly, Su Ranran did not wake up but instead sank deeper into her slumber. As they were taking care of the leader's female, they traveled at an unprecedentedly slow pace. The orc warriors watched their leader with incredulity. Was this truly their iron-willed chief? Surely, he was nothing more than a mere female servant. This could not possibly be their leader. No, it definitely could not be. Meanwhile, the females harbored a mixture of envy and jealousy, their emotions a tapestry of complexity. Su Ranran did not awaken until midday. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself wrapped in beast skin and seated on a horse, struggling to comprehend the situation, which only deepened her understanding of Lin Yixing's peculiar nature. Awake now? Lin Yixing inquired. Su Ranran chose to ignore him. Unperturbed, Lin Yixing tossed the fur aside and, holding the petite female, gave a firm slap to the horse's rear, prompting it to gallop forward. Having never ridden a horse before, Su Ranran was startled by the sudden speed and clung tightly to Lin Yixing, her feet inadvertently hooking around his waist, holding on for dear life. Ha! Lin Yixing is utterly smitten with this little female. She is simply too adorable. He planted a kiss atop her head and urged the horse to quicken its pace. At that moment, Su Ranran did not wish to argue with this madman. Seeing their leader accelerate, the other tribesmen hastened as well, each mounting their horses and racing forward. As Su Ranran observed the gallant orcs in front of her, she felt a longing for such a carefree existence, reminiscent of the joyful life she had once seen in her childhood favorite, Princess Pearl. Lost in thought, she began to sing, "Let us gallop freely, living with grace, let us share the splendor of life." Although Lin Yixing did not comprehend the lyrics, he found her voice enchanting. Gradually, Su Ranran relaxed, even stretching her arms wide to embrace the wind and sand that swirled around her. Noticing her newfound ease, Lin Yixing whispered in her ear, "Hold on tight," and with a swift motion, he shifted her position. Su Ranran was taken aback. Could this man not refrain from startling her for a single day? Yet, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. What on earth? Have I become a little twisted myself? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it and focused on enjoying the sensation of the breeze. Su Ranran felt a burgeoning desire to learn to ride, but she hesitated to voice her wish. Riding alongside her, Lin Yisheng reveled in the thrill of the moment, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling through her mind. Meanwhile, Yi and the others searched tirelessly for several days, eventually discovering traces by the riverside that indicated Su Ranran had been injured and had vanished from this spot. Frustration consumed them, leading to the decision to entrust the tribe and Little Cheng and Nuo to Xiao Bao while Yi and the others embarked on their quest to find Su Ranran. Xiao Bao did not object. Although they were aware their mother was safe, they longed to reunite with her and were concerned about her current well-being. The following day, Yi and the others bid farewell to everyone and set out together on their journey to find Su Ranran. They followed the river's course, uncovering more traces along the bank. After inquiring, they learned these were left by a stray beast. Their anxiety deepened when they heard that an orc had seen a stray beast carrying a small female. With the description provided, they confirmed that it was indeed Su Ranran. They could not fathom why Su Ranran had fled. Surely, she must have felt wronged. Stray beasts were such cruel beings. How much suffering had she endured at their hands? Furthermore, Su Ranran could have escaped into her space, yet she had not, indicating a potential problem with it. They resolved to rely less on that space in the future. Thus, the two set forth on their quest to find Su Ranran. As for Lin Yisheng and his party, they were not concerned about where they would stay. They would pause wherever they found a place they liked. This time, their campsite was nestled within a canyon, which featured a cave. Lin Yisheng led Su Ranran into the cave to set up their tent, while the others erected theirs outside. After a meal, Lin Yisheng intended to find a nearby stream for a bath. But unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a hot spring. Su Ranran wanted to refuse, but in Lin Yisheng's presence, her objections held no weight. Aside from bathing and sleeping, she had little say in other matters, but these two were non-negotiable. Regardless of how much she protested, Lin Yisheng carried her to the hot spring, assisting her with changing clothes. Despite having done this countless times, Su Ranran still felt shy. During one particularly vigorous protest, Lin Yisheng had spanked her, leaving her momentarily speechless. From that moment on, he grew increasingly audacious, disregarding Su Ranran's modesty. Su Ranran had long refrained from leaving the tribe due to the way others looked at her, coupled with her nightly howls, which only deepened her reluctance. Thus, she reluctantly allowed him to assist her in changing. The two of them, clad in their new garments, embraced tightly, with Su Ranran's hold being negligible in comparison. Ultimately, for the sake of her survival, Lin Yisheng cradled the utterly exhausted Su Ranran back to the tent. Tonight, his little female was simply too adorable, and he found himself quite enamored. Given the pleasant surroundings, it seemed they would linger for a while longer. On the way back, Su Ranran fell asleep, unaware of the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Had she known they would be staying for a few more days, she might have sprung up to chastise him. Was this truly a matter of residence? Su Ranran slept soundly until midday. Within the tribe, everyone was already aware that the chief's female would sleep until noon each day, and no one dared to comment on it. Naturally, Lin Yisheng carried Su Ranran off to soak in the hot spring again. As Su Ranran prepared herself, closing her eyes in resignation, Lin Yisheng quipped, "Ranran, we are merely here to enjoy the hot springs. What are you up to?" she huffed. Lin Yisheng continued to tease her, determined to provoke her further. Su Ranran felt exasperated, irritated by his antics, yet she could not quite identify the source of her frustration. All she knew was that she was utterly vexed. Chapter 67. Confronting Lin Yisheng, Su Ranran had never relinquished the thought of escaping, yet opportunities eluded her entirely. She found herself utterly speechless at being with Lin Yisheng day in and day out. Lin Yisheng, observing the feigned slumber of the girl before him, chose not to call her out, instead finding amusement in her performance. He was dreadfully bored. As long as it wasn't the cold season, they had ample provisions. The tribe often spared him the need to hunt, leaving him with plenty of free time. Determined to escape this tent, Su Ranran resolved to seize any chance available. Having already lost face, she had nothing left to lose. Thus, she decided to take the plunge. This morning, Su Ranran awoke early, prompting Lin Yisheng to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "What is this? The sun has risen in the west today. You re-up so early to dispel his concerns." Su Ranran engaged him, responding, "Indeed. I've been cooped up in this tent, utterly bored. I wish to take a stroll." Yet internally, she smirked, "Let us see how you'll react when I run off." "Yes, I agree. Come, let me show you my territory." Without waiting for her reply, He grasped her hand and pulled her outside. Su Ranran, momentarily taken aback by his sudden movement, nearly stumbled. Lin Yixing quickly steadied her. Teasing, "Are you a pig?" Such clumsiness, unable even to walk properly. Before the words had left her lips, he swiftly lifted her into his arms and strode outward. Su Ranran, being somewhat bashful, squirmed in his embrace. Desperately attempting to free herself, with a resounding slap, he struck her rear, instantly igniting a rosy hue upon her cheeks, rendering her motionless in stunned silence. Goodness, is this truly how one lives? She buried her face in his embrace. Wishing to hide it was not her intention. Just look at all those eyes upon them. What she failed to notice, however, was a pair of envious, shadowy eyes that had been fixated on her since her arrival. Lin Yixing paused momentarily, and the surrounding orcs dispersed in unison. What a farce! Such looks of jealousy could belong to no one else but their leader. It was merely a fade before a certain female. Did they not also exhibit similar behavior in front of their own mates? Yes, indeed, the orcs attempted to convince themselves. What other choice did they have? Would they dare deny that this fool was their leader? They had no desire to invite trouble upon themselves. Lin Yixing, unfamiliar with the vicinity, wandered about while carrying Su Ranran. "Yixing, let me down. I wish to walk." Upon hearing her soft plea, he refrained from further insisting. It appeared she was more receptive to gentle persuasion. Not wishing to engage him any further, she began to admire the scenery around them. Lin Yixing observed the sudden shift in her demeanor. One moment she was calling him Yixing with fondness, and the next, she had turned her back to him, ignoring his presence. Yet he was not one to hold grudges and understood the importance of not pushing the young female too hard. Thus, he remained silent, content to accompany her in her appreciation of the surroundings, even if he could not comprehend what was so captivating about the trees, grass, and stones. Su Ranran was enchanted by the picturesque landscape. The rugged mountains, diverse in shape, towered with trees reaching skyward. Though the ground was overrun with weeds, it was a lush emerald expanse, reminiscent of an ink-wash landscape painting. Gradually, she relaxed, leaning against a nearby stone, savoring the gentle breeze. Unbeknownst to her, her heart was gradually lowering its guard around him. The soft sunlight cascaded over her face, revealing a complexion so flawless it left Lin Yixing marveling at the wonders and unfairness of creation. He could not resist planting a gentle kiss upon her exquisitely beautiful visage. Perhaps Su Ranran had relaxed a bit too much. Her mind clouded, she impulsively threw a punch toward his strikingly handsome face. He did not flinch as her delicate fist connected, leaving a rosy mark precisely on his nose. In a flurry, Su Ranran bolted upright and dashed down the hillside to the grassy meadow, where joyous melodies filled the air. She knew he would not harm her, emboldening her to act with reckless abandon, all in an attempt to lower his defenses. Lin Yixing bore no anger. Instead, he regarded the distant figure of the young female with a smile. To an onlooker, one might mistake him for someone with masochistic tendencies. Realizing he held no ire, Su Ranran grew bolder, singing gleefully. Lin Yixing recognized that the young female had been under constant tension. And though he was uncertain what had prompted her sudden lightheartedness, he deemed it a positive change. Moreover, in this state, she appeared even more enchanting. He kicked a stone that had rolled too close and bounded toward the grassy area. By the creek, he marveled at the fish swimming about, each weighing several pounds. He removed his shoes and cautiously waded into the water. To his surprise, the fish did not flee. Instead, they swam around his feet. Clearly unperturbed as she gazed at the charming fish, Su Ranran's mouth watered. After days of tasteless roasted meat and fruit, she longed for something flavorful. Ignoring the man beside her, she dashed into the nearby brush. Searching eagerly, intrigued by the peculiar young female, Lin Yixing pondered why she was so delightfully eccentric, always fiddling with things he could not name. He watched as she gathered unfamiliar root vegetables, content to observe her antics. Su Ranran bent down to wash the ginger and some chili peppers she had spotted earlier but had chosen to ignore now. They would be put to good use. Strangely enough, her vision was remarkably sharp today, allowing her to easily locate these spices. After rinsing the ginger and chili, she set them aside and returned barefoot to the river to catch some fish. The fish seemed almost daft, waiting patiently for Su Ranran to scoop them up. She managed to catch a dozen or so before finally returning to tend to them. After all, she had a voracious eater nearby. Her nails, sharp and handy, were a convenient tool for her. She referred to this as her golden finger. A small benefit of her new life here. Yet, this tool was of little use to Lin Yixing. Initially, she had drawn blood from him, only to provoke a fierce retaliation that left her bedridden for an entire day. Eventually, she learned to accept her circumstances. Since resistance was futile, she might as well enjoy the ride, especially since it required little effort on her part. She had become quite adept at gutting fish. Back in the modern world, she would occasionally return to the countryside, where a nearby fish pond provided her the opportunity to fish. Imagining the fish as Lin Yixing, she wielded her knife with precision and finesse, wishing to slice through effortlessly, as if the task were second nature. Observing the grinning young female, Lin Yixing felt a chill run down his spine. How much animosity did she harbor towards him? Those fish were truly unfortunate, caught in the crossfire of her wrath. He could only hope that when the time came to eat, they would not taste too foul. Chapter 68. Administering medicine to Lin Yixing, she marinated the fish with her spices. And notably, Lin Yixing surprisingly had salt on him, which he carried at all times. Previously, he had none and had to resort to drinking beast blood. Later, upon visiting larger tribes, he discovered they all use salt. Disliking the taste of beast blood, he began trading his catches for ample supplies of salt. Sometimes, he ventured away from the tribe for exploration and leisure, always carrying some for emergencies. Thus, Su Ranran added the salt to her marinade. In the grassy area, she dug a small pit and surrounded it with a circle of dirt, building up layers until she sealed the top. "Do you have flint?" she inquired, pulling some from her pocket. However, Lin Yixing did not permit her to strike a fire, as two pieces of flint collided. A plethora of sparks ignited, and soon the dried leaves below caught fire. Su Ranran hurriedly added more kindling, oblivious to how she had turned into a little soot-covered kitten in the process. She had no idea how it had happened. Lin Yixing could only stifle a laugh, enjoying the mischievous delight of keeping this from her. Once the clay on top turned a glowing red, he removed the unburned wood. He poked a hole at the top and placed the clay-wrapped fish inside, covering it with a leaf that bore the fragrance of herbs. It should turn out quite well. Lin Yixing was pleasantly surprised by her culinary method. Whether it tasted good remained to be seen, but it certainly involved a lot of effort. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, he noticed Su Ranran busily preparing once more. She took the remaining marinated fish and skewered them with sticks, then set up another fire to roast them. He was quite familiar with this process and promptly snatched the fish out of her hands. Relishing in the task, sitting by the creek, enjoying roasted fish with his favored young female felt rather delightful. Seeing him skillfully roasting the fish, she refrained from competing with him, instead frolicking in the water nearby. Watching the young female play like a carefree child left him at a loss for words. He simply adored it. Before long, the fish was ready. Su Ranran hesitated to eat first, claiming it was too hot. Noticing her delicate hands, Lin Yixing did not press her. He, too, held back, wishing to share the moment, even though the fish smelled delectable. After all, Su Ranran had gone to great lengths to procure some sedative. She would not waste it so easily. While gathering ingredients earlier, she had stealthily mixed in a good amount of sedative herbs, although not as potent as the concentrated versions from her modern life. It should suffice. With this in mind, she eagerly picked up a fish, snapped 2 twigs, and offered a morsel to Lin Yixing. How could he refuse when she was so enthusiastic? He happily accepted the bites of fish she fed him. Reveling in the experience, in return, he took her chopsticks, picked up a piece, and offered it to her mouth. Su Ranran was acutely aware of her actions and hesitated to eat. Quickly, she concocted an excuse, claiming she disliked roasted fish, gesturing towards the unburied ones and stating, "I prefer that." As she attempted to rise, Lin Yixing paid her no mind. Grabbing a nearby twig to dig, Su Ranran felt a surge of anxiety. Surely the herbs wouldn't lose their potency, right? They looked quite similar to those from her modern life. It has merely grown several times larger, with only a slight variation in color. There is no other recourse. One can only dawdle and dig. Lin Yixing has been eager to excavate, but Su Ranran has persistently obstructed him, insisting on experiencing life and various other excuses. In any case, he does not comprehend, and it is likely that the beastmen do not either. However, even with continued hesitation, every affair must eventually reach its conclusion. Now, Observing the neatly arranged clods of earth on the ground, Lin Yixing harbors doubts. Can this be consumed? Eating dirt? He gazes at Su Ranran with a look of bewilderment, but she fails to grasp the meaning behind his expression. In an effort to prove her normalcy, she hastily picks up a stick and shatters the soil atop it. Instantly, a waft of fish, accompanied by a hint of herbal fragrance, fills the air, tantalizing the senses. Lin Yixing has never encountered such a scent before. It appears his little female companion possesses remarkable skills, transforming the notoriously foul-smelling fish into something delectable. Truly, the surprises keep multiplying. After a tentative taste, finding no issue with it, he then lifts Su Ranran back onto his lap, retrieving chopsticks to offer her a bite. Su Ranran feels an urge to cry, yet finds herself unable to shed a tear. After contemplating, she realizes that he has consumed several pieces without ill effect. Perhaps she has misjudged the situation. Thus, she opens her mouth and takes a hearty bite. Immediately, the exquisite flavor envelopes her palate, surpassing any fish she has previously tasted. Oh, it is simply divine. Not only does it eclipse the fish of modernity in taste, but it is also several times larger. How utterly outrageous. Seeing him consume it without any adverse reaction, she begins to suspect she may have been mistaken. Perhaps it is merely some weeds. Dismissing her thoughts, they continue to eat, sharing bites with one another. Having awakened to a daily diet of roasted meat, Su Ranran feels utterly famished after such a prolonged absence from food. Discontented with Lin Yixing's slow feeding, she decides to take a fish for herself. Lin Yixing, too, finds it delightful, even more delectable than the roasted fish, spicy and tingling. Observing Su Ranran devour so voraciously, he chuckles, and soon he joins in, feasting on a fish of his own. Su Ranran, having only managed to consume one fish, finds herself unable to eat more. While the remainder vanishes into Lin Yixing's stomach point, one can only imagine his insatiable appetite. Sated and content, the two sit quietly, primarily due to having overeaten and feeling lethargic. Thus, beneath the setting sun by the creek, a petite female leans against the embrace of a male beast-man. Yet, this is not Su Ranran's desire. She is rather compelled into this position. She had attempted to negotiate with him, but Lin Yixing appeared indifferent to her pleas. Su Ranran surrendered. But why does it feel so warm, akin to a fever? She glances up at the sun, which should be setting soon. Nevertheless, discomfort lingers. Lin Yixing, reclining on the grass, exchanges puzzled looks with her. Su Ranran recalls those herbs she had mistaken for aphrodisiacs. Goodness, could it truly be? Surely, misfortune cannot befall me to such an extent. They both peer into the creek, and Lin Yixing, cradling Su Ranran, approaches the water's edge. The icy creek instantly revitalizes the dazed couple, albeit momentarily. Lin Yixing leans closer to Su Ranran's ear and whispers softly. So, it seems Ranran enjoys this. Su Ranran's face flushes with embarrassment. Chapter 69. A night by the creek, clutching his neck tightly, fearful of falling. She finds comfort in his embrace, alleviating those strange sensations. Witnessing her unprecedented initiative, Lin Yixing suppresses his own peculiar feelings and starts to appreciate the moment. Forgetting all else, her patience wanes. She suddenly kisses him. Su Ranran, in turn, pinches his waist and twists, yet she feels soft and utterly devoid of strength, leaving only a hint of invitation in her actions. Observing her increasingly fervent demeanor, Lin Yixing experiences unparalleled joy. He adores this version of her, who is exquisite beyond compare. Typically, he does not receive such treatment. His capacity for restraint is immense, yet he yearns to behold this side of Ranran all the more. The long night stretches on, unhurried. Su Ranran internally chastises his shamelessness, revealing a piece of parchment, which the beast's skin floats away with the creek water. Suddenly, Su Ranran's mind clears, and she dares not raise her gaze, wishing to remain hidden. What on earth is happening? Lin Yixing stands momentarily stunned. Is this truly his Ranran? Then, he breaks into a mischievous grin, gently lifting her chin to gaze deeply into her eyes. Su Ranran, having cast aside all notions of modesty, feels a fragment of her remaining reason surge forth. Exclaiming, Lin Yixing, you are not a true male. Lin Yixing bursts into laughter, leaning closer to her ear. Let me show you whether I am indeed a male. Su Ranran's face reddens to an unimaginable degree. Appearing utterly delectable, without hesitation, she bites down fiercely, only to find that she, seeming vengeful, retaliates, drawing blood. Lin Yixing is left in a frenzy. Su Ranran clings to him tightly, as the surface of the water churns violently. By the creek, amid stones and grass, the night unfolds until dawn, when the sun gradually ascends. Slowly, Su Ranran awakens, noticing the figure behind her and the reflection of herself upon the lake's surface, imbued with charm. Lin Yixing observes her as she turns to look at him, her eyes sparkling with clarity, until she fully awakens. He cradles her in his arms. Ranran was truly lovely last night. Su Ranran feels a swell of emotion. Recalling the events of the previous evening, realizing she has been her own worst enemy, at last, it comes to an end. Feeling weak and unable to stand without support, Su Ranran buries her head in his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Yet how could Lin Yixing allow her to hide like a timid turtle? He turns her head to face him directly, and feeling the weight of his gaze. She hastily closes her eyes. Her heart races, but the insistent voice in her mind reverberates once more, recounting the reckless actions of the previous night and how forward she had been. Su Ranran can no longer pretend to be meek. She opens her eyes and lunges forward, biting down hard on his lips until a metallic taste fills the air. Finally, Lin Yixing, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, decides to relent, aware that he must not provoke Su Ranran further. Yet he wonders if this is truly enough. Does he possess no self-awareness? Su Ranran feigns sleep, but as she continues to pretend, she unexpectedly drifts back into slumber. Lin Yixing, unfazed, holds her close, humming a gentle tune learned from her. When Su Ranran awakens again, it is already afternoon. She realizes she is roused from hunger, yet upon not finding Lin Yixing, she spots fish and grapes beside her, eliciting an involuntary smile. Unbeknownst to her, she picks up the nearby food and begins to eat. Satisfied and full, Su Ranran once more succumbs to sleep. Chapter 70. The market. Upon waking again, she finds Lin Yixing absent. Stretching lazily, she notices the various marks adorning her skin and frowns deeply. This fellow has been excessively ruthless. Yet, it is not entirely his fault. He has been quite cautious, but her delicate skin bears marks at the slightest touch. Initially intending to venture out for a stroll, she glances at her attire, adjusts her beast skin, but it offers little coverage. Deciding against it, she attempts to sleep once more. Yet, no matter how she tries, sleep eludes her. She wonders where that scoundrel has gone. Shaking her head vigorously, she chastises herself. Why is she even thinking of him? Before long, Lin Yixing returns with food, prompting Su Ranran to hastily feign sleep. Spotting this from a distance, Lin Yixing chuckles, finding her utterly adorable. Aware that she is aware of his laughter, she angrily snatches the fruit from his hand, puffing up her cheeks as she takes a bite, crunching away as if devouring him. Would you like to go to the market? Lin Yixing inquires. The market? What sort of place is that? What does one do there? Well, how should I explain? It is a gathering place for various tribes to exchange goods. Oh, I see. We should go then. Why not? When does it begin? In a few days. I will take you there when the time comes. Watching the delighted expression on his little female's face, Lin Yixing feels inexplicably uplifted. Those stray beastmen are often shunned and frequently driven away. They are permitted to attend the market, which occurs once every quarter. The market lasts only 3 days, with each tribe selecting a location. Stray beastmen, often roaming about, possess an array of intriguing items, and due to their formidable strength and fearlessness, they often hold valuable possessions. This serves as the sole opportunity for the strays to engage with the tribes, even if they are not highly esteemed. Nevertheless, in the world of beastmen, strength reigns supreme. And if there were more stray beastmen who could truly dictate the terms? Thus, time passes swiftly. Riding a swift horse, they traverse the distance to the market throughout the afternoon. Along the way, they encounter beastmen from other tribes, who regard Su Ranran with pitying glances. Look at that little female, so fair and beautiful, yet covered in bruises. She must have been severely bullied by that stray beast man. How tragic! Especially the female beside her could hardly contain her tears as she gazed upon Su Ranran's delicate, slender arms, calves, and the bruises adorning her chest. She wished fervently for her male counterpart to rescue Su Ranran. Moreover, Su Ranran's deliberate display of vulnerability to provoke Lin Yixing's ire. Her pitiful demeanor, seemingly on the brink of tears, made the female yearn to rush in and save her. Yet, the disparity in strength prevented any such action. Disheartened, she averted her gaze from them, feeling it was a waste of her expression. Lin Yixing, however, seemed utterly oblivious to her subtle emotions. He found the situation exceedingly amusing and did not intervene. As for bullying her, he would not admit to it. He simply adored his little female. What did it matter to them? At worst, he would be gentler tonight, for it pained him to witness her suffering. As for provoking hatred, who would dare take action? He would crush them effortlessly. With a swift clap of his hands, he stirred up dust and left behind a throng of furious beastmen, particularly those without a female, who were itching to confront him. They held him in utter contempt. The marketplace was not as splendid as one might imagine. It consisted merely of a spacious lawn lined with neatly arranged stalls resembling modern-day street vendors. There were hundreds of stalls, both large and small, constituting a sizable market. Observing the little female flit from one stall to the next, she was as lively as a playful "Is there anything you wish to trade?" "I have plenty to offer," Su Ranran retorted almost in a spirit of revenge. "Indeed, I have more than enough. You mustn't regret your offer." "All right, no regrets," Lin Yixing replied, unable to resist the sight of her gritting her teeth in determination. And he leaned in to plant a kiss on her. He then hurriedly followed her as she dashed away, a group of tribesmen trailing behind. "I want this," one of them declared, beckoning a large beast man named Deshur to come forward and trade. "Sure, take this, this, and this," Deshur replied, collecting various items. Su Ranran felt disheartened. "It seems this gentleman is quite the wealthy landowner. I cannot contend with him." Although it appeared that Su Ranran was haphazardly exchanging items, others believed she was merely squandering them. Nearby, Yixing and Min Na whispered amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. Eventually, Yixing could no longer contain herself and approached Su Ranran, grasping her trading hand. "Little female, don't go overboard. Look at how much you've already traded. So many beastmen are helping you. Do you have no shame?" Ignoring her, Su Ranran shot a cold glance at Lin Yixing and said, "Mind your own female." With that, she shrugged off Yixing's hand and continued examining the seeds before her. Lin Yixing, caught in the crossfire, felt unjustly accused. He had merely been standing at a distance and allowed that female to take advantage of the situation. How had it come to be that she was now deemed his female? This was a grave injustice to the beastmen. He quickly interjected, "Ranran, please don't speak carelessly. How could such an unattractive female be mine?" He cast a disdainful look at Yixing. Yixing dared not retort and quickly stepped back, her gaze coldly fixed on Su Ranran, as if she could bore a hole through her with her stare. Meanwhile, Min Na smirked sinisterly before swiftly concealing her expression. Neither Lin Yixing nor Su Ranran regarded these females with any seriousness, yet unbeknownst to them, this very indifference nearly cost Su Ranran her life and caused Lin Yixing to lose the one he cherished. As Su Ranran surveyed the similar items before her, she soon lost interest and began to wander idly. Yue, having learned about the marketplace, hoped that gathering many from other tribes might yield news about Ranran. They hurriedly made their way, only to tragically miss her by mere moments. However, they managed to gather some information. After all, Su Ranran's distinctive features made her easily recognizable among the wandering beastmen, who had purchased numerous items. A few inquiries revealed her whereabouts. Yue proceeded to the encampment, as the market would last for 3 days, serving as a place for beastmen to rest at night. Yet, despite their relentless search, they found nothing. Eventually, they questioned a female, the very same pitiful little female who had been keeping a watchful eye on Su Ranran. Upon learning of Su Ranran's injuries and her frail state, coupled with her pitiful sobs, both felt a surge of compassion and fury. They also blamed themselves for abandoning Ranran and failing to protect her, allowing her to suffer such immense indignities. They hastily inquired about the whereabouts of the wandering beastmen and set off in pursuit. As they traveled, they often approached the dwelling of the wandering beastmen, knowing that Su Ranran had been rescued by them. Witnessing the cruel treatment of females by some of these beastmen filled them with dread. Now, upon hearing of Su Ranran's injuries, they feared she had endured similar torment, making their hearts ache with despair. They wished they could sprout wings and soar to her side. Chapter 71. Jealousy. Su Ranran and her companions merely wandered through the market for an afternoon before finding it dull and returning home. Under the setting sun, on the grassy expanse, she relished the gentle breeze caressing her face. It was a delightful sensation. Su Ranran adored horseback riding, particularly when she was in control. After all, those restless hands were quite bothersome, constantly groping and prodding, which was truly exasperating. Fortunately, she had mastered the art of ignoring such annoyances, which made things bearable. Lin Yixing also enjoyed galloping on horseback, and with a loud crack, the horse surged forward, gradually leaving the tribesmen behind. Unable to contain herself, one of them called out, asking Lin Yixing to teach her how to ride. He obliged, directing her to grasp the reins, although he felt a twinge of nervousness. As her feet tightened instinctively, the horse took off at full speed, causing Su Ranran to panic. In a moment of desperation, she yanked the reins fiercely, causing the horse to halt abruptly, rearing back on its hind legs, with only its back hooves touching the ground. Both of them tumbled off, and Lin Yixing quickly shielded Su Ranran as they rolled across the grass. After what felt like hundreds of revolutions, they finally came to a stop. Lin Yixing let out a pained gasp, his body aching, but upon seeing that Su Ranran was unhurt, he teased her. "So, Ranran, it seems you have always enjoyed such thrilling experiences." He leaned in to kiss her, playfully nibbling before releasing her. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Ranran said nothing, feeling utterly flustered. However, he soon released her, still feeling a pang of concern for her well-being. When he noticed her lack of response, he looked at her in surprise and gently tapped her forehead, saying, "What's wrong, Ranran? Were you perhaps thinking of something? If you wish, it is certainly not out of the question." He grinned mischievously at her. "Of course not. Don't say such things," she exclaimed, shoving him away. Lin Yixing cast her a quizzical glance, recalling how he had just protected her during their fall. His heart swelled with a faint sense of emotion. Lifting the animal hide to inspect, he found that she had not sustained any serious injuries, just a multitude of bruises. However, they had strayed far from their tribe and had no idea when they would return. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously, and the weather took a turn for the worse. They hastily mounted their horses, this time under Lin Yixing's guidance. He certainly did not wish to endure another fall. They sought refuge in a cave. Noting that the rain showed no signs of abating, the cave was spacious, and they tethered their horse at the entrance, clearing the interior and starting a fire. Earlier, Lin Yixing had managed to endure the discomfort of Su Ranran's damp hide. But now he was determined to dry it. He took the initiative to peel it off, and when he could no longer resist, he indulged in a prolonged moment of warmth before returning the dried hide to Su Ranran. Acting as though nothing had occurred, he hummed a cheerful tune nearby. In the corner, Su Ranran drew 100 circles, mentally cursing Lin Yixing. Furious, she took a deep breath to avoid unleashing her ire. She had no desire to engage with such a despicable person. Eventually, she succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. By midnight, the rain had ceased, yet they did not return, as nighttime posed its own dangers, and even he could not guarantee their absolute safety. After lying low for several days at the encampment, Su Ranran finally emerged from her tent. Unable to bear the monotony of the same few meals, she resolved to cook for herself. She dragged Lin Yixing along, though she did not truly wish to, knowing she would not be able to leave without him. Thus, she settled for making him her makeshift helper. On the grassy expanse, she gathered some scallions, ginger, garlic, vegetables, and mushrooms, while Lin Yixing collected various herbs for her in a thoughtful gesture. "Ranran, I know you love this. Here, add some in." That evening, I reluctantly agreed to accompany you for a brief moment. I picked it up and tossed it into the stream, watching as it disappeared with the flowing water. However, upon turning around, I noticed that the trampled grass on the meadow had yet to recover. I shot him a resentful glare before heading off to wash the dishes. Lin Yixing was in high spirits. Although that patch of grass had been discarded by Ranran, he felt no need to dwell on it. Just seeing that expanse of greenery brought him even more joy. As he sat upon it, seemingly beckoning Su Ranran to join him, Su Ranran was not particularly keen on coming here. Yet with only this small stream nearby, she found herself compelled to abandon her dignity for the sake of a meal. In the distance, the voices of other females echoed. Upon noticing their approach, Lin Yixing frowned in displeasure but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was not the type to be domineering, unwilling to monopolize the stream's edge. He simply preferred to keep his distance from others, avoiding excessive companionship. Nevertheless, he chose to remain, as Ranran was preparing food, which he greatly enjoyed. After Su Ranran had caught a considerable number of fish, the females finally arrived. Seeing the little female capturing these prickly creatures, one of them curiously inquired, "Why are you catching these prickly beasts, leader-s female?" Su Ranran felt a surge of annoyance. She disliked being referred to in that manner. "Oh, this? I'm catching them for food. My name is Ranran, so please just call me that. No more of this leader-s female nonsense." "All right, Ranran, but these prickly beasts aren't tasty, are they? Is the leader punishing you by not allowing you to eat?" Lin Yixing was hardly that petty, was he? Sighing, Su Ranran feigned a pitiable demeanor in response. "How unfortunate," commented a smaller female. "Indeed. The leader is so fierce." They disregarded Lin Yixing entirely, treating him as though he were invisible. At that moment, a voice dripping with insincerity chimed in. "How could that be? Our esteemed leader is so remarkable. He would never deny food to a female. There must be some misunderstanding. Who else but Minna could have said that?" She strode over to Lin Yixing, adding, "Last time, the leader even gifted me an apple. It was so sweet." Lin Yixing did not recall such an event and chose to ignore this bothersome female as he approached Su Ranran. Seeing him remain silent in the face of Minna's remarks unsettled her, prompting her to retort, "Oh, really? Then make sure you eat well." "Yes, indeed. Next time, if the leader picks some, I'll have some too." Su Ranran ignored Minna, focusing on her own tasks. Minna desperately concealed her jealousy, her smile almost faltering. Just a few more days, just a few days, she thought to herself, and I will ensure this insufferable girl is sent off to my brother's wandering beast tribe. She hails from there, where comfort is a luxury. Why should she, a mere wandering female, enjoy such a favorable life and win Lin Yixing's affections? She was determined to ruin her, without fail. Chapter 72. The provocation of a green tea bitch while chatting with the females. Su Ranran busied herself with cooking. She placed a piece of fatty meat on the stone slab, intending to render the fat. The females nearby grew increasingly restless. The meat had been procured from the tribe, weighing over 10 pounds. Otherwise, how much food would be required to satisfy Lin Yixing's voracious appetite? Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of frying echoed as a delightful aroma wafted through the air, inciting a chorus of exclamations. "Wow! It smells so good. What is that? It's truly remarkable. It became so fragrant just by being placed there. Ranran, you're amazing. How did you do that?" One little female, sporting dimples and sharp canine teeth, appeared particularly adorable, fitting the type Su Ranran favored. Without hesitation, Su Ranran commenced a live demonstration. The dimpled girl seemed utterly captivated, her excitement palpable. It was unclear whether her interest lay in cooking or simply in the prospect of feasting. Eventually, it became apparent that she was simply a true foodie. From that day forth, as long as Lin Yixing was not in the tent, she would wait outside for Su Ranran. Su Ranran enjoyed her company, spending time together each day. However, those were tales for another time. Once the fatty meat was fried and sprinkled with a touch of salt, the first portion was, of course, presented to our esteemed leader. From her understanding, as long as she kept him pleased, he would spare her from unnecessary toil. Thus, Su Ranran dutifully catered to him. However, Lin Yixing soon grasped the error of his ways. The more haughty he became, the more persistent she would be in her pursuit. After all, the fire of chasing one's spouse is best suited for such a domineering man. She mused with a chuckle, sharing just a hint of her thoughts. The remaining portions were distributed among the other females, as she had no desire to indulge herself. The dimpled girl could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, it's so hot, so delicious." In no time, the food had been devoured, including by the green tea girl. The diners did not forget to lick their fingers, having just enjoyed the meat. Concealing her jealousy with great effort, she casually remarked, "Ranran, your previous tribe must have been wonderful, right? With such delicious food, your males must have prepared it for you often. Otherwise, how could a single female manage all this? You must be accustomed to such fare." Lin Yixing raised an eyebrow, pondering whether her former tribe had indeed been splendid. It must have been, or else how could they have raised such an exceptional female? He noted her delicate skin, yet he wondered how she managed to prepare such dishes herself. His thoughts turned to his own inadequacies. Unbeknownst to him, the green tea girl was reveling internally, maintaining a facade of indifference. She presumed that Lin Yixing was bothered by Su Ranran's past connections with other males. Su Ranran merely shot her a discreet glance. Remaining silent, she understood the intentions of such individuals all too well, dismissing them as trash. Unwilling to engage with such rubbish, she continued teaching the dimpled girl, "Here, take the wooden spatula. Just wait until they're slightly charred. Then flip them over." With trembling hands, the dimpled girl took the spatula, her excitement nearly overwhelming her. However, in her enthusiasm, a piece of fatty meat flew directly onto the face of the green tea girl, followed by another errant toss. Apologizing profusely, the dimpled girl accidentally flung the meat once more. Eventually, the green tea girl stormed off, indignant. Was this truly a place for civilized beings? Covered in grease, she left without a trace of embarrassment, her thick skin unaffected by the scalding meat. As she departed, she cast a flirtatious glance at our esteemed leader, who merely assumed her eye had twitched. Unbeknownst to them, the other females followed suit. Leaving, our dimpled darling had not meant any harm. After all, their strength was considerable, and the spatula was light. Such mishaps were merely part of the cooking process, with the green tea girl gone and no one to obstruct her. The dimpled girl hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently mess up in front of the leader. However, observing the increasingly darkening expression on his face, she could no longer hold her composure. Quickly, she bade farewell to Su Ranran, promising to seek her out again before making her hasty exit. "Oh, she scared me. The leader is so fierce. Poor Ranran, I must treat her better in the future," she thought, teary-eyed as she bid farewell, not wanting her to leave. That adorable little female, with her departure, Ranran would have to face that fearsome leader all alone. Lin Yixing, seeing her distress, understood her unspoken thoughts. "Am I truly that terrifying?" he pondered. "Am I?" Su Ranran silently affirmed. "Yes, indeed." Yet she dared not voice it aloud. Noticing his increasingly grim demeanor, she hurriedly offered him a piece of meat. Lin Yixing ignored her, turning his head away in a haughty manner. Su Ranran, in a bid to appease him, held out a piece of meat closer to his mouth. He cast her a sidelong glance, prompting her to be even more servile, inching the meat closer. Finally, his noble lips parted slightly, allowing him to take a bite. Yet, what was this? Why was her hand unable to withdraw? She tugged at it, but to no avail. Resigned, she lowered her posture, and only then did he release her hand. Gazing at the faint teeth marks left behind, Su Ranran felt an urge to transform into a vampire and bite into his neck. Later on, she found herself resignedly seated in his embrace, feeding him morsels of meat until the last scrap was consumed. After which she was finally set free. Dishes were laid out: greens, stir-fried meat, fried fish, grilled fish, roasted meat, and the fruits she had gathered earlier, all presented upon a wooden stump, ready to be savored. Lin Yixing seemed to recall something, slowly inquiring, "Did you always eat like this, Ranran?" "Yes, beyond these, there are many other delights," she replied, "such as fried chicken, cola, hot pot, barbecue, milk tea, chocolate, and so much more." As she spoke, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Lin Yixing, astonished, realized he had traversed many places yet had never heard of these delicacies. Squinting slightly, he asked, "Why have I never come across any of these?" Su Ranran regarded him with an expression of disbelief. "The world is full of wonders. Isn't it normal that you haven't heard of them?" Lin Yixing felt as though this little female might one day drive him to madness. What in the world was that look she gave him? Choosing silence, he resumed eating, while Su Ranran wore a mischievous smile. Delighted to have silenced him. "See? You can't talk back now, can you?" Gazing at the jubilant little figure, Lin Yixing was fully aware of her intentional demeanor, secretly pondering, "Just wait. Tonight you shall realize your folly and beg for mercy." As he contemplated the alluring female beneath him, his appetite grew insatiable. Poor Su Ranran, still lost in her own delight, remained blissfully unaware of the impending ordeal she was about to face. Chapter 73. Captured recently. Lin Yixing had been frequently venturing out, as if preoccupied with some matter, leaving Su Ranran to relish her leisure. Daily, she and the tiger-tooth girl explored culinary delights, during which Su Ranran shared her method for making cured meat, greatly enhancing her standing among the tribe's orcs. Aside from a few envious females, none could resist the charm of such a soft, delicate, and fair little female. In the orc world, females were scarce, and a capable one like Su Ranran was a rarity indeed. Having garnered a substantial amount of goodwill through her cured meat, the moment she stepped out of her tent, she was greeted by several orcs and females. "Little female, where are you headed? If you need assistance, feel free to call upon me. Your food is so delicious. Could you teach us? Little female, you are truly clever." Their praise left Su Ranran blushing with bashfulness. One particularly patient little female often waited outside her tent, eager to learn the art of cooking. Seeing her sincerity, Su Ranran eventually agreed, and soon the three little females made their way to the brook, oblivious to the fact that Yaxing was stealthily trailing behind them. Witnessing the three giggling females, Yaxing gritted her teeth. Jealousy truly could distort one's visage. Yaxing had always harbored feelings for the chief, yet she already had two males. Even if she were single, Lin Yixing would never take notice of her. Previously, she had not minded the chief's lack of female companionship, but with Su Ranran's arrival, she felt indignant, questioning why he had chosen her. A frail-looking female who seemed unlikely to survive, so pale and seemingly unremarkable. How could the chief overlook her? She would not concede to being inferior to Su Ranran. Moreover, Minna had asserted that with her beauty, had she been without a male, the chief would undoubtedly be with her. Initially, she had doubted this, but somehow she came to believe it. However, with Su Ranran present, the chief's gaze was fixed elsewhere, prompting her to heed Minna's counsel, to send Su Ranran to Minna's brother. Yet, she was unaware of his whereabouts. Only knowing that if she delivered Su Ranran to the forest's depths, he would retrieve her. She coerced her males into capturing Su Ranran, threatening them with abandonment if they failed in the divine beast continent. Males could only have one female throughout their lives and were bound to obey her. They assured her that the little female would not be harmed, merely taken away. With no other option, they complied. Initially, she thought to simply whisk Su Ranran away alone, but now there were two additional fools complicating matters, which infuriated her. Upon reaching the brook, Yaxing feigned panic, rushing to the tiger-toothed girl and Cici, exclaiming, "Xiaomo and Chi-Chi are fighting fiercely. There's so much blood." Naturally, they were alarmed and hurriedly bid farewell to Su Ranran. Racing back, Yaxing had contemplated joining them, for she harbored some medical knowledge that might prove useful. Watching them disappear, she followed suit, but had scarcely ventured far when an orc appeared behind her. It was Yaxing's male, though at that moment, Su Ranran remained oblivious. Had she known, she would have suspected a conspiracy. The anxious demeanor of Xiongta, upon spotting Su Ranran, rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Are you the chief's female? Quick, the chief is injured in the forest." Blood was flowing profusely. He spoke with the urgency of one on the verge of tears. Displaying commendable acting skills, seeing his frantic expression, concern gripped her heart, and she hurried to accompany him. However, halfway there, she found his behavior peculiar. How did he know she was here? Moreover, he was unaware of her medical skills. What use could she possibly be to him? As she pondered, Yaxing had just sent away two females, leaving her alone. The more she thought, the more suspicious she became, yet she dared not act recklessly. Her strength was insufficient to overpower this male, and they were somewhat distanced from the tribe. "Oh no! My stomach hurts terribly." She suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen. Xiongta, seeing they were far from the tribe, feared that this female might cause trouble and moved in to seize Su Ranran. However, Su Ranran was not one to be easily captured. Intending to buy time, she found herself startled by his sudden aggression. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the tribe, crying out for help. Before Xiongta could catch up, she spotted a male ahead, momentarily believing she had found salvation. Yet, hesitating, she refrained from approaching, suspecting they might be in cahoots. She shouted loudly, but it was too distant. The tribesfolk seemed to hear something yet remained oblivious, mistaking it for mere rustling in the woods. Soon, Xiongta and the orc rider had cornered her. Su Ranran struggled, and in a moment of opportunity, she clawed at the faces of the two orcs, drawing blood. They were astounded, having never witnessed a female wield such capability, a trait typically reserved for males. However, the deed was done, and retreat was not an option. Having never seen her display this ability, they presumed no one would be aware. At worst, she could hide afterward. Before long, Su Ranran's hands were bound behind her with vines. Remembering her nails, she seized a nearby stone and smashed it until it was unrecognizable. After completing this task, Xiongta trudged into the forest, covering the traces left in the grass. Once finished, he attended to the wounds on his face. No matter how he tried, he could not conceal the evidence, so he resolved to return to Yaxing. Upon seeing Xiongta, his face smeared with blood, Yaxing was taken aback. Is this still a female? So ruthless. I truly do not understand what the chief sees in her, she mused bitterly. Having given him some food, she instructed him to find a cave to hide in with the orc rider. Xiongta, glancing at the meager offering, felt a deep bitterness welling within but refrained from voicing his discontent and went off to find the orc rider. Minna's brother was notoriously unattractive, dark, disheveled, and lecherous. Yet he possessed decent strength, which was why he had managed to bring her half-sister to Lin Yixing. Now, her beloved sister claimed she wished to repay him by finding him something extraordinary. Thus, she had instructed him to wait at this location. After waiting for an eternity without a sight of anyone, his frustration grew, suspecting his sister was playing tricks on him. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the distant sound of wings flapping. Upon seeing Su Ranran being carried, his eyes widened in disbelief, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, gazing at her with an unmistakably lecherous expression. Under his lecherous gaze, Su Ranran felt a chill run down her spine. What did this mean? The implications were clear. She cursed Yaxing's shamelessness in her heart, anxiety mounting within her. The orc rider handed her over to the lecherous man and then took flight. Chapter 74. A perilous situation with her hands and feet bound. She hurriedly implored, "Wait, I am Lin Yixing's female." The lecherous man was clearly taken aback. This was information his sister had not disclosed. Uncertain, he sniffed the air, and indeed, there seemed to be a lingering essence of Lin Yixing. He found himself in a quandary. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his life over a female. Having already committed the crime, he knew he had incurred someone's wrath. Letting her go would only lead to his own demise. It was better to take her back first. After all, regardless of her strength, he need not fear as long as he remained undiscovered. Though cowardly, the lecherous man possessed a heart emboldened by lust, especially when he caught sight of the enticing curves before him, so alluring. Her skin, softer than that of a cub, exuding a delightful fragrance. He could hardly resist the urge to prod at her bosom and leaned in closer to inhale her scent. Upon noticing the lecherous man drawing near, Su Ranran was repulsed and cried out, "Lin Yixing, you've arrived." Indeed, the lecherous man flinched, quickly retracting his hand, no longer daring to act brazenly, fearing Lin Yixing would emerge and strike him down. After contemplating, he realized Lin Yixing possessed a keen sense of smell. Returning to the tribe was out of the question. He needed to find a water source to wash away the scent. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Su Ranran and fled. Yet, as they made their escape, Su Ranran managed to remove one of her shoes, leaving behind marks of their passage. They ran until they reached a waterfall pool. About a kilometer away, where he unceremoniously tossed Su Ranran into the water. She was immediately submerged, choking on the water, the pain in her nails nearly causing her to lose consciousness, but she managed to remain conscious. Much to her relief, otherwise it would be disastrous. She yearned to venture towards the horizon, yet felt utterly devoid of strength. After a few moments, the lecherous man hoisted her over his shoulder, making his way toward a tree hollow. The hollow was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 orcs. Initially intending to seek refuge in a cave for a more advantageous position, he found this secluded spot more appealing, allowing for a more indulgent experience. And an evil grin crept across his face. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at the damp furs of Su Ranran, who appeared irresistibly alluring, her skin so supple that it seemed to glisten with moisture at a mere touch. He hurried forward, eager to tear away her furs. "Wait, can you untie me?" she pleaded, her expression a mix of flattery and desperation, which instantly inflated the lecherous man's sense of masculinity, bound as she was. He found it unappealing. He preferred her on her knees, submissively serving him. Su Ranran, enduring yet another trial, restrained herself from hurling insults at him. "If you help me get free, I can assist you," she continued. Casting a flirtatious glance, the lecherous man, having never encountered such a display, quickly approached to untie the vines binding her hands. Su Ranran then raised her leg, showcasing the vines entwined around it, provoking an almost salivating response from him. It must be said, her beauty was undeniably effective. The bindings had left deep impressions on her wrists and ankles. She raised her hands, revealing her pitiful wounds to the lecherous man, who was tempted to pounce on the vulnerable female hidden in the corner of the hollow. Eager to tear away her furs, however, as she slowly rose, swaying her body towards him. His gaze became fixed in awe. Caught off guard, Su Ranran suddenly pushed him with all her might, sending him tumbling down. The lecherous man, pleasantly surprised, realized he had encountered a venomous serpent. Orcs, known for their tough skin and sturdy build, quickly regained their footing and began to climb the tree. Observing this, Su Ranran also scrambled upwards, finding refuge in another tree. Though her hands were injured, this lecherous creature could not reach her, yet her twisted arm ached painfully with every movement. Frantically climbing, she called for help as the lecherous man grasped her foot. She retaliated with a series of kicks, landing one squarely on his face. However, as she attempted to deliver another blow, he had securely seized both her legs. Now perched on a branch, they engaged in a desperate struggle. When suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as both the branch and their bodies plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, Su Ranran landed on top, escaping injury, while the lecherous man found himself pinned beneath a heavy branch. Yet, every orc in the vicinity, including Su Ranran, possessed remarkable resilience. Rising swiftly, she darted away, with the lecherous man pushing aside the branch to follow. Although his hand remained injured in no time, he captured Su Ranran again. And without hesitation, he threw her to the ground. Before she could regain her footing, the lecherous man lunged at her, but she narrowly evaded him with a roll, causing him to crash unceremoniously before he could recover. He stepped heavily on her injured arm. The piercing cry of pain echoed through the forest, startling birds into flight. Yet, Su Ranran's foot was once more caught, and with a forceful tug, she was pulled down. The lecherous man flipped over, pinning her beneath him. Ignoring her pain, Su Ranran clawed at him with her damaged nails, blood splattering in a chaotic blur, blurring the lines between them. The lecherous man yanked at her furs, which soon flew through the air. Lin Yixing returned to the tribe, only to discover that neither Su Ranran nor her presence was to be found around the tents or by the creek, leading him to believe she had escaped yet again. Anxious, he dashed into the forest, spotting a shoe on the grass. His eyes narrowed with malice as he pressed forward. Diving into the woods, he soon encountered another shoe at a fork in the path. Suspecting that Su Ranran had not wandered off willingly but had been abducted by a male orc. Recalling recent events involving another rogue orc tribe that had been harassing their kin, he felt a surge of anger. After several confrontations, he had taken matters into his own hands, slaying dozens of orcs who had begged for mercy, ultimately offering all their provisions to resolve the conflict. With a dark cloud hovering over his expression, Lin Yixing's thoughts turned towards the fate of Su Ranran. Without a second thought, he pursued her trail, observing the watermarks cascading from the waterfall, when a distant orc's roar echoed through the trees. He could not afford to hesitate any longer and sprinted towards the sound. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he cursed himself for having fallen into the trap of another, lamenting not having acted sooner. In a swift motion, he thrust a branch forward, the force propelling the lecherous man from Su Ranran and pinning him against a tree, his eyes wide with disbelief as he met his end. Chapter 75. The consequences of elegance. As Su Ranran's furs were forcefully torn away, the lecherous man was simultaneously impaled by the branch, leaving him lifeless. The one who had arrived was Lin Yixing. Seeing Su Ranran on the brink of violation sent his heart racing. An overwhelming sense of anguish surged within him as he rushed forward, wrapping his arms around his precious female. Upon recognizing him, Su Ranran finally relaxed, collapsing into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Why did it take you so long to come? I thought I was going to die," she sobbed. "It's all right now, I'm here," he reassured her. "You took so long," she lamented. "Yes, all my fault. I'm to blame," he gently comforted her while quickly shedding his own furs to cover her. Realizing she was now clad in his furs, she became embarrassed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she noticed her injuries. He tenderly lifted her hands, his heart aching at the sight, and instinctively, he extended his tongue to lick her wounds, knowing that an orc's saliva possessed cleansing and healing properties. Though she flinched at first, she did not withdraw her hand. "Don't move," he instructed. "But my hands are dirty," she protested. "It's fine, dear. You'll be all right soon." She nodded shyly, feeling vulnerable under his gaze, as he tended to her wounds with utmost care. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Yixing paced anxiously with her two male companions, fearing that the chief had gone to confront that wretched girl, uncertain if he would find her. "He probably hasn't tea," one of them remarked, recalling how Min-na had mentioned her brother's formidable skills in stealth. However, their concerns were soon met with dread as they witnessed the chief returning, cradling Su Ranran, who appeared utterly disheveled and in distress, wearing his furs. Her hands bore deep wounds, her hair was a wild mess, and she looked as though she had suffered a grievous violation. Min-na's heart raced with excitement at the sight, her inner self urging her to celebrate, believing her brother had triumphed. Little did she know that the lecherous man had met his demise without ever laying eyes on Su Ranran. Suppressing her exhilaration, she pondered her next move. Meanwhile, Yixing, witnessing Su Ranran's return, was filled with dread as the chief summoned all orcs to gather outside the tent. Her two male companions attempted to flee but were caught and brought back. Su Ranran merely recounted the actions of the two males and Yixing before falling into a deep slumber, trusting that Lin Yixing would handle the situation. After some contemplation, she resolved not to kill them, but to render them incapable and cast them out of the tribe. As for Yixing, she too would be incapacitated, but instead of being exiled, she would be thrown into the den of the rogue beasts. Yixing had bitten Min-na, yet Min-na held a good reputation within the tribe. Lin Yixing, preoccupied with Su Ranran, had not heard the incident, and the executing orcs dismissed it as a mere act of desperation from a cornered female. Min-na was well aware of this, which fueled her audacity. However, they were unprepared for Lin Yixing's brutal retribution, as he rendered their limbs useless and cast them into the den of rogue beasts. In this world, females were scarce, and those who dared harm Su Ranran would find themselves wishing for death. Su Ranran merely sought to repay them in kind, unaware of the sinister hand lurking in the shadows. The blade fell swiftly, and before the blood could spill, he seized a heated piece of wood and pressed it down, eliciting anguished screams that reverberated throughout the tribe, sending shivers down the spines of the females. Including Min-na, rumors spread that they would be cast to the savage rogue beasts, a terrifying fate indeed. Yet, Su Ranran had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to it all, her dreams fraught with unease as she called out for her parents. Lin Yixing held her tightly, offering warmth and whispering softly in her ear, "Ranran, don't be afraid. I'm here." It seemed that upon hearing his soothing voice, the cold sweat ceased to flow, and she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 76, Durian. Tiger Tooth and Cece would come by the tent every day, feeling as though they bore some guilt. Indeed, that day, Xiaomo and Chi-Chi had a scuffle, though it was not as exaggerated as Yaxing had described. It was merely two little females engaged in playful antics. Only later did they discover it was all part of Yaxing's scheme, yet they felt quite remorseful, hence their daily visits to the tent. However, Su Ranran had not witnessed this, nor had Lin Yixing mentioned it to her. Although her finger was the most severely injured, she bore some minor wounds elsewhere. On this day, Su Ranran could no longer remain cooped up and desired to take a stroll, which led her to encounter Tiger Tooth and Cece, who greeted her with fervor. Ignoring the chief nearby, they hurried over, gazing intently at her, their hearts aching. With tears brimming in their eyes, they said, "Ranran, we're so sorry. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have left." They were on the verge of tears. "What are you saying? Are you foolish?" At that time, it was the little female in trouble, who wouldn't he be anxious? "You can't blame yourselves for that. Oh, Ranran, you are truly wonderful," they said, seemingly eager to engage in a long conversation, inadvertently cornering the chief. Primarily, their leader disliked interacting with females, and upon seeing them approach, he promptly distanced himself, wearing an expression of displeasure that almost screamed his discontent. Nevertheless, the others paid him no mind and continued their conversation. Lin Yixing was not angry either. He understood that ever since Ranran began playing with Tiger Tooth and Cece, she appeared significantly happier. Thus, he remained silent, merely observing the two as they clung to Ranran, each grasping one of her arms with evident annoyance. Ultimately, it was Tiger Tooth who suggested, in the past, Ranran always prepared delicious food for us. So why don't we cook for her today? What do you think? She glanced at Cece, who, notably, lacked the culinary skills to contribute. Otherwise, there would have been no need to consult her. Ranran had once mentioned that her cooking was so unpalatable that even wild boars would not eat it. Although she was quite unwilling to accept this, she ultimately had to concede. After all, it was Cece, who had been praised by Ranran for her exceptional talent. All right. Cece eagerly expressed her desire to try her hand at cooking for the first time. As she had always played a secondary role in the kitchen, and she relished the idea of preparing a meal, Lin Yixing could only silently follow behind, finding it impossible to interject. Since Su Ranran's hand was still not fully healed, she could only watch them from the sidelines. However, she soon grew restless and decided to accompany them to gather wild vegetables. Oh, durian. Wow, there are so many. Typically, this area was too pungent for them to bring Su Ranran. But today, as they gathered, they wandered over here. Just as they were about to leave, Ranran exclaimed something about a durian tree. This prickly stench is unbearable. Keep your distance. If one falls, it could be deadly. She warned, pulling back the drooling Su Ranran. How could she withstand the allure of durian? She hurried over to Lin Yixing, asking him to pick some for her. Lin Yixing, initially unaware of her intent to eat, thought it might serve some purpose. He climbed the durian tree and plucked several down, ensuring he left long stems attached, as the thorns were perilous and nearly pierced him. Thus, Su Ranran and the others made their way to the creek, carrying wild vegetables along with the durians. Along the way, Su Ranran's eyes were fixated on the durians, almost wishing to transform into one herself. Although everyone was curious about the use of this peculiar dung-like fruit, they were left puzzled as Ranran remained tight-lipped. They could never have imagined it was meant for consumption. Upon reaching the creek, Su Ranran could no longer maintain her composure and urged Lin Yixing to open the durians quickly. This is impossible to handle, Lin Yixing lamented, attempting to pry it open but to no avail. This only amused Su Ranran further, while Tiger Tooth and Cece could only stifle their laughter, suddenly finding their chief less intimidating. Perhaps even a tad adorable. In their desperation, they implored Lin Yixing to use a twig to pry it open, pointing at the durian's base. Yes, exactly like that. Now, pull apart the segments. Watching the drooling female, everyone finally could not contain their curiosity. Ranran, you can't possibly want to eat this dung-like thing, can you? What do you mean by dung? Though durian possessed a somewhat foul odor, it was not as repugnant as dung. With a look of exasperation, she retorted, "This is not stench. It is aroma. Fragrant, delectable durian." She gestured to Lin Yixing, imploring him to feed her, for what else could she do given her injury? Seeing him merely stare at her as if she were asking for dung, she felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for her injury, she wouldn't have to wait. She called out to Tiger Tooth and Cece, but why did they look at her as if she had lost her mind? This was illogical. In her desperation, she gazed at the golden durians resting on the stump, unable to resist any longer. She bent down and took a bite. Wow, this is divine. So blissful and fulfilling, it's simply exquisite. Perhaps due to its wild nature, it was infinitely more delicious than the cultivated varieties. The onlookers were bewildered, particularly Lin Yixing, whose jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He had never seen Ranran indulge in such a gluttonous manner, especially not with something so pungent. He worried she might have become tainted. What if he could no longer kiss her tonight? He quickly pulled her up, but Su Ranran shot him a disgruntled look, unable to speak as her mouth was full. Yet her eyes seemed to convey, "You want to feed me, and now you want to stop me from eating. Is there no humanity left in you?" Lin Yixing truly wished he could toss her into the creek to wash away the stench. Although she remained adorable, especially with her mouth full of what resembled dung, it was still overwhelmingly foul. Meanwhile, Tiger Tooth, a fellow foodie, trusted Su Ranran. Seeing her eat so unceremoniously, she wondered if it were indeed safe to consume. After all, there were no toxins, so why not give it a go? Two little females fought in her mind. But before a victor could be determined, her hand involuntarily reached out. She pinched off a small piece, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole, not daring to open her eyes. But she barely discerned any flavor. Having consumed it too quickly, it was truly a case of seizing a moment of distraction. However, a hint of sweetness lingered, and one taste led to another. Before long, her little paw reached for more. And Cece marveled at the sheer audacity of a true foodie. Curiosity piqued, she continued to observe Tiger Tooth. This time, she took a larger piece and swallowed it whole. It does indeed taste sweet. Sweeter than sweet grass and a hint of fragrance. Fragrant? Surely not. Isn't this supposed to smell like dung? Indeed, those who consumed it found it delightful, while those who merely observed deemed it foul. Chapter 77. The Enormous Tribe. Confounded, she took another piece, this time savoring it properly. Oh, this is truly fragrant and sweet. So delicious. Each bite brought her immense satisfaction, the rich durian flavor enveloping her senses and transforming her experience. Seeing her friends indulge, Cece felt compelled to join in, reasoning that if they could enjoy it so thoroughly, why not? Picking up a small piece, she took a tentative bite. This isn't bad at all, with renewed confidence. She devoured a larger chunk, her eyes sparkling with delight as she savored the flavors. Lin Yisheng, witnessing their unabashed enjoyment, felt the pressure mount as Su Ranran urged him to try it, promising he wouldn't regret it. The three of them stared at him with expressions that seemed to say, "This boy is truly foolish," and he found himself unable to withstand their collective insistence. He took a tentative bite. "Wow, this is surprisingly good," he exclaimed, diving in wholeheartedly. He had always had a penchant for sweet flavors, often seen munching on sweet grass. His fondest childhood memory was of being cast out from the tribe, with only grass to eat. Eventually, he had discovered a patch of sweet grass, which had become a staple for him. Gradually, he developed a habit of snacking on it, but nothing compared to the sheer pleasure of devouring durian. As he continued to eat, he marveled at how the scent that had once been off-putting now seemed fragrant. It was truly a marvel. Thus, they devoured an astounding 6 large durians, feeling thoroughly satisfied. While the previously gathered wild vegetables were long forgotten. Ranran, how did you know this prickly fruit was edible? Surely you didn't sneak out of the tribe out of hunger and desperation. Tiger Tooth inquired. Can she even speak? No, I learned it from my previous tribe. Every durian season, everyone would feast on them, so I did too. Your tribe is truly remarkable, knowing so many edible delights. You must never go hungry. Once, in our tribe, there was a remarkable figure known as Shen. His prowess was unparalleled, as he tasted countless herbs from the world, meticulously documenting his findings for generations to come. This tradition, known as Shen tasting 100 herbs, has greatly enhanced our understanding of the natural world. Moreover, he uncovered numerous medicinal plants, each possessing the potential to heal and save lives. A truly extraordinary feat. The crowd collectively gasped in awe, including Lin Yisheng, who had long harbored curiosity about Su Ranran's tribe. Yet, she had remained reticent, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Now that she spoke, he realized the remarkable abilities possessed by the beastmen of her tribe. It was no wonder she struggled to accept herself and often felt the urge to flee. He had mistakenly thought she was unaware. Tonight, he resolved to teach her a proper lesson. However, her persistent desire to escape surely stemmed from her feelings of inadequacy, prompting him to strive even harder. Are the beastmen from your tribe truly so formidable? He inquired cautiously. Not necessarily. While there are certainly strong individuals among us, there are also those who are not as capable. Our tribe is vast and secure, so there is no need for concern regarding dangers, she replied. Is that so? Lin Yisheng pondered silently. Could it be that Ranran hailed from a superior tribe, where safety was guaranteed? Only within such a grand tribe could one find both formidable beastmen and those under the protection of their parents, who might not be as skilled. Now it made sense why Ranran possessed such extensive knowledge. It appeared that the superior tribe did not shun wandering beastmen. However, to receive their protection, one had to integrate and adhere to their arrangements. This was precisely why Lin Yisheng had refrained from seeking out the superior tribe. Given his own strength, he would be at the top within such a realm, yet his kin might suffer, potentially becoming mere cannon fodder. This uncertainty about whether Ranran would eventually return to her tribe left him troubled. What would he do if she chose to go back? Thus, an utterly unrelated matter morphed into an elaborate drama within his mind, even leading him to believe that her previous mate belonged to the superior tribe. Fearing that such an individual might come seeking her, knowing he could not match them in combat. Since that incident, Su Ranran occasionally observed Lin Yisheng venturing out. It was later revealed that he had been diligently training, challenging formidable beasts daily. The tribe's food supply steadily increased, and the thought of processing jerky loomed large, raising concerns about waste and overindulgence. Of course, all of this was merely a prelude. After feasting and packing up, they returned to the tribe, only to see the other beasts scatter like startled prey. Perhaps the smell was too overwhelming. Had they all gorged themselves? Naturally, such musings remained unvoiced, as none dared to express them aloud. Minna watched from afar, perplexed. Why was it that Su Ranran, bullied by other wandering beasts, could still be accepted by Lin Yisheng, while he rejected her? She, too, was beautiful and capable. Frustration gnawed at her as she glared in Su Ranran's direction. In truth, the beastmen were not at fault. Their keen sense of smell made them susceptible to overwhelming odors. For Su Ranran and her companions, the realization dawned that they were not recognized for their worth, leading them to part ways and return to their respective homes. Time passed swiftly. Lin Yisheng ventured out daily, and Su Ranran no longer harbored thoughts of fleeing, as she recognized the dangers of their surroundings. Without Lin Yisheng by her side, she would not dare to roam outside the tribe. During his absence, she often played with Huya and Sisi, finding solace in their company. Huya and Sisi's young female beast were utterly adorable. Su Ranran even crafted a few toys for them, which endeared her to them further. Before long, she had seamlessly integrated into tribe life. Observing her growing familiarity with the tribe, Lin Yisheng felt at ease. Knowing she no longer entertained thoughts of escape, he assigned 2 beastmen to protect her from a distance, allowing himself to focus on enhancing his own strength. He felt an urgent need to become more powerful. After all, should her mate from her tribe come seeking her, he must be able to defend her. However, he was overthinking the situation. Upon discovering the truth later on, he found himself utterly speechless. Just as they were preparing to leave in search of a winter refuge, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 78. The Fire Wyvern. Early in the day, Lin Yisheng led his kin southward. The weather grew progressively colder, yet they had long acclimated to this change, as it was customary for them to seek shelter during this time of year. The abundance of prey necessitated a slow advance, for the current conditions were ill-suited for galloping forth. "It's so cold," Su Ranran exclaimed, bundled up like a ball, even fashioning a piece of animal skin into a hat for her head. Fortunately, she sat with her back against Lin Yisheng, her face nestled tightly in his embrace. She shivered, prompting her to request 2 more pieces of animal skin from the tribe members behind them, which offered a modicum of warmth. Lin Yisheng held her close, feeling a pang of remorse. It was a bitterly cold day, and yet she endured this hardship alongside him. Alas, there was little he could do unless they found a place that would welcome his tribe with fair treatment. Though such a haven remained undiscovered, they trudged onward, pausing intermittently, ascending steadily. The terrain was rugged, requiring some beastmen to clear the path for others to navigate. The wave of compassion washed over him. How much effort they must exert to survive. They were accustomed to traversing flat grounds and racing across the grasslands, yet now they faced the challenge of navigating mountainous terrain, seeking higher ground to avoid the melting snow. After more than a month of travel, they finally confirmed their destination. However, during this journey, they had nearly met with disaster, encountering a colossal and fearsome creature. The Fire Wyvern, capable of breathing flames. It was Lin Yisheng alone who diverted its attention. Preventing catastrophe. Amid the chaos, the beasts fortuitously discovered a suitable refuge, a cave concealed by a large tree that effectively camouflaged its 5-meter-wide entrance. The cave, narrow at the entrance but expansive within, boasted a space comparable to that of a football field, with additional caverns branching off. Had they not sought refuge from the Fire Wyvern in the tree, they might never have found this sanctuary. The tribe members, realizing the security of such a hidden location, felt a sense of relief. They could remain here for a while. With ample food supplies, the beastmen and females ventured out to gather firewood. The cave was large and dimly lit, yet its seclusion made it an ideal stronghold for them. Once Lin Yisheng had successfully lured the Fire Wyvern away from the others, he could finally unleash his full potential. Previously, he had restrained himself to protect his kin and ensure Ranran remained unharmed. But now, he faced a mere juvenile Fire Wyvern. With agility, he maneuvered around the creature, his iron-hard claws piercing its flesh. The Fire Wyvern unleashed bursts of purple flames, which astonishingly seemed only to affect living beings. Not a single leaf of the tree was scorched, a phenomenon that left him in awe. Despite its massive size, the fire wyvern's movements were somewhat clumsy as it crashed against the mountainside and tree trunks in an attempt to dislodge Lin Yixing from its back. Yet, with claws firmly anchored and his agile leaps, Lin Yixing was not so easily shaken off. Though the creature's hide was tough, the various wounds it sustained began to wear it down, reluctant to continue battling this persistent beast. It chose to flee to its lair instead. As the fire wyvern dashed away, Lin Yixing held on tightly, cautious not to let go, for a fall would mean certain death. However, navigating the branches proved a treacherous endeavor. Leaving him with several cuts along his back, before long, the fire wyvern returned to the cave entrance, gradually coming to a halt. Unbeknownst to it, Lin Yixing had remained in pursuit, and it mistakenly believed it had rid itself of its annoying passenger. Lin Yixing, observing from a distance, noticed another female beast within the cave and furrowed his brow. He contemplated retreating. He could outlast the juvenile creature, but the female posed a greater challenge. Just as he resolved to leave, his keen eyes caught sight of several plants glowing with a purple luminescence, illuminating the shadowy cave entrance. A sudden inspiration struck him. While he had yet to explore the refuge, it was highly likely a cave existed within the mountains. Dark and damp. Thinking of Su Ranran, he envisioned bringing her these plants, certain she would delight in them. Moreover, could it be that the fire wyvern's ability to breathe fire stemmed from consuming these very plants? With a burgeoning sense of purpose, Lin Yixing dismounted from his back, while the fire wyvern merely experienced a fleeting itch, remaining largely indifferent. Concealed within the thicket, he awaited the opportune moment. It was not until the following afternoon that the mother wyvern emerged from the cave in search of sustenance. While the young wyvern frolicked at the entrance, blissfully unaware of the prior day's fly that sought to pilfer their belongings. Chapter 79. Firegrass. Without hesitation, Lin Yixing stealthily entered the cave. Ensuring that the fire-winged dragon remained undisturbed, to his astonishment, the interior was quite warm. Venturing further inside, he discovered 6 specimens of firegrass and, without any reservations, proceeded to uproot them all. He shed his beastskin attire, wrapping the precious grass and earth within it before making his escape. By the time the mother wyvern realized what had transpired, he had already vanished without a trace. Infuriated, the wyvern wrecked the cave in search of the thief. Unable to locate the culprit, and was thus compelled to lead the young wyvern in search of a new abode, one where firegrass might flourish. Upon returning to the tribe, Lin Yixing fashioned a hollow in a piece of wood to plant the firegrass. Utilizing a total of 6 wooden barrels. 2 were left in the largest cave to provide illumination and warmth for the clan, while the remainder were transported back to his own cave. Su Ranran gazed in astonishment at the firegrass, utterly captivated. She had never encountered such a marvel before, finding it exceedingly peculiar. Nevertheless, she was undeniably fond of it. With the firegrass, their cave was rendered cozy, alleviating the discomfort of being swathed in beastskins, which had been quite unbearable. The thermal properties of the firegrass were remarkably potent, and his intention in bringing back such a bounty was to ascertain whether it could be consumed. Initially, when witnessing the fire wyvern breathe flames, he was genuinely startled. However, upon seeing the firegrass, clarity dawned upon him. Within the divine beast continent, there existed myriad rare treasures, some of which granted abilities upon consumption. Until now, he had not encountered any, making this stroke of fortune all the more delightful. Contemplating how to partake, he was certain that the flames could not be ingested directly, lest they prove detrimental. However, perhaps the grass could be consumed. Without further hesitation, he plucked a leaf from the grass, instructing Su Ranran to keep watch and to refrain from approaching too closely, alerting the nearby beastmen should any issues arise. Having said that, he promptly consumed it. Though his surprise, he felt nothing at first. Was it ineffective? As he pondered this with growing confusion, he soon began to feel an increasing warmth enveloping his body, more intense than a fever. Yet, apart from the rising heat, he encountered no other issues. However, this persistent warmth posed a significant problem. Eventually, unable to endure the heat any longer, he dashed outside, seeking solace in the breeze, which provided some relief, albeit momentarily. Su Ranran, witnessing his flushed visage, nearly panicked at the sight. In a rush, she followed him outside. Lin Yixing's pace was swift, and the beastmen remained oblivious to his actions. Su Ranran trailed behind, her expression normal, betraying no signs of distress. The clan paid them no mind, perhaps assuming that the couple merely sought a cooler locale. The potency of the fire grass was astonishing. Just these two small specimens provided such warmth. Truly a treasure. With a splash, Lin Yixing plunged into the water, leading Su Ranran to believe he had lost his senses. She hurried forward, intent on rescuing him, fearing that a mind clouded by heat might render him incapable of rational thought. Lin Yixing, unable to bear the heat any longer, submerged himself completely in the river, feeling a significant alleviation. Su Ranran, still concerned, dove in after him. As Lin Yixing gradually resurfaced, she felt a wave of relief. But soon, to their astonishment, steam began to rise from the river. Su Ranran felt an overwhelming urge to take a bath, and given the warmth provided by the fire grass, the cave was no longer chilly. She had only donned a thin layer of beast skin and had hurried out without taking any additional coverings. Now shivering on the shore, Lin Yixing, noticing her chilled demeanor, instinctively scooped her up into his embrace. Su Ranran, shedding her reservations, relished the opportunity to bathe in such a peculiar setting. Chapter 80. Conspiracy 1. They embraced tightly and descended into the waters together, as snowflakes began to fall gently around them. This enchanting scene was mesmerizing. It marked the first time Su Ranran, with clarity of mind, draped her arms around his neck. Moments ago, he had appeared flushed and in distress, instilling a sense of alarm within her. Yet it also made her acutely aware of her feelings for him. Reflecting upon their interactions, she realized he had treated her with great kindness, having rescued her on several occasions. This thought compelled her to lean in for a kiss, her legs entwining around his waist. Lin Yixing, already feeling a sense of discomfort, found it impossible to retreat from her advances. The water around them grew increasingly warm, enveloping them in a cocoon of heat. In their fervor, they lost all sense of reason, engaging in a passionate exchange amidst the wintry landscape, as if melting the very earth beneath them. Snowflakes danced down, settling upon Su Ranran's fair skin and, with their movements, causing the snow that had gathered on her shoulders to tumble into the river. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, an unprecedented beauty enveloped them, casting a serene calm over the land. When Lin Yixing finally returned to the cave with the dampened figure of Su Ranran in his arms, it was already midnight. Uncertain if it was due to their shared intimacy, he noted that her body had begun to emit a slight warmth, though not as intensely as his own. This was, however, a beneficial development. Observing a flicker of flame dancing at his fingertips, a smile graced his lips. Moreover, he felt no chill outside, which was a welcome change as he gazed at the figure resting on the bed. Alongside the barrels of fire grass, his smile widened. Just from a single leaf, the effects were so profound. Consuming one would surely yield countless nights of warmth. Fortunately, the winter season still had some time left, so there was no need for haste. After all, why would he refuse something that was advantageous for Su Ranran? As winter settled in, they rarely ventured outside, with Su Ranran spending her days sleeping within the cave. Each night, they rendezvoused in their private haven, and the benefits she reaped were tangible throughout the month. Despite enjoying the same pleasures each evening, they had ultimately consumed one entire specimen of fire grass, leaving behind a single leaf. After all, one could not eradicate the source entirely. Now, Su Ranran was capable of conjuring flames the size of a fingernail. And most importantly, she no longer feared the biting cold of winter, a significant milestone. The benefits for Lin Yixing were undeniably greater. However, he struggled to control the direction of the flames, leaving him enveloped in warmth. Fortunately, it was winter. Had it been summer, he might have suffered from heat stroke. Currently, he could summon flames the size of his palm, a seemingly insignificant feat. Yet when combined with his strength, its potency magnified immensely. No longer deterred by the cold of winter, he was no longer confined to the cave. Thus, he and Su Ranran ventured outside once more. Mina observed the pair as they exited, digging her nails into her flesh in frustration. Yet she remained oblivious to her own suffering. It was as though she were not in control of her actions, but rather, it was Su Ranran who was the target of her jealousy. Her spiteful expression was a sight to behold, one that would surely leave a bitter taste in anyone's mouth. Today, Su Ranran had crafted a sled, During her university days, she had traveled north and had cherished this activity. Standing atop the wooden sled, she demonstrated its speed to Lin Yixing. Watching her glide effortlessly, Lin Yixing felt a surge of excitement, secretly pondering how someone as seemingly weak in combat as Su Ranran could exhibit such prowess. How amusing, however, when he fell from the sled, Su Ranran could not contain her laughter, her joy erupting in peals that echoed through the air. The two were unbothered by the cold, dressed lightly, with Su Ranran no longer swaddled in beast skin as she had been previously. With grand movements, she inadvertently revealed more than intended, her snow-white skin contrasting starkly against the snowy backdrop. Seeing the laughter of the female, Lin Yixing could not resist the urge to pounce, playfully swatting her backside. Su Ranran, realizing the jest, quickly surrendered to his playful dominance, prompting him to relent. After several tumbles, Lin Yixing finally mastered the art of gliding across the snow. Previously, traversing the snowy terrain had posed considerable challenges, let alone achieving such speed. It felt like a skill that could safeguard their lives. He resolved to gather the tribe the following day for practice, eager to witness their comical falls, as he could not be the only source of amusement. Yet, before that could transpire, a tribe member, clad in thick layers resembling a ball, approached at a slow pace, calling out urgently for him. "Chief, it's bad. Chief, what has happened?" Lin Yixing responded loudly, seizing the sled and returning with Su Ranran. Yesterday, De Shi and Xiao Shi, along with a few young beast men, slipped out for reasons unknown, and they have yet to return. We are concerned something may have happened. Lin Yixing's expression darkened with anger. What is going on? The messenger hesitated, stammering. Last night, while I was on guard with Zhang Yi, someone left monkey wine at the cave entrance. It was far too cold, desiring merely a sip or two to warm himself. He expressed his understanding, yet before he could drink, he collapsed. Lin, filled with shame, responded accordingly. Lin Yixing delivered two fierce kicks to Lin and hastily carried Su Ranran back, racing toward their destination, before they could reach the cave. A chorus of wails erupted, for they had lost over 10 young beast men, including 2 young females. Lin Yixing sensed something amiss, but attributed it to the mischief of other wandering beast men attempting to lure him out. However, given the current predicament, he had no choice. Only he possessed the capability to venture outside at this moment, for the other beastmen could barely move far. He reassured the gathered beastmen and stationed 2 subordinates at the cave entrance to protect Ranran. After repeatedly instructing Ranran not to wander off, he finally ventured out. Yet, was the situation truly as straightforward as it seemed? Was Lin Yixing genuinely their target? In the shadows, Minna chuckled sinisterly, unable to conceal her amusement. Nor did she wish to. She believed that hidden in the corner, no one could see her. On the opposite side, Cece thought she must be imagining things. How could a female be smiling at such a time? Surely, she must have misjudged. When she looked again, the figure had already turned away. The cave was dim, and she could not discern who it was, nor did she care much. Chapter 81. Pushed off the cliff when Lin Yixing departed. Tiger Tooth and Cece slipped into Su Ranran's cave, intending to engage her in conversation. Cece cast a puzzled glance at the figure in the corner. It was Minna. However, the cave was small, and the further inside one ventured, the more secluded it became. Some females preferred not to be too boisterous and thus retreated deeper into the cave. Yet this did not align with Minna's character. She should be at the larger cave comforting her kin, not lurking here. Nonetheless, Cece paid no heed and slipped inside. Once they were in, Minna stomped her feet in frustration. Those 2 females were causing her considerable trouble. Originally, it was just Su Ranran, but now there were 2 more, along with 2 guarding the entrance. She had not intended to reveal herself, fearing suspicion later, but now she could no longer afford to be cautious. She had to get rid of Su Ranran. In the bitter cold of the season, without the tribe's protection, she would undoubtedly perish. However, upon reflection, she decided to wait until nightfall. It was too easy to be discovered now, and those 2 females would likely leave by then. As for Lin Yixing, she had orchestrated the hiding of those young ones, so how could he find them so easily? Moreover, when she had lured the young ones, she had deliberately disguised herself as Su Ranran. Yet, that was futile, as Lin Yixing was always with Su Ranran. Was it possible for her Ranran to split herself into 2? But Minna was oblivious to this. She believed her scheme to be flawless. Once the young ones were found, they would testify that it was Su Ranran's doing, and by then, if Su Ranran had vanished, who would seek her out? Let her freeze to death outside, or better yet, eliminate her outright. Minna schemed wickedly as night fell. Lin Yixing had yet to return, and it was uncertain whether he had found the young ones. Su Ranran, unable to sleep, sat in a daze, her sleeplessness having become a habit, leaving her especially alert now. Within the tribe's cave, fires burned day and night, yet tonight, something felt amiss. Why was it so quiet? Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her. As if recalling something urgent, she quickly covered her nose. Having watched countless dramas over the years, she knew to be cautious. Covering her nose, she approached the cave entrance, vaguely spotting a female figure approaching. However, having inhaled some of the drowsy mist earlier, she grew dizzy and collapsed at the cave's mouth. Minna dared not delay. She had not enlisted anyone else for this task, for her males were unaware of her true nature. Only she understood the kind of female she truly was to maintain her facade. She even helped Lin Yixing manage the tribe. Of course, that was merely her unrequited desire. Yet she indeed possessed considerable skill, and many females in the tribe were quite fond of her and united under her cause. Therefore, she could not allow anyone to disrupt that. She had to resolve this herself. She ruthlessly kicked Su Ranran several times, and without further hesitation, hoisted her away in the frigid landscape. She could not afford to waste time. Hastily dragging Su Ranran toward the cliff. Initially, she intended to end it swiftly, but feared Lin Yixing might trace the scent of blood, or that wild beasts might be drawn to it in that case. She would have no escape. Thus, she dragged Su Ranran further away to a more remote cliff, shivering from the cold, yet refusing to stop. She merely wished to eliminate this wretched female. As for the traces left behind, snow continued to fall. Who could possibly track them? Su Ranran, in a hazy state, began to regain some awareness, yet her eyes refused to open, her body feeling utterly powerless. She did not wish to be passive. Summoning every ounce of strength, she conjured a flicker of flame and directed it toward the hand gripping her. Beneath the blue moonlight, a strange sound suddenly pierced the air but quickly vanished into the snowy expanse. Minna recoiled in pain, releasing her grip on Su Ranran, delivering several harsh kicks to her back, as Su Ranran curled up tightly, shielding her head. Minna only ceased her assault when exhaustion overtook her. Daring not to linger, hastening to drag Su Ranran to the cliff's edge and kicked her down. Gazing at her palm, she was alarmed to find a hole burned into it, without further inspection. She hurried back, worried that Su Ranran had awakened, and feared the other beastmen might also be roused. Upon returning to the cave and seeing everyone still asleep, she felt relieved. Go create the illusion of Su Ranran fleeing in desperation. She concealed the firewood. Initially, she had intended to burn Su Ranran alive, but neither the fire nor the firewood could achieve that, and the evidence would be significant. She certainly did not wish for further complications. Especially during the bitter cold season, it was so frigid that the beastmen struggled to survive, let alone a female like her, without food. As she contemplated, a smile of satisfaction crept upon her face. An eerie sight within the silent cave. Having made all necessary preparations, she slowly examined her palm, finding it not as unbearable as she had anticipated. Nonetheless, she needed to conceal it or cover it up. She chewed on some herbs that could keep her alert, and alongside her kin, she feigned unconsciousness. The watchful beastmen were the first to awaken, being closest to the entrance where the air circulated better. Upon awakening, they observed the slumbering tribe members in the cave, noticing nothing amiss, believing they had merely dozed off, and promptly shook their companions awake. The two exchanged knowing glances, as neither wished to face punishment. It seemed as if everything had returned to normal, with no one realizing that Su Ranran had already vanished from the cave. As dawn broke, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the tribe. Minna's hand had plunged into the fire, turning red and eliciting gasps from the onlookers. How painful, Minna lamented. She did not desire this outcome. Yet, to clear her name, she had no choice. The agony was nearly enough to make her faint, and the tribe members rushed to express their concern. Such a scene finally provided her with a modicum of solace. Her male hurriedly led her away from the cave, plunging her hand into the snow. The other two males fetched some icy water from the river and poured it over her hand. The water quickly froze, alleviating the burning sensation. Her beastman carried her to the river's edge, submerging her hand, and a wave of cold washed over her, nearly numbing her senses. After a tumultuous morning, she finally calmed down. However, some tribe members were curious as to why Minna had been by the fire so early in the morning. Minna did not evade the question. She simply stated that she had misplaced something there the previous night and, upon searching, had accidentally burned herself. The others said nothing more, merely gazing at her with sympathy. Minna looked at her severely burned hand and grew furious. It was all that wretched female's fault for casting her off the cliff. What a stroke of luck for her! That wretched creature ought to attract a few wandering beastmen to pay her back. Every time she witnessed Lin Yixing carrying Su Ranran back after spending the night together, the sight of her body covered in marks filled Minna with rage. She longed to be the one cherished by the leader. In those moments, she would seek out her males, imagining them as Lin Yixing. Yet, she concealed her desires well, and no beastman was aware of her sordid thoughts. Her males only knew that upon entering the cave, Minna transformed into a lustful female, eager and assertive. Ultimately, it would take several of them quite some time to satisfy her. However, this only intensified their affection for her. After all, by day she was virtuous, a valuable assistant to the tribe, but by night, she became a different being entirely, leaving them with no choice but to adore her. Chapter 82. The mysterious lake bottom. On one occasion, Minna stealthily followed the two by the river, witnessing them seducing the guard beastmen. She remained nearby on the snowy ground, neither too close nor too far from the river, listening to the sounds echoing from afar, unable to resist the urge to move. The guardian orcs were devoid of females, for their appearance was rather unremarkable, and thus they remained in a perpetual state of solitude. Lacking the affection of any female, however, fortune smiled upon them when an unexpected opportunity presented itself, prompting them to seize the moment and engage with one another. To their astonishment, the usually beloved Minna revealed a different facet of her character. The two orcs mistakenly believed that Minna intended to claim them as her mates. Yet, when Kam returned the following day, it was inconceivable that Minna would acquiesce. She outright rejected them, fearing exposure, and thus resorted to clandestine escapades. Her self-esteem had been wounded, and the orcs, recognizing her reluctance to voice her feelings, showed little tenderness in their treatment of her. What astonished them further was that Minna appeared to enjoy such treatment. As the two orcs discovered this inclination, their behavior became increasingly brazen, and when Minna sought to withdraw, she found herself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Thus, they spiraled into a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, Tiger Tooth and Cece set out to find Su Ranran, only to discover she was absent from the cave. They thought little of it, as Su Ranran often wandered away, speculating that perhaps the chief had returned to take her out. Regretfully, they exited the cave. On the other hand, Su Ranran found herself in an entirely different scenario. With a resounding splash, she plunged into the lake's depths, sending ripples cascading across the once tranquil surface. The water was crystalline and unfathomably deep, and she soon regained consciousness, albeit in a daze, unsure of how she had arrived in such a place. Wasn't she in the tribe? What had transpired? Pondering these questions, she swam toward the shore and collapsed onto the snowy ground, utterly exhausted. Yet, as soon as she lay down, a sharp pain shot through her back, reminding her that during her unconsciousness, that scoundrel had not only assaulted her but had also discarded her in this wretched place. If she ever caught him, she would surely throw him into the icy lake. If not for the month of diligent effort spent acquiring the properties of fire grass from Lin Yixing, she would have been utterly lost. Upon reflection, it seemed she had not offended anyone in the tribe. However, once she returned, she was determined to rescue herself, as she vaguely recalled being harmed and was certain she could find her assailant. But what should she do now? Su Ranran gazed skyward in exasperation. Rubbing her growling stomach, she surveyed her surroundings. Only endless expanses of white snow met her gaze. Grabbing a handful of snow, she stuffed it into her mouth, angrily chewing, though she was unclear about her intentions. Finally, she calmed herself and began to observe her surroundings carefully. Looking up, she noted that towering cliffs surrounded her, with a vast lake nestled in the center. Devoid of any grass or trees nearby, it appeared her only option was to venture into the depths of the lake. Surely, in such a large body of water, she could manage to catch some small shrimp to stave off starvation. Yet, as she approached the lake, she was dismayed to find it completely barren of any aquatic life. With no other choice, she submerged once more, grateful for her swimming skills. Her innate ability to attract fish resurfaced, as she noticed the fish around her swimming trustingly. However, in the interest of survival, she had no choice but to apologize before catching one. Soon, she managed to secure a fish, and although she could create fire, she lacked any seasoning. Fresh fish without seasoning could still be quite fishy. Just as she was about to eat, an overwhelming odor wafted toward her, prompting her to gag uncontrollably. Despairing, she looked to the heavens, lamenting her plight as a modern young woman unaccustomed to such hardships. Glancing at the fish, she found it impossible to consume. Perhaps she was not hungry enough yet. She decided to ponder where she might spend the night. Surveying the endless white expanse, her despair deepened, but as she gazed at the sky once more, she spotted a potential shelter. High on the cliffs, there was a slight indentation. From below, its depth was not entirely discernible. Without hesitation, she climbed up and discovered a small cave. It extended several meters deep, and the further she ventured inside, the warmer it became. To her surprise, she spotted a vine with leaves, and nestled among them were some red berries. Unfamiliar with the berries and wary of consuming them, Su Ranran resisted the urge to taste them and averted her gaze. Aside from the vine, there was nothing else of interest. Disappointed, she exited the cave. She had found a place to stay, but her hunger remained unresolved, as the tasteless fish was simply unpalatable. Determined to explore deeper, she returned to the lake, where the water remained crystal clear, allowing her to keep her eyes open underwater with ease. As she parted a patch of grass floating on the lake's bottom, she was delighted to discover a large shrimp hiding beneath a stone. Carefully, she reached for it and successfully captured it, swimming upward, needing to breathe. After several trips back and forth, she finally gathered enough to satisfy her hunger. Upon returning to her cave, she set aside one shrimp, placing it on a leaf filled with water. Alongside the fish, she crushed a berry, letting its juice mingle with the water, which quickly turned a vibrant RE. Su Ranran paid little mind to the fish and shrimp, focusing instead on drying herself off before preparing a meal of shrimp, after which she sank into a deep slumber. When she awoke, her first glance was at the fish and shrimp from the previous night, and her heart soared to see them still lively, indicating that the berries were safe to eat. Initially, she intended to consume just one berry, but once she started, she found it impossible to stop. They were so sour yet so delicious. She continued eating until she could no longer manage. Fortunately, the vine bore plenty of berries. Otherwise, she would have been in tears. Sated, Su Ranran rested briefly before deciding to explore the lake again, aware that the cold season was long and that hail might soon fall, leaving her at risk of starvation. Thus, she resolved to gather ample food while she could. The cold weather would not spoil her provisions. During her rest, she plucked a nearby vine, intending to craft a basket. For the height of the cliffs made it difficult to carry much at once. She planned to climb up again once her injuries healed, as her current condition prevented her from scaling too high. If she reached a halfway point without a place to rest, she would surely perish from exhaustion or hunger. Thus, she decided to wait until she had more provisions before contemplating her next move. In truth, she longed for Lin Yixing to come find her. After all, it was perilous for her to climb alone. Chapter 83. The mysterious purple. Setting aside such chaotic thoughts, she donned her makeshift backpack and descended. With the berries to enhance her catch, Su Ranran was not picky. Even without the berries, she would still have to catch fish. Who could predict when this wretched weather would change? Ensuring her safety took precedence over culinary desires. With the ease of catching fish, she filled basket after basket, transporting them back to the cave until hunger forced her to stop. She roasted a fish, squeezing the intensely sour juice over it, expecting a delectable treat. However, as she drew near to the fish, she found herself retching, struggling to breathe. It was then that she realized how foolish she had been. Hadn't she ever tasted pork before? She had completely forgotten that she had borne 3 children. Considering the possibility of pregnancy was quite real. Upon arriving here, she initially begged Lin Yixing not to let her conceive, but in the throes of passion, how could their esteemed chief possibly comply with her pleas? Eventually, she had resigned herself to the situation, as there was little she could do. Thinking of Lin Yixing made her smile. Did he know she was missing? She gently placed her hand on her belly, murmuring, "Baby, you are truly strong." After enduring so much alongside her, it was evident that she possessed the bloodline of an orc. Now, she was even more hesitant to venture upward. Yearning only for Lin Yixing to find her, if her injuries healed, she might still explore further, for relying on others was not as dependable as relying on oneself, however, feeling an insatiable hunger gnawing at her belly. She returned to reality from her reverie. Beneath the lake, there was still an abundance of food, yet she found it cumbersome and chose not to pursue it further, ultimately, unable to bear it any longer. She discovered a turtle nestled within a crevice of a massive rock. Delighted, she surfaced with the turtle in the cave. She found a stone and fashioned it into a rudimentary pot, preparing the turtle with minimal effort before placing it whole into the makeshift vessel. Listening to the stone pot bubbling away, her mouth watered uncontrollably, and after approximately 20 minutes, she added some berries. With a large pot of turtle soup cradled in her hands, Su Ranran devoured it ravenously, feeling as if it had been an eternity since she had tasted anything warm. Although she was no longer afraid of the cold, daily immersion in the lake's water had left her with a slight chill. Sipping a hearty gulp of soup, she squinted her eyes in bliss. To her surprise, she had polished off an entire pot of meat, which felt somewhat exaggerated. Once she finished eating, the day had grown dim. Instead of returning to the cave, she perched on the edge of the colossal rock, which jutted outwards, allowing her to see the entire lake and the sky above. Leaning against the stone, she quietly admired the rare beauty surrounding her in her modern life. She had always been alone and had grown accustomed to solitude, but since coming here, Lin Yixing had been her constant companion, leaving her with little time to herself. She relished the present moment, feeling no fear, for the beauty here was so profound that it made her forget danger and worry. On the surface of the lake, a faint purple glow seemed to shimmer, though it was too distant for her to discern clearly in the blink of an eye. It vanished, yet she was certain there had been a purple light, and she couldn't help but fantasize about the treasures it might conceal. As her thoughts drifted, drowsiness overtook her. She had intended to stay awake a little longer, wondering if the light would reappear. However, her pregnancy made it difficult to resist sleep, and she retreated into the cave, surrendering to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, the purple light intensified. That day, while fishing, she suddenly recalled last night's purple glow. She ceased her frantic fishing and swam deeper into the lake. The further she went, the larger the creatures became. Strangely, perhaps because this lake was isolated, no terrifying beasts emerged. The largest were roughly the size of modern pigs. Yet she remained cautious as they appeared in swarms. If they intended to attack her, it would be quite troublesome. Upon finally reaching the center of the lake, she noticed groups of lantern fish circling a large rock. Swimming to and fro without departing, she observed them for quite some time, unable to devise a plan, and eventually swam back. On her way back, she caught an eel, returning with great satisfaction. She pondered how to approach the mysterious location, feeling an inexplicable pull as if something were beckoning her. After much contemplation without resolution, Su Ranran focused intently on the lake's surface. Yet, it was too far to discern anything clearly. Curiosity compelled her to swim over quietly during the stillness of night. Perched upon a large rock, she remained a good distance away, mindful of the lanternfish's sharp teeth. Sure enough, being nearer allowed her to see more clearly. Beneath the lake's surface, a cluster of purple light flickered sporadically, surrounded by hundreds of lanternfish that seemed desperate not to miss anything. Moments later, she witnessed dozens of clusters of purple light darting outward, and the surrounding lanternfish went into a frenzy, chasing after the purple glow, while the outermost creatures also lost their composure. Rushing forward, Su Ranran could only glean a rough idea of the lake's happenings. After all, it was nighttime, and visibility was limited. Suddenly, a cluster of purple light charged directly towards her, relentlessly nibbling at her feet, which had been submerged in the lake. However, upon noticing the swarm of fish pursuing her, she hastily lifted her feet, realizing she might become their next meal. Just as she was about to grasp the purple mass, she hesitated, for she saw an overwhelming number of fish, shrimp, crabs, turtles, and other creatures rushing towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up and looked again. The crabs and shrimps capable of climbing were also scrambling onto the rock. Su Ranran, filled with trepidation, leapt into the lake, desperately swimming towards the shore. Glancing back at the dark mass of creatures behind her, She nearly lost control. Without looking back, she reached the shore and quickly scrambled into the cave. Thankfully, they did not pursue her any further. Taking a moment to calm her racing heart, she finally regained her composure. This was far too terrifying, and she was relieved not to suffer from claustrophobia. Inspecting her catch, she was filled with curiosity. She was certain that whatever it was a valuable find, as evidenced by the frenzy of aquatic life. Chapter 84. The restoration of memory in her possession was a purple crystal fish, resembling an ordinary fish but appearing incredibly delectable. As she gazed at it, she couldn't resist the urge to take a bite. The fish was finger-sized, and she swallowed it whole. Remarkably, it bore no fishy taste. Oh, it was absolutely delicious, a flavor both fresh and sweet. After consuming it, she felt invigorated. Her spirits lifted considerably. Yet, to her dismay, it was but a small morsel, hardly enough to satisfy. Wiping the drool from her mouth, she gazed longingly into the distance, where a burst of purple light emerged from the center of the lake. How enormous must that fish be? She swallowed hard, fixated on the thought, imagining leaping into the water to be devoured by that colossal purple crystal fish. What a thrill that would be! Resolute, she vowed to capture that purple crystal fish. However, tonight was not the night that as she contemplated this, she gradually drifted into sleep, dreaming of two orc males named Yui and Wyatt-Eye in her dream. They were both her mates, which made her wonder just how lonely she must have been to dream of orcs other than Lin Yixing, two of them. No less. How embarrassing. If Lin Yixing were to find out, she would be in trouble. She couldn't believe she had become so indiscriminate in her desires. After all, the woman in her dream was bold, proactive, and passionate, qualities she had never exhibited in front of Lin Yixing. This could not possibly be her. She refused to admit it was merely a spring dream, surely a result of her prolonged stay here without Lin Yixing's affection. Yet the dream persisted, unbroken, until the following morning. Heavens! What was she thinking? She truly dreamed of anything and everything. She patted her head, trying to dispel the thoughts. However, the dream had felt so real, as if she were truly living it. Daring not to dwell further, she shook off the chaotic thoughts and resumed her fishing endeavors, her heart filled with anticipation for the night to come, for the taste of the purple crystal fish was simply unforgettable. This time, she ventured even closer. The purple crystal fish only spawned a few offspring once a day, and the number that swam toward her was limited. She had to seize the opportunity, fully immersed in the water. She attempted to attract more purple crystal fish with her presence. However, before the crystal fish arrived, a multitude of other fish surrounded Su Ranran. Yet, when the purple light appeared, those fish scattered. Thankfully, she had no allure compared to the crystal fish. After all, she had only been soaking in the spirit spring, while the purple crystal fish was a genuine delicacy. What she didn't realize was that the purple crystal fish offered not only exquisite flavor but also significant benefits. Before long, dozens of purple crystal fish dispersed, frantically seeking refuge, yet who could blame them for their allure? Each night, only one or two would venture out. However, the majority of those swimming towards Su Ranran numbered 7 or 8. Su Ranran skillfully caught 5 of them, yet she was not greedy and swiftly made her escape. The scene was truly spectacular, but after last night, she had gained some experience. Before long, she returned to the cave. For reasons unknown, the crabs and shrimp that could climb did not follow her, but she paid it no mind. Savoring the moment, she indulged in a mouthful of purple crystal fish, a taste so explosive it enveloped her in satisfaction, filling her with immense happiness. After finishing her meal, Su Ranran fell into a blissful sleep once more. That night, she dreamed again of the 2 orcs, and in her dream, she had 3 children, each calling her mother, which filled her heart with sweetness, causing her to smile blissfully. Upon waking the next day, Su Ranran found it utterly unbelievable. She pondered whether her pregnancy was the reason she kept dreaming of children. 3? No less. That felt like far too many. She chuckled softly, dismissing any deeper thoughts, and continued with her grand fishing venture. That evening, she caught another 6 amethyst fish, feeling an insatiable craving for them. 6 simply wasn't enough. In no time, she had devoured them all that night. She dreamt of wings, of his fingers caressing her skin, kissing her lips, and in turn, she clung tightly to his waist, lost in a haze of intimate indulgence. The sensation felt so vivid, as if she were fully aware of her actions. Yet, she had only shared such intimacy with Lin Yixing. In her dream, she was utterly immersed in the adoration of Yu Yi, unable to extricate herself from its grasp. With each passing day, her consumption of amethyst fish increased, and her dreams grew increasingly lifelike, deepening Su Ranran's confusion. Ultimately, she resolved to catch more amethyst fish, pondering whether consuming them all at once might yield a different outcome. Thus, she began stockpiling a few each day. Gazing at the 30 amethyst fish in her stone bowl, she could no longer resist the urge and decided to consume them all that night. After finishing the fish, Su Ranran fainted, sinking into a deep slumber, devoid of any dreams. She slept for a full 2 days before waking up, murmuring, Yu Yi, Xiao Bao, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Nuo, how are you all? I miss you terribly. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, but her thoughts drifted back to Lin Yixing. Oh heavens! What had she done? 3 beast men. Would she be able to handle it in the future? She couldn't dwell on it any longer. The future could be addressed when it arrived. Yes, that was the way to proceed. Indeed, Su Ranran had finally regained her memory, yet her space remained inaccessible. She recalled vaguely hearing something about her space being forced to close due to insufficient energy while trying to save her before her fainting spell. Upon reflection, she realized that it was the consumption of amethyst fish that had restored her memory, indicating their potential usefulness. Perhaps they could also aid her in recovering her space. It seemed plausible. Though she was uncertain about the nature of energy, it was evident that her memory loss stemmed from energy depletion. Now that her memory was restored, it suggested that the amethyst fish contained hidden energy. It was merely a matter of quantity. As she pondered this, her determination to obtain more amethyst fish intensified. However, the larger one remained an insurmountable challenge for her, as she could not approach it without risking being devoured by the lantern fish. It appeared she would have to continue targeting the smaller fish. Yet, despite the passage of over 10 days, there was still no sign of the larger fish. Did she truly need to catch it to succeed? But how could she accomplish that? After much contemplation, she remained at a loss, tugging at her already disheveled hair in frustration. Forget it. She decided to cease her worries for tomorrow. Fatigued, Su Ranran fell asleep, her exhaustion overwhelming her. Ever since her pregnancy began, she had been plagued by drowsiness, sleeping both day and night. However, upon waking the next day, she conceived a plan and eagerly awaited the evening's arrival. That night, Su Ranran caught several amethyst fish again, but instead of consuming them, she set them aside. Once she had accumulated a dozen, she tied them together with vines and pressed them down with stones. A multitude of fish and shrimp in the lake promptly swam towards her. It was at that moment that Su Ranran stealthily approached, finally beholding the true visage of the colossal rock. Although her physique had greatly improved, allowing her to hold her breath longer, she could not sustain it indefinitely. She needed to act quickly. The rock was riddled with small openings, too minuscule for her to enter. Yet, armed with her sturdy nails, she pried at the more fragile areas until, after several breaths, she managed to create an opening large enough for a single person to slip through. Emerging to catch her breath, she dove back in. However, to her dismay, she found herself stuck. What on earth? Why can't I get through? She exclaimed, realizing she was wedged and, oh, come on, this is such a trap. Looking down at her predicament, she thought, is it my ample bosom that is the issue? Straining with all her might, she managed to inch forward slightly, but no significant progress was made. Alas, she was completely stuck, pressing against the area that trapped her. She winced in pain. It felt swollen. Why must it be so cruel? She lamented. Thankfully, she was alone. Otherwise, how could she face such embarrassment? Had she merely sought a moment of ease? Was this really necessary? She gazed skyward in exasperation. Yet the heavens offered no answers. Time was of the essence, yet no matter how hard she struggled, she remained immobile. Furthermore, she sensed a throbbing discomfort, likely due to her pregnancy causing her chest to swell slightly. Was it truly her fate to meet such an end at the entrance of this cave? This was too absurd. Ceasing her struggles, she contemplated alternative methods of escape. If she remained here, it would mean certain doom. As she paused, drawn by her own allure, fish began to gather around her. Among them were a few amethyst fish the size of basketballs. One particularly rotund fish, presumably female, swam near her, while the others appeared less plump. In a rush, she covered her mouth, stifling any sound that might startle them. Suddenly, she felt a sharp bite on her backside from the returning lanternfish, sending her into a fit of agony, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Realizing her lower half was surrounded by lanternfish, Su Ranran instinctively kicked and flailed, as if possessed. She lunged for one of the amethyst fish, hoping to capture it, but only managed to grasp its tail as it began to slip away. She bit down hard, securing her hold. Just then, a lanternfish clamped onto her foot, causing her to gasp in pain. Without further hesitation, she began to devour the amethyst fish, desperately needing to replenish her energy. If she did not act quickly, she would perish in this predicament. She feasted. She sensed the lanternfish outside frenziedly reacting to the essence of the amethyst fish, voraciously consuming the surrounding water. Miraculously, her backside was spared. However, as she continued to feel the thrashing of the lanternfish, a cold sweat broke out across her skin. Finally finishing the amethyst fish, she found herself still unable to enter her space. Feeling the onset of oxygen deprivation, this was dire. What could she do? She was on the brink of tears as she observed the frightened amethyst fish hiding away, trembling in the corners, having witnessed the brutal consumption of their companion. They were truly pitiful. With no other option, Su Ranran fought against her constraints, desperate to escape or risk becoming trapped forever. She clawed at the stone surrounding her, hoping to break free, but nothing worked. Eventually, she pressed her hands against her chest, applying pressure in hopes of regaining some space, while using her other hand to push forcefully, finally loosening herself just enough to see a glimmer of hope. With a fierce determination, she pressed on, her skin tearing slightly, pain lancing through her chest, but at last, she managed to emerge. Without a moment's pause, she swam toward the lake's surface. Taking a deep breath, she sighed in relief, only to glance back and nearly succumb to panic as hundreds of lanternfish swam towards her. Having learned from her past encounters with these creatures, she wasted no time, summoning every ounce of strength to showcase her newfound swimming prowess. After several arduous days, she finally reached the cave. Gasping for air, she felt the pain radiating from her feet, backside, chest, and hands, a sensation beyond description. Once she dried herself, effectively sterilizing her wounds, she collapsed in exhaustion. The reason she lay instead of reclining was obvious given the state of her injuries. It took an entire week for her to heal, and thankfully, she had gathered ample food beforehand. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Fearless, Su Ranran returned to the lake's edge, now understanding why the fish had relentlessly pursued her. It was her mouthful of purple light that had drawn them in. As before, she took several days to accumulate small fish. Again, she encountered that vexing entrance, too small for the lanternfish to follow her in. Each day, she could only gaze longingly from the entrance. For her own safety, this time, Su Ranran only enlarged the hole slightly, wary of the lanternfish returning unexpectedly. Should they burst in and snatch the amethyst fish, they might very well consume her too. With great care, Su Ranran squeezed through the entrance, a delighted smile gracing her face as she gazed at the amethyst fish. Although she had nearly become wedged, it was merely a psychological scar she bore, an imagined fear. She caught another amethyst fish and savored it, but after just one, she felt satiated. The space had yet to open. While the fish was delectable, her stomach protested. Initially, the prospect of carrying a child had already made her considerably larger, and after devouring an entire fish, her size increased even more. That moment, the lanternfish outside, drawn by the scent, returned and encircled Su Ranran completely. With no avenue of escape, Su Ranran, resolute, began to voraciously nibble on the amethyst fish once more. Just as she felt she might burst, the space finally materialized. Oh, she was on the verge of tears. Her space had, at long last, returned. Sitting on the lawn, she laughed heartily without regard for her appearance. After a prolonged bout of laughter, she regained her composure and brought the remaining amethyst fish from outside her space inside, leaving only a pair, one male and one female. The newly arrived amethyst fish swirled around excitedly in the spiritual spring, clearly thriving in this environment. Cradling her surprisingly large belly, Su Ranran sat by the spiritual spring. Watching the fish frolic and play, her smile growing ever wider. She intended to keep the amethyst fish and give birth to numerous little amethyst fish. Chapter 86. Minna climbs the bed when the amethyst fish were ready to spawn. Su Ranran moved them outside, and immediately, tiny amethyst fish swam out in a flurry, their speed remarkable. She swiftly gathered the amethyst fish back, seizing the opportunity while the lantern fish pursued the younglings to rush outside. She could hardly contain her excitement. She longed to see Lin Yisheng, Yu Yi, Xiaobao, Xiaoqing, and Xiao Nuo. Although snowflakes danced in the air, they presented a significant challenge for Su Ranran as the snow was too thick, causing her to misjudge her footing and nearly fall several times. Fortunately, her space ensured her safety. Otherwise, she would have had to wait for the next season. Ultimately, she could only clear the snow little by little, stepping forward cautiously, day and night, without respite. The uncertainty of the cold season weighed heavily on her, as she feared sudden hail would render her attempts futile. Like a tortoise, Su Ranran persevered for 2 days and nights. Finally climbing to the top, facing the cliff, she burst into laughter. Meow, I am finally back, if I find out who did this to me. Her small fists clenched tightly as she declared fiercely, I will throw her down and ensure she remains there forever. Alone until old age. Once she had laughed enough, or rather, rested sufficiently. After all, her panting was no jest. She wasted no time and dashed toward the tribe. Lin Yisheng, I'm coming. The eerie laughter echoed through the night. Refusing to settle, especially since it was already past midnight. 3 days after Su Ranran's disappearance, Lin Yisheng returned from the outside world, and naturally, those little beastmen hidden by Minna were rescued. Each claimed Su Ranran had lured them out. Lin Yisheng, however, did not believe them. He hadn't seen Ranran for 3 days and rushed into the cave upon returning to the tribe. Yet, the cave held no trace of her charming figure. Had she fled again? He refused to accept this. He could feel that she had accepted him during these days. Could it all be a fade? No, he would not believe it. He hurried outside to inquire about what had transpired. However, not a single beastman reported having seen Su Ranran, each assuming he had taken her away. This was peculiar. As he pressed for details about the recent events, the beastmen recounted that night when they had slept unusually soundly, without rising as they typically would during the night. The more they spoke, the stranger it became, until they realized they had been drugged by someone. Some beastmen angrily cursed Su Ranran, accusing her of being ungrateful, claiming she had poisoned them after the tribe took her in and hidden the little beastmen. The accusations grew increasingly absurd, but Minna refrained from uttering a single disparaging word, even defending Su Ranran. Lin Yisheng cast a curious glance at her, and that single glance made Minna's heart race as if it might leap from her chest. Yet, she concealed her feelings well, not allowing them to show. She continued to speak favorably of Su Ranran, hoping to catch Lin Yisheng's attention, but to no avail. He disregarded her entirely. Other supporters of Su Ranran, including the Tigress and Sisi, voiced their disbelief that Ranran would harm them. Yet their words bore no weight. Unable to tolerate the slander against Ranran any longer, Lin Yisheng shouted, and the beastmen fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Minna felt as if her teeth would shatter. Why, at this point, did the leader still protect her? Infuriated to the brink of fainting, she remained steadfast and did not succumb. Lin Yisheng finally grasped the situation. If Ranran had not left of her own accord, she must be in danger. He pondered whether it was her other males who had sought her out, and the more he contemplated, the more plausible it became. Without hesitation, he dashed out by the river. The cliff, the lawn, and the cave. He searched tirelessly for 100 miles but found no trace of her. Subsequently, each day, apart from resting briefly, he remained alert, constantly seeking her, yearning for her presence. A voice within him incessantly echoed. Lin Yisheng. You are an outcast, a wanderer, punished by the gods. Su Ranran no longer wants you. No longer wants you. No longer wants you. Ha ha, even your father and mother have abandoned you. Su Ranran has abandoned you too. No one wants you, no one. Unable to bear it any longer, he covered his head and screamed. Yet, the voice persisted, growing louder, threatening to consume his entire mind. Eventually, overwhelmed, he collapsed in the snow. When he awoke, he was nearly buried beneath it. He refused to believe it. He had to find Ranran, to hear her deny it herself. He thought perhaps she had merely stepped out to find him, gotten lost, and was now back home with this thought. His pace quickened as he raced back. For days, Minna had been peering out from the cave. Upon seeing Lin Yixing return, she shamelessly entered the cave before him. The firewood she had hidden rendered the cave pitch black, allowing only a vague outline of a figure to be seen. Mimicking Su Ranran's style, she let her long hair down, unfastened her beast skin, and lay with her back to the entrance. Lin Yixing returned to the tribe and headed straight for the cave entrance. Filled with anticipation, hoping Ranran would be waiting for him inside as she usually did. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated to lift the curtain. Finally, he slowly parted the drapery, sensing a presence within the cave. His heart raced as he softly called out, "Ranran, is that you? You've returned, haven't you?" With watery eyes, he gazed at the figure on the bed, but the darkness obscured his view. Minna gritted her teeth, envious of Lin Yixing's tenderness toward Su Ranran. Yet soon a smile crept onto her lips. "Once tonight is over, the leader will recognize my worth, and he will no longer hold any thoughts of that woman." She had complete confidence in her abilities. And after more than a month, could that male endure? Especially one as beautiful and understanding as herself. In her mind, she concocted various schemes, eagerly awaiting Lin Yixing's affection, envisioning scenarios that existed only in her imagination. Lin Yixing assumed she was asleep and approached her quietly. He dared not speak loudly or light a fire, fearing this might all be a dream, for he had dreamt of such scenes before. Waking up at the slightest movement, however, this time, he was certain it was not a dream. It was real, for he bore a deep fingernail mark on his hand. He stepped closer and leaned down gently. Chapter 87. Yet, just as he was about to kiss her, he realized the female before him was not Ranran, but he distinctly sensed Ranran's scent. Confusion filled his heart as he grasped her face, his hand tightening around her throat. What he did not know was that, as he bent down, a young female stood at the cave entrance. Who else could it be but Su Ranran? With tear-filled eyes, Su Ranran fought back her cries, wanting to witness just how far he would go with another in his absence. She longed to see it all, hoping to find closure and no longer be attached. At that moment, Lin Yixing had his back to Su Ranran, completely unaware that his beloved was watching him with tear-streaked cheeks. From Su Ranran's perspective, she witnessed Lin Yixing willingly lean down to kiss that female. Minna forcibly turned to face him, caught a glimpse of the tearful Su Ranran as if realizing something. She hastily called out, "Ah, no, it hurts so much." Immediately, her throat was constricted, yet she audibly protested with strange sounds. Lin Yixing did not think much of it, assuming it was a natural reflex. Seeing her struggle to breathe, he finally released her, not out of mercy but to inquire why she bore Ranran's scent. Gasping for air, Minna whispered to Lin Yixing, "I know where Su Ranran is. Come closer, and I will tell you." Lin Yixing, oblivious to her intentions, leaned in eagerly. It's her. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." "Let me think for a moment." A strange sound suddenly erupted, and outside the cave, Su Ranran could no longer bear it, bursting into tears as she fled. Watching Su Ranran dash away, Minna could only think of restraining Lin Yixing, preventing him from following her. Although she was baffled as to why that despicable wretch was still alive, the point of no return had already been crossed. She merely hoped he would vanish far from sight. At that moment, Lin Yixing had lost all patience. With a swift motion, he flung Minna against the wall. The impact truly pained her, drawing sharp gasps as tears filled her eyes, resembling a delicate white lotus. "Yixing, why? I have done so much for you. Why can't you accept me?" Lin Yixing, disinterested in her lamentations, sought only to leave and summon others to dispose of this wretched creature. It was utterly revolting. Yet, before he could exit, Minna raised her hand, revealing a scar. Upon seeing the mark, Lin Yixing could no longer restrain himself. He seized her by the throat, lifting her, his nails digging deeply into her flesh. Blood flowing freely, he recognized it as a burn inflicted by the fiery flames of firegrass, and judging by its size, it was a result of Ranran's doing. "Speak. Where is Ranran? What have you done to her?" He loosened his grip just enough for her to articulate. Minna merely laughed, a sorrowful smile gracing her face, but she remained silent. Once more, she was tossed aside like a rag doll, witnessing Lin Yixing's brutality. Fear gripped her. She couldn't fathom why she had fallen for such a cruel man. Lin Yixing simply glared at her coldly, uttering, "Minna, it seems you have quite the fondness for strays." The implication was unmistakable. Min Na trembled, as if recalling something, and could no longer contain herself, stating, "The cliff. She was pushed off the edge by me." After uttering those words, she crumpled in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Yixing heard nothing but the name Su Ranran, which echoed in his mind as he departed. As for Min Na, he would rescue Ranran and allow her to exact her revenge. Could she escape? Was there anywhere for her to flee? E had discovered Lin Yixing's tribe a month prior, but they were but two and dared not intrude, choosing instead to wait outside. They were unaware of Lin Yixing's departure and did not follow him. They merely guarded the cave entrance, hoping to encounter Ranran. Yet, a month passed without a sighting until today, when they finally witnessed Ranran returning from outside, racing into Lin Yixing's territory. The two beast men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. What could this mean? Why was Ranran entering from the outside? Had she not been confined within? Furthermore, did she not fear the cold? Their confusion deepened, primarily regarding why they had not stopped her from entering the wolf's den. How strange, how utterly perplexing. How had Ranran's speed increased so dramatically? Yes, it was indeed too swift for them to intercept. It all made sense now. Enlightened, the two beastmen chuckled, their minds finally catching up to their bodies. Wait, what should they do now? Before they could sort through these chaotic thoughts, they saw Ranran burst from the cave, weeping. Without hesitation, they hurried after her. The beastmen inside the cave, noticing the appearance of outsiders, immediately braced for a potential ambush. Ranran thought she had misheard, as if she could discern Yu Yi's voice among the tumult. However, upon glancing back, she realized it was indeed them. Yu Yi, momentarily stunned, rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if they had not seen each other in ages. Su Ranran wept inconsolably, her reason lost, oblivious to the fact that they were carrying her away. She simply buried herself deeper into their embrace. Yu Yi felt a pang of heartache, pondering how much suffering she must have endured to weep so. It was not until they reached their food storage area, which was not far from Lin Yixing's location but considerably more concealed and smaller, that they halted. Gazing intently at the weary Su Ranran, they noticed her swollen belly. Guilt clenched their fists. They felt responsible for not adequately protecting her, allowing her to endure such indignities. Throughout their journey, they had encountered many strays and witnessed the plight of the females within, living a fate worse than death, leading them to believe Ranran had suffered similarly. Overcome with remorse, they could only hold her tightly, fearful of losing her again. Seeing her tear-streaked eyes, they cursed their own weakness, vowing to enhance their strength in the future, to vanquish those strays and avenge Ranran. Meanwhile, Su Ranran slept soundly, her emotions having been released and her body utterly fatigued. How could she not sleep peacefully? This time, she slumbered for a full day and night, with Yu Yi cradling her, reluctant to let go or disturb her rest. Though his arms grew tired and numb, he refused to release her. He remained beside them, silently watching, longing to caress her delicate face, yet he too held back. In that small cave, the three existed in perfect harmony. Chapter 88. Fainting Lin Yixing dashed out of the tribe, racing toward the cliff. However, by that point, Su Ranran was nowhere near the precipice. Ranran, Ranran, where are you? He called out, searching frantically. Yet, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing. Finally, at the mouth of a cave, he caught a whiff of Ranran's scent. Breathing deeply, he felt a rush of joy. It was undoubtedly Ranran's fragrance. He had hoped his little female was waiting for him inside the cave. He hurried inside. But no, there was nothing, nothing at all. Crouching at the entrance, he greedily inhaled her scent, feeling utterly helpless. Murmuring, Ranran, where could you possibly be? He began to climb upwards toward the cliff. But before he could reach halfway, the sky unleashed a torrential hailstorm. Each hailstone fell mercilessly, as if seeking to create a gaping hole in the earth. In despair, Lin Yixing thought, let it fall, let it fall. Just end my life already. He didn't bother to dodge, continuing his ascent. With a loud crash, a hailstone struck him on the head, causing blood to flow freely, obscuring half his face. He did not cry out in pain but remained expressionless, mechanically crawling onward. What was this pain compared to the agony within his heart? Fortunately, beastmen possessed formidable physiques. Otherwise, Lin Yixing might have broken down in tears. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he noticed a shallow imprint in a concave area, resembling a footprint. Instantly invigorated, he scrutinized it closely and confirmed it was indeed a shoe print, nearly forgetting his surroundings in his excitement. He almost reacted too quickly, nearly tumbling down the cliff, wiping the blood from his eyes, and continuing to climb in that concave space, where no snow could settle. He discovered numerous footprints. He broke into a grin, knowing that his Ranran was so capable she must have climbed up by herself. Surely, she was awaiting him in the tribe. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, climbing faster as if propelled by a motor, wishing he could sprout additional hands. No, he thought, he should grow wings instead. That way, he could soar back, ignoring the hailstones that fell around him, which surely would not kill him. He soon reached the summit of the cliff. Without pausing, he surged back toward the tribe. Before he even arrived, his voice echoed, "Ranran, I'm back, Ranran." Upon hearing the leader's voice, the tribe members prepared to intervene, bewildered by the sight of their bloodied leader. What in the world is that creature? How terrifying, however, little did our esteemed leader know. His beloved little female had already fled, and his woeful ordeal was just beginning. Before the tribe could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yixing dashed back into the cave. "Where's everyone? Ranran, don't hide. Please come out. We're not playing anymore. Come out." His complexion grew increasingly grim as he searched every nook and cranny, including the beast den, yet still found no sign of her. Anxiety began to grip him. Finally, the beastmen outside began to react, chattering amongst themselves. "I saw Ranran leave with 2 males. Yes, I saw it too. Those 2 males could even fly. Not just could, they really could. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They were embracing. They must be quite impressive, being able to fly. I absolutely adore flying beastmen." "Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let the leader hear. What if Ranran found her males and decided to abandon the leader?" Another beastman smacked the speaker's head, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our leader is so formidable. How could he be abandoned? Don't speak recklessly. But we are strays." The voice of the beastman lowered further in trepidation. Observing Lin Yixing's expression, another beastman hastily silenced the speaker. "Heavens! Our leader is terrifying. But what kind of beast is our esteemed leader? How could it be possible to not hear what should be heard?" Everything that should not be heard has echoed through the air. A series of howls reverberated throughout the tribe, reaching the ears of Su Ranran. Startled, she jolted awake. "What happened? Is there an earthquake? Run!" She instinctively grasped the hands of Yi and Yui, attempting to flee. The 2 beasts exchanged glances, bewildered by the foolishness of this female. No, don't worry. It's not an earthquake," they hurriedly reassured her, pulling her back to sit down. "That's a relief," she sighed, patting her chest in relief. It was then that the 2 beastmen explained that the commotion originated from Lin Yixing's direction. Upon hearing his name, Su Ranran's teeth clenched in anger. She directed a vehement curse towards that direction. "Scoundrel! Not only did you disappear without a word, but you also wasted no time rolling in the sheets with someone else." As she vented her frustration, she sulked down. However, Yi and Yui exchanged glances, realizing her double standards. "All right, perhaps I am being a bit hypocritical, but I'm still so furious," they thought. Witnessing her vexation, they considered sending Ranran back before confronting Lin Yixing. Initially, they planned to return once she awakened, but given the hailstorm, it was evident they could not go back with no alternatives. They resigned themselves to weathering the cold season here, approaching her to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Yixing stood dejectedly, his face darkened with despair. The other beastmen, intimidated, quickly retreated, leaving the cavern eerily empty in a secluded nook. A few beasts huddled together, and in another shadowy corner, more concealed themselves, leaving Lin Yixing alone, bloodied and isolated. Listening closely, one could hear him whispering, "Has everyone abandoned me? Ranran, have you forsaken me too? Do you think I'm a monster, bringing misfortune upon you?" He chuckled bitterly, embracing the notion of his monstrous nature, lamenting, "I am indeed a monster. Those who draw near will only find misfortune. Perhaps it's better this way." Yet, why was it so cold? Summoning his otherworldly fire, he found it still unbearably frigid. Without hesitation, he devoured 2 stalks of firewood, thinking, "This should warm me," but still he felt the chill deep within his heart. With a sudden crash, he collapsed. He was acutely aware that even consuming a single leaf nearly overwhelmed him. The clan members, initially intending to intervene, were rendered powerless by Lin Yixing's swiftness. As he fell, they rushed to his side, only to be met with a searing heat that burned their hands. Good heavens, is he on the verge of death? How terrifying, they thought, silently admiring his strength. Without delay, they hoisted him outside, where the air was cooler, desperately trying to bring his temperature down. Amid the hailstorm, they hurried toward the river's edge. The commotion drew Su Ranran's attention, and she dashed to the cave's entrance, witnessing the beastmen unceremoniously tossing Lin Yixing into the river, where the water bubbled violently, resembling boiling water. Fortunately, the icy surroundings continually provided a chilling relief, stabilizing the situation. However, the merging ice compelled the beasts to retreat further. Just moments before, Lin Yixing had managed to endure the heat, but now it was so unbearable that any proximity would likely result in scalding. Seeing Lin Yixing sinking beneath the surface, panic ensued, and they frantically brainstormed solutions, yet nothing seemed feasible. Helplessly, they watched him disappear beneath the water. At this moment, Su Ranran could no longer pretend to be unaffected. Before Yi and Yui could react, she dashed toward the icy hail, her determination unwavering. Thankfully, Yi acted quickly, shielding her with his wings to protect her from the hail's assault, while Yui followed closely behind. With a splash, Su Ranran leaped into the water, grasping Lin Yixing, but upon contact with his scorching body, she instinctively released him. Fortunately, her own fire magic, though limited, allowed her to withstand the heat, albeit with discomfort. She wrapped her arms around him again. However, the water offered no support, and she yearned to access her spatial realm, where the spiritual spring's waters would surely be more beneficial. Anxiously, she called out, "Yui, Yui!" Understanding immediately, Yui hurriedly dispersed the onlookers. The relentless hail was too much for the beasts to endure, and upon witnessing Su Ranran's resolve, they scattered but remained within sight, waiting anxiously under Yui's stern gaze. In the spatial realm, Su Ranran and Lin Yixing found themselves submerged in the spiritual spring. Ignoring Yui and Yi's wounded heads from the hail, she focused on Lin Yixing's deteriorating condition. Although he showed slight improvement in the spring, he remained scorching hot. Realizing he had lost his will to survive, she felt a surge of frustration but recognized that this was not the time for anger. She repeatedly called his name. Lin Yixing. "It's me, Ranran." Gradually, he exhibited some response, albeit minimal. Recalling how Lin Yixing had previously channeled his fiery energy by engaging in intimate acts by the river, she felt her cheeks flush but pressed forward without hesitation, determined to rouse him. Exhausted, she eventually collapsed onto him, still calling his name. Only then did Lin Yixing begin to react more noticeably, muttering, "Everyone has abandoned me, they no longer want me." Hearing this, Su Ranran's heart ached, and she tightened her embrace, reassuring him, "No one has abandoned you. Not at all. I am here. I am right here." As she leaned in closer, she kissed him tenderly. In response, Lin Yixing, sensing her presence, kissed her back fervently. Fearing she might vanish at any moment, yet still caught in a haze, he could not muster any further action. "Help! Is there anyone who can rescue her? Though I cherish him dearly, this situation is overwhelming," she lamented, resigned to her fate. Lin Yixing, in a daze, felt as though he were trapped in a furnace. Hearing Su Ranran's voice calling him, he was initially skeptical, but it felt undeniably real. His heart brimmed with joy as he longed to open his eyes and see her. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he found himself powerless. He attempted to move, only to realize he had no strength left, so he remained still, surrendering to Su Ranran's insistence. "What is happening? Why does it feel different this time? Why does it seem ineffective?" He touched his forehead, which felt hotter than a fever, still radiating unbearable heat. Unbeknownst to Su Ranran, Lin Yixing was caught in a feverish delirium, unable to cool down. Though his eyes remained shut, he could easily envision the adorably dazed expression on the little female, which only made him smile inwardly. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting a subtle smile as he pretended to remain unconscious. Teasing her, "Ranran, do you no longer want me?" Will you abandon me? Are you ashamed that I am a wandering beast? Upon uttering these words, he tensed, anxiously bracing for her response, fearing he might hear an unfavorable answer. Su Ranran, upon hearing this, felt her heart ache for him. Tears welled in her eyes as she replied, "No, how could I ever think such a thing? I could never despise you that I returned to seek you once more. Yet, alas, I beheld you kissing another female. With a choked sob, I burst into tears, lamenting the heartlessness of Lin Yixing." The unfortunate Lin Yixing extended his arms, yearning to embrace her, but despite his earnest efforts, he felt utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 90. The battle. Listening to the incessant ramblings of the distraught female, Lin Yixing simmered with anger. He remained silent, eager to discover just how far this obstinate female could misconstrue his intentions. Her lack of faith in him, her willingness to depart with another male, it infuriated him beyond measure. Little did she realize that the jealous leader had awakened, deliberately ignoring her. As her ire grew, she began to act in peculiar ways, leading to an unexpected encounter with Lin Yixing that nearly compelled him to open his eyes. Yet he restrained himself. Despite his frustration, witnessing such a vulnerable side of Ranyan was a novelty that left him unable to maintain his composure. Ranyan, still unaware of the unfolding turmoil, thought she might finally have a moment of peace. But her hopes were dashed as she widened her eyes in shock. Once again, she found herself in a dizzying predicament. Her frail body could hardly withstand such an assault of emotions. Had she not been determined to flee for her own safety, she would have long since abandoned this chaos. Sensing her despair, he chose to disregard it, leisurely adjusting his pace. Yet, the tortoise-like speed of his movements left him discontented, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The moment he beheld her, all remnants of anger dissipated. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the essence that belonged to them both. Though he had sensed it earlier, he had not fully acknowledged it until now. The realization struck him with a profound difference. Causing his gaze to soften, he drew her close, tightly, as if fearing she might escape again. Feeling her struggle within his embrace, he understood the reason behind her distress. He began to explain, yet she remained skeptical. Having witnessed the scene with her own eyes, with a resigned expression, he whispered, "My essence bears only Ranyan's scent. Did you not perceive it? I am not a dog. How could I possibly smell it?" Lin Yixing exclaimed, exasperated. Once a female and male are together, they inevitably leave traces of their essence on one another. Anyone can discern it. He gazed at her with bewilderment, feeling utterly wronged. Gradually, a flicker of belief ignited within Su Ranran. Though she stubbornly retorted, "Who knows if you are deceiving me?" She defiantly lifted her chin to meet his gaze. With a chuckle, he flicked her nose playfully. "Ranyan, are you jealous now? If you wish to know the truth, you need only to observe for yourself." "Of course not. You're just being ridiculous," she huffed, her eyes locked onto his, unwilling to shy away. The sincerity in his gaze made her heart race, compelling her to look away. As the misunderstanding began to dissolve, Su Ranran recognized the folly of her actions, shrinking into herself, too embarrassed to speak further. Seeing her timid demeanor, Lin Yixing felt a surge of dissatisfaction. With a swift motion, he slapped his palm down. "You." She glared at him, mortified, and retaliated with a light smack, her shyness only amplifying the amusement it brought him. However, he was not inclined to let her off easily. Another slap echoed through the air. "Oh dear, Su Ranran, where did you learn such bad habits? This is utterly mortifying." This time, she refrained from glaring at him, adopting a pitiful expression instead. "Yixing, I was wrong." His slap was softer this time. "What did you do wrong? Speak plainly. I should not have doubted you. It was my fault. I was being petty," she stammered, hastily covering herself to prevent further strikes. Seeing her like this, Lin Yixing couldn't bear to strike her again. Though his blows weren't severe, she was still his treasure. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his irritation, nearly choking on it. However, to reprimand this troublesome female, he decided to relinquish his restraint against the lingering effects of the fireweed. The thought of her two males lurking in the space around them made him more unyielding, and thus, the entire vicinity resonated with Su Ranyan's voice. Recalling the presence of those two males, his eyes narrowed slightly. Poor Su Ranran had yet to encounter the jealous side of Lin Yixing, for when the leader became possessive, His prowess was unparalleled. In the end, Su Ranran sought a different approach. Unable to endure any longer, gazing at her small mouth, he relented, exhibiting magnanimity. Immediately, Su Ranran crouched down. Time passed slowly, and the fireweed gradually faded away. Eventually, their voices subsided, and they held each other tightly, drifting into a peaceful slumber. However, on the opposite side of the space, two individuals were wide awake, their expressions a mixture of despair and confusion. U-E and E. They exchanged glances, a newfound sense of crisis washing over them. They had never witnessed this side of Ranyan before. When they were together, she had always been shy and reserved, and they had respected her wishes, leading to a more subdued atmosphere. Now, seeing her in such a state was utterly bewildering. As for Lin Yixing, he had always been domineering. Ranyan's objections were futile in his presence. Thus, in his company, Su Ranran transformed entirely, for the nature of a tyrannical leader was indeed formidable, devoid of any pretense. Attempting to maintain composure became an impossible task. They felt as if they were on the verge of madness. In comparison, U-E and E found themselves grappling with feelings of inferiority, already questioning their worth in this beastly existence. Seated despondently upon the grass, they listened to the mortifying sounds that echoed in their ears, leading them to doubt their own abilities. They adored this version of Ranyan, yet it was disheartening that she displayed such affection only away from them. With each sound of Su Ranyan's voice, they were tempted to rush toward her, yet they could not ignore the excitement woven into those sounds. Frustrated, they struck their fists against the ground. Raising their heads, they exchanged determined looks and launched into a brawl. If they did not find something to occupy themselves, they would surely go mad. Neither held back, treating each other as if they were Lin Yixing. Exchanging blows with fervor, Su Ranran remained oblivious to the commotion, unaware of their keen ears that had detected the ruckus from afar. Yet, while she was deaf to their struggles, Lin Yixing was not. A mischievous smile spread across his lips. He was doing this on purpose. Unable to contain his laughter, the sound echoed loudly, reaching the ears of the two from afar. They recognized it as a provocation, leading to further frustration and more aggressive strikes. With a swift motion, another slap rang out. Su Ranran found herself inexplicably struck again, her expression one of indignation as she glared at him, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, the battle raged on fervently, each side exerting their utmost strength, as if competing for dominance. Unfortunately, Su Ranran became an unwilling casualty of this conflict, enduring relentless teasing and remembering her earlier misfortunes. In her heart, she vowed to make this scoundrel pay for his transgressions. How dare he strike her? Just wait. Once Lin Yixing released her, she would surely cast him out of the space. At this moment, Lin Yixing remained blissfully unaware of her spatial artifact, content with his plans to bully her as he had in the past, intending to keep her all to himself. But would reality truly unfold as he envisioned? Chapter 91. Casting Lin Yixing out upon awakening. Su Ranran longed to cast this scoundrel out of the space, yet she found herself ensnared in his embrace. Hesitating, she refrained from making a move, knowing that if he discovered her capabilities, he would likely seek to bind them together. She was certain that this despicable creature would be more than willing to comply. However, she desired no such fate. Thus, she sought an excuse. I wished to explore. At this moment, Lin Yixing remained oblivious to the fact that this was Su Ranyan's domain. His curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, he did not release her, instead lifting her up and wandering about. Su Ranran vehemently protested, insisting on being set down. Ultimately, she was freed, yet his hand remained firmly clasped around hers. Exasperated, she lamented to the heavens. She wished to escape this insufferable being. She craved freedom. No matter the excuse, it proved futile. Yet, who was Lin Yixing? Sensing Su Ranyan's agitation, he was even less inclined to let her go. Once the sounds of their quarrel subsided, U-E and E ceased their brawl, making their way over. Upon seeing the slumbering Ranyan, they refrained from approaching, fearing they might awaken her. They chose to wait at a distance, not because they lacked the desire to go to her, but because they feared losing control and harming Lin Yixing, which would undoubtedly sadden Ranyan. Time passed, and both U-E and E began to feel drowsy. Just then, the two finally awoke, only to witness the distant figures of U-E and E. Their heads injured from their earlier skirmish, having yet to be treated. In a rush, they dashed forward, But just as they did, they were suddenly pulled back into someone else's embrace, glaring at the hand that held her. Su Ranran felt an overwhelming urge to bite it. As for Lin Yixing's injuries, they had long since been addressed, evidenced by the pink ribbon adorning his forehead, a testament to her thoughtful handiwork. Complete with a charming bow, "Alas, there is no way to confront openly. I can only resort to subtle schemes." Lin Yixing has long grown accustomed to her peculiar and endearing antics. After all, since he torments her daily, he ought to offer some sweetness in return. Su Ranran, struggling in his embrace, felt quite helpless. This insufferable fellow, not only possessing a foul temper but also being so domineering. Observing the little female in his arms becoming excited at the sight of another male stirred his displeasure. He promptly pressed her face against his chest, denying her the chance to see. Leaning down, he whispered softly in her ear, "Behave yourself, or this evening, you shall learn your lesson." However, Su Ranran chose not to heed him this time and bit down hard once more. "Hiss!" Lin Yixing winced in pain, though the sound was tinged with a hint of amusement. From a distance, Yu and couldn't bear to witness how he bullied Ranran. Hadn't they noticed her unwillingness? Yet, before they could approach, Lin Yixing swiftly delivered a slap to her backside, the resounding smack igniting a blush on Su Ranran's cheeks. "Ah, Lin Yixing, you scoundrel!" she exclaimed, her face a portrait of exasperation, which only rendered her all the more adorable. He effortlessly lifted her, cradling her like a child. Ignoring her struggles, he gazed at her pouty lips and leaned in to kiss her, but the kiss was brief. Leaving his lips slightly swollen, no blood was drawn, for Ranran was simply reluctant to bite too hard. When Yu and he arrived, they were met with the sight of Ranran's flushed and furious expression. What should they do? Were they not supposed to be angry on her behalf? Why did it seem almost endearing instead? However, they quickly separated, and Lin Yixing, disregarding Su Ranran's shyness, burst into laughter. Truly, he wished he could seal his foul mouth shut. "Help! What is this nonsense?" Yu and he exclaimed in unison. "I challenge you." Lin Yixing merely smirked, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You too?" His lips curled disdainfully. Damn it, he was infuriating beyond measure. Su Ranran could only grumble silently to herself. Yu and he, seeing his foolish demeanor, felt their tempers flare. Ignoring all rules, they simply wanted to teach him a lesson together to curb his arrogance. The atmosphere reached a boiling point, ready to erupt. The three swiftly distanced themselves, leaving Su Ranran abandoned in a corner. Yet, she remained unperturbed, watching intently while Yu unfurled his wings, soaring above to gain a distinct advantage, his gaze fixed sharply on the beast-man before him. Meanwhile, though he too possessed wings, did not take flight. Instead, he summoned a treasured artifact, a thin, transparent material whose nature eluded him. This sight instilled a sense of danger in Lin Yixing, who narrowed his violet eyes, shedding his earlier nonchalance as he braced himself. The three revealed their strongest selves, while Su Ranran silently mused, how dashing they all were. All hers, all hers. Just the thought thrilled her in this peculiar formation. A certain someone in the corner was unable to contain her excitement and burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth. However, upon meeting the trio's collective gaze, she chuckled nervously. "Hee, you all carry on. Please." Damn, this was a tad too audacious. How embarrassing. What to do? Yet, the three merely glanced at her before ignoring her, but she would soon understand their thoughts. For now, she could indulge in her amusement. As the three prepared to engage, Su Ranran sweetly smiled at Lin Yixing and waved goodbye, saying, "Goodbye now." Lin Yixing was momentarily bewildered. What was this? What did it mean? Why was he being left behind? Weren't they supposed to fight? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and bellowed, "Su Ranran!" With a resounding crash, he hurled a fist at the ice block, shattering it into fragments. If he still didn't understand that it was Su Ranran's doing, he would be a fool. He was truly caught in a whirlwind of love and ire for this little female, unable to scold or strike her, only able to grit his teeth in frustration. Fear not, everyone. Our esteemed leader is merely a tad prideful. He harbors no violent tendencies. Su Ranran giggled, leaping toward Yi in a moment of miscalculation. They tumbled onto the grass. Why not you, because he was still suspended in the air. Our little female could not fly. After all, holding the playful little female, snapped out of his daze, realizing how mischievous Ranran could be. He imagined the beast man who had been tossed aside, likely fuming in anger. All emotions, all jealousy, dissipated the moment he embraced the little female. He chuckled as he held her close. Su Ranran gazed into the familiar face of her handsome companion and kissed him, holding tightly, savoring this long-awaited reunion. Looking up towards U's direction, she noticed he had already departed, leaving them space. Ranran, I've missed you, he said, his hands wandering restlessly. I miss you too, she replied, her eyes dreamy as she savored his familiar warmth. Feeling utterly comfortable, gently cupping her face, he gazed at her with tender affection. It's been ages. You've become even more beautiful, and I adore it, however. Noticing the marks on her skin, he hesitated to leave any further marks, simply holding her close without making any advances. Truly, she was a sensible child who had no treats. Since arriving in this world, Ranran's resilience had become unparalleled. Regularly bathing in the spirit spring and climbing about had honed her recovery abilities to rocket-like speeds. The only issue was her delicate skin, which was prone to leaving marks. Stimulated by his caresses, she found it impossible to stop. Yet, seeing his expression of concern, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, playfully teasing him with her restless hands, poking here and there, as mischievous as ever. Seizing her igniting hand, he looked at her with an expression of unfulfilled desire, noticing her playful smirk at the corner of her mouth. Leaning closer to her ear, he murmured, Ranran, you provoked me. As soon as the words left his lips, he kissed her, for some desires cannot simply be dismissed. Ranran, being a caring female partner, understood their longing after such a long separation, and they needed to express all their feelings to each other. Within the space, enchanting melodies echoed, resounding endlessly in the spirit spring. Yui soaked in the cool waters. Upon closer inspection, his expression bore neither displeasure nor overwhelming joy. He simply rested with his eyes closed, submerged in the spirit spring, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Soon, the grass was left in disarray, trampled and crushed beyond recognition. Nearby, fragmented conversations could be heard. Ranran, you are truly beautiful, he said, his eyes brimming with deep affection, solely reflecting Su Ranran's figure. Gazing into his soulful eyes, her heart swelled with sweetness as she responded, I think so too, nodding enthusiastically. Ha! This playful little female is irresistibly adorable. I adore you, he said, teasingly pinching her nose. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, but I love you dearly. Su Ranran's cheeks flushed crimson at his enchanting words. Our little flirt was hardly shy anymore. Once more, a symphony erupted, intertwining melodiously within the space. Time passed, and eventually, tranquility enveloped them. Ranran, he called softly. What is it? Yui is waiting for you by the river. I know. He fell silent for a moment before finally asking, what about Lin Yisheng? His gaze remained fixed on Su Ranran, showing no intention of looking away. That damned feeling of pressure. They had finally reached the crux of the matter. Contemplating briefly, she met his eyes and stated earnestly, I'm sorry. He still remained silent, his handsome features betraying no hint of anger. Su Ranran felt herself growing slightly calmer, though she was still somewhat guilty. I think I might, just a little, like him, she confessed shyly. As she spoke, she extended her hand, gesturing animatedly, revealing an untrimmed portion of her fingernail for to see. In truth, he was not angry. He was merely curious. After all, he was a native orc, and he harbored no strong aversion to such matters. Moreover, powerful orcs could better protect their females. Had there been another orc by Ranran's side at that time, such an incident would have likely been avoided. Even without her mentioning it, he had already conferred with Yui, planning to find another orc to safeguard her once they located Ranran. However, other orcs typically focused on protecting their own females, often lacking concern for others' females. Thus, upon learning of Lin Yisheng's existence, he felt no particular alarm. It was merely that the male was excessively domineering, constantly bullying Ranran, which irked him greatly. Ranran, indifferent to his concerns, poured out her grievances at that time. When I fell off a cliff and was swept away by the river, when the space closed and I nearly died, it was he who saved me. I think, without him, I would have perished long ago. He fished me out of the water, and at that moment, I had lost my memory, finding myself in a strange place. Had I retained my memories, I would not have accepted his help. I have you all, and that is sufficient. Ranran rambled on, recounting that experience, all the while observing Es' expressions, fearful that he might become upset. Although he would not physically harm her, one should never underestimate the combat prowess of any orc. It was essential to appease the orc first. As for the rest, well, they could gradually work it out. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning the assault, for that could easily spark a world war, and she did not wish for any orc to be harmed, especially those she held dear. He said nothing, merely listening as she recounted her fall into the abyss, her plunge into the lake, the closure of the space, the dangers she faced, and how she nearly lost her life. His hands unconsciously trembled, tightening their embrace around her. If you do not loosen your grip, I shall perish, she exclaimed. Realizing his error, he quickly released his hold, flustered. Ranran, I did not mean to, silly you. I'm fine, just teasing you. The atmosphere instantly lightened. He playfully pinched her cheek, finding her irresistibly adorable. Cradling her close to his chest, he gently spoke. Ranran, I'm sorry I did not protect you well. No, it is not your fault. It was my own carelessness. What of Xiao Bao, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Nua? Although I knew they were safe in the cave, I still wish to know what they have been up to lately, if they have grown even a little. This was the love of a mother speaking. They are all fine, awaiting your return. Are you not aware of Xiao Bao's abilities? What is there to worry about? He will surely take care of the tribe and Xiao Cheng and Xiao Nua. Ranran could only silently feel sympathy for Xiao Bao, who had to shoulder such responsibilities at such a tender age. Her heart ached for the two little ones. They were so small and clearly lacked parental affection. It was not that they were unloved, but rather that the distance made it impossible for love to reach them. Noticing her melancholy, he swiftly changed the subject, for in the orc world, they were already quite fortunate. They faced no shortage of food or clothing. What more could they desire? By the time they were of that age, their mother had long ceased to care for them. They had to fend for themselves. Nowhere near as fortunate as they were now, with their mother always on their minds. To divert her from her unhappy thoughts, he directly stated, Ranran, you have become quite formidable, leading me astray so easily. Huh? What? Ranran was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that they had been discussing Lin Yisheng. Giggling, she leaned closer, observing the orc who had seemingly moved past the matter, yet still feigned a demeanor of discontent. As if demanding consolation, she found it amusing but dared not reveal her amusement. Oh dear. Look at you, being magnanimous. Why not spare this little female this once? She said, shaking his arm lightly. Having spent over 20 years in this orc realm, he had never encountered a female quite like her. Thus, he could no longer maintain his composure. He pinned the approaching little female down, wary of her igniting any further sparks. With eyes closed, he softly declared, Ranran, I do not oppose this. As long as you are by my side, I am content. And so, they shared their thoughts in peace, recounting their longing for each other until nightfall, when they gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, outside the space, a lone orc seethed with resentment, gazing at the stars and the moon, occasionally swatting away the hail atop his head. Eventually, overwhelmed by irritation, he constructed an ice hut when he emerged from the space. The tribe members spotted him, eager to approach, only to be deterred by a thunderous roar. This fury, it seemed, could only be quelled by that little female, Ranran. How terrifying! Run, run! Within moments, the area was deserted. With such a booming voice, there was no need to worry about him. Better to focus on their own concerns. After all the commotion, they could finally rest peacefully. Lin Yisheng would never admit fault. He was too proud for that. He felt he had done nothing wrong, so why should he bow his head? He was even less inclined to leave his little female behind. Why should he? He was a living embodiment of a wronged husband. Eagerly anticipating Ranran's emergence to apologize and seek his forgiveness, the slightest hint of movement, his eyes darted to the entrance, fearing she might slip away again. Yet, all his thoughts were so beautifully idealistic. Did reality truly align with his visions? Suddenly, time seemed to stretch unbearably slow. He picked up a piece of shattered hail, hurling it at the descending ones, repeating the action with relentless enthusiasm. Inside the space, Ranran slept fitfully, feeling herself being lifted but dismissing it, continuing her sweet slumber. Observing the little female in his arms, Yui felt a surge of happiness. However, recalling Lin Yixing's formidable strength and Yi's advantageous position, he felt a pang of insecurity, realizing he seemed to possess nothing of worth. Previously, as the tribe leader, he had seldom spent time with her. It seemed the only time they truly connected was when they first met. Just the two of them in the treehouse. Now, she had another male by her side. Would she not resent his lack of strength? The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt, tightening his embrace around her. Sensing the tightening grip, she squirmed uncomfortably but did not awaken. Noticing her movements, Yui quickly relaxed his hold, and when she fell back into slumber, he felt relieved. He made no further moves, merely watching her. His heart aching at the scars adorning her body, silently cursing the two beasts responsible. He was truly wronged and aggrieved. After all, it was she who had seduced him first. He was the victim here. Just look at the marks on my back, of course. Yui was unaware of this, only harboring such thoughts in his heart. Ranran slept soundly for 8 hours, while Yui watched her for the same duration. Mainly because there was nothing else to do. As she began to awaken, he felt an unexpected wave of anxiety wash over him, quickly turning his face away, unwilling to look at her. Yet from Ranran's perspective, he appeared sulky and unwilling to engage. Now fully awake, she stretched languidly, her sleep-laden eyes still heavy with drowsiness. Although Yui did not directly gaze at her, his furtive glances betrayed his interest. Upon seeing her alluring figure, he was overwhelmed by a primal urge, recognizing that Yi's actions were not entirely without reason. This little female had brought it upon herself. However, he restrained himself. Not looking before had been a moment of nervousness. Now, he hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, maintaining his position. Unbeknownst to him, Ranran wore a disgruntled expression, suddenly lunging at him with a bear hug, causing the seated orc to topple backward. Fortunately, in her pursuit of comfort, they landed on the bed. Falling onto the soft mattress, they found it quite pleasant, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around him with wide, unblinking eyes. She stared at him, making Yui feel shy under her gaze. His ears reddened, though he hoped it would go unnoticed. To prevent her from catching on to his embarrassment, he maintained a stoic expression. Inside, Ranran was filled with dread. It seemed Yui was not an easy one to handle. Look at her, employing all her charms, yet he remained impassive. Such self-control was impressive. What should I do next? Never mind. She would first apologize. Yui, I'm sorry, I did not mean to knock you over, she said. Looking up at him with a pitiful expression, it's nothing. His cold demeanor felt like a crushing blow. Oh no. What should I do? In truth, Yui's behavior was entirely normal. It was her guilty conscience that made her feel this way. Yet, being caught up in the moment, she remained blissfully unaware. No problem. That's good to hear. With a distracted expression, she replied, yet her mind was racing, seemingly nonchalantly asking, Are you angry? Confused, she looked at her, Su Ranran. How was she supposed to respond? Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. It's nothing, hee. Oh my. Who could come to her rescue? It appeared he was genuinely upset, likely quite irked too. Feeling the grip of his wings gradually release, she inwardly lamented, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Yet, she truly had overthought the situation. He merely found her utterly enchanting, that waist of hers, constantly swaying. If he held her any longer, he would undoubtedly transform into a beast. With no other recourse, he lunged forward. If he wouldn't embrace her, then she could just embrace him instead. How could his wings withstand such fervent affection? Upon sensing his actions, Su Ranran suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. Chapter 94. Yui, she froze in place as Yui hastily sat up. Su Ranran was genuinely hit hard. She had been so proactive, yet here she was, brazenly rejected to such a degree. Was it because of Lin Yixing that Yui looked down upon her? A hint of sadness crossed her face. She didn't wish for this, but now she was uncertain of what to do. Once Yui sat up, he glanced at her, noticing her despondent expression, and curiously inquired, What's wrong? Ranran? Are you all right? He looked her over, up and down, confirming she seemed fine. "I'm fine," Su Ranran replied coolly. Afterward, she lay there in silence. Utterly stilled, Yu merely watched her, thinking she still wanted to sleep. He refrained from touching her again, primarily fearing he might lose control and succumb to his primal instincts. How could he bear to see such a delicate Su Ranran? She still wanted to struggle a bit. What's wrong?" He reached out to pinch her blanket. "It's nothing. Sleep. We'll talk when you wake up." "All right." Su Ranran felt even more displeased. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. He simply assumed she had fallen asleep. Su Ranran's mind was filled with annoyance. Sleep? What nonsense. Did he think she was a pig? She had just woken up, and now he wanted her to sleep again. With her fiery temperament, she couldn't tolerate such nonsense. She sat up and rested her head on his lap, quietly gazing at him. Her small eyes seemed to convey, "You look down on me? The more you disregard me, the more I will disturb you." Humph! Gazing at her adorableness, his chaotic thoughts flew far away as he broke into laughter. However, as her head was so close, his legs stiffened. He mused, "What a little enchantress." Seemingly sensing something, Su Ranran grew smug. Chuckling to herself, "Let us see how you maintain your gentlemanly demeanor now." And no longer pretending to sleep, she felt Yu did not truly disdain her. So what was there to fear? Suddenly recalling the heartache of she comprehended. This foolish big guy wouldn't he be feeling sorry for her, would he? Ha. Let her put him to the test and see if her assumptions were correct. While engaged in conversation, her little hand began poking here and there. However, she hadn't anticipated Yu's composure would be so unyielding. He remained entirely unfazed, leaving her with a sense of defeat. Could it be that she had grown old, her allure diminished? No way. Su Ranran was unwilling to accept such a notion and was determined to prove her charm still lingered. Meanwhile, Yui firmly grasped her hand, ultimately confining it behind him, which earned them a fleeting moment of calm. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat despite the cold season. "Ranran, stop messing around." With her hands pinned behind her, Su Ranran expressed her discontent, pouting. "I'm not causing trouble." She looked at him with teary eyes, full of grievance. Seeing her like this, Yui felt as if he were ablaze. He could no longer scold and the others as beasts. He longed to be a beast himself, as they playfully tussled. Their clothes became disheveled, and Su Ranran's attire was so peculiar and beautiful, it accentuated her bosom, which was elevated and prominent due to her hands being restrained behind her. Her alluring figure was on full display. Adorned in a short skirt and only a pair of tiny shorts, Yui felt as though he would ignite from desire, nearly burning himself alive. Tio avoided engaging in beastly behavior while she was adorned with such enticing beauty. He actually ran away. Su Ranran was taken aback, watching as the beast placed her on the bed and then turned to flee. She was utterly dumbfounded, but soon after, she erupted into laughter, her amusement infectious, nearly causing her to lose her breath. "Ha, this is too funny. How could there be such an adorable beast? This is beyond hilarious." In the distance, a certain beast heard her laughter, his face flushed with embarrassment. How infuriatingly adorable. Having fled in haste, hearing her unrestrained laughter caused him to stumble, almost falling. It was only then that he remembered he could fly, and in a panic, he took to the air. Upon seeing Yui soaring, Su Ranran, who had just managed to regain her composure, laughed even harder. Not long after, a splash echoed from the distant spirit spring, where a crimson-faced beast had just plunged in. Who else could it be but Yui? Oh heavens! Initially, he hadn't thought much of it while fleeing, but hearing Ranran's laughter made him realize the sheer folly of his actions. Help! How will I ever face Ranran again? He dove headfirst into the spirit spring. Seeking solace at this moment, he simply craved tranquility. As for who this tranquility was, he had no desire to know. In another direction, hearing the commotion, flew over, finding Ranran alone, which struck him as odd. However, upon witnessing her nearly fainting from laughter, a broad smile graced his lips. He approached and sat beside her. Naturally, Su Ranran would not divulge such matters to How could Yui ever face the beast again after that? A quarter of an hour later, Su Ranran finally regained her composure. After teasing Yui for quite some time, she found herself feeling quite restless. Without hesitation, she plopped down onto E's lap. Meanwhile, within the spirit spring, Yui heard such beastly sounds, wishing he could spit blood. This was utterly outrageous. Poor little beast. He was going absolutely mad. As for our little female, was this intentional? Hee, of course. She was exceptionally petty, feeling aggrieved by his apparent indifference to her charm. Oh dear, just thinking about it was infuriating. Thus, to provoke Yui and enhance her own amusement, she decided to enjoy herself even more. He was indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a delightful opportunity. As for Yui, he swam in circles within the spirit spring until utterly exhausted, before finally halting. The space had long since settled into tranquility. After spending a week in this space, Su Ranran mused that had it not been for Lin Yisheng, she certainly would not have ventured outside during this cold season. However, after some contemplation, she resolved not to go out but rather to draw him into the space. After all, hearing the beast outside pelting ice hail was rather pitiable. She couldn't provoke him too much, or the one to suffer would ultimately be her. Just then, Lin Yisheng, who had been hurling ice hail, directly entered the space, the ice hail he released striking Yui squarely in the face. Of course, Yui wouldn't be hit. He simply dodged, though his legs were still weak. Avoiding a small ice hail was a trivial feat. Chapter 95. Once again thrown out, observing the three of them, Yui felt as if he were being targeted. His heart filled with unwarranted grievance, he glared at them fiercely, especially at that wretched female, who had the audacity to throw him out and had taken so long to let him back in. How unfair. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, so he turned his head away, refusing to look at them. Although he yearned to teach her a lesson, seeing the two beasts practically attempting to shield her made it clear that such an endeavor was currently impossible. I will endure, Lin Yisheng told himself in his heart. Seeing him maintain such a proud demeanor, Su Ranran found it utterly amusing and pretended to ignore him. She took out some treats and invited the two beside her to partake, even sharing bites with them, delighting in the flavors. Meanwhile, to irritate Lin Yisheng, she continued this playful exchange, savoring the treats to the fullest. Lin Yisheng, whose temper had flared, couldn't bear to witness such a scene. He contemplated flipping the table, but upon noticing her subtle yet palpable threat, it was as if she were saying, "Angry? Go ahead, jump up. Let us see if I want to toss you out to face the cold wind." All right. Lin Yisheng instantly deflated, sulking as he approached her, clearly feeling quite defeated. However, she felt no pity for him. After all, she was the one who was truly wronged. No way, if he didn't believe her. Just look at these marks on her body. Weren't they all left by him? Though they had faded significantly, they still remained. Observing that everyone was ignoring him, he began to eat on his own, feeling quite disgruntled. However, recognizing the wisdom in adapting to the situation, he promptly took a seat among the gathering of food enthusiasts. He gazed curiously at the items before him, suppressing his inquisitiveness to appear more knowledgeable. Imitating their actions, he opened a packet of bright red substance, the nature of which eluded him. Su Ranran regarded him with an ambiguous expression, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Was this edible? A glance at others revealed them indulging heartily. Yui and he assumed that Lin Yisheng had tasted such delicacies before. When he picked up a packet of devilishly spicy scallop meat, they felt a twinge of admiration. After all, they had consumed fiery dishes for quite some time and were reluctant to challenge this level of spiciness so readily. Each time they watched Ranran enjoy her meal with such fervor, they couldn't help but drool. Yet the overwhelming heat was beyond their current tolerance. Lin Yisheng's boldness in selecting this dish only deepened their respect. Though the more they admired him, the more they feigned indifference, unwilling to concede that they were outmatched by this orc in any regard. Casting a fleeting glance, they chose not to dwell on him. Suspecting that perhaps it might be poison, surely, Ranran wouldn't be so cruel. If it wasn't poisonous, then what was there to fear? Being an orc, his appetite was already formidable, and such a small packet would surely be consumed in one go. Without hesitation, he tore open the packaging and dumped the contents into his mouth. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Before he could contemplate the reason why, he suddenly leapt into the air. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. What on earth is this? Tears and mucus streamed down his face as he hurriedly turned away, desperate to shield his embarrassing display from the others. Yet, the lingering spiciness intensified, bringing him to the brink of tears. No, he could no longer contain them. They flowed freely. Su Ranran, do you wish to poison me? Are you attempting to murder your own husband? What a wicked female. He clamped his mouth shut, fearing he might laugh, plotting revenge on her in the future. However, E and E were far less restrained, erupting into raucous laughter. Their mirth was something Lin Yixing desperately wished to extinguish, wishing to monopolize Su Ranran's attention. But he was currently in a most unflattering state, his tongue lolling out uncontrollably in this lifetime, the next, and all those to follow. He had never felt so utterly speechless. Even after expelling the contents, why was it still so fiery? This heat was reminiscent of the taunts he had heard from that insufferable orc, who had the audacity to say, "It'll burn you up. You deserve it." Ha ha, goodness. What a monumental embarrassment. Finally, Su Ranran managed to stifle her laughter, hastily offering him a tissue. Noting that he was desperately covering his face, turned away from them, she refrained from exposing him. Once he received the tissue, he cleaned himself up, wiping away tears and snot. In a sudden movement, he pulled Su Ranran closer and kissed her, claiming her mouth as though in retaliation. It appeared she also had a packet of the very same treat on her table. Did she truly enjoy this? If so, he would indulge to his heart's content. Lin Yixing wickedly mused, but as he kissed Su Ranran, the spiciness seemed to diminish. Could it be that this little female possessed the power to alleviate the heat? With this thought, he embraced her more fervently, holding her tightly until he could bear the taste no longer. Su Ranran felt as if she might weep. What was happening? Why was she always the one to suffer? "Woe is me," she lamented, struggling in vain. Based on her experience, at this moment, there was nothing to be done but to endure. The two bystanders could only stare in disbelief. Was this how they played? How exhilarating, goodness gracious, they exclaimed, witnessing the little female's initial resistance, contemplating whether to intervene.